Not long after the peak of summer, the first monthly examination for the senior class at Zhou affiliated high school concluded. In this institution, where wealth and privilege reign supreme, those without connections must labor diligently. The results are out. Are you going to check? No. As long as I avoid looking, my ranking won't drop. Clever, isn't it? Amidst the clamor during the break, Jiang completed a brief physics assessment and waited until the crowd in front of the results board dwindled before she approached to note down her score in a small notebook. There was little variation from her previous, ranking second in her class and third in the grade. The name that overshadowed her was still the familiar one, Zhou. After reviewing Zhou's scores, Jiang quietly recorded her own. Oh my, I actually improved by 2 places. I must treat myself to a feast. Her lunch companion, Chun, leaned in with a cheerful grin. Yang, shall we go out for dinner tonight? Jiang nodded softly, her tone gentle. All right. Chun, beaming with delight, had her eyes crinkled in joy. Well, I haven't seen you skip meals, and you think moving up 2 places is a reason to indulge? Quite the cheeky remark. Upon hearing that bothersome and audacious comment, Chun immediately rolled her eyes and shot back. Oh, look at you, eating so much yet managing to grow into a mantis spirit. A single abdominal muscle could make you swoon. Jiang had grown accustomed to their endless banter, harmless, yet perpetually at odds. As she finished jotting down her notes and prepared to turn away, a boy casually inquired, Chemistry class representative, your grades are so steady, when will you surpass brother you and take first place? Jiang glanced at him, her tone still warm. And when will you surpass me to claim second? She cast another glance at the results board, 23rd from the bottom. One should not indulge the audacious. The boy's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Jiang returned to her seat and took out her math competition materials just as the class bell rang, mingling with the sound of camphor leaves falling in the wind. The classroom had yet to settle down, and she was unaware of when her pen had dropped. She bent to retrieve it, casually smoothing her slightly disheveled hair as she stood. The light at the door was obscured, and Jiang instinctively looked up, meeting the gaze of a young man. He stood against the light, like the sun emerging after a storm, so dazzling that it tempted one to avert their eyes. The youth possessed an alabaster complexion, impeccable fashion sense, and an impressive height of 188 centimeters. Clad in a loose black t-shirt, the sinewy contours of his well-defined muscles were distinctly visible on his exposed arms, a testament to his deliberate workouts. His deep, almond-shaped eyes, devoid of warmth, bore a semblance of a smile that was more teasing than genuine, emanating an air of languid nonchalance that was both frivolous and somewhat aggressive. From the alluring mole on his earlobe to his sharply defined jawline and collarbone, one could almost perceive the lean elegance of his waist beneath his attire. In his hand, he casually held a cup of iced Americano as he tilted his head. A ray of sunlight glided down his prominent nose, causing the stud in his left ear to glimmer momentarily. He exuded an audacious charm, enough to captivate attention wherever he roamed. It was no wonder several of his former girlfriends were unwilling to part ways with him. Jiang habitually stood to give way for him, yet upon his settling into the seat, silence prevailed. He appeared lethargic, akin to someone who had just awakened, showing such indifference that he didn't even glance at his report card. Zhou had no habit of having breakfast, and before he left home, their housekeeper urged Jiang to take an extra sandwich. She placed it before him, observing his long eyelashes, and said, "It's not good to drink coffee on an empty stomach. Would you like to eat something?" Zhou leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, ignoring her presence as if she were non-existent. Resigned, she continued her studies. The two not only shared a desk, but also a residence. Yet Jiang seldom interacted with him. Zhou had his own social circle, and none could dictate his choices. After school in the afternoon, Jiang tidied up her desk, momentarily staring at the cold sandwich lying there. Yang, are you done? I'm starving, Chun urged her. Jiang snapped back to reality, stuffing her unfinished paper in her backpack. I'm done, coming right now. The evening in the capital still held a lingering warmth, reminiscent of late autumn winds that could not extinguish the fervor of summer. After dining, Jiang and Chun emerged from a restaurant. Chun, having indulged to her heart's content, rubbed her belly with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, that was delightful." With a physique that defied weight gain, she felt quite fortunate. Opposite the restaurant stood a bar, and through the vibrant lights, they chanced upon a striking pair at the entrance. The youth, with slightly tousled hair and sharp, cold features, bore an innate air of disdain and nonchalance, enhanced by the effects of alcohol. Cheng Chun squinted through her 500-degree myopia and remarked, "Jiang, isn't that Zhou Qiyu?" Jiang turned her gaze to see a stunning girl affectionately entwined around the youth's arm, a face she did not recognize. Perhaps she was Zhou Qiyu's new girlfriend. He held his phone in one hand, seemingly indifferent to her presence. The girl, slightly displeased, leaned closer, pouting, "Don't look at your phone. Qiyu, pay attention to me." Zhou Qiyu disregarded her, allowing her to fuss while his fair, slender fingers casually swiped across the screen. Jiang's gaze lingered a moment too long, catching the girl's attention. Her playful expression shifted as she observed Jiang's demure appearance in her school uniform, and she tugged on Zhou Qiyu's hand, whispering, "All the little girls at your school have a crush on you, don't they?" Zhou Qiyu lazily lifted his gaze, meeting Jiang's eyes. His expression was impassive as he nonchalantly remarked, "Whether I like it or not is uncertain, but she is indeed my sister." This statement resonated clearly in Jiang's ears. She lowered her head and said to Cheng Chun, "Let's go, Cheng Chun." Cheng Chun looked slightly bewildered. "Why do you both live together yet act like strangers? Aren't they just strangers? What difference is there?" Jiang paused for a moment as a Bentley glided past her on the road. A youth in the car rolled down the window, casually lighting a cigarette, though he hardly smoked, merely resting his hand on the windowsill. In those fleeting moments of passing by, Jiang could always sense his presence through her heartbeat, whether beneath the fragrant camphor trees on rainy days or amidst the fresh scent of grass after a summer rain. She gazed at him, yet his eyes had never acknowledged her. Upon returning home, Jiang showered and pulled out a stack of competition problems to tackle at her desk, when suddenly the unlocked door swung open. Hearing the noise, she turned to see Zhou Qiyu, freshly showered with droplets still clinging to his hair. Jiang blinked. "Is something the matter?" "Nothing," Zhou Qiyu replied, his voice cold and lacking warmth. "I took a wrong turn, my apologies." Jiang pressed her lips together, her large bright eyes responding, "It's fine." This marked their 12th exchange. Zhou Qiyu closed the door and descended the stairs, settling onto the sofa in the living room with his eyes shut, twisting open a bottle of ice water he had just retrieved from the refrigerator and taking a sip. "Does your head hurt a lot?" came a gentle and sweet voice from behind, unmistakably Jiang. Zhou Qiyu opened his eyes. Jiang maintained her pleasant demeanor despite facing Zhou Qiyu's world-weary expression. She remained remarkably well-behaved. It was rather dull, having never encountered someone so devoid of temperament. "You seem to care about others quite a bit," Zhou Qiyu noted. Jiang did not deny it. "It depends on the person. You may not find me agreeable, but I find you quite agreeable." Zhou Qiyu let out a light chuckle as he watched Jiang place her math problems on the table and then retreat into the kitchen. His parents were exceedingly busy. His father was a businessman, the arms trade granting him a prominent position globally, while his mother was a politician, holding a role within a ministerial-level administrative unit. Both were preoccupied, leaving little time to attend to him. As for why Jiang was brought back by the Zhou family, it stemmed from the fact that Zhou Qi's grandfather was a renowned academician in the field of medicine, and her father had once been his most cherished medical student. Zhou Qi's parents were divorced, with rumors suggesting it was a strenuous effort on his mother's part to achieve this initially. He had almost believed Jiang to be an illegitimate daughter his father had fathered outside of marriage, which left him with a lingering sense of disdain for her for quite some time. Zhou Qiyu sat in the living room, listening to the sound of Jiang slicing pears. Soon, she brought out a bowl of porridge and sweet pear syrup. "You shouldn't take medicine after drinking a bit of honey water. Might make you feel better." Zhou Qiyu accepted the honey water from Jiang's hand and took a sip, noticing that she had already begun to lean over the table, pondering a problem. "You've been working on this question all afternoon." The seemingly casual inquiry concealed a deeper thought. How could one question occupy her for so long? Jiang bit her lip without looking up. "This question is quite difficult. Do you really want to participate in the mathematics competition?" "Yes." Zhou Qiyu inquired further. "Why?" "Because winning a prize comes with a monetary reward and possibly an opportunity for direct admission." "Is money what you lack in the Zhou family?" Zhou Qiyu chuckled. I hope the old man doesn't find out and say I haven't taken care of you well enough. Not that he had truly taken care of her. The Zhou family is not obliged to support me. Their kindness in taking me in is already a great favor. Jiang looked up at him, but upon meeting Zhou Qi's striking gaze, she dared not linger. Don't you wish to participate? Leaning back against the sofa, Zhou Qiyu appeared relaxed, his clear voice leisurely flowing. Not in the slightest. Besides, there is only one spot available. Do you wish to compete against me, sister? Upon hearing the term sister, Jiang's grip on her pen faltered, yet she refused to belittle herself. Even if we compete, I might not necessarily lose to you. Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow. Finishing the remaining sweet pear syrup, his headache indeed had subsided. Intrigued, he asked, by the way, what is your name? The girl was taken aback. After nearly 3 years, he had not even remembered her name. She pressed her lips together to conceal her emotions, softly replied, Jiang. Zhou Qiyu smiled. Ah, Jiang. Jiang commuted to school alone, accustomed to rising early to memorize English in the classroom. Almost every day, she was the first to turn on the classroom lights. However, since the first period today was chemistry, she needed to fetch experimental apparatus from the chemistry building. By the time she returned, the class bell had already rung, and Zhou Qiyu was absent from his seat. Yet, on her desk lay a blank sheet of paper. She picked it up and saw a series of problem-solving steps written on it. The handwriting was clear, elegant, yet neatly structured. The steps were concise and straightforward, and at the bottom, one word was inscribed, fool. Jiang paused for a moment, just as Zhou Qiyu entered the classroom. Today, he was dressed in his school uniform, appearing somewhat formal, yet also obedient. With his eyelids lowered, he tossed his bag aside and closed his eyes upon sitting down. Jiang held the paper, comparing it to the unsolved mathematics competition question to comprehend it better. She now understood that achieving a score of 150 was the limit of the exam paper, not Zhou Qiyu's capabilities. Turning to the lethargic Zhou Qiyu, she quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your problem-solving approach. Zhou Qiyu leaned back in his chair, tilting his handsome face slightly upward, and asked with his eyes opened, Did you understand? Jiang nodded, yes. Oh, no need to thank me, you fool. After finishing the question, Jiang discreetly folded the paper in half and tucked it in her notebook. During the long break, she sat quietly in her seat, pondering the problems. The physics teacher had assigned a test to her, and Zhou Qiyu, who glanced at it briefly before leaving the room. Chun, fond of gossiping during breaks, soon found herself in a heated exchange with classmates, particularly with the two most conspicuous figures in the class, Tanxing and Shuai. My mom was acting so strange last night. She actually asked me about my sexual orientation, Chun remarked, chewing on a piece of dried mango. Why would your mom ask you that? Could it be because your legs are so slender and pale? I mean, how would I know? I'm a completely straight guy. No worries, your sexual orientation doesn't matter much to you. Neither boys nor girls are interested in you anyway, Changchun retorted. How can you say that, Changchun? You just don't appreciate my charm, he replied, to which Changchun laughed. Right? It's not like you can attract anyone anyway. Just as Tanxing was about to counter, the class representative, checking homework at the podium, called out loudly, Whoa. The classroom fell silent in an instant, even startling some students who had been diligently working on their assignments. Are you insane? Yelling like that nearly gave me a heart attack. The boy's exclamation drew the attention of several others, who gathered around to see what he was holding. It was a pink note inscribed with Zhou Qiyu heart. What's that? What did you see? More heads crowded in for a closer look. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out, Hey, Jiang, the chemistry rep, I didn't know you liked yoga too. I thought you were all about studying. Another chimed in. Jiang felt a wave of confusion wash over her as she quickly flipped through her notebook, realizing that the class representative had mistakenly collected it that morning. A boy picked up her notebook, cleared his throat, and read aloud, Zhou Qiyu love. Huh, love? Jiang's face flushed crimson, the color spreading from her cheeks to her earlobes. Her heart raced as she stood up and approached the podium, extending her hand with a calm demeanor. Get it back to me. He'll return it if you help me with my duties for a week, he teased. There's no shame in liking you. Go, what are you afraid of? The boy laughed like a monkey, raising the notebook to a height that Jiang couldn't reach, continuing to read, Zhou Qiyu, I like you. Who likes me? A melodious voice echoed from the doorway, silencing the commotion in the classroom. Zhou Qiu stood at the entrance, gazing at the boy at the podium. You? How disgusting. It's not me, Yuga, the boy protested, moving closer to show Zhou Qiu the notebook, still trying to clarify, it's our third in the grade. As he leisurely approached Zhou Qiu, he was suddenly tripped at the knee and fell to the ground. The notebook slipped from his grasp, but was caught by the young man before him. Zhou Qiu, in a casually disdainful posture, looked down at the fallen boy, his expensive shoes lightly brushing against the boy's chin as he remarked, "Then that's just what you owe, exposing someone's privacy like that. Since it's so enjoyable, will you still play?" The boy scrambled to his feet and quickly shook his head. "No, I'm done." Bro Zhou Qiu did not spare a glance at the notebook. He merely returned it to Jiang as he passed by her. Holding the notebook, Jiang exited the classroom, while Shui nudged Cheng Chen beside him, signaling to go outside and catch a glimpse of Jiang. He then sat down at Jiang's desk, leaning closer to Zhou Qiu. "Bro?" Zhou Qiu lowered his casually crossed leg and kicked Shui's chair away. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram. Why are you crowding me?" "I have something," Shui insisted. "Bro, do you like little Jiang?" Zhou Qiu didn't even spare him a glance and flatly replied, "No." Shui sighed in relief. "I knew my little goddess wasn't your type." He leaned on his hand, exhibiting his typical infatuation. "Quite ridiculous." Zhou Qiu pulled out a physics paper to review the questions. "What's the matter? Haven't you had your rabies shot? Now reduced to a sycophant?" "Hey bro, you can't say that. Our little Jiang is so beautiful and exceptional, I admire her." Jiang had remained silent all day. Even upon returning to the classroom, she kept her head down, focused on her work. After school, Jiang returned home alone, as Cheng Chen stayed on campus, and Zhou Qiu never accompanied her. Exiting the school gates, she crossed the street to the bus stop on the opposite side to wait for her ride. The boy who had taken her notebook earlier spotted her in the crowd and approached. "Hey, chemistry class representative." Dressed in her school uniform, her hair was neatly tied in a high ponytail. Her face was pale and petite, with lips that bloomed like a peach blossom. Her pure, unblemished eyes looked downward, a pink-blue backpack adorned with a teddy bear slung over her shoulder, her hands resting naturally in the pockets of her uniform jacket. She appeared particularly well-behaved, exuding a cold yet gentle aura. She ignored the boy, but he persisted, taking a seat beside her on the bus. "Hey, why the aloofness?" he taunted. "You usually say, so little don't you know, bro, you prefer someone lively?" Jiang had no desire to engage, so she pulled out her phone and plugged in her earphones, even disembarking a stop early. The place where she alighted was several hundred meters away from her usual route. It was a path she was not particularly familiar with, sparsely populated and dimly lit. The innocent and obedient girl felt utterly out of place amidst the street's raucous arguments, the thumping rock music, and a pungent scent of alcohol wafting from dilapidated buildings. At a corner, Jiang encountered a couple locked in a passionate kiss, their intimate sounds echoing loudly. She pretended not to notice and walked a bit farther away. Just as she was about to exit the narrow alley, she spotted two drunken boys standing at the intersection. They were slender, not very tall, with hair dyed in various colors, resembling peers yet not students. They seemed to be teasing a young girl. Wishing to avoid any commotion, Jiang quietly walked past them, pulling out her phone to call for help. Before she could even finish dialing, she was suddenly yanked against the wall. She winced, closing her eyes momentarily as an unpleasant scent of alcohol assaulted her senses. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a young man whose gaze was clouded by intoxication. "Sister, will you come with me?" Jiang observed his swollen, small eyes, her lips quivering slightly as she cowered in the corner, paralyzed by fear. "You look so innocent, truly unlike those brazen women in the bar. It's dark now, why not spend the night at my place?" "I don't need to." Jiang turned her head, attempting to leave, only to be intercepted by another individual. "What's the rush?" Jiang's eyes widened, a hint of anger flickering within them. "If you persist, I will call the police." The two men chuckled. "Go ahead, report it, let's see you do it in front of us." With that, one reached out, intending to touch her face. A few distant sounds of a lighter being flicked repeatedly halted their actions. They turned to see a youth, clad in an oversized black hoodie, standing about 10 meters away beneath the cable. A cap adorned his head, and the dim light obscured his features, revealing only the sharp elegance of his jawline. Leaning against the wall, his long legs slightly bent, he held a lighter in one hand while the other pinched a recently lit cigarette. He flicked the ash away, and upon noticing the two men's gaze, he tilted his head slightly, a mischievous smirk gracing his lips. With elongated fingers pointed downward toward Jiang, he declared, "She is mine." Chapter 3. Just don't fall in love with me, who are you? The two boys squinted, unable to discern any presence amid their drunken stupor. The young man towered over them, and as he approached leisurely, they appeared to shrink in stature. Jiang gazed over, gradually recognizing the boy's face. She had realized from the very beginning that it was Zhou, whose distinctive aura made him easily identifiable. "I'm asking you a question." One of the boys, irritated, lunged forward, intending to strike. Zhou raised his hand, flicking the smoldering cigarette but into the face of the aggressor. The boy hissed in pain from the burn, but before he could react, he was seized by the neck and forcefully slammed against the wall. A powerful hand held him upright, preventing him from collapsing. Then, a clear yet cold voice resonated. "It's your ancestor." The other boy stood frozen, contemplating escape. However, upon turning, he discovered another young man clad in black, leisurely smoking on the opposite side. Adorned in designer labels, with tattoos on his neck and arms, and 2 piercings in his ear cartilage, he exuded a wild demeanor. Jiang recognized him as Jiang, someone from Zhou's circle. Zhou released the boy he had thrown against the wall and turned towards Jiang. As he drew near, the boy seemed to recognize him. "You are Zhou? Oh, you know me?" Zhou lit another cigarette and nodded at Jiang, inquiring if he knew her as well. The boy swallowed hard, hesitating. "Your sister." Knowing yet still daring to tease her, the boy shrank back, intimidated. He dared not provoke any member of the Zhou family, especially their prince. "I didn't know she was your sister. I didn't see her earlier," he stammered. Zhou remained nonchalant, exuding a casual air, "But you frightened her." "What now?" The boy immediately turned to Jiang, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry." He was both cowardly and prone to mischief. Zhou chuckled lightly, branding the boy's neck with the cigarette, but, adding, refrained from engaging in childish antics when intoxicated. The boy, too fearful to resist, gritted his teeth and nodded in acquiescence. Jiang cowered in the corner, resembling a bullied rabbit with drooping ears, utterly pitiable. Jiang noticed her distress, extinguishing his cigarette before approaching to comfort the young girl on Zhou's behalf. Jiang stood still, her backpack weighing her down. Facing the wall in silent contemplation, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Jiang, not particularly skilled in comforting girls, usually found himself the object of their affections. Struggling to find the right words, he ultimately called Zhou over. "Chiu, your sister is about to cry." Zhou discarded the cigarette but into a nearby trash can and walked up to Jiang, observing her conflicted expression of both grievance and restraint. In truth, Jiang did not feel particularly wronged. She simply couldn't help herself when in Zhou's presence. Before he could inquire, she preemptively clarified, "I'm not crying." Zhou smiled lightly. "My eyes aren't deceiving me. I can see. I'm leaving now. Please take her home," Jiang said. Zhou gazed at Jiang, observing her momentarily lost in thought. He reached out, tugging at the strap of her backpack. "Let us go home." Jiang bit her lip, remaining silent as she trailed behind him, feeling a profound sense of security in his presence. She attempted to subtly reach out and grasp the hem of his shirt, but hesitated, withdrawing her hand after a fleeting moment. Zhou, noticing her sluggishness, turned back to find her still staring blankly at her fingers. It was somewhat endearing, really. "Come on, why are you dawdling?" Jiang snapped back to reality and quickened her pace to follow him. Upon arriving home, the housekeeper had just finished heating the meal and set it on the table. Zhou had a habit of showering as soon as he got home. "Jiang, could you please go upstairs and call Chiyu for dinner?" Aunt Chen asked. Jiang nodded and ascended the stairs. She knocked lightly on the door. "Zhou, are you ready?" Just then, he emerged from the bathroom, leisurely pulling on a white t-shirt from the wardrobe before opening the door. In that instant, A gentle fragrance wafted towards Jiang, delightfully fresh. She looked up, meeting Zhou Qiyu's cool and clear gaze. "What is up?" Jiang bit her lip, averting her eyes from him. "Dinner's ready." The dining table was occupied solely by Jiang and Zhou Qiyu. In truth, they had little to discuss. As Zhou Qiyu rarely dined at home, it made sense for a young master like him, accustomed to a life of leisure, to be seldom present. With a lack of appetite, Zhou Qiyu's gaze wandered to Jiang, who was delicately nibbling at her food, reminiscent of a little lamb grazing. "Do people often bully you?" Jiang paused, reflecting on her experiences. It seemed there were always those who looked down upon her, regardless of gender. They were well aware that she lived with Zhou Qiyu, yet in their eyes, he never regarded her as anything more than a mere sister. She appeared docile, and they thought it harmless to pick on her. It seemed he, too, was somewhat indifferent to emotional ties. In moments of vulnerability, one becomes easily susceptible to weakness. The year when a hospital explosion rocked the capital, her parents became the most significant victims of that tragic event. Her mother, who suffered from congenital heart disease, fell into a coma upon learning that her husband's organs were irreparable, ultimately passing away in the ICU. It was said that the source of the devastating explosion remained untraceable. Yet, Jiang was acutely aware of the innocence and guilt that lay beneath the surface. Now, alone and adrift, she truly needed a capable support. Thus, she turned her gaze towards Zhou Qiyu. She could not contend with the powerful figures at school, yet they often remarked on her impressive academic standing, always mentioning, "Her uncle is that criminal who served 11 years in prison." Jiang silently lowered her head, chewing on the bland white rice. In the past, her parents would have eagerly served her vegetables, teasing her to eat more meat to grow taller. Now, suddenly, a piece of sweet and sour pork rib plopped into her bowl. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes gradually transforming from dullness to brightness. She lifted her gaze to find Zhou Qiyu propping his face on one hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Eating only the rice and neglecting the vegetables. Did he truly believe himself to be a rabbit? The restaurant was awash in bright light, and so was he. She parted her lips, her sparkling, round eyes fixed on Zhou Qiyu as she addressed him. "Brother, may I follow you in the future?" Jiang observed Zhou Qiyu's slender eyelids lift slightly, his deep black pupils locking onto her. He then replied in the most nonchalant tone, "Do as you wish. If you enjoy it, then by all means, follow me. Just don't fall in love with me. It cannot be that I regard you as a sister while you harbor romantic feelings for me." Chapter 4. Quite well behaved if given the choice. This younger sister would not particularly desire to be so. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately submitted that notebook inscribed with her fondness for him as her assignment. Yet, Zhou Qiyu hardly paid this matter any mind. Jiang nodded, affirming, "I know you have a girlfriend now." During the weekend, Jiang remained in her room, diligently working on mathematics competition problems. Occasionally, she would catch a glimpse of Zhou Qiyu when she ventured outside. Otherwise, it was either he was out or she had chosen to stay in. On Monday morning, they went to school together. As soon as they alighted from the car and shut the door, he habitually crossed the street to purchase a cup of Americano. Jiang stood at the entrance, waiting for him, breakfast in hand. Upon exiting the coffee shop, Zhou Qiyu spotted her. From his vantage point, she appeared diminutive, standing there with an air of innocence. It was only when he approached that she stirred, advising him, "You should eat something first. Drinking coffee on an empty stomach can cause stomach pain." "I'm used to it. It won't bother me. Nevertheless, it is not advisable." Jiang gently urged the most obstinate of individuals, eliciting a laugh from Zhou Qiyu. Annoying, he grumbled, taking the sandwich from her grasp. Jiang blinked and quickened her pace to match his, entering the classroom together. The disparity in their heights made her seem particularly delicate, as she could not reach Zhou Qiyu's collarbone. As they passed the bulletin board, the student council was busy posting the names of those who had violated school rules over the past week. Approaching the classroom, Jiang heard Cheng Chen's boisterous laughter. "Oh my, sure Shuai, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Ha ha ha. I absolutely must take a picture of the disciplinary list later." Cheng Chen's laughter brought tears to her eyes, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Nearby, Shi Shuai sat quietly at his desk, his hands supporting a sorrowful face. It was the first time Jiang had seen him so subdued. Do you think I wanted this? I'm just as bewildered. They don't catch the numerous couples kissing on a playground, yet they target me for washing my underwear during lunch breaks. I wholeheartedly agree, Chun exclaimed. They ignore the director's secret crushes and blatant affections, but choose to scrutinize my self-admiration. Chun had lost count of how many small mirrors had been confiscated from her desk. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang overheard this exchange. Momentarily pausing to glance at Zhou Qiyu's silhouette, gradually increasing the distance between them. Once seated, she took out her homework, quietly contemplating the unsolved mathematics problem from the previous night. She noticed Zhou Qiyu flipping through pages, his long, fair fingers gripping a pen, twirling it as he pondered a challenging problem. Shi Shuai, feeling aggrieved, approached Zhou Qiyu, catching a whiff of his presence. Brother Yu, I lacked the motivation to play in the afternoon game. He feigned a pout, seeking comfort from Zhou Qiyu, resembling a petulant girl. Zhou Qiyu, appearing weary, casually smacked Shi Shuai on the head with a physics book. Get lost. Keep your distance from me. Tan Xing chuckled, teasing, you certainly have guts. You dare to annoy brother Yu right after he wakes up. Jiang stifled a smile, her lips curving in amusement. This month, the school organized a basketball match, with a total of 20 classes participating, engaged in a draw for matchups. Class 7 drew Class 6, their neighboring class. Class 6 is known for having the most members in the school's basketball team. Upon the announcement of the draw, whispers about it filled the cafeteria on the way home. Which unfortunate class drew Class 6? The elite class, of course. Is that for real? They're doomed, aren't they? If a bunch of bookworms can outmatch those athletic students, I'll confess to my crush. A sly smile crept across the face of the person opposite. You said that. Remember, don't backtrack later. Don't forget that Class 7 has Zhou Qiyu. Oh no, I forgot. But what good is he alone? Just wait and see. I can't say for sure, but it's likely to be a mismatch. Scholars don't rely on sports, but the athletes certainly do. At 3 in the afternoon, many students gathered at the basketball court beside the playground, including first, second, and third-year students. Most were there to watch the match between the two classes. The preliminary round, narrowing from 20 to 10, attracted spectators either drawn by Zhou Qiyu or eager to see the athletes. Jiang hurried to the court after completing the final question on her math test, clutching a bottle of water and a beverage. The sheer number of people at the basketball court momentarily startled her, and it took a while to push through to the inner circle. The late summer sun in the capital was still sweltering, especially at 3 o'clock when the sun blazed fiercely. The slanting rays filtered through the unripe ginkgo trees surrounding the court, casting a vibrant glow upon the exuberant youths competing within. The cicadas paused their song, yet the essence of youth remained undiminished. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Jiang gazed at the most dazzling youth among them. He was tall and fair, his brilliance merely an embellishment to his presence. He stood there simply, slightly turning his cool face, evoking cheers from countless onlookers. Such a prodigious talent effortlessly garnered victories and attracted the attention of many girls. Just before the match commenced, Jiang overheard someone remarking, "The clash between Class 7 and Class 6 will undoubtedly be thrilling. I can't even imagine how badly Class 7 will lose to Class 6. A member of the basketball team strolled through the crowd, echoing the girl-esque sentiment. Don't worry, they're sure to suffer a crushing defeat. Especially that Zhou. Jiang turned to glance at the boy, locking eyes with his smug expression. Many girls smitten with Zhou Qiyu could no longer contain themselves and retorted, "Could you tone it down, Liang Zhe? If you don't want me to buy your silence, just shut up." Liang Zhe pointed at the girl, then approached Jiang, lifting her chin with a hand. Guess which class will prevail? Disgusted, Jiang leaned back to evade Liang Zhe's boundaryless advances. In truth, Liang Zhe's behavior had become a common occurrence for her. He was notorious within the school for his volatile temper, frequently resorting to violence and bullying, often justifying his actions with his family's wealth, which only amplified his arrogance. He pursued Jiang for a time, but eventually grew weary and ceased his efforts, never anticipating that this seemingly gentle and docile girl would be so difficult to win over. The reason Jiang remembered him was not solely due to his persistent attention, but also because his aunt was the only person capable of performing the restorative surgery on her father, the only glimmer of hope for such an operation. After teasing the girls, Liang Zhe took to the court. Cheng Chun linked arms with Jiang, casting him a disapproving glance. "You lunatic." Jiang, unable to comprehend the nuances of basketball, was taken aback when the match commenced, as Class 6 had already scored 2 points before she could gather her thoughts. Outside the court, amidst gasps of surprise, there were many who remained indifferent. Cheng Chun patted Jiang anxiously. "What should we do? What should we do?" Jiang remained silent, her gaze drifting toward Zhou, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if the tension belonged solely to his admirers. "What is the big deal? If we lose, we lose. I'm just here to admire the handsome face of the school idol," she mused. Others echoed her sentiments. Me too. I'm a fan of his looks." In the second round, Class 6 scored again, while Class 7 remained at 0. An opposing player smirked provocatively. "Oh dear. It seems that this class of scholars is only capable of excelling in their studies." Zhou leisurely took a sip from his water bottle before tossing it back. He appeared entirely unaffected, even sporting a slight smile at the corners of his lips, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Then let us keep going, shall we?" Chapter 5. The fool. As the seconds ticked away, a thin sheen of sweat began to form on the player's brows. Zhou glanced at his watch before tossing it aside carelessly. The class monitor rushed over to retrieve it, fretting over the recklessness of this young master who treated a watch worth millions with such disdain. Jiang, well acquainted with Zhou's temperament, recognized that his expression had turned serious. She noticed him exchange a glance with Tan Xing before passing the ball to Shi Shuai, who was near the basketball hoop. Shi Shuai caught the ball, spun around, and leapt, sending the ball soaring through the net. The crowd erupted with cheers, louder than before. Wasn't he that the one who got caught washing his underwear during the afternoon break? Shi Shuai overheard and immediately sulked, hands on his hips, lowering his voice in a particularly sheepish manner. "You can say I'm ranked 30th in the grade, but could we avoid mentioning the underwear incident?" As the game progressed, the competition intensified, and Class 7 gradually began to close the gap. Zhou scored several consecutive points single-handedly. His height gave him an advantage, allowing him to reach the hoop with ease. Each time he leapt, the hem of his white t-shirt fluttered, revealing the defined muscles of his abdomen, adorned with a rarely seen abstract tattoo. Countless phones were poised to capture this moment. Zhou, naturally fair-skinned, remained paler than every other boy on the court. Despite frequently playing under the sun, Jiang watched as the sun seemed to favor him, casting a radiant glow upon his prominent nose and tousled hair. Indeed, even the sun appeared to be enamored with him. As he continued to score, the opposing players were left in a state of disbelief. The roars from the crowd were so loud that Jiang had to cover her ears. With 2 minutes remaining, the referee began the countdown. Liang Zhe's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and cursed, pointing at his teammates. "What the hell are you all doing? Don't you know to block? Just standing there waiting for a funeral?" After his outburst, he rushed to make the final shot. Zhou deliberately allowed him to take possession of the ball, running beneath the hoop and intercepting Liang Zhe's three-point attempt. The ball grazed the edge of the hoop before Zhou deftly caught it and launched it away. The basketball struck Liang Zhe's cheek, taking off a layer of skin in the process. "Zhou," he exclaimed. Zhou merely waved his hand with a smile. "Oops. My bad." The referee blew the whistle. "The game is over. Class 7 wins against Class 6, 12-9. Wow, that was so cool. Zhou, you're incredible." Cheng Chun pinched his arm, shaking Jiang's hand excitedly. "We won, Yang. We won." Jiang, equally elated, nodded gently. Zhou had already left the court, pouring half a bottle of water over his hands. Liang Zhe's expression was beyond poor. It was utterly mortified. He was immediately reprimanded by the basketball coach upon exiting. Zhou's demeanor remained unchanged, regardless of which team scored. As Liang Zhe passed by, Zhou looked up and remarked, "Your flustered expression is quite amusing. Beating you was rather simple, wasn't it? Can you truly revel in your victory this way?" Liang Zhe inquired. Zhou Qiyu chuckled, his tone unperturbed. Do you consider yourself a formidable opponent? Is it truly worth celebrating? Besides, this is not the first time I've triumphed over you. He paused, reflecting. Do you understand why you lost? Did you genuinely believe it was due to a lack of skill? Certainly not. Zhou Qiyu acknowledged the strength of his basketball team and never belittled his adversaries. Yet Liang Zhe's defeat stemmed from his volatile temperament. He either held an inflated view of himself or underestimated others. In truth, the school's coach had approached Zhou Qiyu, but he had declined the offer. As the match concluded, spectators began to disperse. Jiang, balancing a beverage in one hand and a bottle of water in the other, smiled softly. She took a step forward, intending to deliver water to Zhou Qiyu, when a strikingly beautiful girl approached him, his girlfriend. Jiang froze, her smile fading into a straight line. Wow, look, that girl is stunning. Is she Zhou Qiyu's girlfriend? They look great together. She seems to be from outside the school. I've never seen her before. The girl, dressed in a short skirt and exuding vibrant energy, handed Zhou Qiyu a bottle of water. Upon seeing her, he immediately inquired, What brings you here? The girl leaned closer, offering him the water. Is it wrong for me to come? I am your girlfriend. Zhou Qiyu's expression remained stoic, even slightly displeased. This is school. I just wanted to watch your game, she replied, her eyes sparkling, and perhaps accompany you home. Zhou Qiyu accepted the water, took a sip, and said, Next time, don't come. Why not? Since you don't reply to my messages, how am I supposed to see you? There are so many admirers at your school. What if you decide you no longer want me? Zhou Qiyu ignored her, swiftly turning to leave. As he pivoted, he spotted Jiang standing alone under the sun. Her cheeks flushed like a child in timeout, gazing down at the beverages in her hands. Approaching her, he seized one of the drinks before she noticed. When she finally looked up, her wide, innocent eyes reflected confusion. "Isn't this for me?" she asked. Jiang nodded. "It's for you." Zhou Qiyu observed her blushing face and playfully placed the drink against her cheeks to cool her down. "Are you not being foolish? Why stand in the sun when there's shade? Do you think the sun is gentle enough not to burn you?" Chapter 6. Don't leave me. Jiang shook her head, insisting no. Zhou Qiyu grasped her arm, guiding her to stand beneath the shade. "Wait for me here." He returned to his dormitory to shower and change clothes, sending a message to the girl from earlier, instructing her to head back first. Upon returning to the classroom, Jiang packed her homework into her bag. As she descended the stairs, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her lower abdomen. Worried that Zhou Qiyu might arrive before her, she disregarded the pain and hurried downstairs. The sunset had transformed into a fiery orange hue. At the entrance of the teaching building, she stood in the shadows, facing the light, and caught sight of the young man walking against the backdrop of the sun. He held a cigarette between his fingers, the smoke curling languidly around his cool, composed face. Noticing Jiang's arrival, he extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into a nearby bin. "Let's go." With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Jiang obediently followed Zhou Qiyu. He truly resembled an elder brother, caring for his younger sister, and nothing more. Upon exiting the school gate, they unexpectedly encountered Zhou Qiyu's girlfriend. "You've kept me waiting for ages, Qiyu," she complained in a feigned sulk. Zhou Qiyu halted, responding in a neutral tone. "Didn't I tell you to head back first?" It was at this moment that the girl noticed Jiang standing behind him. Her mood soured instantly, a blend of petulance and irritation surfacing. "So, you went back first, and then decided to go on a date with another girl?" "Zhou Qiyu, I am your girlfriend." Zhou Qiyu, uncharacteristically, offered a brief explanation. "I've already mentioned she's my sister, and I'm just escorting her home. Not related by blood. I don't care. Are you spending time with me today, or are you entangled with her?" The girl pointed accusingly at Jiang, who stood silently 3 meters away. Zhou Qiyu lowered his gaze to his phone, remaining as calm as ever. "Then forget it. This is too much." The girl failed to grasp his meaning. "What do you mean? Break up?" Jiang was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at him. The girl panicked momentarily, realizing she had gone too far. Forgetting Zhou Qiyu's steadfast nature, she moved closer to him, intertwining her arm with his wrist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You don't want me anymore?" Jiang turned her head away, unwilling to witness their closeness. Zhou Qiyu gently removed the girl's hand, stating, I agreed to be with you, but I never promised to indulge your whims. The girl swallowed, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. Qiyu, I don't want to break up. Zhou Qiyu ignored her, leaving her with a single statement. I've called you a cab. It's here. He walked a few steps ahead, only to realize no one was following him. Turning back, he saw the young girl still standing there, her head bowed. Why are you standing there in a daze? He retraced his steps and hooked his arm around Jiang's backpack strap, prompting her to react. Once again, she gazed at him with her innocent, unblemished eyes. What are you looking at? Are you going home? Jiang pressed her lips together. I am. Then let us go. Zhou Qiyu half pushed, half dragged her into the car. The villa where Zhou Qiyu resided was not far from the school. It was a gift from his mother for his 14th birthday. Apart from Jiang, the household comprised only servants and a chauffeur. Seated in the car, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang found herself rather unaccustomed to this tranquility. Every now and then, she would steal glances at the dappled shadows of trees outside, occasionally lower her gaze to her fingers, and furtively observe the boy's expression from the corner of her eye. Like a fragile kitten devoid of security, she felt overly sensitive in the presence of someone she cherished, often fretting over her disheveled hair and yearning to smooth it down. She also pondered if her presence was bothersome. Am I too close to you, causing misunderstandings? It has nothing to do with you. Do you find me annoying? If you do, I wouldn't dare to trail behind you with such audacity. She chuckled softly, uncertain if it was a jest at her own expense. Zhou Qiyu closed his eyes, leaning back against the seat. Jiang, you talk too much. Leaning against the window, she replied, I wish to visit the hospital. She missed her father. The driver skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, heading towards the hospital. Moments later, they arrived at the inpatient department. Jiang navigated the familiar path to her father's ward, with Zhou Qiyu accompanying her, yet he halted at the door, allowing her a moment of solitude with her father. In the past, upon seeing her father lying motionless on the hospital bed, tears would uncontrollably spill from her eyes. Yet, over the years, she had grown accustomed to it. As was her custom, she entered the room and glanced at the electrocardiogram beside her. Then she sat down, gently holding her father's hand, enveloped in silence. A nearby nurse noticed her arrival and remarked, Your father's condition has been quite stable recently. The hospital is making every effort to find a surgeon for the hematoma operation. Jiang offered a gentle smile. Thank you. Once, when her father was the director of this hospital, he had been surrounded by sycophants. Now, following the devastating explosion, many had turned against him. The only family willing to take her in was the Zhou family. Was their willingness born of genuine kindness or perhaps guilt? Adjusting her father's blanket, Jiang unconsciously lifted her gaze towards the door, catching only a glimpse of Zhou Qiyu's half-figure. When he turned to look at her, she averted her eyes. The girl sat quietly, her eyelids lowered, betraying no hint of emotion or expression, just a pitiable solitude. In fact, one could observe a fleeting expression on her innocent face that seemed alien to her nature. Then, unexpectedly, two glimmering tears cascaded down her cheeks, the soft sounds echoing clearly within the ward. The resilient little flower, even in moments of sorrow, remained undisturbed by others. Upon returning home, Jiang sought out Zhou Qiyu, clutching a physics problem she couldn't decipher. Anxiously, she dove into her homework upon entering her room, becoming so engrossed that she lost track of time, only to be reminded when a pain surged in her lower abdomen. The discomfort was so intense that she could barely rise from the desk. Zhou Qiyu employed various methods to solve the problem, ultimately choosing the simplest and most comprehensible approach to document his thought process. He knocked on Jiang's door with the problem in hand. No response. He knocked twice more. Jiang? The door creaked open. Standing before him, the girl appeared pale, her lips devoid of color. Zhou Qiyu narrowed his eyes and inquired, What troubles you? Nothing much. It's just my menstrual period. My abdomen aches a bit, she replied. I've noted my problem-solving approach on scratch paper. Feel free to ask me if anything remains unclear. Zhou Qiyu handed her the homework. Thank you, Jiang said, placing the assignment on the desk, intending to step out for a pack of sanitary pads. Since it was too late, the housekeeper had already retired for the night. Zhou Qiyu went downstairs to fetch a bottle of ice water and, noticing her intention to go out, casually asked, "Where are you heading at this late hour?" Jiang's voice had grown increasingly faint, resembling that of an ailing person. "Just to buy some essentials." With this, Zhou Qiyu deduced her needs. The early autumn night in the capital city was brisk, and the rain had begun to fall, making the air even colder. Observing the girl's frail silhouette, he paused and said, "Let me go. You should rest." Seeing her inclination to refuse, he added, "In your current state, it would be unwise to push yourself. I wouldn't want to find you in distress outside in the rain." Jiang fell silent. Zhou Qiyu quietly chuckled. He knew this tactic would be effective. Half an hour later, Jiang had finished her shower. Zhou Qiyu searched numerous supermarkets, most of which had closed, forcing him to venture further. The rain intensified. His pant legs, shoes, and even the sleeves of his black hoodie became soaked. A chill wind swept through the streets where a tall, slender youth stood under an umbrella. Finally, at the end of the street, he discovered a supermarket that was still open. Inside, apart from the cashier, he was the only customer. As he approached the checkout, the cashier yawned, but upon seeing the youth's striking features, her eyelids perked up with newfound energy. What a remarkably handsome fellow, she thought. Unable to resist stealing a few more glances, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. She had never encountered someone so attractive, especially one who ventured out at such an hour to buy sanitary products for his girlfriend. "How considerate. Shall I fetch you a black bag?" she offered. Zhou Qiyu's hair was tousled by the drizzle, and he lowered his gaze, replying, "No need. It's not as if I'm purchasing explosives. There's nothing to hide." The cashier, enchanted by his melodious voice, was oblivious to the blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Your girlfriend is truly fortunate," she murmured softly. Zhou Qiyu, not fully catching her words, paid and departed with the bag in hand. Upon returning home, Zhou Qiyu ascended to the second floor, the chill from outside gradually dissipating as he entered. The door to Jiang's room stood ajar, and he politely knocked. Inside, he heard the faint sound of a girl weeping. His brow furrowed slightly as he stepped inside. The girl's room was warm and tidy, filled with a subtle fragrance of gardenias. She had already fallen asleep, lying on her side, her blanket barely covering her. Curled up with her legs bent and brow furrowed, she appeared uncomfortable and devoid of security. Zhou Qiyu's lips twitched as he bent down, pulling a corner of the blanket and draping it over her. He switched on the air conditioning in the room and placed the sanitary pads, painkillers, and heating pad he had just purchased onto the bedside table. Just as he intended to leave, a small hand grasped his slightly cool long fingers, and a soft voice murmured, "Don't leave me, Daddy." Chapter 7. Is it comfortable for me to hold your hand? He was called Dad at such a tender age, not yet 18. Zhou Qiyu remained silent for a considerable time, refraining from any movement. He feared that he might startle the girl, who was in a restless slumber, and then he would be unable to soothe her. Beside him, his friends and the girls vying for his attention were predominantly from affluent families, basking in the warmth of familial happiness. Frankly, it was the first time he truly noticed the girl before him. She turned out to be merely a fragile girl who, even in her dreams, longed for her father, a girl devoid of any support. Zhou Qiyu stood by the bed, his posture languid and hesitant. He pinched the bridge of his nose and casually grabbed a few tissues, bending down to wipe away the tears that had trickled from the corners of her eyes. To his surprise, despite his gentle touch, he inadvertently roused her from her sleep. Jiang opened her eyes to behold Zhou Qiyu's downcast gaze. How fierce he appeared. Her lips moved slightly, her voice soft and drowsy. "Are you home?" Zhou Qiyu nodded. "Yes. Is it comfortable for me to hold your hand, little sister?" Jiang paused for a moment before quickly withdrawing her hand. "I'm sorry. You're the one who should feel sorry. My legs have gone numb from standing." Zhou Qiyu handed her the tissues, saying, "Your face is a mess with tears. It looks dreadful. Wipe it yourself." Jiang blinked and then sat up, obediently tending to her tears. "If it doesn't hurt as much, you shouldn't take painkillers. It's not good to take too many." She glanced at the items on the windowsill, surprised to find that Zhou Qiyu had bought both painkillers and a heating pad. Once outside the room, Zhou Qiyu took out his phone and opened an app to search how to relieve menstrual pain for girls. What should girls drink during their period? How to make ginger brown sugar tea. The young master had never engaged in such tasks before. He stood before the refrigerator, retrieved a piece of ginger, and peeled it. Jiang tidied up, intending to return to sleep, but slumber eluded her. Before long, the door was knocked upon again. She rose to open it, and upon doing so, a familiar figure entered her line of sight. Zhou held out a small bowl to her. "Drink this." Jiang looked up at him. "Did you make this? Otherwise, who would be free to attend to you at this hour?" Jiang accepted the bowl with both hands, softly murmuring her thanks. She hadn't expected the young master to possess such skills. The warmth in the room grew increasingly comforting. Drinking the warm tea eased her discomfort in her lower abdomen. Nestled in the cozy embrace of her bed, she soon drifted off to sleep once more. Ever since the arrival of Jiang, Zhou found himself being cared for at breakfast. Gradually, he grew accustomed to the saying, "Do not drink iced American coffee on an empty stomach." People's relationships with matters or individuals often begin with remembrance, evolve into habits, and culminate in addiction. Yesterday's basketball game yielded numerous photographs, and the most discussed topic on the school forum was the stunning girl who did not belong to their institution. "See, I told you, brother you likes the breathtaking type." Jiang heard the news. She couldn't resist checking the school forum during the break. She came across a photograph of Zhou and a certain girl. Indeed, it was true. Attractive individuals always seemed to complement each other effortlessly. It became clear that Zhou's type was of this nature. She continued scrolling down, discovering comments such as, "But it seems they have broken up. Oh, weren't they fine just yesterday? They've indeed split. I have the beautiful girl's WeChat, and I saw her post about it. Wow, why is that? Don't you think our campus heartthrob is particularly fickle in relationships? Those rich young lads play around so much. We can hardly compete." Jiang ceased her browsing, shutting her phone to refocus on her studies. During mathematics class, the teacher introduced two challenging problems. Both Zhou and Jiang were lost in their own thoughts. The teacher asked the class, "If anyone has a solution, please stand up and share." "Danxin?" Tanxing shook his head. "Teacher, I don't know." Shui also shook his head, lounging with his hands behind his head, indicating he too was at a loss. The teacher walked around the classroom and paused beside Jiang, calling out, "Zhou, why don't you come to the front and share your thought process?" Zhou raised his eyes, propping his chin on his hand, gazing at the blackboard with a hint of youthful nonchalance. "I don't know either, teacher." "You don't?" Zhou tossed his pen aside, leaning back in his chair. "But my deskmate does." He tilted his head toward Jiang, grinning mischievously, "Right, deskmate?" Jiang hesitated for a moment, her hand gripping the pen. She heard the teacher say, "Then, Jiang, you go ahead." A bit surprised yet composed, she began to contemplate the problem. Meanwhile, the young man beside her believed she would succeed, as this problem resembled the one he had guided her through during their previous math competition. As Jiang rose from her seat, Zhou casually remarked, "Remember to construct the function." Jiang grasped a piece of white chalk, methodically writing down her clear and lucid steps to the solution. She omitted certain intricate steps, yet still filled two boards with her work. The teacher followed her reasoning, nodding with satisfaction as she concluded with the final answer, a smile etching wrinkles of delight upon his face. "Well done. This question actually exceeds the syllabus, delving into calculus, which won TB on the college entrance exam, but our class should be acquainted with it." Upon returning to her seat, Zhou regarded her with a half-smile. "Jiang is truly clever. Zhou Laosher teaches splendidly," Jiang replied. The final class of the morning was physical education. As the teacher held the fitness assessment book, the classmates collectively wilted. "Oh no, we have the fitness test coming up. You all better take it slow." "I can't run fast," someone lamented. Chengchen retorted, "Sister, you always say to slow down, yet you run like you're being chased by a pig." Laughter erupted from the class. "That's not true," the girl mumbled. The gym teacher, a bald man with a rather comical appearance, was known for his serious demeanor. "Soon, the physical education committee will take the boys to test their pull-up abilities, while I will accompany the girls for the 800-meter run. If anyone feels unwell, please speak up promptly, though it is preferable that no one does." As we were dismissed, Zhou gently tugged at Jiang's ponytail, cautioning her not to overexert herself. Jiang turned to him and replied, "I am aware." Cheng Chun, linking arms with Jiang, inquired if she would be able to run. "Darling, isn't it that you are on your period? You shouldn't run, right?" "Yes." Cheng Chen's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Then I shall feign illness and abstain from running as well." When they approached the physical education teacher to explain their situation, the teacher's demeanor was less than accommodating. He stated, "Having your period is not an illness. What is there to prevent you from running? I advise you not to pretend to be unwell. It is best to complete the test today. Otherwise, in 2 weeks, when the weather turns cold, who will administer your tests? Do not hinder my schedule." Cheng Chun, taken aback, responded, "Teacher, you have never experienced menstruation, nor has your wife. If you can run, then run. If not, forfeit your physical education grade. That is all I have to say." Jiang tugged at Cheng Chun. "Let it be. It's not too painful today. I should be fine with a light jog." The midday sun was rather intense, blinding to the eyes. The cicadas had ceased their chorus. Yet the kapok flowers continued to bloom vibrantly behind the horizontal bar. When it was Zhou turn, he removed his school jacket. His tall stature allowed him to grasp the bar effortlessly without the need to jump or even tiptoe. In 1 minute, he completed 29 pull-ups. The sinewy lines of his arms bulged with each exertion. The physical education committee members, taken aback, nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. Shi Shuai gaped, but was swiftly silenced by Tan Xing, who pressed down on his head and chin to close his mouth. How many did you say?" "Dan Xin Chekiv. How many did you do?" "I only managed 6. "No worries. There are others who can't even get up to the bar." "I went, and brother, you look so slender. How does he possess such strength? Are you foolish? Have you forgotten how painful it was to be kicked?" After the test, Zhou donned his jacket again. Each time he put on the school uniform, he appeared somewhat more restrained. He stood outside the track, holding his phone with one hand, gazing down at it. Suddenly, a voice rang out across the playground. "Teacher, someone has fainted." Chapter 8. Disobedience. The physical education teacher's expression tightened as he swiftly approached. Several girls at the finish line gathered around, some genuinely concerned, while others merely spectators. Lying on the ground was Jiang, who had just crossed the finish line before collapsing onto the grassy track. This was her nature, always prioritizing the completion of her tasks before considering her own well-being. Cheng Chun knelt beside her, worry etched across her face. "Yang, can you still walk? Are you in pain?" Jiang shook her head. She had momentarily lost consciousness but was now fully aware, though her body felt utterly devoid of strength. Cheng Chun looked up at the onlookers and exclaimed, "Step back. You're suffocating the air around her." The physical education teacher, now alarmed, realized that something was indeed wrong. "What happened?" he inquired, nearly reaching for the girl's wrist to lift her to a cooler spot. Suddenly, someone forcefully shoved past him. A handsome, fair-faced boy entered the scene, his demeanor cold and silent. Without uttering a word, he wrapped his arms around the girl's waist and effortlessly lifted her. Under the sunlight, their figures in school uniforms stood out. Jiang's hand instinctively rested on Zhou's neck as she slowly opened her eyes in the comforting shade he provided. Her head leaned against his shoulder, inhaling the fresh scent emanating from him and admiring his long eyelashes. He carried her with ease, his stride steady, though a hint of urgency caused a slight wobble. Zhou tilted his head, the movement revealing the contours of his neck. He could distinctly sense her gentle breaths brushing against his skin, along with the presence of her soft lips nearby. A frown creased his brow. He was unaccustomed to such intimacy. However, considering the girl was currently in a vulnerable state, he chose not to hold it against her. In the past, he would have already pulled her by the neck in annoyance. Upon reaching the school infirmary, the staff inside stared in astonishment. "What happened?" they asked. "She fainted during a physical assessment due to her menstrual period," Zhou replied. The doctor approached with a stethoscope, questioning, "Why would you conduct assessments during this time?" Zhou glanced down at Jiang, who had regained her composure. "Disobedience, I suppose." She was trying to be brave. Jiang sat up, explaining. The teacher wouldn't allow a retest. At that moment, Cheng Chun and Tan Xing, two conspicuous figures, arrived. "Are you all right, Yangbao?" Cheng Chun sighed in relief upon seeing Jiang's complexion had improved from its earlier pallor. just as Jiang opened her mouth to respond. The doctor pressed on her lower abdomen, inquiring, "Does this hurt?" Jiang nodded. "It does. In fact, it hurts terribly. From now on, avoid strenuous exercise during your period. Understood? Furthermore, with the level of pain you experience each time, you should consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for some treatment. Additionally, your physical constitution seems lacking. You might be experiencing low blood sugar. It will be wise to keep a couple of candies in your pocket for emergencies." Cheng Chen's eyes lit up. "My grandfather happens to know an elderly TCM doctor. We can visit him. It won't take much time since school will be over soon." The traditional Chinese medicine clinic is not far from the school. It takes only a few minutes to reach. Nestled on a relatively new street, the establishment is permeated by the pungent aroma of herbal medicine, which is rather discomforting. Old Dr. Zhou, indeed aged, sports a pair of reading glasses and has a head of graying hair. Yet he emanates the warmth of a kindly grandfather. "Xiaochun, your grandfather asked you to find me, yet you were reluctant to come. What brings you here today?" Cheng Chun, with her playful demeanor, leaned over the table and replied with a smile, "I'm here to have a look at my friend." Dr. Zhao chuckled softly. "Come, take a seat over there." Zhou Qiyu playfully tugged at Jiang's ponytail, prompting her to comply. The boys discreetly retreated during the pulse-taking. Dr. Zhao wore a serious and somber expression, squinting his eyes and producing a mysterious sound, leaving everyone in suspense without uttering a word. Jiang, with wide eyes, worried she might be suffering from a grave illness, nervously swallowed. "Dr. Zhao, you have nothing serious. It's merely irregular menstruation, often catching a chill, and insufficient nutrition." "What is the matter?" Dr. Zhao inquired, glancing at the three young men nearby. "Which one of them is your boyfriend? Is he treating you poorly?" Zhou Qiyu, standing at the door, was smoking and hardly paid attention. Jiang felt her cheeks flush. "No, not at all." "Then you're just not eating enough meat." "Xiaochun, you come here too." Cheng Chun, with a forced smile, protested. "I think I'll pass." "Enough of that. Sit down quickly." Reluctantly, Cheng Chun complied, realizing that resisting further would only lead to trouble with her grandfather. Taking a deep breath, she settled down and extended her hand. As Dr. Zhao checked her pulse, his gaze suddenly sharpened, startling Cheng Chun into silence. She feared that her late-night escapades with inappropriate literature might be exposed. Dr. Zhao grunted, lifeless eyes, lack of spirit. "You're still so young. You should avoid staying up late. You haven't gone to bed early in over a month, have you?" Cheng Chun sheepishly grinned. Just about a month." Tan Xing found it remarkable. "Is it really that accurate?" "Grandfather, take a look at me too." He took a seat, allowing Dr. Zhao to examine him. Young people's pulses are relatively easy to read, revealing their condition at a glance. Dr. Zhao asked meaningfully, "Haven't you been restraining yourself?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Dr. Zhao met his gaze, and only then did Tan Xing realize, choking on his own saliva. "Is this a medical consultation or a fortune-telling session? How can it be so precise? What's going on?" Cheng Chun inquired, leaning closer. Tan Xing covered her mouth and pulled her outside. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. It's getting late. We should be leaving." Shi Shuai remarked. The doctor advised him to refrain from certain activities. Cheng Chun responded with a silent contemplation. Chapter 9. Spreading rumors. Personally sending you to the police station recently. Zhou Qiyu seldom frequented bars, but it was rumored that after his breakup, his WeChat was inundated with friend requests. His ex even claimed on social media that their separation was due to a third party's interference. The only person Zhou Qiyu had been seen frequently with lately was Jiang, a female companion. Moreover, yesterday he was spotted carrying her across the playground, leading many to speculate that Jiang was the alleged homewrecker. Some individuals, lurking behind their screens, began typing furiously, even tagging Jiang's affiliated middle school account in a forum post. Jiang, liking Zhou Qiyu is one thing, but unethically playing the role of mistress is altogether another matter. Jiang noticed the post but feigned ignorance. Soon after, 2 highly upvoted comments appeared beneath the post. Zhou Qiyu, delete it and apologize. You have 3 minutes. Do not compel me to trace your IP address. If you continue to spread rumors, I will personally escort you to the police station. The original poster deleted the post without a word. Eventually, Perhaps out of fear of confronting Zhou Qiyu, they conceded and posted an apology a few minutes later. Jiang pretended the incident had not occurred, diligently focusing on her mathematics competition problems. She wrote for an entire morning, alternating between math and physics, until her head felt as if it had been struck by a blow, leaving her in a daze. She rested her chin on her hand to recuperate. Zhou Qiyu had just finished a physics exam when he noticed the girl with her eyes closed, rubbing them gently. Had she exhausted herself with the problems? The playful tone in his voice was unmistakable. Jiang halted her actions and opened her eyes to meet Zhou Qiyu's gaze. "I'm just a bit tired," she said, her eyes resembling a blossoming pear flower, pure and untainted. In the next moment, 2 pieces of candy landed on her desk, grape-flavored hard candies. She heard Zhou Qiyu chuckle softly, "A remedy for your fatigue." Jiang smiled faintly, "Herr Gazeloered," and was about to turn over a test paper to continue when their homeroom teacher entered, accompanied by another girl, with a high ponytail and dimples. The newcomer radiated a bright complexion. "Everyone, please pause your activities. I would like to introduce you to a new student who has transferred to our class. I hope you will all take good care of her," the teacher said with a gentle smile directed at the girl. "Now, please introduce yourself to your classmates." "Sure," the girl replied gracefully, her voice flowing like a gentle stream. "Hello, everyone," she bowed politely. "My name is Ensnared, and I'm from Nanjing. I've come to Jing City with my parents and hope to receive your kind support." The teacher appeared quite fond of this girl, her warm smile never faltering. It seemed undeniable that being beautiful, appearing well-behaved, and having a decent family background were indeed the tickets to a favorable first impression. "Shuran, do you prefer to sit alone, or would you like to find a desk mate?" Since Shuran scanned the class, and her gaze finally settled on Jiang, she approached without hesitation and directly asked, "Classmate, you are so adorable. Would you be willing to be my desk mate?" Jiang was taken aback. Was she addressing her? How remarkably straightforward. She glanced at Zhou Qiyu, but he remained utterly composed, seemingly indifferent to the significance of the matter at hand, not even bothering to lift his gaze. It was as if it held no weight for him at all. Before she could utter a word, the homeroom teacher interjected, "This arrangement is quite suitable. The girls can look out for one another. Jiang, your chemistry skills are commendable, and you can assist Shuran." Turning to Zhou Qiyu, the teacher inquired, "Do you have any objections?" Zhou Qiyu, preoccupied with a challenging problem, only removed one earphone upon hearing his name, his attention still fixated on the exam paper. "I have no issues," he replied. In the span of a brief interlude, the seating was rearranged. Once seated together, Zhou Qiyu became the solitary figure. Since Shuran appeared quite amiable, possessing social grace, in stark contrast to Jiang's reserved, cool demeanor. She initiated conversation, producing a moderately priced handbag and extracting a lipstick, which she offered to Jiang. "This shade would suit you beautifully." Jiang turned to observe the lipstick, replying, "Thank you, but I do not wear makeup." "Ah, then what are your interests or hobbies?" "Writing mathematics." Since Shuran retracted her hand, what a unique pastime. The classroom was predominantly male, and upon the arrival of the new student, discussions about her beauty ensued. "Did you see? She's truly stunning. I heard she was even voted school beauty before joining the affiliated school. A bit of social media influencer, with 200,000 followers on Weibo. Is she really that impressive? If she cries, how many male fans will be heartbroken? Goodness, if I could date someone like her, I would give anything." Several classmates chuckled, while Ching Chun held a mirror on her desk, laughing aloud. "We'll laugh. You think you have it made? Pretending to have a life, ugly life, average life. Get lost, Chung Chun." Since Shuran, somewhat distracted, flipped through a set of papers, seeking a challenging problem, and approached Zhou Qiyu's desk. Her voice was soft yet distinct from Jiang's. "Zhou Qiyu." The boy lifted his gaze, his beautiful eyes devoid of warmth, cold as ice. "Could you help me with this problem? I'm struggling." Zhou Qiyu glanced at the question, his tone unenthusiastic. "Your desk mate can help." Taken aback by such a response, she hesitated, biting her lip and fabricated a small lie. "But she said you would." After a moment of silence, Zhou Qiyu took the paper, asking, "Can you write on the top?" "Of course." The girl beamed, naturally seating herself next to Zhou Qiyu. Noticing this, Chung Chun leaned over, Why is she asking someone else when she has a top student right beside her? Jiang remained silent, unwilling to glance at their retreating figures. Huh. If she wants to ask, I will, Cheng Chun said, placing a question on Jiang's desk. Darling, could you help me with this function transformation? After school, Jiang went to the chemistry building to organize the equipment, while Zhou Qiyu waited beneath the camphor tree outside. Dressed in a black hoodie, he leaned slightly, head bowed, one hand idly playing with his phone. Standing there without a movement, his aura alone imprinted a few words in one's mind. Cool, handsome, wild. Jiang did not wish to keep Zhou Qiyu waiting for long. She quickly tidied herself up and, upon stepping out, was confronted by an unwelcome face, Liang Zhe. He was often accompanied by a group of boys of similar disposition. Oh, isn't this our class's second best? Jiang had no intention of engaging with him, and, with her backpack adjusted, attempted to sidestep him. However, he reached out to block her path. Why the rush? It's been ages since I last saw you. I heard you've fallen for Zhou Qiyu. All this time I pursued you, and it turns out it was because of him? Jiang pushed his hand away, only to be obstructed by several boys behind him. The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with disdain. There are cameras here. And what of it? Liang Zhe inched closer, his tone laced with teasing malice. I fear nothing, except for the thought of you liking someone else. To my surprise, you truly do fancy another. What is it about Zhou Qiyu that draws you in? All you girls seem to adore him. What do I lack compared to him? You lack everything he possesses. Jiang retorted. Liang Zhe's expression darkened, and he threatened her. Jiang, I wonder how long you can maintain that defiance. Your father is still in the hospital. It seems only my aunt can perform the surgery he needs. Even if you were to summon Zhou Qiyu's grandfather, it would be futile. My aunt dotes on me. She has long since abandoned her medical career, but if I were to ask her, she'd certainly heed my request. Agree to be with me. I could arrange things for you. Jiang clenched her fists tightly, stating, I don't need your help. Well then, you got some spirit. How about you accompany me for drinks tonight? I'll treat you. Liang Zhe rested his chin on his hand and attempted to caress the girl's face once more. Jiang dodged, avoiding his touch. He despised resistance from girls and, emboldened, sought to impose his unwelcome advances. Suddenly, a languid, casual voice drifted from behind. I was wondering why you kept me waiting for so long. It seems I've been entangled with a pack of wild dogs. Liang Zhe looked up to see Zhou Qiyu leaning against the stairway, casually crossing one leg and idly toying with his phone. Let us go home. He called to Jiang, his gestures and demeanor exuding an effortless gentleness. She trotted over to him, and he turned, placing a hand on her shoulder. Wait for me downstairs. Jiang nodded, then shook her head, tilting her chin upward to meet his gaze with her earnest eyes. Please, don't get into a fight. Chapter 10. Don't provoke her. Zhou Qiyu responded to her with a gentle hum. Jiang anxiously descended the stairs, and only after she had disappeared at the staircase's entrance did Zhou Qiyu turn around. Liang Zhe, with his arms crossed, wore a face marked by disdain and arrogance, as though looking down upon a mere dog. He approached, his shorter stature becoming even more evident up close. What is the matter? Are you defending your sister? Zhou Qiyu smiled leisurely as he took out a cigarette and lit it. Incorrect. I'm merely observing how brazen the dog is. Zhou Qiyu, don't think that just because you have some connections, I won't dare to do anything to you. Zhou Qiyu leaned against the tiled wall, a black backpack slung over one shoulder. The more his tone remained calm and flippant, the more infuriating it became. You see, you're already flustered. No wonder you lost so miserably a few days ago. Liang Zhe was indeed easily provoked, for he could not tolerate anyone outshining him. He could only accept that all the girls revolved around him. Zhou Qiyu, I've long found you displeasing. Zhou Qiyu couldn't help but chuckle, raising his gaze, his expression teasing. You find me displeasing, yet you cannot surpass me. Isn't that so? Liang Zhe's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with fury, wanting to strike Zhou Qiyu. Zhou Qiyu removed the ring from his index finger and casually tossed it into the boy's mouth. He seized Liang Zhe's wrist, who threatened. There are cameras here. Do you dare to hit me? Zhou Qiyu narrowed his eyes. Oh, thank you for the reminder. He then forcefully pulled Liang Zhe to a secluded spot at the staircase's entrance and landed a punch on his face. The ring flew from the boy's mouth, its abstract, twisted patterns slicing through his lip. Zhou Qiyu had not exerted much force. It was the ring that caused the injury, not him. Disgusted, the youth looked at his hand, feeling a wave of revulsion. As Liang Zhe wobbled unsteadily, he took a wet wipe from his pocket and cleaned his hands. Zhou Qiyu was genuinely surprised that Liang Zhe's lackeys stood frozen, not daring to make a move. Liang Zhe covered his mouth with one hand while steadying himself on the staircase, railing with the other. Zhou Qiyu stood behind him, nonchalantly wiping his hands, his expression gradually returning to its usual indifference. To flirt with girls is shameless enough, but to flirt with Jiang is downright despicable. She's a member of the Zhou family. Don't provoke her unnecessarily. Just leave. Liang Zhe watched Zhou Qiyu's retreating figure downstairs, his anger causing his heart to pound heavily, quickening to an uncontrollable rhythm. He vowed that one day, Jiang would be the one seeking him out. As Zhou Qiyu descended, he noticed Jiang staring intently at the staircase entrance, clearly waiting for him. Her eyes reflected a mix of concern and impatience. With a shoulder bag slung casually and hands tucked in his pockets, he descended the stairs leisurely, unhurried. Jiang understood that no matter the gravity of the situation, he would always maintain such an indifferent demeanor. The girl scrutinized his face, neck, and hands, and Zhou Qiyu, catching the erratic glimmer in her gaze, inquired, "What are you looking at? You didn't get into a fight, did you?" Not at all. He felt no hint of guilt whatsoever. Turning to inquire, "Do you not trust me at all? Even if I were to be punished, it's not as if they would actually expel me." Jiang shook her head. "I simply wish to spare you from harm." Zhou Qiyu paused for a moment, and after a few seconds, he lightly replied, "I won't get hurt." He refrained from advising the girl to distance herself from those ruffians, for he understood that it had never been the girl's fault, nor was it something she desired. Solutions to problems must always be sought at their source, and the source is the trash, not angels. A right turn outside the school leads to a crossroads, which is the way home. This path is adorned with the vibrant purple flowers of the jacaranda trees during May and June. As they reached the entrance, a girl suddenly blocked their way. It was the beautiful girl who had recently broken up with Zhou Qiyu. She wore a baseball cap and dressed lightly for the cool autumn air. Both Zhou Qiyu and Jiang were momentarily taken aback. "So you two really are together?" the girl exclaimed. "Zhou Qiyu, how could you move on so seamlessly?" "I am not his girlfriend," Jiang clarified. "Shut up. Did I ask you?" the girl shouted at Jiang. Zhou Qiyu instinctively glanced at Jiang, then raised his eyes to the girl before him, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Why are you yelling at her? If you're so keen on watching us, why don't you come and deliver the message yourself?" With that, he moved forward. The girl followed, pleading, "Qiyu, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Jiang noticed that Zhou Qiyu continued walking without a glance back at her. She bit her lip, standing there in a daze for quite some time, yet eventually she took small, hesitant steps to follow him. Now, when alone, she often felt anxious and afraid. Jiang lingered behind them, maintaining a distance that kept her from overhearing their conversation, her gaze fixed on her own toes as she walked. Suddenly, a soft thud resonated. Something had lightly collided with her head. She stood there, momentarily stunned, pressing her forehead, only to hear a light chuckle. "I stood here to see if you would bump into me. I didn't expect you actually would. Are you not paying attention? Silly girl." Jiang looked up to meet Zhou Qiyu's eyes, which sparkled with amusement. The girl had vanished. How did you?" Zhou Qiyu found her endearing, bending down to come closer, teasing her. "What do you mean, how?" Jiang felt her breath quickening, nearly holding it all together. "It's nothing. I just thought you were going to leave me behind." Upon hearing this, the young man's thoughts momentarily halted. He straightened up and replied, "I wasn't going to. But now, I really must leave. I'll have Uncle Lu come and pick you up." "Where are you going?" Jiang inquired. "To a bar," he replied, playfully adding it. The obedient student would never go to such a place. "I'll wait here with you for a bit," she said, tugging at her backpack strap, but then added, "I want to go with you. Is that all right?" Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow, inquiring in the most casual tone, "What would you do there?" However, Jiang could discern from this statement the implication that a diligent student has no business in such places. What constitutes a good student versus a bad student? Are you truly a bad student? Can one truly be considered a bad student while consistently ranking first in the city despite frequenting bars? Those individuals are strangers to you. The underlying message of this remark suggests a reluctance, perhaps stemming from the notion that Jiang should not associate with such environments or people. He found it absurd to think that the girl might perceive him as disheveled or morally compromised in private. He acknowledged that it was foolish of him to entertain such thoughts, as he was not one to concern himself with the feelings and opinions of others. After all, isn't it because you are here? Jiang remarked. Zhou paused for a few seconds. He was not particularly virtuous himself, and the way he spoke made it seem as though he had distanced himself from bars entirely. He chuckled, indifferent. Do as you wish. Chapter 11. Only with my girlfriend. The bar, positioned not far from an upscale residential area, is situated in the heart of the city, amidst a bustling commercial district teeming with entertainment venues. The private room within the bar is spacious and immaculate, exuding an air of exclusivity that caters to the affluent, rather than the unsavory elements of society. Jiang, petite and delicate, followed closely behind Zhou, her figure nearly obscured by the boy's presence. The atmosphere within the room was somewhat raucous. Truth be told, the girl felt rather out of her element in such surroundings. There were approximately 5 or 6 individuals present, including 2 young women, all of whom appear to be affluent and stylish, embodying the essence of the elite socialite lifestyle. You're late again, buddy. We've already had a round, one of the boys remarked. Jiang tugged gently at Zhou's sleeve, saying softly, I won't disturb you. I'll wait over there. She gestured towards an empty seat on the opposite side of the room, her voice tender and gentle. Please drink a little less. Once again, she was looking out for him. Zhou chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang pursed her lips and obediently moved to the other side, clutching her backpack. One of the boys noticed her and inquired of Zhou. Chiyu, is this your new girlfriend? Not quite, Zhou replied, settling into the sofa with an air of fatigue. He lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke languidly as he remarked, she's a classmate, and also the good girl that old Master Zhou has taken a liking to. I can see that, the boy commented, casting a glance at the girl. She had already opened her backpack and was diligently working on her homework amidst the cacophony. Someone flicked ash from their cigarette and mused, it's truly astonishing. How could someone so dull be in the company of those wild and cool guys? By the way, why does your grandfather like her so much? Does liking someone require a reason? Why not ask him yourself? Jin Changyan was also present, having consumed several drinks, yet he still recalled Jiang. The streetlights had been dim that night, obscuring his view, but under the current illumination, he could clearly see the girl's features. She was fair-skinned, and compared to Zhou's previous partners, she certainly wasn't the most striking. Perhaps she lacked a bit of allure and individuality, yet she was undeniably beautiful, quietly working away like a delicate white flower. He couldn't quite comprehend why Zhou would bring such a studious girl to a bar. Sometimes, he truly struggled to understand the appeal of a diligent student. Zhou chuckled. It's perfectly fine. They wouldn't understand someone like you, who flunks academics, yet revels in a life of indulgence. Damn. Jin Changyan laughed at Zhou's remark, tossing a handful of cards onto the table, gesturing. Let us play a round. Zhou played somewhat inattentively, losing a round, much to the delight of his friends. A boy clad in a black leather jacket clapped his hands. All right, truth or dare? Zhou extinguished his cigarette and replied, truth. The boy chuckled. I thought you might choose dare, which would have been perfect for Shui Ran to kiss you. Among the women present, one was indeed named Shui Ran. Having pursued Zhou, he rejected the advances due to the awkwardness of being with a female friend of his companions. Indeed, Zhou had no female friends in private. Gatherings typically featured the acquaintances of his friends. When he heard this, Zhou was not surprised, as they often jested in such a manner. I'm not as frivolous as you, he remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Intimate matters are reserved solely for my girlfriend. Come now. Have you ever even held hands with any of those girlfriends of yours? It seems rather insincere, a male companion retorted, turning to tease Shui Ran, saying, look, our esteemed Zhou is not inclined to play with you. The girl, dressed in a short skirt and black stockings, wore a pair of knee-high boots. A gentleman, not known to her, gallantly draped his coat over her thighs. I was going to say I would like to play, but perhaps I have overthought it. After the playful banter, the male friend continued. Since that's the case, let us pose a truth for Qiyu. Very well, the girl said, taking her glass and positioning herself next to Zhou Qiyu, close, yet maintaining a respectful distance. Her gaze wandered to the other side, observing Jiang as she concentrated on a challenging problem. The girl acknowledged that although Jiang appeared rather unremarkable, her allure and poise were distinctly different, possessing an intriguing charm. Turning back to Zhou Qiyu, she gently clinked her glass against his and inquired, truthfully, "Who do you think is more beautiful, me or that girl?" Upon hearing this, the other boys turned their attention towards them. Jiang, engrossed in a complex question, sensed the weight of their gazes and slowly lifted her head, only to find them staring at her, including the girl sitting next to Zhou Qiyu. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she lowered her head again, her fingers tightening around her pen. Zhou Qiyu, casting his eyes down, casually remarked, "Let us change the question." "Change it to what?" "To something more respectful." "Is this question disrespectful?" "I don't see it that way," the girl replied. "Perhaps our perspectives differ," he said languidly. "I don't believe comparing two girls is an act of respect." "Am I not included in this comparison?" Zhou Qiyu added. "I never claimed that you were the one lacking respect." The girl averted her gaze, falling silent. Listening to the exchange, Jin Changyin felt that since they were all friends, there was no need for tension. He took it upon himself to alleviate the awkwardness, saying, "Enough of this. Let us keep the game lighthearted and not involve outsiders. I'll step out for a moment. You all continue." As Jin Changyin exited the private room, he spotted a passing waitress and called her over. A frequent patron of the bar, the waitress recognized him. "What can I do for you, young Master Jin?" Observing the glass of plain water she carried, Jin Changyin said, "Please bring me a fruit wine and some desserts to send to the girl sitting alone inside." Chapter 12. Can I bathe independently? Earlier, a waiter had inquired if Jiang desired a drink. After all, the girl was accompanied by several young gentlemen from the capital, and it was only customary to extend such pleasantries. There was little to lose in doing so. When she requested plain water, the waiter was somewhat taken aback. Who orders plain water at a bar? However, as the waiter turned to leave, she suddenly changed her mind, expressing a desire for a drink with a lower alcohol content. Jiang instinctively glanced towards Zhou Qiyu. Unfortunately, every time she hoped for a reciprocating glance, it merely brushed past the boy who occasionally cast his gaze in her direction. She observed Zhou Qiyu as he consumed drink after drink, noting that the girls beside him were also indulging in considerable quantities of alcohol. She caught sight of him rolling up the sleeve of his sweatshirt, revealing an abstract tattoo of English letters. It was her first visit to a bar. She had never tasted alcohol and was oblivious to the sensations of inebriation. She had never donned high heels favored by the girls around Zhou Qiyu, nor had she adorned herself with heavy makeup or styled her hair with such meticulous flair. Was this the reason he had never noticed her all this time? When the waiter placed the drinks and snacks before her, she politely expressed her gratitude. She cautiously sampled the vibrant fruit cocktails, only to discover that she did not relish the taste of alcohol at all. Even these low-alcohol beverages were unpalatable to her. Nevertheless, she consumed them all. As Zhou Qiyu glanced her way, she was still awkwardly attempting to fit into his world, her naivete evident. Observing her increasingly dazed expression, Zhou Qiyu sensed something was amiss. Squinting slightly, he approached her. Upon closer inspection, he noted the empty glasses in front of her. "You've been drinking, Jiang?" The girl, in a state of confusion, failed to grasp what Zhou Qiyu had asked. Zhou Qiyu pressed. "Who encouraged you to drink?" "It was my choice. The drinks are low in alcohol, akin to beverages." Jin Changyin interjected. Zhou Qiyu shot him a sidelong glance before retrieving Jiang's test paper and placing it into her backpack, helping her to her feet. "Just don't bully her again," he stated calmly. Jin Changyin chuckled. "She is quite charming like this." Zhou Qiyu replied, "I am not jesting." "Understood. I didn't realize she would become tipsy so swiftly." Jiang lowered her head obediently, adjusting her backpack. "I requested the drink myself. It wasn't his doing." Zhou Qiyu remained silent, taking hold of her wrist as they departed. "Go ahead and have fun," He called back to the others as he led her out of the private room. Once outside, a friend turned to Jiang Changyan, inquiring about the situation. Jiang Changyan waved his hand dismissively. No idea. But it's clear to me that Qiyu treats her better than any of his ex-girlfriends. As Zhou Qiyu held Jiang Jiang's wrist, he walked briskly, his long legs covering ground quickly, necessitating that she match his pace. Finally, she tugged at his wrist with her other hand, signaling him to slow down. You're too fast. I can barely keep up. Zhou Qiyu responded with a questioning look. He paused, releasing Jiang Jiang's hand, and observed her leisurely. The girl pressed her lips together, her cheeks flushed with the effects of alcohol, emanating an adorable charm that tempted one to pinch her cheeks. Zhou Qiyu was a proponent of the principle of unity between knowledge and action. He believed in the connection between thought and deed. Hence, he couldn't resist the urge to reach out and gently pinch the girl's face, inquiring what she intended to do. Jiang Jiang made no effort to resist, pouting in a rather aggrieved manner as she remarked, "You walk so unsteadily. It makes me dizzy. I feel like I might vomit." Zhou Qiyu chuckled, responding, "Who told you to drink? You deserve to feel unwell." He spoke with a teasing tone, playfully tugging at the strap of her backpack. Jiang Jiang remained still. Zhou Qiyu turned away, contemplating how he had never encountered anyone quite like her. It was somewhat perplexing. Why was she so dazed? The girl tugged at his sleeve, tilting her round head as she said, "I haven't paid yet." Zhou Qiyu sighed, without uttering another word. He closed his eyes and, gripping the nape of her neck, led her out of the bar. "You've paid, you silly girl." After a moment, the girl, whose reflexes were particularly slow after drinking, began to express her discontent once more. "Stop calling me silly." She was not foolish. It was unclear how this statement sounded so much like a playful pout. Zhou Qiyu rarely got drunk. He was accustomed to alcohol, and unless it caused him stomach pain, he remained lucid enough to tackle a couple of math problems. However, Jiang Jiang was different. Even fruit wine rendered her foolish. On the way home, she nestled in the corner of the back seat, stubbornly refusing to sit too close to Zhou Qiyu. He chose not to engage with her, primarily concerned that this foolish girl might lose her balance and tumble out during a sudden stop. Fortunately, that did not occur. As night enveloped the sky, Jiang Jiang exited the car, staggering slightly as she followed Zhou Qiyu into the villa. On the verge of losing her balance, she quickly grasped the sleeve of the young man beside her, offering an apology. "Sorry about that." Zhou Qiyu found her pace too slow and took the initiative to support her arm as they walked. Upon noticing their return, the housekeeper approached them, inquiring, "Young master, you've returned. Shall I heat up the meal?" Zhou Qiyu, lacking an appetite, glanced at the slender girl beside him, who seemed to weigh no more than 2 taels, and instructed the housekeeper, "Prepare a bowl of honey water as well." Of course, the housekeeper acknowledged before departing, leaving Zhou Qiyu contemplating how to swiftly escort Jiang Jiang to her room. To his surprise, she pulled her hand away, asserting, "I can walk by myself. No need to trouble you." Zhou Qiyu, feeling exasperated, stood on the steps and replied, "Very well, then walk on your own." Jiang Jiang turned away, taking a few steps independently. However, her unsteady footing caused her to stumble. Zhou Qiyu stayed close behind, instinctively catching her waist and securely holding her in his embrace. "Still want to walk on your own?" Jiang Jiang fell silent. Zhou Qiyu could count the number of times he had entered Jiang Jiang's room on one hand. He gently placed her on the bed and stood before her, asking, "Can you manage to take a shower by yourself?" Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Was he suggesting that if she couldn't manage, he would assist her? "Of course I can," she replied. "I just feel a little dizzy." Zhou Qiyu responded with a faint acknowledgement before turning to depart. Jiang Jiang, her mind clouded by the influence of alcohol, called out his name, "Zhou Qiyu." She was unaware of her own thoughts as she impulsively grasped the young man's hand. It was their hands, a rare and intimate connection. The melancholic blues of her emotions were disrupted by the warm tones of the alcohol, and in that fleeting moment of contact, both their hands trembled gently. The girl tilted her head upward, while the boy looked down in confusion. Under the glow of the overhead light, their gazes met. The girl, already soft and sweet in demeanor, became even more delicate under the effects of intoxication. "Why can all the other girls adore you, yet you say I cannot?" She pondered. Is it because I am different from them? Chapter 13. Do you like me? Zhou Qiyu fell silent for a moment before offering a nonchalant smile. Jiang, are you confessing your feelings for me? Do you like me? The youth showed no signs of evasion. After all, it is often the one who harbors feelings first who feels shy in a relationship. Yet he remained unfazed. Upon hearing his words, Jiang suddenly realized the implication of her earlier question. A wave of confusion washed over her, and her averted gaze only added to her charm. Despite her attempts to appear composed, I merely wanted to inquire, she stammered. Previously, when a classmate publicly read aloud from her notebook, which bore Zhou Qiyu's name, he had clearly heard but chose never to mention it. His indifference to her affections was palpable. Zhou Qiyu retracted his smile and countered. Do you wish to be like them? The girl pondered for a moment but remained silent. To be honest, she had observed from various corners, never feeling that Zhou Qiyu was particularly invested in his former girlfriends. They hardly even resembled friends to her. She presumed she was merely overanalyzing, falling into self-deception. Why? Because she too was a coward, too timid to voice her feelings, relying instead on the excuse of inebriation to speak her mind. Are your feelings for those girls sincere? He asked lightly, avoiding her gaze. She believed they were not. Jiang decided to pose a bolder question. If you consider dating to be casual, why is it acceptable for them, but not for me? Do you see me merely as a little sister? I have never stated anything was off limits. In matters of the heart, it is solely about compatibility. He leaned closer, peering intently into her eyes. Are you asking these questions because you wish to date me? Jiang felt her cheeks flush, her hands tightly gripping the bed sheets as she averted his penetrating gaze. I was joking. What if I were serious? Would you like to date me, Jiang? The girl's breath quickened considerably, and she struggled to maintain her composure. She swallowed hard, leaped off the bed, and fled in a flurry. I'm going to take a shower. Zhou Qiyu chuckled at her retreat. Coward. He had merely been teasing her. Returning to his room, he turned on the speakers and played a few songs that resonated with his personality and taste, contemporary Western music. After a shower, he sat at his desk to tackle a couple of complex problems. Once completed, he felt the urge for a cigarette but discovered he was out. Changing his clothes, he decided to head out to buy a pack. It was still early. The supermarket had yet to close. He casually picked up his usual brand and paid via WeChat. The shopkeeper appeared somewhat lethargic, resembling someone who had just awakened or someone eager for an early bedtime, occasionally stifling a cough. Upon returning home with his cigarettes, he passed through the living room where a reporter was broadcasting a news segment. Recently, multiple patients exhibiting prominent flu symptoms have emerged in Jiangqiao District, Beijing. Due to the urgency of the situation, they have been sent to the hospital for treatment. Zhou Qiyu found the noise bothersome and promptly switched off the television. The following morning, as was her custom, Jiang rose early. Upon awakening, her mind felt somewhat foggy. After freshening up, she sat at the dining table, consuming the breakfast prepared by her aunt, while reflecting on her audacious remarks from the previous night. She felt as if her shell had shattered, leaving her embarrassed and unsure of where to hide. Now fully alert, she found it hard to fathom how she could have posed such a question. Distracted by her thoughts, she waited for Zhou Qiyu to come downstairs, but he remained absent for quite some time. With time slipping away, she grew anxious about being late and hurried upstairs to knock on Zhou Qiyu's door. Are you awake? She inquired, and as soon as her words left her lips, the door swung open unexpectedly, startling her into taking a step back. I am awake, Zhou Qiyu replied with an air of indifference. Jiang nodded. Then you should come down and eat something. Later, the driver took them to school, where Zhou Qiyu kept his eyes closed throughout the car ride, seemingly reluctant to engage in conversation. Jiang, sensitive by nature, worried that her words from the previous night might have upset him. Thus, she felt compelled to clarify. I was a bit out of sorts last night. Please don't take my words to heart. A shaft of sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a golden glow upon the young man's profile, his head slightly tilted back, radiant in the light. Jiang heard his nonchalant response. How could I possibly take such words seriously? The two entered the classroom almost simultaneously. Sin Shuruan, seated at her desk, was preoccupied with her mirror until she caught sight of them. Once Jiang settled into her seat, Zhou inquired. Jiang, do you live very close to Zhou? We live together, Jiang replied. Zhou paused, her eyes widening. You live together? The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. You must be quite familiar with him then. Could you please ask him to accept my friend request on WeChat? Jiang responded honestly. He doesn't add people he doesn't know. If you need to talk to him, you can do so yourself. The girl was hardly being subtle. It was clear to Jiang that Zhou had an interest in Zhou. She had suspected as much since Zhou had suggested she be her desk mate. Zhou was well-liked, and since her arrival at the affiliated school, it was evident that many had been drawn to her charm. After all, who wouldn't want to be close to such a beautiful and graceful girl? Class began, and the physics teacher asked the students to retrieve their weekly test papers from the previous week, simultaneously praising Zhou for achieving a perfect score once again. I glanced at Zhou's paper yesterday and noted his unique problem-solving approach, the teacher remarked, scanning the room. Where is Zhou? Come and collect your paper. No one responded. Jiang instinctively glanced towards Zhou's seat, where he lay with his head resting on the desk, asleep. Tan Xing, lazily reclining in his chair, raised his hand and said, Teacher, your top student is right there. The physics teacher, upon noticing the boy's stillness, shook his head affectionately and placed the paper on his desk, choosing not to wake him, unwilling to disturb his slumber. As the day progressed, Zhou exhibited a distinct lack of interest in class. At this stage in their third year, a student with a solid foundation like him hardly needed to pay attention. However, his usual casual demeanor was notably absent today. He appeared particularly fatigued and weary. Upon returning home in the evening, he hardly touched his meal and, after retreating to his room, did not emerge again. Jiang chose not to disturb him directly. Instead, she took out her phone and sent him a WeChat message. Why? Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Chapter 14. The only girl accompanying him, the girl, while waiting for news. Always hoped for a prompt response from him. However, it was not until the morning that she saw Zhou's belated reply. At 5 a.m, Zhou sent her a message. Have Uncle Zhou take you to school. Don't wait for me. Jiang stared blankly at her phone screen, glancing at Zhou's closed door, then typed, Are you all right? Zhou did not respond. She shouldered her backpack and headed to school alone. In the dimly lit room, the youth felt a slight headache. He rose from his bed to pour himself a glass of water. For some reason, he sensed a foggy consciousness and struggled to breathe. He paused for a moment, furrowed his brow, and made his way downstairs, where the driver took Jiang to school. The youth pressed his forehead, forcing himself to stay upright, drowsily summoned a taxi to the hospital. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang took out her phone to check WeChat. There were no notifications or replies. Zhou noticed Zhou's empty seat and inquired, Is Zhou not coming with you today? He took a leave, she replied. What's wrong with him? Why'd he take leave? I'm not sure, Jiang said, her brow furrowing with unease. After the class commenced, she realized several students were absent that day. Just then, during the large break, the grade director made an announcement over the loudspeaker. Good morning, teachers and students. This morning, the school received an urgent notice regarding a surge in influenza cases, specifically a virulent strain that can cause hallucinations and persistent high fevers. To ensure that our senior students can take their exams smoothly, we urge anyone feeling unwell to report immediately. No concealment is permitted. That concludes the announcement. Please continue your studies in silence. As the announcement ended, murmurs spread through the classroom. This flu won't be fatal, will it? My mom's a nurse. She told me about it last night. It seems quite serious. Several people have already been admitted to intensive care. I don't know if it's deadly, but its transmission rate is alarmingly high. Oh my God, please don't let me catch it. I haven't even been accepted to normal university yet. Jiang stared at the empty seat, lost in thought. By the 5th period, shortly after the bell rang, a classmate burst into the room, shouting, Another person has been sent to the hospital. The next moment, the loudspeaker made another announcement. Students, due to the rising number of classmates hospitalized with influenza, to reduce transmission rates, we will be adjusting class schedules. Please return home for observation and ensure you wear masks when returning to school tomorrow. What class is this? It's probably math. Yes. After the urgent notification, Jiang quickly took a taxi home. She was in no mood. Still carrying her backpack, she knocked on Zhou Qiyu's door. Zhou Qiyu, are you feeling any better? No one answered. She took out her phone to call him, but the call did not connect. The housekeeper stood downstairs, observing Jiang's silhouette, and asked, Jiang, are you looking for the young master? He left quite early today. Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Where had he gone? This remained unclear to her. Half an hour later, she ventured alone to the hospital, a place she was all too familiar with, having once been the battleground where her parents valiantly fought to save lives. Upon reaching the second floor, she approached a nurse at the respiratory department's reception and inquired, Excuse me, has a boy named Zhou Qiyu checked in? The nurse, recalling the strikingly handsome youth, confirmed that he had indeed been admitted to the inpatient department. Thank you, Jiang replied. As she turned to leave, the nurse called out to her, Wait, young lady. The nurse handed her a mask, cautioning, With the flu prevalent, it's best you wear this. Thank you, Jiang said gratefully. Upon arriving at the inpatient department, she was asked to register her information. What is your relationship to the patient? After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, I'm a family member. Very well, you may proceed. The staff member responded. Following the room number, she soon found herself in an upscale ward. The door was closed, and, as she gently pushed it open, the boy lying on the bed with his eyes shut suddenly opened them. He turned his head to glance at her. Jiang noticed that his complexion was somewhat pale. His naturally fair skin appeared even more ghostly without the hint of color. If one were to overlook his indifferent gaze, he seemed rather endearing. What are you doing here? Leave, he commanded, his tone a bit harsh. However, Jiang ignored him, closing the door behind her and slowly approaching. Are you deaf, Jiang? Zhou Qiyu's voice grew firmer, and she recognized his irritation, quite evident. I can hear you, she replied, aware that he was concerned about the possibility of contagion. Resigned to the circumstances, he reluctantly donned the unopened mask from the bedside table. Leaning back against the bed, he fixed his gaze on her and asked, Do you have any idea how perilous it is in the hospital right now? Someone passed away from this illness this morning. Jiang's long lashes fluttered as she lowered her eyes to the injection site on Zhou Qiyu's hand. It's dangerous outside, too, she said in a light-hearted tone, mimicking Zhou Qiyu's usual nonchalant demeanor, as it all seemed rather similar. Zhou Qiyu squinted, feeling helpless against her demeanor. He coughed a few times before asking, How did you know I was in the hospital? I guessed, Jiang replied. You looked off yesterday. I'm not foolish. She placed her backpack on the nearby sofa and casually asked, Have you informed your parents? There's no need, he stated. Jiang bit her lip, but you're unwell. If something happens, what will you do alone? He bore the burden of headaches, fevers, and hallucinations all on his own, and even coming to the hospital had been a solitary endeavor. He truly had no habit of confiding in others. It was precisely this habit that made him appear as though he needed no companionship. Zhou Qiyu chuckled softly, retrieving his phone as if to validate a conclusion he had already anticipated. He dialed his mother's number and switched to speakerphone. He casually tossed his phone onto the blanket, and it landed right in front of the girl. Half a minute later, a mechanical voice emanated from the device. Hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. So, do you think it was necessary to make that call? A faint smile, tinged with self-mockery and nonchalance, graced Zhou Qiyu's lips. Perhaps the aunt was busy, or maybe, never mind. Jiang, sensing Zhou Qiyu's mood, shifted the conversation, saying, I heard the nurse mention that you should rest more. If you're tired, you should take a nap. As dusk approached, a golden ray of light streamed through the window, seemingly captivated by the exuberance, shyness, and sincerity of youthful 17-year-olds. Gently, it fell upon the boy and the girl. The girl remained unaware that the boy, who stood at the pinnacle of admiration and pursuit, was, in truth, just a person. At that moment, he declared that he did not need anyone's insincere concern. Could it be that he truly did not need it? The boy himself had not anticipated that. While he dismissed these bothersome emotions, the only companion by his side was, in fact, the girl before him. Chapter 15. Is There Not Me? Zhou Qiyu had been hospitalized for 2 days, during which he suffered from a persistent high fever. Despite feeling quite unwell, experiencing dizziness and pain, Jiang did not perceive his frailty or discomfort at all. He appeared unfazed, albeit slightly more aloof than usual. The doctor remarked that Zhou had a robust constitution, youthful vigor, and that this ailment posed little threat to his health. He would soon recover, now merely awaiting the fever to subside. The young man was unaware of how long he had been asleep, but upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the girl quietly dozing at his bedside. She had fallen asleep in such a manner that her mask was not properly adjusted. Back when they were classmates, he had never witnessed Jiang succumb to sleepiness. This was his first encounter with such a sight, and he found it rather enchanting. It felt distinctly different. No one had ever genuinely cared for him to the extent of remaining so close at hand. His parents' marriage was merely a union of political and commercial convenience. He had witnessed the quarrels and betrayals of his elders, his mother's endurance, and his father returning to their grand villa with another woman, while his mother alighted from another man's car. It was often said that a young master born into such a prominent circle would inherit power, yet discovering that both his parents had affairs rendered his existence utterly meaningless. Now, with their divorce, they had only released their ties to mutual benefit after enduring to this age, making it seem as if it had never involved him at all. Zhou's long eyelashes fluttered as he gazed at the girl nestled at his side, her adorable visage prompting him to extend a hand to shield her from the glaring morning light streaming through the window. In an unexpected turn of nature, new buds had sprouted on the trees of autumn. The girl coughed softly in her sleep, causing a slight frown to crease Zhou's brow as he gently adjusted the metal frame of her mask. This action roused Jiang from her slumber. Upon waking, she resembled a bewildered kitten, her eyes not yet fully open. She instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes from the intense daylight. When she lowered it, she discovered Zhou was awake. Without thinking, she reached out to touch his forehead, but was effortlessly restrained by his grip on her wrist. "What are you doing?" Jiang asked, momentarily taken aback, her lips pressed together as she met Zhou's gaze. "I just wanted to check if your fever has subsided." Releasing her, Zhou replied coolly, no longer feverish. "That's good. Does your head still ache? Are you still feeling dizzy? Are you hungry? If the hospital food doesn't suit your taste, I can go out and fetch you breakfast. What would you like to eat?" At that moment, her thoughts were solely focused on him, neglecting her own well-being, her sleep, the numbness in her hand, and her hunger. Every word and motion was an expression of her concern for him. Zhou remained silent for a couple of seconds before responding, "I'm fine." Suddenly, his phone lit up at the bedside, indicating an incoming call from his mother. The device had been on silent, and upon seeing the caller's name, Zhou's expression turned cold as he picked up the phone, answered it, and carelessly tossed it onto the bed. "Hello, Mom. Chiyu, did you call me yesterday for a reason?" "Yesterday, my mother was overwhelmed with work and did not check her phone." Jiang remained silent, seated at the edge of the bed, listening to their conversation. Zhou lazily leaned against the headboard, tilting his head to gaze out at the now yellowing parasol trees. "It's nothing." "Wrong number," the young man said lightly. He was accustomed to this. It was the truth. After a brief moment of silence from the other end, she genuinely believed it was merely a misdial. Jiang heard Zhou's mother's rational and cool voice. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. The flu is severe lately. Take good care of yourself." Zhou's expression remained impassive as he replied, "You go ahead." Just as he prepared to end the call, the other party hung up even quicker. Jiang remained silent, observing the sunlight illuminating the boy's face. His usually dark and profound eyes had transformed into a light brown hue at that moment, quite striking. Along with his soft, tousled hair, he appeared extraordinarily unique. Jiang pondered whether he was feigning nonchalance. Nonetheless, upon hearing his light chuckle as he playfully remarked, "Did you hear that? Quite amusing, isn't it?" She was aware that he was nearly discharged, yet his mother had just reminded him to take care of himself. He sighed with a smile. "You're going to laugh at me, huh?" The girl lowered her head. "What would I laugh at?" She managed a faint smile. "I no longer have a single relative who can talk to me." Zhou lifted his gaze, locking onto her somber eyes, teasingly stating, "Aren't you treating me like a brother?" He chuckled. "It's not so bad, right? You still have me." Jiang seemed to have mastered the art of banter, as if she had learned to wield a fishing hook. With her round, glistening eyes, she replied, "Then what is there for you to be laughed at?" Am I not the one by your side? Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow, momentarily captivated by her words. Well done, he chuckled, lowering his head. Jiang had taken 2 days off, coinciding with the commencement of the training camp for competitive mathematics, which she was unable to attend, so she opted not to go. The training camp was expected to last for 2 weeks, culminating in preliminary rounds thereafter. During these days, she visited her father multiple times. After completing the discharge procedures, it was evening. Jiang, under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, asked Zhou Qiyu to wait for her outside the hospital. A female doctor arrived at the outpatient department, waiting for her in the hospital's central garden. Dr. 1, Jiang called as she approached. The doctor handed her the prescribed medication and gently stroked her head. You've lost weight again. Jiang tilted her head and replied, That's just your illusion. I appreciate your care for my father. Director Jiang is my senior. It's no trouble at all, the woman said. But remember, this medication should not be overconsumed. She patted Jiang's shoulder. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me. Jiang nodded. Before meeting Zhou Qiyu, she walked while opening a new bottle of medicine, taking a pill and chewing it immediately. A bitter taste began to spread in her mouth, a numbing bitterness. She placed the medicine into her backpack and, upon reaching the door, beheld Zhou Qiyu's tall figure standing before the glass entrance. A breeze wafted outside. Is it cold? She inquired. What do you think? Zhou Qiyu raised his hand and gently pinched her cheeks, allowing her to feel the warmth of his fingertips. It was undeniably warm. Yet, the girl appeared dazed, devoid of any emotion, her complexion decidedly poor. Zhou Qiyu gazed at her, calling her name Jiang. Is something wrong? She lifted her eyes to meet the boy's face. I want to eat cake. Go buy me some. Not far from the hospital entrance, a dessert shop had recently opened. Jiang glanced around and spotted the elegantly adorned establishment. Do you have a specific flavor in mind? Zhou Qiyu revealed his phone, displaying the payment code, and said, Grape flavor. The password is 1105. Jiang accepted his phone, replying, All right, wait for me. Good girl, he remarked, sensing a feeling akin to bullying her until she would only cry. He watched as Jiang's petite figure navigated beneath the streetlights, eventually returning with a small cake in hand. Here's the cake you wanted, Jiang offered. Zhou Qiyu did not take it, instead saying, It's a gift for you. Your complexion is so poor. I wouldn't want you to faint from low blood sugar right at the hospital entrance. Chapter 16. Look out, sister, later. The sweetness of that cake truly overshadowed the bitterness of the medication in her mouth. The girl's room was bright, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. In her hand, she held a photocopy bearing the details of 3 individuals, Zhou Xian, Zhou Ningyao, and Jiang. Beneath their names, an entire article in English unfolded. In 1996, Professor Zhou Xian, accompanied by his outstanding students Zhou Ningyao and Jiang, embarked on a scholarly exchange in medicine at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. By September 1997, their laboratory group discovered a novel type of cell, creating a sensation worldwide. Both Zhou Xian and his students, Zhou Ningyao and Jiang, rapidly ascended to prominence within the medical community. After completing his studies, Jiang chose to return home to heal and save lives, while Zhou Ningyao opted to work in a hospital abroad. The accolades Jiang received were well known throughout the medical field, yet few were aware that during that groundbreaking experiment, which captivated the entire medical world, he had suffered a backlash from toxic cells, leaving him with lasting afflictions. The laboratory where the 3 collaborated was connected to Zhou Qiyu's grandfather and uncle, and also to Jiang's father. Yet, why was it only one individual who encountered peril? Jiang gazed calmly at the article. It had been too long, and those unspeakable truths had vanished like the hospital explosion incident from years past. She set the article down, her gaze gradually becoming unfocused as she stared at the cake adorned with grape pulp. As the weather grew cooler in the capital, Jiang still observed Zhou Qiyu sipping iced water and iced coffee, despite just recovering from a cold. While fetching hot water, she also filled a cup for him and placed it on his desk as she passed. It's getting chilly. You should drink some warm water. Less iced drinks, she suggested. Zhou Qiyu's gaze fell upon the steaming cup of warm water. Though he truly disliked it, he nonetheless acquiesced in the girl's presence. After that, he barely touched his iced Americano, having consumed less than a third of it. As she was about to leave, he called out to her, "The old man is back in the country. Let us return home for dinner tonight." Jiang paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. During the last self-study session of the morning, the school organized a meeting for all senior students in the auditorium, marking the second citywide mobilization before the unified mock examination. The school leaders summarized the results of the previous mock exam, though few in the audience appeared to be paying attention. Some were having fun, while others were diligently studying. When outstanding students took to the stage to speak, heads began to lift. Jiang had an English vocabulary book resting on her lap. She was deeply engrossed in her studies, oblivious to her surroundings, until a candy fell onto her book, startling her into raising her head. She caught a glimpse of a youth with a rebellious stride, and when he turned to glance at her, his expression was one of unrestrained exuberance. He even tilted his head and smiled at her, a mix of pride and mischief dancing in his eyes. However, once on stage, he adopted an appearance of compliance. Jiang unwrapped the candy, placing it in her mouth, and a burst of grape sweetness instantly enveloped her senses. Beside her, Chun, dozing off, caught sight of the scene and, with a look of bewilderment, approached Jiang like a detective, inquiring, "Is there something going on between you two?" Jiang, unperturbed, flipped a page of her vocabulary book and replied, "He said that if I surpassed him in exams, he would agree to be with me." Chun-Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice rising several decibels. "Is that for real?" Jiang chuckled. "Of course it's not true. Don't jump to conclusions, Chun. We have nothing going on. Yet, even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Considering their academic performance, perhaps their homeroom teacher would even celebrate with fireworks." The afternoon consisted of 3 periods of self-study. Shuai, reluctant to carry his homework home, snatched Tanxing's work to copy. Tanxing's handwriting was notoriously messy, small, and chaotic, so much so that Shuai wished for a magnifying glass to decipher it. When he encountered an unfamiliar formula, he scrawled over it hurriedly, adding a remark, "Dude, your handwriting is atrocious." Tanxing, packing his bag, glanced at Shuai's handwriting and scoffed. "Shuai, can you not spout nonsense? This is ugly. I think you become so accustomed to typing that you've forgotten how to write properly." Eventually, Shuai, too lazy to copy the last major question, returned the assignment to Tanxing. Fine, take it back. I've copied enough." Jiang moved at a slower pace, her meticulous nature evident in her actions. However, Zhou was quite the opposite. Standing at the door, he urged her, "Are you done yet?" As she tidied her desk, she assured him, "I'm almost done." Once outside the classroom, they descended the staircase side by side. Zhou noticed the girl's bulging backpack and, with his long fingers, lifted it to gauge its weight. Indeed, it was rather hefty. With a smirk, he remarked, "Aren't you bothered by how heavy that is?" The girl, speaking in a sweet tone, replied, "It's not heavy." She had meticulously planned out everything she needed to carry and organize each day. Suddenly, Zhou removed the shoulder strap of Jiang's backpack. She looked at him, perplexed. "What is going on?" He did not answer her directly, instead nodding ahead to remind her, "Watch where you're going, little sister." He couldn't resist teasing her further, remarking with a chuckle, "No wonder you are not growing taller." Chapter 17. This is quite enough to keep me busy. Jiang found herself unwilling to counter him, for he always had a reason to silence her. The old residence of the Zhou family was not far away. That affluent area housed nearly all the elite of the capital. It was also the very Zhou family Jiang had been brought back to initially. The memories lingered vividly in her mind, yet after years of living with Zhou, she had not returned to this expansive manor for quite some time. As Zhou ushered Jiang through the entrance, they found Zhou seated on the sofa, sipping tea, with Zhou Ningyao, who had returned with him, accompanying him, and there was his daughter, Shuran. Jiang froze. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou turned his head. "Qiyu and Jiang have returned? Come sit with your grandfather." Zhou wore a stoic expression, as though dining here was akin to completing an obligatory task. Jiang did not immediately glance at Shuran, but instead met Zhou Ningyao's gaze. She greeted him politely, "Grandfather." Zhou Xen smiled indulgently, gesturing toward Zhou Ningyao. "This is your uncle, who has been abroad for quite some time." The girl obediently acknowledged him, calling him uncle. Zhou Ningyao smiled back and inquired of Zhou Xen, "So this is Jiang Yi's daughter?" The elder nodded. "Indeed, a well-behaved girl whom I dote on." He then turned to Zhou Qiyu and asked, "You haven't bullied your sister, have you?" Zhou Qiyu chuckled. "How could I dare to bully her? She is a little girl who cries at the slightest pinch." He raised an eyebrow and turned to Jiang. "Did I bully you, sister?" Jiang pursed her lips. "No, you didn't." Zhou Qiyu waved his hand dismissively towards the elder. Since Shuran sat beside her father, feeling like an outsider, unable to interject. It was only when her father mentioned her that she spoke. "I heard Shuran say she just transferred to the affiliated school, and now she is in the same class as Qiyu and Jiang." Since Shuran smiled sweetly, taking the initiative to greet Zhou Qiyu and Jiang. "Qiyu, Gij, Jiang. What coincidence." She added, "Jiang is still my desk mate. I often ask her and Qiyu Gij for help with the problems I struggle with." Since Shuran had been born shortly before Zhou Ningyao divorced his wife, who retained custody. Thus, she bore her mother's surname and grew up in Nanjing. She dared to openly express her intentions toward Zhou Qiyu because she knew Zhou Ningyao was merely an adopted child of Zhou Xen, while Zhou Qiyu's father, Zhou Ningli, was the true heir of the Zhou family. Hearing the girl call him Gij repeatedly made Zhou Qiyu feel somewhat nauseous. However, he could not recall this person in class or recognize her as Zhou Ningyao's daughter. It was as if she had never been part of his world. "Qiyu, your sister has just arrived in the capital. You should look after her," Zhou Xen remarked. Zhou Qiyu leaned back against the sofa, finding the situation amusing. "Grandfather, you truly excel at assigning me sisters. Now, I have one who has just fallen from the sky. You are a year older than her. What is wrong with you looking after her?" Zhou Xen insisted. Zhou Qiyu chuckled lightly. "Oh no, I'm not that free." He cast a glance at the girl sitting quietly beside him and remarked, "This one is enough to keep me occupied." Jiang noticed a subtle change in Shuran's expression, fleeting yet undeniable. She quickly interjected, "It's all right, Grandpa. My brother just isn't very familiar with me. We've never met before." Zhou Xen, unable to manage Zhou Qiyu's temperament, indulged him, saying, "All right, let us eat first." They rose, just as Zhou Qiyu's father returned, accompanied by a woman. Although Jiang had not seen Zhou Ningli for quite some time, his composed demeanor and somewhat imposing aura were unforgettable. She recalled Zhou Qiyu's mother, whose strength and charisma were even more pronounced and distinct. Both were formidable figures, one in business and the other in politics, inevitably locked in a stalemate. Perhaps they were indeed ill-suited for each other. Zhou Ningli sought merely the benefits of power in the workplace from his wife, while he desired a partner akin to the woman standing beside him, considerate, compliant, and dependent. However, Jiang had heard that this woman had been with him for a long while. Instinctively, she glanced up at Zhou Qiyu, whose expression remained unperturbed, calm, and composed. Zhou Xen addressed everyone's back. "Please take a seat." But which everyone did he refer to? Was it a family shattered beyond repair? The woman beside Zhou Ningli spoke gently, a stark contrast to Zhou Qiyu's mother. At the dining table, she offered to serve Zhou Qiyu some dishes. Only Jiang truly noticed the change in Zhou Qiyu's countenance. As the woman delicately picked up a shrimp with her serving chopsticks to place it in Zhou Qiyu's bowl, she gently said, "Qiyu, Annie will give you a shrimp." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiyu's expression noticeably darkened. He had barely touched his chopsticks, and the sight of the woman's actions made his appetite vanish. Before he could respond, Jiang preemptively said, "Annie, my brother is allergic to seafood. He can't eat it." At the sound of her words, Zhou Qiyu's hand trembled slightly, his face still bearing an expression that deterred anyone from crossing him. The woman froze mid-motion, feeling somewhat awkward. She intended to retract her hand and return the shrimp to her own bowl, but Zhou Ningli, considerate of her predicament, extended his bowl to accept the shrimp from her. "Let me have it. I'll eat it." He appeared remarkably chivalrous, a demeanor he had never displayed before his ex-wife. The woman pursed her lips, glancing at her partner, then explained, "I'm sorry, Qiyu. I didn't know you were allergic to seafood." I will be more mindful next time. Zhou set down his chopsticks, his gaze cast downward, devoid of appetite. Yet, he felt a twinge of amusement, for he himself was unaware of his seafood allergy. There was no need for her to concern herself with him. It sufficed to care for his father, as he was not her son. Zhou Ningli, maintaining his usual serious demeanor, remarked, "Your aunt cares for you. She regards you as her own son." Zhou chuckled, a nonchalant expression on his face. "No need for that. Haven T, I always been alone. There was no need for you to trouble yourself over me." Zhou Ningli put down his chopsticks, intending to speak, but was restrained by a gentle tug on his sleeve from the woman beside him. "It's nothing. Let us all continue with our meal," she said softly. Zhou remained seated, while Jiang served him a bowl of soup, placing it before him. "If you lack an appetite, perhaps you could sip some soup?" Indeed, he felt little inclination to eat. The youth spoke with a casual nonchalance, displaying little enthusiasm. "I've finished eating. You all take your time. I'm going out for some fresh air." Zhou pushed back his chair and strode away. Jiang, with polite consideration, took a few more bites before also standing up. "I've finished as well. Grandfather, please enjoy your meal. Uncle and aunt, please take your time." Zhou walked into the villa's backyard, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. He gazed absently at the expanse of the golf course beyond the yard. Jiang stood behind him, observing through the floor-to-ceiling window as he delicately tapped the cigarette between his fingers. She approached him casually, asking, "What are you looking at?" Zhou glanced at her, surprised that she had followed him outside. "Have you finished eating as well?" he inquired. She nodded. "Yes." Zhou smiled lightly, turning to meet her gaze, asking, "Did you truly finish eating, or did you come out merely to keep me company?" Chapter 18. "She cannot compare to you." Jiang felt somewhat flustered by Zhou's straightforward remark, her cheeks gradually flushing as she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, Zhou curved his lips, extinguishing the unfinished cigarette and tossing it into the ashtray on the stone table. He then returned to Jiang's side, inquiring, "Am I allergic to seafood?" Jiang bit her lip and replied honestly, "You are not allergic, but I remember you don't eat seafood." Her primary concern was to avoid upsetting him. Zhou chuckled, surprised that she could remember such details. There was something unexpectedly special about the way a girl would protect him. "Do you not like Sinshuran?" Jiang asked. Zhou found the question amusing. "Why would I like her? That's not what I meant. I was asking about your impression of her," Jiang clarified. Zhou replied, "It's not as favorable as yours." He had thought his casual remark would make the girl shy, but to his surprise, she paused and retorted, "Not at all. You were just as cold and irritable towards me at first." Zhou narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "You still hold a grudge?" Jiang turned to meet the boy's unabashed gaze. "I bear no grudges. Would you believe me if I said you are an important person to me?" Her voice was gentle, evoking a sense of endearment that made even the most irritable expressions seem charming. Zhou remained silent as she continued. "I was once harassed by a teacher in the office." His brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "Who?" The girl shook her head, seemingly at peace, choosing to leave the matter unspoken. "Before you appeared in my life, I was bullied and ridiculed for no reason. Because my uncle was imprisoned for a crime. Because my father faced a medical mishap. Because I had no support. But after you came, no one dared to bully me anymore." Zhou stood silently beside her, his fingers moving restlessly, mirroring the pulse in his heart. "You remain oblivious to these events because you hardly notice me. You believe you dwell in the depths of darkness. Yet you are the light that many chase after. Are you trying to evoke sentimentality?" Zhou teased. "I merely wish for you to find joy every day." Jiang responded. As their gazes locked in that moment, the sky grew dim, and before the profound night enveloped them, they momentarily forgot all extraneous matters. Jiang found it difficult to endure the sudden intensity in the boy's gaze, which was both beautiful and fearsome, imbued with a depth that was intriguing. Ultimately, she could not withstand it, averting her eyes, her cheeks betraying her with a flush. It was truly quite embarrassing. She shrank back slightly, and at that moment, a small cat approached her feet, playfully scratching her shoes. Jiang adored small animals. Her heart softened instantly. She knelt down to pet the kitten, a tender smile gracing her lips as she cradled it in her arms. She was focused on the cat, while he was captivated by her. "Do you like it?" he asked. The girl nodded, affirming her fondness. Their resemblance is striking. No wonder one is drawn to the other. Jiang glanced at him, pouting, and replied, "Not at all." The dining area had just concluded its meal. Unable to spot Zhou and Jiang, Chen Shuren approached Zhou to discuss a matter. "Dad, what is the matter?" he inquired. "Well, I think Chiyu's home is closer to school. Could you please mention it to Grandpa, so I can move there?" Zhou frowned slightly. "Ranan, that villa is solely under Chiyu's name. You need to ask him. But if Grandpa agrees, then it's settled. My coursework is overwhelming, and I wish to save some time. If your studies are lagging, you should focus more on your learning rather than getting distracted by that online stuff." Chen Shuren pouted. "But I have 200,000 followers. I can't just ignore them." "Oh, come on, Dad, just help me out." The man, exasperated yet indulgent, responded, all right, I'll ask for you." Meanwhile, Zhou and Jiang returned to the living room, where a discussion about the same topic was unfolding. The young man courteously greeted the elders, albeit with an air of arrogance. "I'm heading back now, old man. She said she wants to go home to do her homework." Jiang was taken aback, feeling an urge to pinch him. When did she ever say she wanted to return to do her homework? It was clearly her own desire to leave. Zhou called out to him, "Chiyu, wait a moment." With his hands still in his pockets, Zhou turned his body slightly to glance back, his elongated eyes bearing an innate aggressiveness. "Is there something you wish to convey? Your villa is much closer to school. I believe it would be more convenient for Shuren to move in with you." "Not convenient. It's not a shelter." His blunt refusal rendered the room silent. With a casual, languid demeanor, he strolled to the sofa and picked up Jiang's backpack. "Why?" Zhou inquired. The young man lifted his gaze. "There are too many people. It's that simple. How could taking care of a younger sister be bothersome?" Zhou interjected on his daughter's behalf. Zhou chuckled lightly. "Then why don't you take care of her? Isn't she your daughter? Haven't you returned to the country?" Chen Shuren's face turned pale, her composed demeanor cracking. Having always been admired for her beauty, she was unaccustomed to such rejection, feeling as though she had plummeted into despair. She attempted to salvage her dignity. "It's all right, Grandpa. I don't wish to burden Chiyu." With the conversation reaching this juncture, Zhou lost interest in lingering. He picked up Jiang's backpack and headed outside, with Jiang silently trailing behind him. Once in the car, Zhou tossed the backpack in her lap and leaned back against the rear seat in a state of fatigue, boredly pulling out his phone and opening the photo album. There was a recent picture of a girl with a low bun, exuding a gentle and endearing charm as she smiled at a fluffy kitten cradled in her arms. So remarkably adorable. He gazed at the photograph, ensconced in the dimly lit car, illuminated intermittently by the flickering streetlights. The corners of his lips unwittingly curled into a faint smile. Jiang occasionally cast furtive glances at him, hesitantly murmuring his name. "Zhou, what are you calling for?" The boy's smile faded. It was perplexing, as if the person in the photograph and the one being addressed were not the same individual. Jiang was uncertain what captivated him so, but his brusque remarks startled her, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. "How fierce he is," she whispered. "It's nothing. I was merely pondering if you had once rejected my invitation to live together in the same manner." Chapter 19. Happy Birthday. Zhou some words were deliberately spoken by Jiang, and she had mentally prepared herself for many things she said in front of Zhou, just like this particular statement. However, she was taken aback by his response. "It's different." "How is it different?" she inquired. "You appear to be more obedient than her, and less troublesome." Jiang fell silent. Was she truly so docile? In the past 2 weeks, Jiang had significantly improved her scores in the weekly assessments, and the gap between her results and Zhou's had narrowed considerably. The homeroom teacher announced the rankings by student ID, and the classmates had a clear understanding of their positions. Chen Shuren enjoyed reviewing Jiang's test papers and had asked her 2 questions on the exam day. Yet her own performance remained unsatisfactory. When the class representative distributed the papers, she caught a glimpse of the red marks on Jiang's exam and discreetly covered the 2-digit score on her own paper. Chen Shuren was aware that both Jiang and Zhou excelled academically, but she lacked a concrete sense of their achievements until today's lesson, when she learned they ranked first and second in their grade. The competitive spirit among girls is invariably intricate. After school, Jiang organized her backpack and headed home. She went to bed early, as she had a competition to attend the next morning. Unfortunately, the very same day also coincided with the finals of the school basketball tournament. What a stroke of bad luck, the schedules clashed. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling, finding it difficult to sleep due to her early bedtime. Suddenly, a notification pinged. She picked up her phone to see a message from Zhou, and her drowsiness dissipated. Zhou, may your mind be as sharp as mine tomorrow. Jiang smiled, pressing her lips together, the phone's glow illuminating her face, revealing her bright smile. She quickly typed a reply. I don't need that. Quite the proud response. Zhou chuckled at the screen. He chose not to reply and was about to set his phone down to continue drying his hair when another message arrived. Why? Be cautious in tomorrow's competition. It seems the opposing team has a rather reckless boy. A robust, hefty fellow. Zhou had a broad shoulder and a narrow waist, while this individual was quite the opposite. Jiang had witnessed him at the sports meet, where he had thrown the shot put with such strength that he broke the record with a single throw. Rather than wishing him victory, she hoped he would remain unscathed. Zhou, so concerned about me? The other side struggled to compose a complete reply, displaying the typing indicator for some time. Zhou decided not to tease her any further. All right, get some rest. This time, Jiang responded promptly. Why? You should rest early too. Good night. After sending this message, she exited WeChat and opened her calendar. The box for November 5th was marked with a note below, birthday. Late autumn is but the remnants of summer's fiery blaze, a passionate conclusion, where a gentle breeze turns the green leaves to hues of gold. The audience outside the basketball court was numerous, and the match on the court was intense. Those who understood basketball came for the thrill of victory, while those who did not were drawn by the handsome visage of the school as heartthrob. They are endlessly captivating, and the more one gazes, the deeper the affection grows. Zhou possesses an extraordinary charm that is simply unattainable for the ordinary person. Every movement he makes is imbued with an undeniable allure. After an intense series of matches, he shed his black hoodie, revealing a simple black t-shirt beneath. At that fleeting moment, an image of Jiang's innocent and unblemished face flashed through his mind. If she were here, she would undoubtedly fuss over him, chiding him with her familiar tone. Zhou, you'll catch a cold like that. Few dare to exert such concern over him, preventing him from drinking American coffee on an empty stomach, forbidding him from consuming icy beverages, and limiting his alcohol intake. A smile curved the corners of his lips as he pondered how that silly girl was faring. An hour later, precisely at noon, the match concluded. The competition had been fierce, with every player giving their all, yet Class 7 emerged victorious. Outside, the atmosphere was electric, filled with ecstatic cheers and jubilant screams. Zhou, I want to be your devoted admirer, shouted one boy, his voice hoarse from excitement. After the celebration, Ensnared approached Zhou, offering him water and attempting to take his hoodie from his wrist. Let me hold that for you. No need, Zhou replied curtly, immediately checking his phone for messages. Ensnared was insistent, eager to appear close and familiar in front of the crowd. How about we grab a bite to eat? She suggested. But before she could finish her sentence, he turned and walked away without a glance back. He dialed a number and placed the phone to his ear. Moments later. A gentle voice came through the receiver. What's wrong? Have you finished the match? Yes, he replied, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Jiang detected the weariness in his tone and asked, Are you very tired? What do you think? Em exhausted. The girl bit her lip, a smile slowly forming. Then you should rest well. Is that all? Zhou retorted, somewhat displeased. Jiang, aren't you going to ask who won? She obediently replied. I guess we won. Our class won, didn't we? On the other end of the line, Zhou's expression was a blend of arrogance and mischief, his voice playful as he elongated his words. Indeed, isn't that impressive? Jiang could envision his flamboyant demeanor just from the tone of his voice. She affirmed his prowess, saying he was indeed remarkable. Will you be back tonight? Zhou raised an eyebrow, teasing her anew. Why? Are you missing me? Tan Xing and Shi Shuai trailed behind Zhou Qiyu, exchanging wide-eyed glances at his words, whispering among themselves in disbelief. Did our brother Yushu just flirt? Who knows? This is the first time I've seen him act so charming. He used to be utterly indifferent. I wonder which little sweetheart has managed to turn him into this. Jiang could hardly endure such shameless banter and touched her cheek in exasperation. Noticing her sudden silence, Zhou Qiyu realized she was not one to be easily teased. Their conversation dwindled, and soon, the call was terminated. Zhou Qiyu returned to his student dormitory, took a quick shower, changed his attire, and then stepped out of the campus alone to join a few friends at a bar. He imbibed quite a bit that evening, leaving him somewhat inebriated. Upon glancing at his phone, he was met with a barrage of messages that he found bothersome, so he chose to ignore them. A phone call interrupted him midway, but he dismissed that as well. Thus, his birthday passed amidst the clamor of the bar. 18 years, precisely 18 years. He had never truly celebrated his birthday. Consequently, he regarded this day as just another ordinary one, a habit he had grown accustomed to. At times, it felt rather dreary. Reminders of events he wished to forget were incessantly thrust upon him by others. Like those messages and calls, hypocritical and foolish, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. At 11:30, he finally returned to the villa. Several lights were left on for him at home. The youth, wearied, opened and closed the door. And just as he was about to turn away, a gentle, soft voice floated from the direction of the living room near the dining area. "Zhou Qiyu, are you back?" He paused momentarily, removed his black cap, carelessly tossed it onto the sofa, and walked in to find Jiang seated at the dining table. She was clad in a pastel blue rabbit-themed pajama set, her soft hair cascading down her back, exuding a serene and gentle aura. The table was cluttered with test papers. She had already filled out 2 sheets. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, half leaning, half sitting, seemingly exhausted, yet struggling to keep her eyes open to look at him. "Why are you still awake?" Zhou Qiyu inquired, as she typically would have been asleep by this hour. "I was waiting for you," she replied, her voice soft with a hint of reproach. "You're so late." Zhou Qiyu chuckled. "What were you waiting for me for? Don't you have legs? If you're tired, why not just go to sleep?" Jiang glanced at her phone. It was already 11:40. Slipping on her slippers, she hurried to the refrigerator, retrieved a cake, and placed it on the table, lighting the candles. Then, standing at the opposite end of the dining table, her bright eyes sparkling, she smiled at him and said, "Because I was waiting to celebrate your birthday." "Happy birthday, Zhou Qiyu." Chapter 20. Should we fall in love? Zhou Qiyu stood motionless, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on the cake cradled in the girl's hands. Gradually, his gaze drifted to her smiling face, yet he remained silent. Jiang noticed the boy frozen in place and tilted her head, asking, "Aren't you coming over?" Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Did you prepare this?" His voice was flat, lacking any inflection or warmth. Jiang nodded and, with both hands, presented the 4-inch cake before him, winking as she said, "If you don't make a wish and blow out the candle soon, it will be past midnight." The boy paused momentarily, then suddenly lowered his gaze and bent down to assist her in extinguishing the candle atop the cake. Jiang beamed, placing the cake on the table. However, a hint of disappointment crossed her face as she remarked, "It's a pity the birthday cake has cooled. I'll make you another one, quickly." As she turned to head into the kitchen, she was halted by a firm grip from behind. "Jiang," he called. The girl turned back, asking, "What is it? How did you know today is my birthday?" His tone remained flat, exuding an air of fatigue, seemingly disinterested in anything. "I've always known," he replied. "I wanted to celebrate your birthday like this before, but you seemed so fierce back then. I was afraid you wouldn't be happy. Are you not afraid now?" Zhou Qiyu inquired, and Jiang obediently shook her head. He released her. "Sit down and wait for me for a while. I'll be quick," she instructed. Once seated, he remained silent for a while, eventually pulling out his phone to check WeChat. As expected, it was a message from his mother. "Qiyu, happy birthday. I've ordered a custom watch for you abroad. It will be sent back in a few days. Your uncle wants to gift you a sports car. What kind do you like?" Zhou Qiyu closed his eyes, refraining from replying, and tossed his phone onto the table. Before long, the girl emerged with a bowl of noodles. Placing it before him, then taking a seat across from him, Her eyes sparkled with a liveliness that belied the despair one might expect after enduring so much turmoil. Even if it were an act, such authenticity was hard to feign. Try it first. If it doesn't suit your taste, don't force yourself to eat, Jiang suggested, unaware of whether he would enjoy her creation. I also don't know what kind of gift you want, and you seem to lack for nothing, so I didn't prepare a gift. But your 18th birthday is quite significant. What do you wish for? I can owe you one. Zhou lowered his eyelids, fiddling with his chopsticks, then propped his face on one hand, languid and weary, slowly lifting his gaze to meet hers. She was taken aback by the sudden intensity of his stare. Noticing the change in her expression, Zhou let out a scoff and called her name. Jiang. Do you want to fall in love? He asked. At his words, Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Her lips moved as she struggled to find the right response. I quite want to. Zhou inquired once more, his casual demeanor tinged with a hint of seriousness. Would you consider dating me? Jiang, feeling a surge of anxiety, swallowed hard. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if the very blood coursing through her veins had been constricted by some unseen force. Are you serious? Zhou chuckled, amused by her reaction. If I weren't serious, would I even ask you? He continued. Weren't you supposed to give me a gift? Perfect timing. I'm in need of a girlfriend. The girl hesitated, and Zhou, perceptive to her timid nature, recognized that pressuring her too much would only make her retreat. Thus, he approached the matter with a light-hearted nonchalance. If you're unsure, take the night to think it over. Is that sufficient? Jiang clenched her hands, feeling the perspiration gather in her palms. She nodded, like a frightened rabbit seeking refuge, and conjured an excuse to return to her room. That entire night, sleep eluded her. She repeatedly questioned herself. Wasn't this what she desired? Why the hesitation? The following morning, Jiang's mind was still replaying Zhou's question. Would you consider dating me? The young master, in good spirits, sat early at the breakfast table. Clad in a black hoodie, with the hood pulled over his head, he maintained his usual lazy demeanor, yet the impatience that often clouded his expression was absent. He lounged back in his chair, one leg crossed over the other. Upon seeing Jiang descend the stairs, he greeted her. Good morning. Good morning, she replied, taking a seat across from him, remaining silent as she nibbled on her sandwich like a timid little hamster. Occasionally, she took a sip of milk, all the while avoiding eye contact. Zhou ceased eating, leaning forward with his arms resting on the table, and asked, Have you made up your mind? Jiang paused, then slowly lifted her gaze. He rested his chin on his hand, lazily observing her as he said, If you're certain, just say yes. If not, then decline. Don't keep me hanging, sister. All right, Jiang murmured, taking another bite of her sandwich, seemingly concealing something within. What? I didn't catch that. He feigned ignorance. Jiang pressed her lips together, clearly repeating, I said yes. Let us give it a try. Zhou grinned, great. Then let us give it a shot, girlfriend. Yet, the girl's face bore no sign of joy. Observing her munching away, Zhou teased. Why do you look as if I'm forcing you into this? Weren't you the one who liked me first? He queried. Jiang's eyes flickered. She replied, I can't help but wonder if you merely seek someone who adores you, or if you simply desire a girlfriend, rather than me. Zhou squinted, taken aback by her candidness. He chuckled, adopting a flippant tone. Does it truly matter? It makes a significant difference, she murmured, staring down at her curled fingers. Jiang, you are the first to make me take the initiative. Is it merely the allure of novelty? He inquired. After all these years of living together, what novelty can there be? This romance is not something one is compelled to pursue. I am not someone you cannot do without. His words always seemed casual, as if he were engaging in idle conversation. I did not express any unwillingness. Rather, I yearned to be with you. She lifted her gaze to the young man before her. Zhou chuckled lightly, and when he noticed Jiang had nearly finished her meal, he stood up and said, Then let's be off. It is time for class. Jiang looked up to see the boy extending his hand toward her. It was long, fair, and impeccably clean. She felt somewhat unaccustomed to this dynamic between the sexes, yet she obediently placed her hand in his. The moment their hands made contact, he suddenly tightened his grip and let her out. Zhou Qiyu appeared not to be one to easily lose himself in emotions, and thus he released her hand after a brief moment. To be honest, this was also his first initiative in holding a girl's hand. Jiang often felt a sense of discomfort, unable to let herself go. She inquired of Zhou Qiyu, "Can we keep our relationship a secret from others?" "Why? Afraid of repercussions?" He replied, "That is unlikely. The top student and the second best student together? The teachers might just turn a blind eye. Besides, you are a well-behaved student who adheres to the rules." Jiang responded, "No, it's not that. I worry that my uncle and aunt would be upset if they found out." Zhou Qiyu chuckled softly. "You are overthinking this. They wouldn't care if I were to perish at home. They certainly wouldn't concern themselves with whom I choose to date." Chapter 21. A hug? A kiss? As Jiang settled into her seat, she began to tackle her assignments. Ever since she discovered that Ensnared was the biological daughter of Zhou Yao, she had become increasingly reticent in their interactions. However, Ensnared was never short of conversation partners. Unlike those girls who become irrationally enamored when in love, their minds consumed by sweet reveries, Jiang remained unchanged. In fact, she found herself more focused than ever. Her determination to outperform Zhou Qiyu and to enhance her somewhat lackluster physics score in the upcoming mock exam fueled her resolve. Zhou Qiyu, too, exhibited no noticeable change in demeanor. He seemed as indifferent as ever, even in the throes of romance, or so Jiang believed. After classes concluded at noon, she and Chengchun ventured to the cafeteria for lunch. Chengchun had a penchant for scrolling through her phone while eating, occasionally bursting into laughter at amusing comments. Each time she chuckled, Jiang instinctively glanced her way. The cafeteria buzzed with noise and was bustling with students. Habitually, Jiang pulled out her vocabulary notebook, quietly reviewing her words while eating, her gaze fixed downward. "Guess who I just saw on Weibo?" Chengchun raised her phone screen, her tone playful. "It's your precious little desk mate." Jiang looked briefly. It was a series of photos posted by Ensnared on a social media platform. The caption read, "Once, I hoped that when I looked your way, you would glance back at me. Now I realize that you, too, anticipated my response." Chengchun ventured into the comment section, revealing several popular remarks. "Sleeping Moon. Could it be that my wife has a crush? How tragic. Cilantro Eater. Which man is worthy of my wife? Stars not blinking. Is this real? What kind of person is he? I'm so curious. A mutual pursuit. How delightful." Ensnared had replied, stating, "Yes, but I'm letting things unfold naturally. He is quite remarkable, and I never expected he would have feelings for me. How could someone so beautiful not be liked?" Chengchun rolled her eyes, chewing on a piece of meat as she remarked, "What is she up to now? Trying to establish herself as a pure-hearted high school girl? I cannot stand such pretentiousness." Jiang, bemused, inquired, "Did she offend you?" "No, I just can't tolerate how she flaunts her status as a minor internet celebrity, expecting preferential treatment because of her family's somewhat dubious background." Jiang did not dispute this, continuing her diligent work. "Forget it. I'll just block her. I need to indulge in my beloveds now." Chengchun began scrolling through the Weibo accounts of several attractive influencers, giggling at the shirtless male models. "Absolutely stunning. I just want to plant a kiss on the screen." Jiang chuckled. "You're no stranger to such antics yourself." "Oh, darling, you don't understand. If I could date one of those muscular men, I would gladly take on another male model for myself." This playful banter brought a smile to Jiang's face. "Sweetheart, tell me, which physique do you prefer?" Chengchun positioned her phone in front of Jiang, compelling her to take a look. In the 4 images, the individuals display slightly darker skin tones and pronounced musculature, reminiscent of athletic students. Jiang is not particularly fond of such appearances. However, when Chengchun insisted that she choose, she randomly selected one with a fairer complexion, saying, "This one, not muscular enough." Chengchun remarked as she continued to admire the image. Just as Jiang intended to return her meal, a plate clattered down beside her. Both she and Chengchun turned their heads to see Zhou Qiyu and Tan Xingshi, the handsome duo, taking their seats. As soon as they sat down, banter ensued. Tan Xing teased, "Chengchun, what are you looking at? Were you spying on my phone?" Chengchun guardedly covered her phone with her chest, her demeanor alert. Who was spying on your phone? It's your own fault for displaying it so obviously. So what? Don't you appreciate beautiful women? Sure, Shui interjected, revealing. Just earlier in the queue, he saved a photo of a pure-looking girl, claiming he liked that style. Tan Xing kicked Shui playfully, exclaiming, "Get lost." Zhou Qiyu placed a bottle of drink in front of Jiang and asked, "Not checking your phone?" Jiang hesitated, then took out her phone to scroll through. Discovering a message from Zhou Qiyu, "Wait for me after school." She apologized. "I'm sorry, I wasn't looking." "Oh, I forgive you," he replied. The girl, biting her lip, softly inquired, "Why are you eating in the cafeteria today?" "Because," he leaned closer, lowering his voice, "I wanted to spend more time with my girlfriend." "Is that a problem?" Jiang, worried that Cheng Chun and the others might overhear, instinctively glanced over. Zhou Qiyu found her furtive behavior endearing. While other girls were eager to flaunt their relationship with him, this girl preferred to keep it under wraps, as if he were someone to be concealed. In the afternoon, after school, Jiang lingered to complete some assignments. Zhou Qiyu waited for her in the classroom. He wrote quickly and, upon finishing, sat beside her, propping his chin on his hand as he observed her. Jiang felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and turned to say, "Could you not look at me like that? I'm trying to concentrate." "All right," the young master agreed readily, only to add, "You think about your problems, and I'll admire my person." Jiang was momentarily speechless. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiang, reluctant to keep Zhou Qiyu waiting for too long, suggested, "Shall we head back?" Once she had packed her bag and was about to lift it, Zhou Qiyu reached over to carry it for her, just as he had before. The plaza beneath the teaching building was nearly deserted. The weather was dreary, lacking sunlight, casting a somber atmosphere. Standing next to the young man, the girl appeared even more delicate and vulnerable. After they settled into the back seat of the car, escaping the chill of the outside air, Zhou Qiyu took her icy hand in his to warm it. At first, she was taken aback and instinctively pulled away. Yet, within those 2 seconds, she realized they were a couple, and holding hands was a perfectly normal occurrence. Her hand hovered in the air for a moment before she obediently returned it to Zhou Qiyu's grasp. Noticing her flustered expression, he tightened his hold and chuckled. "What are you doing? I seem to have forgotten. What should I do to remember?" He continued, "A hug, perhaps? I'll quiche." The driver cast a glance at the rearview mirror, observing his young master teasing the little girl. Jiang, unable to withstand such playful banter, blushed at the affectionate words. "Please, don't dwell on such thoughts all the time. If not those thoughts, then what should I ponder? Perhaps on how to become your brother?" Chapter 22. Teasing her, Jiang was aware that Zhou Qiyu was teasing her once more. She decided to change the subject. "I plan to stay at school for evening study sessions from now on. With the college entrance examination approaching, I wish to dedicate more time to my studies." Zhou Qiyu, with his gaze downcast, leisurely played with the slender fingers of the girl. Her hands were so small. "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No. I mean to say that you needn't wait for me anymore." He chuckled. "If I don't wait for you, where will I find you if someone else takes you away?" Jiang pursed her lips, observing his long, attractive fingers pressing against hers. After returning home and having dinner, the two retreated to their respective rooms to take showers. In Zhou Qiyu's room stood a piano, and, occasionally, she could hear him playing a few notes when he felt inspired. He also had a penchant for painting. To the east of the villa was his private studio. Jiang had never ventured inside, as his belongings were not to be tampered with by anyone else. Once her hair was dried, she retrieved a pill from the drawer and consumed it, as per her usual routine, chewing it directly. The bitterness began to spread, making it slightly difficult to swallow. Suddenly, the screen of her phone illuminated, revealing a message from Zhou Qiyu. "Zhou Qiyu, come to my room for a moment." Jiang inquired, "Do you need something?" He, disinterested in small talk, replied, "Are you coming or not?" Fearing that Zhou Qiyu might be upset, she donned her fluffy pajamas and made her way over. The door to his room was ajar. Still, she stood at the threshold and politely knocked. "Come in. Why are you just standing there?" She heard his voice, laced with a smile, and slowly stepped inside. This was her first time in Zhou Qiyu's room. It was the master bedroom, spacious, minimalist, clean with a cool, subdued color palette and few belongings. He had no taste for peculiar trinkets. His personality and style were distinctly pronounced. Jiang noticed him seated on the sofa, bending over to play with a small kitten. Upon seeing her enter, he stood up, grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck, and approached her, tossing the cat into her arms. The sensation of the soft creature made her heart melt, and she carefully cradled the kitten. "Did you buy this cat?" she asked, gently stroking its little head. "Do you like it?" Cradling the kitten as if it were a small baby, she nodded and replied, "I do. It's yours now. Why are you giving me a cat?" "A reward for the competition. But the competition results aren't out yet." Zhou chuckled. "Then let us consider it a prize for your hard work." In truth, he merely wished to give her a gift, without needing elaborate justifications. "Thank you. But I'm worried I won't be able to care for it properly," she said, gazing at the obedient little kitten. "Don't worry. It's as easy to care for as you are. It's incredibly well-behaved. Now it just needs you, its mother, to name it." Jiang genuinely adored the kitten, continuously nuzzling her face against its fluffy head, utterly charmed. After pondering for a moment, she looked up at Zhou and asked, "Can I name it can? Your cat. Name it whatever you wish. There's no need to ask me." The kitten, merely 2 months old, was a diminutive creature cloaked in golden fur. Resembling a radiant little sun, fresh from its bath, it retained the lingering scent of shampoo mingled with a hint of milk. Zhou observed with leisure the blissful expression on her face as she immersed herself in the world of the kitten. It seemed he had never witnessed her so jubilant before. A simple gift of a cat had elicited a gentle, healing smile that graced her lips, one that spoke of genuine affection, rendering his presence almost inconsequential. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over him. With a few strides forward, he seized the kitten while her attention wavered and tossed it carelessly onto the sofa. The kitten, sensing abandonment, let out a delicate meow. Jiang felt a sudden jolt, yet her concern for the kitten remained steadfast, her gaze unwavering. She even gently chastised Zhou, saying, "You'll hurt it like this." Zhou, with an expression devoid of emotion and eyes that mirrored still waters, approached her slowly, hands tucked in his pockets. She found herself cornered by the cold, yet fervent gaze he bore. "What's wrong?" she inquired tentatively. "It will hurt." "Won't it hurt me?" "What do you mean?" "Nothing." He casually shifted the topic, inquiring how she planned to express her gratitude. "Girlfriend." He emphasized the word with a weight that sent heat rushing to Jiang's ears. Standing before Zhou, she appeared fragile, her form dwarfed by his towering figure, which obscured the light, preventing her from meeting his gaze. She understood that once she looked into his eyes, she would be ensnared. His eyes, akin to a vortex, ensnared those who dared to gaze too long. During her silence, Zhou suddenly chuckled. Jiang raised her eyes in confusion, shrinking back as she was enveloped by the scent of his post-bath shampoo. "Truly, I've never encountered someone so adorably oblivious. It makes one want to tease a little." He had never anticipated his emotions would be stirred in such a manner. His gaze drifted from her innocent, vulnerable eyes to her petite, pointed nose, ultimately resting on her luscious lips. Jiang felt the weight of his stare as it traversed her features, his eyes glimmering with a hint of desire. "Could you refrain from looking at me like that?" she implored, unable to withstand such scrutiny. Though clad in clothing, she felt utterly exposed. Zhou remained silent, a smirk dancing on his lips as he remarked, "Jiang, are you aware that your innocent expression makes one want to kiss you forcefully? Not just a kiss, but a forceful one." Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment, her anxiety causing her to swallow hard. The kitten on the sofa lay there, innocently nibbling on its tail. I think I should return to my homework," she stammered, seeking an escape. Just as she turned, a hand intercepted her, pressing against the wall before her. "Where do you think you're going? Did I permit you to leave?" "You scoundrel," Jiang silently cursed, furrowing her brow. "Are you cursing me?" she thought. "No, I'm not." Zhou abruptly lowered his hand, grasping her wrist with one hand and slowly moving upward until he made contact with her scorching, firm abdominal muscles. Jiang blushed and attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held it tightly, refusing to let go. Her fingertips grazed the distinct contours of his waist, exploring the valleys created by his physique. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe, yet heard him inquire, "Did you not enjoy watching? Now that you've touched it, will you still want to see other men?" Jiang was momentarily taken aback, realizing he referred to the muscular men Chang Chun had suggested she choose from during lunch. But that was not her intention. "I did not wish to see anyone else. It was Chang Chun who presented them to me," she explained. After relishing her flustered yet adorable expression, Zhou deemed it sufficient. He chuckled, released her, and turned to the sofa to lift Can, placing the child back into her arms. "Let us return to the room. I shall not tease you further." Jiang was still recovering, her fingertips retaining the vivid memory of his touch. She watched as Zhou entered the bathroom, washing his hands with disinfectant soap. Meanwhile, the architect of her confusion gazed into the mirror, revealing the inherent mischief within him, wild and unruly. He suddenly could not suppress a laugh. Truth be told, while he had been playful, his desire for a kiss had been genuine. Though he was an adult, he had not sunk so low as to be a complete scoundrel. Chapter 23. Should we hold hands? Jiang returned to her room, her heart racing with an intensity that was almost palpable, a wave of emotion more profound than the first time she had encountered him. The little cat nestled in her embrace felt remarkably real, as did the stirrings within her. Yet, the sound of rain outside roused her from a reverie. Her world remained fragmented and helpless. How wonderful it would be if none of this had transpired. If she could love someone without the weight of her solitude. In the following days, the little cat grew increasingly accustomed to its new home. Jiang often fed the cat alongside Zhou, though he seemed indifferent to the task, more often sitting beside her and watching as she fed the feline. Both were clad in comfortable loungewear. If time could be frozen, this moment would become the coziest of images. Zhou was not particularly fond of small animals, and when it came time to feed the cat, he would grasp it by the scruff of its neck, which lacked a certain gentleness. Afterward, Jiang would retreat to the kitchen to prepare desserts, asking him to sample the sweetness once she was done. He would pet the cat, but refused to hold it, insisting that she feed him instead. Over time, he found himself captivated by the sight of the girl with her soft hair, cascading around her, dressed in casual attire. And he took delight in watching her absent-mindedly tuck away a stray lock of hair. He enjoyed observing her as she ate, her mouth moving, and the way she casually tied her hair up. It was rather amusing. In the past week, Jiang had been attending evening study sessions at school with her classmates. One night, the power suddenly went out, igniting a wave of excitement among the students. We don't have to attend evening study. The entire school was enveloped in darkness, save for the flashlights used by the supervisors on the playground to catch couples. Jiang wore only a thin school jacket. She and Zhou walked side by side along the path from the teaching building to the school gate. He did not inquire if she was cold. Instead, he simply removed his hoodie and draped it over her shoulders. It would have been strange if she weren't cold, and even if he had asked, she would have merely shaken her head and insisted she was fine. His clothing enveloped her, appearing oversized and long, fully wrapping her in warmth. The two walked in silence, their atmosphere heavier than that of a typical couple. Zhou understood more than she did, yet he never overstepped his bounds. More often, he gently guided her to open her heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed her head bowed, her small hands fidgeting, a picture of hesitation. From this angle, her face appeared round and cherubic. He smiled slightly and asked, "Shall we hold hands?" The girl bit her lip and nodded, slowly reaching for the hand that hung at his side. Upon seeing her innocent and bewildered expression, he couldn't help but smile at her adorableness. In the next moment, he grasped her hand, enveloping it within his own. As the date of the second municipal examination approached, Jiang dared not relent in her studies. When Zhou observed her diligently working on problems, he refrained from disturbing her unless she had been at it for too long. Then, he would tease her to help her unwind, since Shuran often scrutinized the distance between them. Feeling discomfort, she tentatively asked, "Jiang, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Jiang replied, not lifting her gaze, wholly absorbed in the mathematics problems before her. "Are you interested in Zhou?" Jiang paused for a moment before replying. "Why don't you ask if he is interested in me?" Upon seeing Shuran's expression freeze, she chuckled and added, "Just joking." The malice concealed within Senshuren's eyes was quite evident. I merely heard from others that you seem to have written about him in your diary, and I became a bit curious. Please don't take offense. It's nothing, she said, deliberately avoiding the past, turning a page to continue writing. Cheng Chun was calculating with a calculator, but after a long while, she still couldn't arrive at an answer. Sighing, she resolved not to stress herself further, and then turned to Jiang, asking her to accompany her to the restroom. As they approached the girls' restroom, Liang Zhe suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Jiang, disinterested in engaging, grasped Cheng Chen's hand, attempting to pass by the boy. He refused to let them through, standing defiantly in their way. What do you want? Jiang inquired. Call me brother, and I'll step aside, he replied. Cheng Chen frowned, stepping forward to angrily retort. Are you out of your mind? With a resounding slap, a hand struck down. Jiang's eyes widened in shock as she immediately stepped in front of Cheng Chen to inspect her cheek, which had been slapped. Turning around, she glared at the boy's obnoxious face and exclaimed, Don't go too far, Liang Zhe. What have I done that's excessive? Wasn't it her who insulted me first? The boy showed no remorse and appeared utterly unrepentant, his arrogance increasingly repulsive. Tell me, how much do you want for that slap? Cheng Chen stood still, covering her face, her eyes betraying no emotion. Students from nearby classrooms emerged to witness the scene, but dared not utter a sound, none willing to provoke Liang Zhe. Even the school's authorities turned a blind eye. At the other end of the corridor, Tan Xing and Shi Shui basked in the sunlight. Noticing the crowd gathered near the restroom, one casually inquired, What's going on over there? No idea. Maybe a fight? Let's go see. They weaved through the crowd, spotting Liang Zhe and several lackeys standing menacingly at the restroom entrance. What's happening? Tan Xing asked Jiang, then noticed Cheng Chen behind her, still covering her face. Her eyes slightly red, his brow furrowed in sudden concern. Did he hit you? Let me see. Cheng Chen remained motionless, allowing him to pull her hand away, revealing a pale cheek marred by a pink handprint. Enraged, his eyes reddened with fury, he turned and landed a punch on Liang Zhe. I wouldn't dare make her cry. So who the hell do you think you are? Liang Zhe, caught off guard by the sudden strike, touched his jaw gently and lunged forward, grabbing Tan Xing by the collar and hair, attempting to slam him against the wall. His lackeys joined in, kicking and striking the boys. Liang stood nearby, sneering. What do you think you are? Jiang led Cheng Chen to a nearby seat, intending to call their homeroom teacher. In the next moment, Cheng Chen stood up, seizing a broom outside the restroom, and struck Liang Zhe hard across the face with the sturdy end. Liang Zhe, momentarily dazed by the blow, covered his face and shouted, Are you trying to get yourself killed? That slap did not require your money. I shall return it to you, Cheng Chen declared, just as several teachers rushed over. What is happening here? Stop it. Cease the fighting. The group of boys engaged in the scuffle halted, each bearing wounds and bruises, their faces marred. Particularly notable was Tan Xing, who had found himself outnumbered 3-1. He was not particularly skilled in combat, and even with the teacher's arrival, Liang Zhe remained unrepentant. His inherent rebellious nature impossible to suppress. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on Cheng Chen and warned, You are doomed. Chapter 24. Unexpected changes ultimately. This matter reached an inconclusive end. Despite summoning the parents, it concluded with a reconciliation. The Liang family boasted considerable influence, with connections in politics, medicine, and commerce, comparable to the family background of Zhou Qiyu. However, when measured against Zhou Qiyu, they were worlds apart. Zhou Qiyu was the top student who garnered the affection of all his teachers, exhibiting politeness and never boasting about his family. Aside from a hint of inherent wildness and flamboyance, he possessed no discernible flaws. Conversely, Liang Zhe was the kind of troublesome student who left teachers exasperated, a rebellious troublemaker who disregarded school rules and bullied his peers. The affiliated school was not lacking in children from affluent families, yet none wished to invite trouble. Their parents were often too preoccupied to rectify their children's transgressions. Tan Xing bore many injuries on his face from the altercation. Although he avoided hospitalization due to timely intervention, the visible wounds were undeniably painful. Cheng Chun and Jiang escorted him to the infirmary for treatment. Cheng Chun did not shed a tear when struck. Yet upon witnessing her bantering friend in such a state, she could not help but weep. Tan Xing, unable to tolerate a girl's tears, attempted to lighten the mood. "I'm fine. Why are you crying?" "It's quite unbecoming." With her slender arms and legs, she retorted, "You'd better not draw unnecessary attention to yourself in the future. That is not permissible. Only I can bully you, not others." "What about you? Does it hurt?" he inquired, a teasing glint in his eye. In truth, the mark on his face had faded, and the pain was minimal. "I'm not in pain." "You should speak less," she replied, noticing the fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. As she took a cotton swab to dab at his wound, Jiang stood by, her phone suddenly vibrating in her hand. Upon checking, she saw a message from Zhou. "Why haven't you returned to class?" She typed back, "There was an incident. I'll return shortly." The weekend was just around the corner, offering her a chance to recuperate at home. Upon her return, Jiang recounted the events to Zhou. "Is he still bothering you?" he asked. The girl sat on the sofa, cradling the cat Can in her arms, gently stroking its fur. She replied, "Liang Zhe's personality is just that way. He enjoys bullying others." "Did he confront you today?" "No," she responded. Can was licking the cat tree in her hand, behaving exceptionally well. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Dr. Wen. Instinctively, she looked at Zhou, who had been observing her closely. Noticing her furtive demeanor, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to answer? Why are you looking at me? You're not secretly taking a call from some rogue man, are you?" The girl bit her lip, muttering softly, "Of course not." She answered the call. "Hello, Sister Wen. What is the matter?" "Jiang, could you come to the hospital?" Upon hearing the word hospital, an inexplicable chill coursed through Jiang's body. Her brow twitched twice as she asked, "Has something happened to my father? Please come over, and I will explain everything to you slowly." "All right." She hung up the phone, and Zhou spoke first. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I'm just going to see my father." "I'll go with you." The youth set his casually crossed leg down to rise. However, Jiang replied, "No need. I can manage on my own." He paused momentarily, not insisting further. "Let Uncle Zhou take you." Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang navigated her way to her father's ward with practiced ease. When Xian was still standing at the door, waiting, the girl hastened over. Noticing Xian's weary expression, anxiously, she inquired, "Sister Wen, what has happened? How's my father?" The woman, clad in a white coat, bore an unmistakable look of disappointment in her eyes. Her voice deepened as she looked at the frail, helpless girl before her, feeling an involuntary pang of sympathy. It was unfortunate that this girl was the daughter of her senior brother. "Jiang, your father's surgery cannot be delayed any longer." Jiang's lips trembled, and her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. From the previous night until now, he had experienced muscle spasms and had been frothing at the mouth. This was not a good sign. The department had taken scans and confirmed that he was suffering from internal bleeding and nerve necrosis. The girl lowered her eyelids, and 2 droplets of tears fell silently from her lower lashes, shattering into the air. When Xian sighed and enveloped the girl in a tight embrace, whispering, "It's all right, dear. Everything will be fine." The door to the ward was gently pushed open, and Jiang wiped away her tears, sitting by her father's bedside, gazing at his haggard, pale face. When Xian handed her a document, saying, "We have searched the entire country and have only found one person capable of performing this surgery. Her name is Liang Ying. She was a doctor abroad and has since returned to engage in medical enterprise. She possesses extensive research and experimental experience in brain nerve surgeries and is one of the few in the country qualified to perform this operation. Even my mentor, Professor Zhou, can no longer perform it. However, we have approached her, and she is not very inclined to take on the surgery. I've heard she has a nephew who is your classmate." Jiang sat weakly at the bedside, holding her father's hand. She nodded, replying yes. The main objective now is to find a way to secure her services. Time cannot be wasted any longer. It is no longer just a matter of the surgery's success rate. The girl examined the document and said, "You should go rest now, Sister Wen." "Thank you." Xian gently patted her head, speaking softly, "You should also rest. We will continue to find a way to reach out to her." After the woman left, only she and her father remained in the ward. She held Jiang Yi's hand, her eyes quietly reddening once more. Yet she had no desire to cry in front of her father. He could not bear to see her tears. He would want to embrace her and comfort her not to cry. At the same time, he would resent his own helplessness, unable to move or wipe away her tears. Soothingly saying, "Jiang, don't cry." That night, she did not return home. Zhou waited for her in the living room for an extended period, sending her messages that went unanswered. It was not until the clock approached midnight, as he was preparing to leave, that she finally replied, "I wish to stay with my father tonight. I'll 1 be returning. Do not worry." She understood him all too well and added another message. "There is no need for you to come over. I'll be back tomorrow." After sending this, she also shared an adorable sticker of a sleeping lamb. Initially believing there would be no further replies, she was about to put her phone down when another message arrived. Zhou inquired, "Are you certain you don't need me to come?" To which she responded, "Really, it's unnecessary. There are doctors here. You should rest." He replied, "If anything arises, let me know." "All right." In the following 2 days of the weekend, Jiang frequently visited the hospital to keep her father, Jiang Yi, company. One afternoon, Jiang Yi began to convulse, foaming at the mouth, which terrified Jiang to the point of tears. She cried out for the doctor, incessantly using tissues to clean up the vomit for her father. The doctor administered a sedative, yet her own emotions remained tumultuous. Words could scarcely convey the horror of witnessing it firsthand. She sensed something was amiss within herself and took a pill. Standing at the stairway, she felt utterly helpless. The girl took out her phone, hesitating in the chat window labeled Liang Zhe, typing a few words only to delete them. After a deep breath, she leaned weakly against the wall and ultimately sent a message. "Can we meet?" Chapter 25. Moreover, she possesses more than just this one merit upon seeing the message. The other party did not respond, but instead made a phone call. His tone was frivolous and laced with malice. "Oh, is this not our academic prodigy? Usually, you pay me no mind. What prompts you to seek a meeting now?" His voice dripped with disdain, yet he was taken aback by her initiative. Jiang, however, remained unervingly composed, responding coolly, "Are you free today?" The young man chuckled smugly, knowing that his intentions would soon be realized. "I'll grace you with my presence. I'm at a bar. I'll send you the address. If you wish to see me, come on your own." Moments later, Jiang received a message with the address. She took a taxi to the bar, which was markedly different from the one she had previously visited with Zhou. The establishment buzzed with a diverse array of patrons. Each man was accompanied by 1 or 2 scantily clad women, heavily made up, and the dancers in the center exuded a provocative allure that was difficult to behold. Jiang hesitated at the entrance, ultimately messaging Liang Zhe, "Why? Can you come out?" "Liang Zhe, aren't you the one who requested to meet? It's not as if I'm desperate to see you." Why? "I'm not of age. I can't get in." After a couple of minutes, someone emerged to escort her inside, bypassing the front desk. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a chaotic scene that made her frown in discomfort. Liang Zhe was seated with a woman in his lap, his hand carelessly placed beneath her skirt. Spotting Jiang's innocent visage, he remarked to the girl, "See that? Isn't she far more beautiful than you? Liang, do you have a penchant for good girls?" Liang Zhe scoffed lightly. "She is just a girl I can't have." With that, he pushed the woman aside and beckoned Jiang with a crooked finger. "Come here." All eyes in the room turned towards her, and some men began to appraise her with evident lecherousness, an unsettling sight. "Brother Liang, this one is quite the catch. Why do you think I wanted her?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, the atmosphere rife with disregard. Jiang stood frozen, and Liang Zhe, growing impatient, pressed, "Jiang, are you coming over or not?" She clenched her fingers, knowing that once inside, escaping would be challenging. She wagered with herself, deliberately stating, "If you're not free today, perhaps we can reschedule." With that, she turned to leave. Liang Zhe was taken aback by her audacity to retreat after coming this far. He quickly followed. "How stubborn, just as expected from our science genius." He grasped her hand, but she forcefully shrugged him off. "Don't touch me. What is the harm in a little contact? Why act so high and mighty? Countless girls beg for my attention, yet you prance around with that air. For whom are you putting on this facade? Liang chuckled, relishing in the humiliation of others. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions today. You wish for me to convince my aunt to perform surgery for your father. Don't you? I told you. It's only a matter of time before you come pleading to me. If only you had followed me sooner. You and T have to deal with any of this. Jiang raised her head, steadying her already tumultuous breaths, and inquired, what are your conditions? Have I not made myself clear? All I require is your companionship. If I agree, can you guarantee that your aunt will intervene immediately? Of course. You have meticulously endeavored to evoke my aunt's sympathy to obtain her assistance. The moment I refuse, she shall not offer you any help. Jiang inhaled gently, her voice tinged with fatigue. I can acquiesce to your demands, but you must hold true to your word. The boy suddenly burst into laughter, a mocking cackle. Wow. Such a dutiful daughter. Are you really willing to be with me for your father's sake? What about Zhou? Should you consent, I shall agree. Then plead with me. Let us see if I might be amused. The girl pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a few moments before lowering her voice. I beg you, say my father. The boy, finally satisfied, wore a smirk indicative of his triumph. You have presented yourself to me, naturally. I must sample the essence of this pure, academic prodigy. However, I have conditions. You must inform Zhou that you willingly chose to be with me. I did not coerce you, and I require you to sever ties with him. I have conditions as well, Jiang stated. On what grounds do you negotiate with me? Ignoring his question, she continued, do not trouble Chun. Still protecting your treacherous friend? He sneered, attempting to caress Jiang's face, only to be evaded by her swift movement. Very well, for each condition you propose, I shall present another. In recent days, Jiang's emotions have been somewhat unstable, and her medication had been increased. Although she spent little time on her phone, she noticed numerous messages flooding her social media. Upon perusing them, she encountered a barrage of insults, with some individuals having unearthed her personal information and disseminating it online. Confused, she could not fathom the origin of this deluge of vitriol. That was until one day when someone added her on WeChat and messaged her. You're the mistress, aren't you? You've intruded upon someone else's relationship? Jiang. She sat there, bewildered, contemplating the inexplicable nature of these messages. Suddenly, Chun sent her a screenshot. Upon opening it, she recognized the ID, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Chun, what the heck, babe? What is your deskmate going on about now? Was it ensnared? The screenshot confirmed that she had maliciously incited her followers to harass Jiang online, claiming that her relationship with the boy she fancied was compromised by the presence of this academic star. Subsequently, a legion of her fans unearthed Jiang's personal details and unleashed a torrent of abuse upon her on social platforms. There was even a photo capturing her and Zhou from behind. Chun, does this woman suffer from delusions? Additionally, some informed individuals commented below, Zhou and Jiang live together. Haven T, they've been getting closer? Give me a break. I recall she has a history. It was because of her that Zhou broke up with his ex-girlfriend. Her exceptional grades and striking beauty serve as a reminder that appearances can be deceiving. Yet, one should refrain from inciting discord. Do you truly comprehend the nuances of this situation? Jiang emotionlessly removed the WeChat contacts that had added her, as she lacked the inclination to elucidate these matters. However, she underestimated the profound influence of a minor internet celebrity inciting a frenzy. She switched off her phone and chose to ignore the unfolding events, taking the afternoon off to tend to her father at the hospital. The commotion online simmered throughout the morning but abruptly subsided just past noon, along with the deletion of all related terms. Any further posts would result in account suspension by the platform. Following this incident, few interclass approached ensnared to converse, and even her usual lunch companion ceased to seek her out. Admission to Zhou affiliated high school typically required either wealth and influence or outstanding academic performance. Jiang had always been a well-regarded academic star in her class, albeit somewhat reserved. After 2 or 3 years as classmates, they should be well aware of Jiang's character, even if they were not familiar with ensnared. Ensnared felt aggrieved. After taking 2 days off, she emerged from the homeroom teacher's office, visibly disheartened. When class commenced, she opted to skip the final session altogether, grabbing her bag filled with cosmetics and heading outside, with no one inquiring about her destination as they were engrossed in their exams. Growing up as the center of attention, Zhou was unprepared for the chilling indifference of those in the capital, leaving her to confide her woes to her fans. Upon opening Weibo, she discovered her account had been restricted from posting. Stunned at the stairwell, she looked up to see Zhou leaning against the balcony railing ahead. A lit cigarette dangled from his right hand. Surprised, she asked, "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes," he replied. "I was waiting for you." The girl was incredulous at his sudden assertiveness. Smiling playfully, "Brother Zhou, what do you need me for?" Zhou, with his left hand scrolling through his phone, stepped closer, displaying the screen towards her face. "Is this what you posted?" The girl's smile faltered, and feigning ignorance, she responded, "What do you mean?" Such conversation weighed heavily on Zhou. He turned his head slightly, took a drag from his cigarette, and stated, "You have until tomorrow morning to edit an apology. I expect to see it posted then. I do not know your motives for spreading rumors, but let me be clear, I have no interest in you. Do not involve others with such childish tactics." Zhou could not bear the blatant accusation. Her eyes reddened, her voice rising slightly with a hint of petulance. "How should I apologize?" "State the facts as you lied," he replied. She persisted, "But I am your sister. She is merely an outsider. Why do you not favor me? Isn't academic performance alone sufficient?" Zhou's gaze, cold and unyielding, bore into her. His tone remained even as he continued. "Moreover, she possesses more than just that merit. Constantly comparing will only breed contempt." Chapter 26. Who the hell wants to be friends with her? As dusk fell, a delicate drizzle enveloped the hospital exterior. The inpatient wing was tranquil, with Jiang seated beside her bed, having completed 2 sets of chemistry exercises. Her father's condition had remained stable over the past few days, and under the influence of medication, her emotions gradually settled. Feeling fatigued, she stowed away her backpack and rested her head on the bedside to catch a brief slumber. When Xian had finished work for the day, after changing into her own clothes, she stopped by the inpatient department and happened upon the girl asleep in that very moment. She entered quietly and approached, gently patting Jiang's shoulder. "You should head back to rest. Your senior's condition is stable now." Jiang slowly opened her eyes, resembling a small child, innocent and bewildered. With little effort, she could effortlessly soften hearts. Her gaze filled with a tenderness that drew sympathy, sparkling like a clear blue sky. Consequently, one would willingly choose to cherish her. "Everything is all right. The people around your senior are all trustworthy. There are no ill-intentioned individuals here," when Xian cooed to the girl, embodying the role of a gentle sister, akin to a mother comforting her daughter. Jiang nodded, shouldering her backpack and departing the ward. As she descended to the first floor, the corridor appeared desolate, her small figure the only presence. The rain had fallen earlier, leaving the pavement glistening damp under the orange glow of the streetlights. Upon stepping outside, Jiang spotted a car at the entrance of the emergency department. Emerging from it were the current director's wife and daughter, engaged in cheerful conversation as they awaited their husband or father to conclude his shift. The girl appeared to be around Jiang's age. Frozen in place, Jiang's gaze remained fixed on the serene scene before her mind functioning like a time machine, replaying memories from her childhood. However, she contrasted sharply with the warmth surrounding her, bearing the burden of loss and the urgency of patients being rushed to the emergency room. The wailing of an ambulance grew increasingly louder, a sound that instilled fear within her. Covering her ears, she turned away. As she crossed another street, she suddenly slowed her pace, reluctant to look ahead. She dreaded the notion of arriving at an impasse and feared that reaching the end would mean bidding farewell. Yet reality reminded her that her path had no terminus. It had been many days since she had been alone with Zhou. The weight of responsibilities pressing upon her was overwhelming, leaving her without the time or energy to defend herself against the rumors circulating about her. Exhaustion enveloped her. Why? She pondered. Did the world seem to favor those who perpetrated wickedness? Her father, so benevolent and dedicated to saving lives, stood in stark contrast to the malevolence she observed. The girl could walk no further. Hesitantly, she retrieved her phone, navigating through her contacts until she found Zhou Qiyu's name, leaning against a wall illuminated by dim light. She closed her eyes, lightly tapping the screen before placing the phone to her ear, awaiting connection. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The call was answered. Jiang, are you ever coming back? Do you have hands? Will you respond to a single message? The voice on the other end, as casual and flippant as ever, exuded a sense of audacious freedom. It was not truly about blaming her. It was merely a playful jest. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the young man, Jiang felt tears cascade down her cheeks. She covered her mouth, desperately attempting to stifle her sobs and gasps for air. Jiang? There was a pause on the other end of the line. Despite the brevity of his response, he sensed something was amiss. Her voice was thick with emotion. Zhou Qiyu. The boy frowned but chose not to confront her, his tone instinctively softening. What's wrong? The girl inhaled deeply, but she suddenly felt an overwhelming reluctance. It's nothing. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Jiang steadied her trembling voice and replied, No need. I've already arrived. On the street, an elderly man in tattered clothing had been watching her for quite some time. He was hearing impaired and made his living collecting scrap. He did not understand why the girl was crying, but he could see that her sorrow was profound. Thus, he approached her, pulling out the last 60 yuan from his pocket and offering it to Jiang. She refused, shaking her head. Grandpa, I don't need it. Please keep it for yourself. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. I really don't need it. But the old man could not hear her words. He simply wished to comfort the weeping girl, hoping she would buy something delicious with the money. Unable to speak or hear, this was all he could do. Jiang continued to decline, yet the grandfather insisted, pressing the money into her hands before turning to gather the empty bottles he had just collected. Jiang, overwhelmed, slid down the wall, unable to hold herself up. Upon returning home, her eyes had dried completely, yet the redness surrounding them betrayed her. The villa door opened, and she entered with her head bowed, deliberately treading lightly. Zhou Qiyu was on the sofa, playing with a cat, though he was actually waiting for her. The cat was merely an excuse. Upon seeing Jiang's despondent demeanor, he tossed the cat toward her with a hint of disdain. You know I'd be back, right? This cat is utterly annoying. You take care of it. Holding the cat, she called out his name, Zhou Qiyu. What is it? Jiang bit her lip, avoiding his gaze. Let us break up. Zhou Qiyu paused, his demeanor casual, his tone flat, as if they were merely engaging in light conversation, pretending not to grasp the gravity of her words. What do you mean, break up? Jiang absent-mindedly scratched the cat's head, feigning ease. We should split up. Zhou Qiyu chuckled lightly. All right then. When shall we reconcile? There won't be a reconciliation. This is a genuine breakup. And a reason? Jiang spoke softly. We are not suited for each other. In what way are we not suited? Zhou Qiyu replied, returning to the sofa, leaving Jiang standing alone. Being by your side does not bring me joy. Rather, it feels suffocating. You've seen what is online, right? I no longer wish for my life and studies to be affected by you. A chill crossed Zhou Qiyu's face. Suffocating? Jiang. Weren't you the one who wanted to follow me from the beginning? How could she dare utter such a word as suffocating? Resolving issues is not accomplished in such a manner. Who, for heaven's sake, would wish to befriend her? I understand that you are a wonderful person. This is solely my predicament and has nothing to do with you. Zhou Qiyu leaned against the back of the sofa while one stood and the other sat. A silence enveloped them for approximately half a minute. Suddenly, he rose, retrieved his coat, and ascended the stairs, leaving behind a parting remark. Do as you wish. Just don't regret it. Chapter 27. Why didn't you wait for me? In the dimly lit living room, she found herself alone, cradling the little one as she ascended the stairs. Yet, the moment the door to her room closed, she pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to stifle the sobs that escaped her lips. The little one, with its dazed expression, gazed up at its owner, emitting soft, comforting meows as if to console her. That night, someone lay awake in bed, listening to the sound of rain throughout the night. The following morning, the school forum erupted with activity. Since Shuran had not attended school for 2 consecutive days, Jiang took the bus to school alone, and as she settled into her seat, Chun leaned over, eager to show her something on her phone. Baby, she has apologized. Jiang paused, placing her backpack down before taking the phone. It was a Weibo post. Shuran. Hello everyone, I am Shuran. I sincerely apologize to all those who have been affected by my inappropriate words and actions. Please do not malign others based on my statements. That girl is my classmate. She is a kind-hearted person and not someone who intrudes upon others' relationships. Please refrain from impacting her life further. He has never professed any feelings for me. It was I who deceived everyone. I am sorry. As a public figure, I will exercise greater caution in my words and actions moving forward. I welcome your oversight. This Weibo post garnered significant attention, and it wasn't long before comments began flooding in. So you were lying then? Knowing full well that girl is innocent, why incite hostility? Is it not merely to guide your fans into online harassment? Not eating coriander. Darling, I believe in you. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. Pear Blossom, can we not get her blacklisted? User 002998. How absurd. The school heartthrob has never claimed to like you, yet you indulge in fantasies with your fans? Jiang glanced briefly before returning the phone to Chang Chun. Chang Chun munched on nuts, remarking, I don't think she truly understands her mistake. Rather, she realizes her downfall. Isn't she a capitalist? How could she still be subject to public relations? Is there someone even more formidable who disapproves of her? Jiang paused, her hand halting mid-motion as she prepared to write. Zhou Qiu's seat remained empty. He had yet to arrive. During class, Jiang completed an exam, and during the break, she ventured to the school store. As she perused the beverage aisle, she noticed only one can of coconut milk left. Just as she reached for it, she overheard a girl nearby chastising her boyfriend. It's all your fault for being so slow. Someone has already taken it. The girl glanced at Jiang and handed her the coconut milk. Classmate, here, take it. The girl was somewhat taken aback. Aren't you going to drink this? I can grab something else. Ah, thank you. You're welcome. Jiang moved forward to grab a bottle of pomegranate juice, ready to pay. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind her as someone collided with the shelf. She turned to see Liang Zhe snatching the coconut milk from the other girl's grasp, even going so far as to strike her. The female student's boyfriend seemed hesitant to retaliate. Jiang was concerned about the potential collapse of the shelves and approached to intervene. Liang Zhe, what are you doing? Liang Zhe handed him a can of coconut milk, wearing a smug expression, completely oblivious to his unreasonable behavior. Why should you give up something you desire for someone else? Remember, now that you are with me, no one can steal you away. Jiang felt utterly incapable of communicating with such an obstinate individual. Is it really necessary to resort to violence over a bottle of drink? Besides, I explicitly said I didn't want it. Are you blaming me? Liang Zhe brushed past her and exited the store. Jiang apologized to the two classmates, paid for her items, and intended to leave. Little did she know, Liang Zhe was waiting for her outside the supermarket. She pretended not to see him, but was intercepted under a tree. If you don't let me have some fun, I want to help persuade my aunt, he threatened, sitting on the flower bed beneath the tree. Jiang stood before him, flanked by a few rather dubious-looking boys. How do you want to have fun? He challenged. Right here, in public, kiss me. Jiang pressed her lips tightly together, finding his audacity utterly shameless. Sorry, that's impossible. Impossible? He chuckled. Aren't you with me now? My girlfriend, right? When Zhou Qiu helped you, you thought he was amazing, but when I stand up for you, you blame me? Who's really seeking whom here? Jiang. You refused to kiss me. Yet if Zhou Qiu asked, you'd jump at the chance. His words were unrestrained and deeply insulting, disregarding any semblance of dignity. He would never say such things to me, she replied calmly. So what? He retorted after a brief silence. Class is about to start. Jiang attempted to placate his temper with reason. La Yongsha, I did consider how to get along with you. If you just want to play, then let us forget it. I need to return to class. La Yongsha, despite his decent looks and stature, could have easily pursued any girl if he chose to court them properly. His interest in Jiang had lingered for a while, but it hardly stemmed from genuine affection. It was merely a desire to conquer. Liang Zhe gazed at her, then waved his hand, allowing the two boys behind her to step aside. As soon as Jiang walked away, he promptly pulled out his phone and posted a photo on the school forum that depicted them in a misaligned yet intimate pose. Before chemistry class, Jiang distributed the test papers in the classroom. When she reached Zhou, he casually inquired, "Why didn't you wait for me this morning?" Jiang paused, thinking he might be upset with her. He propped his chin on one hand, raising an eyebrow. "You're the one who mentioned breaking up, yet you're angry with me?" "I'm not," she replied. "I thought you would be upset." Just then, the homeroom teacher called her from the doorway. "Jiang, come to my office." Holding the test papers, she responded, "All right." Zhou reached for the papers in her arms, nonchalantly remarking, "Go on, claim your reward." Disregarding her, she took the papers and began distributing them one by one. Jiang wasted no time and swiftly made her way to the office. "Teacher, you summoned me for something?" The homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses and gestured towards the doorway, saying, "They have arrived." Jiang turned to see Liang Zhe entering. Confusion clouded her mind until the teacher inquired, "What is going on between you two?" She fell silent, a sense of being caught in a shameful act washing over her. Her head bowed in embarrassment. Liang Zhe wore a triumphant expression, fully aware that the photos he had circulated had spread throughout the school. However, this time, the female subject of the photo was the school's model student. Teachers and classmates alike were left in shock upon seeing the images. "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang and Liang Zhe. It's impossible for Jiang to be involved with someone like him. The students of Class 7 in their final year began to discuss the matter, pulling out their phones to access the forum. "Get away! La Yongsha! Don't you dare touch my goddess!" Zhou, hearing Shi Shuai's exclamation, pulled out his phone, opened the photo, straightened his slouch posture, and focused intently on the image. Slowly furrowing his brow, the office was enveloped in silence. The homeroom teacher produced her phone, displaying the photo. "Explain this. What is it?" Upon seeing the photo, Jiang's expression froze. The image that had captured her pushing him away had been misrepresented as an intimate embrace. "Do you know that the school prohibits early relationships?" Liang Zhe chuckled, utterly devoid of remorse for his mischief. "Teacher, why didn't you express concern when I was involved with several others? I'm of age now. Couldn't you just turn a blind eye? Must you meddle?" The teacher, left speechless by such unreasonable defiance, turned to Jiang and asked, "Now, tell me, are you two actually dating?" The girl lowered her head, about to speak when a clear voice from the doorway interrupted. "They're not dating." A tall youth sauntered closer, his demeanor relaxed and casual. "Can't the teacher see that the photo is out of context? She's my sister. Would I not know if they were dating?" Liang Zhe suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "You know? Then why don't you ask your dear sister whether we are actually together? What do you say?" Liang Zhe turned his gaze back to Jiang. She intentionally avoided Zhou's eyes, nodded, and said, "Yes, teacher, I apologize. We are indeed in a relationship." Chapter 28. Breaking up with him, the teacher sighed, shaking her head and removing her glasses. "All right, I understand. Liang Zhe, you may return to class now." The boy scoffed, provocatively passing by Zhou's side. He had never felt so at ease in front of Zhou, finally able to gain the upper hand. He had promised to make Zhou witness Jiang willingly choose him, and he had accomplished it, leaving the proud Zhou unable to retort, which was more satisfying than anything else. The homeroom teacher gazed at the girl, taking her hand gently. "You are a good child, but were you coerced by him?" Jiang recalled Liang Zhe's condition that she must declare her willingness. Zhou stood behind her, suddenly feeling the urge to smoke. Leaning against the desk with one hand supporting him, Jiang was aware of his presence, but was at a loss for words. If you're in a relationship with someone who can help you improve, the teacher would not oppose it. After all, at your age, it is normal to develop feelings for someone. However, you are aware of who Liang Zhe is. With just over 200 days until the college entrance examination, can you ensure that being with someone like him will not affect you? If you encounter difficulties, the teacher will assist you. Jiang shook her head and replied softly, "Teacher, I am willing. Thank you for your concern." Willingness? How absurd. Upon hearing this, Zhou chuckled but said nothing further, stepping outside for a smoke. He walked down the corridor as if nothing had transpired. Jiang followed slowly behind, even hesitant to step in front of him. He sensed her presence, maintaining a distance just enough to hear his emotionally detached voice. "Willing?" Seamlessly connected. You are quite the cad. Jiang remained silent, mirroring his pause. Breaking up with me to be with that fool? He inquired again. Jiang still chose silence. The youth extinguished his cigarette, chuckling softly, and asked, why the silence? Jiang, I am giving you the opportunity to speak. What troubles you? The corridor connecting the two teaching buildings was desolate, with everyone else occupied in classrooms, leaving only the two of them standing in the illuminated passageway. One tall, the other short, their gazes locked. Jiang pressed her lips together, consistently succumbing under his direct and indifferent gaze. I have no grievances, she stated firmly. All right then, break up with me. I have my own plans and thoughts. There is no need to heed everything you say. She observed his prominent nose and the refined contours of his profile, her voice gentle and devoid of any irritation. He squinted. When have you ever listened to me? She was evidently disobedient. If others were foolish, that was their affair. Yet here was this girl before him, claiming her affection for Liang Zhe, speaking so deliberately, as if he were unaware. Could he believe that? Even if a dog were to develop feelings for that fool. It was inconceivable that Jiang would ever feel the same. Upon hearing her words, he displayed no anger, instead exuding a sense of resigned indifference. It was rather amusing. Truly, she had claimed to feel suffocated in his presence, and now she found herself with someone even more troubled. Choosing not to part ways, was it? Very well. That was her decision. His brows and eyes relaxed, yet held a chilling, terrifying demeanor. Nevertheless, he left with a calm composure, leaving her alone in the light. To endure the light, to consume it, to ultimately lose it. From that day forth, she and Zhou exchanged not a single word. She was someone who feared being treated harshly, yet she was taken aback by Zhou's emotional state that day, expecting him to confront her with fury. He was known for his temper, often expressing it towards her. Yet on that day, he remained unervingly calm, his tranquility only deepening her sorrow. It appeared he had reached the depths of disappointment with her. A surge of intense, scalding emotion flooded her heart, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Liang Zhe, unconcerned with his influence at school, frequently visited Class 7 to see Jiang. He had ceased to pretend, strolling directly into the classroom to deliver items to her, as if he were in his own home. With the two classes situated quite far apart, he boldly suggested she transfer to accompany him. When she approached the homeroom teacher, she claimed the reason was the overwhelming pressure in the advanced class, seeking a shift to a regular class for a change of pace. The chemistry teacher, who adored Jiang as her favorite class representative, was aware of the girl's intentions. The teacher declined her request, stating that if someone was coercing her to transfer, that individual should come and speak to her personally. Thus, the matter was laid to rest. After school, Liang Zhe insisted she not remain in the classroom to complete her homework, but rather come watch and practice on the basketball court. Upon arriving, Jiang realized that Zhou was practicing in the adjacent area, understanding Liang Zhe's intentions all too well. Such behavior was undeniably juvenile. Standing outside the court, she held a book in her left hand and a pen in her right, working through problems. Her peripheral vision, however, betrayed her, often drifting to the right, while his gaze never once fell upon her. After Tan Xing made a successful shot, he noticed Jiang and approached Zhou, leaning in to say, "Brother Yu." Jiang. They were all aware of the situation between Jiang and Liang Zhe. Cheng Chun had inquired numerous times about its authenticity, receiving affirmative responses. As her close friend, she felt profoundly saddened, yet could not be angry with her dear companion, believing that Jiang was undoubtedly being coerced. It was inevitable to encounter gossip about Jiang in the gymnasium and cafeteria, and she was always the first to defend her friend. On one occasion, she nearly came to blows with a female classmate at the ping-pong table in the school gym. After Tan Xing spoke, regret washed over him as he caught sight of Zhou's fearsome glare, making him realize his misstep. Zhou opened a bottle of water, tilted his head back to take a sip, and remarked, "What's so surprising? Haven't you ever seen a girl?" Tan Xing, Liang Zhe, and his teammates were training. After a session, he noticed that Jiang was not watching him, which incited a flicker of irritation within him. He threw a basketball her way, which narrowly grazed her arm. "Where's my water?" Jiang brushed off the dirt from her clothes and went to fetch him a drink. The boys teased, Liang Ge, how can you make your girlfriend do this and that? If I had a girlfriend as obedient as hers, I wouldn't want to let her go. I'd cherish her too much. You know nothing. A girlfriend who comes willingly is meant to serve. Liang Ze chuckled, his pride evident as he raised his voice intentionally for others to hear. Oh, our Liang Xiao knows how to play. Jiang turned and picked up the basketball, her expression devoid of emotion as she handed the water and ball to Liang Ze. Just as he reached for them, a ball sped between them, striking the tip of a boy's nose, causing a thin stream of blood to surface. Jiang Bao set, glancing over to see Zhou Qiyu approaching to retrieve the ball that had flown past, leaning close to her side as he remarked, so obedient. Why not pick one up for me too? Liang Ze touched his nose, wincing in pain. His face flushed with anger as he snatched the ball from Jiang's hands and hurled it at Zhou Qiyu. Zhou Qiyu effortlessly sidestepped it. Zhou Qiyu, do you have to provoke me like this? Liang Ze demanded, pointing at him. The young man leisurely bent down to pick up the ball, standing straight without a hint of concern or emotional fluctuation. The ball doesn't have eyes. What does that have to do with me? He squinted against the sun, his demeanor nonchalant. Your ball can be blind, but mine cannot. He referenced Liang Ze's earlier provocation of Jiang with the ball. Liang Ze, riled up by his words, was easily incensed. He was someone who could not bear to be disregarded. I didn't provoke you. Stay out of my way. Oh, and then what? Unrequited. Don't push me. Did I push you? Zhou Qiyu teased, rubbing his brow with a finger, unable to suppress a chuckle. Are you going to bring up your well-connected relatives next? Or perhaps you'll cling to their coattails for a day and night of tears. Idiot. Liang Ze was momentarily at a loss for words, his temper flaring as he struggled to articulate a response. His only recourse was to pull Jiang closer. As expected, this simple gesture caused Zhou Qiyu's demeanor to cool significantly. Liang Ze declared, you provoke me, and I'll take it out on her. Zhou Qiyu turned to the silent Jiang and smiled. What's this? Should I wish you both happiness? Chapter 29. One by one, Liang Ze was utterly unfazed by Zhou Qiyu. His nonchalant demeanor revealed no signs of agitation. Liang Ze lost interest in playing basketball, discarding the ball and urging Jiang to accompany him. They had spent the past few days together, and upon returning home, Zhou Qiyu would not acknowledge her, leaving her with no opportunity to engage in conversation. It was futile. One day after school, Jiang intended to visit the hospital. However, shortly after exiting the school gates, a black car halted before her. As a window rolled down, she beheld Zhou Ningyao's face. Jiang, he greeted. She nodded politely. Uncle, may I invite you into the car? I have something to discuss, he proposed. Jiang's eyes flickered. No need, you can speak here. I must head to the hospital to see my father shortly. She deliberately emphasized the word father, keenly observing the man's expression. Was it guilt or evasion? Triumph or anxiety? She could not discern. He appeared more composed than she had anticipated. Since you are unwilling to enter the car, I shall speak plainly, the man declared. Shu Ran has taken leave from school these past few days and is in a somber state. A flurry of online insults and rumors has emerged about her. As a father, it pains me to see my daughter in distress. And this matter pertains to you, does it not? He continued. If you could publicly support Ran and mitigate the online slurs against her, feel free to state your conditions. So that was the crux of the matter. Jiang maintained an unblemished facade, her voice remaining soft. What exactly do you wish for me to validate, uncle? You are a father who cares for his daughter. Yet I too have a father. Would he not feel anguish when I am wronged? Zhou Ningyao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this young girl would be so unyielding. Your father is my classmate. It is precisely because you are his daughter that I am addressing you respectfully. You are a child of the Zhou family. Must you act so thoughtlessly? Why would the Zhou family support her? Did they not comprehend the reasons? Jiang lowered her gaze, momentarily abandoning her previous stance. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, are any conditions acceptable? Zhou Ningyao, momentarily perplexed by the girl's intentions, nodded affirmatively. Yes, I require a reliable doctor for my father. Can you assist me in finding one? Zhou Ningyao furrowed his brow. Your father's condition is beyond cure. It seemed he was well informed. So, Uncle had been abroad for so many years, yet remained concerned for my father. She smiled gently, unperturbed by the man's earlier bluntness. I have no specific conditions. The only thing I desire is a chance for my father to recover. If you can provide that, I would be willing to sacrifice anything to fulfill your wishes. The man was evidently shaken, yet he still did not expect this seemingly fragile girl to be so difficult to sway. The individual she referred to was Liang Ying, someone he had investigated before. Even when Zhou Xun, a person of considerable standing, had approached her to perform surgery for Jiang, she had declined. Not only does she refuse to step back into the realm of medicine, but the minuscule chance of curing Jiang Yi's ailment dissuades her from taking such a perilous risk. Jiang spent a night at the hospital, where Wen Xian provided her with new medication. Jiang has battled depression for many years, relying on medication to suppress her emotional fluctuations. Recently, an overwhelming number of events has compelled her to increase her dosage significantly. Wen Xian was astonished that Jiang had consumed the entire supply in such a short span of time. In the following days, Zhou Yao did not seek her out again. She understood that he was utterly incapable of securing Liang Ying's assistance to negotiate terms with her. Since Shu Ran had not attended classes for several days, the repercussions of her misdeed weighed heavily upon her. As a privileged young lady, she could hardly bear the sudden onslaught of public disdain. One evening, Liang Zhe took Jiang out for dinner, sans his usual companions. However, they trailed behind them, appearing more like lackeys than bodyguards due to their gaunt physiques. Jiang lacked the appetite and enthusiasm for the meal, merely feigning consumption with a few bites. Her perpetual listlessness irked Liang Zhe immensely. Jiang, must you always wear that expression? Does it not tire you? He exclaimed, his irritation palpable. After all this effort to engage in a semblance of a romantic relationship, you present yourself in such a manner. For whom are you putting on this act? He was prone to sudden bursts of anger, akin to a tempestuous soul. Jiang swallowed a morsel and replied, I'm not particularly hungry. Then what do you wish to do? You have no interest in dining, nor in retreating to bed. His mood soured, and after settling the bill, he insisted on escorting her home, casually draping his arm over her shoulder. Jiang felt uncomfortable, her body rigid with unease. When he leaned in to kiss her, she instinctively recoiled. The change in Liang Zhe's countenance was immediate as he pointed at her and shouted, What are you pretending to be? As Jiang's bag strap slipped, she discreetly adjusted it and inquired, When will your aunt be able to undergo surgery? You expect me to assist you without offering anything in return? You believe that's a fair proposition? You made me a promise. Do you assume surgery requires no preparation? If your father were to pass away, would you not be devastated? Furrowing her brow, she moved her lips slightly before striking Liang Zhe across the face. Lai Yongxia, in disbelief, clutched his cheek and stared at her. You dare strike me? Do you wish for your own demise? In a sudden rage, he grasped her throat and produced his phone, opening the gallery to present it to her. The screen was filled with images of naked women, including himself. He had recorded a video. Jiang's eyes widened in shock as she struggled against his tightening grip. His expression was vile. Do you comprehend now? Which woman besides you would refuse to share my bed? You may not wish to play, but you will play along. He activated the video recording, beckoning several boys over. What are you waiting for? Record this. As soon as the words left his lips, he forcefully tore open Jiang's school uniform collar, revealing a patch of fair skin and a distinct collarbone. She listened to the nauseating sounds emanating from the crowd, as they incessantly snapped photos and recorded videos with their phones. Her eyes stung, and a tear rolled down her cheek, a blend of resentment, injustice, and pain. Suddenly, Liang Zhe was struck on the back of the head by a black backpack, and an imposing arm wrapped around his neck, tightening its grip. Jiang abruptly opened her eyes to see Zhou Qiyu grasping Liang Zhe's neck, dragging him away, and forcefully slamming him against the wall. Bang! The sound was loud and resonant. Liang Zhe was dazed, struggling to maintain his balance, whimpering as he failed to comprehend his predicament, only to be met with several punches. The boys behind him, having suffered at Liang Zhe's hands previously for their inaction, dared not stand by this time. Yet, as they approached Zhou Qiyu, none had the courage to strike first. Hurry up. Why the hell aren't you going? Who isn't afraid of death? What difference does it make to provoke Zhou or Liang Zhe? Zhou resembled a rabid wolf, his eyes tinged with crimson as he battered Liang Zhe, who clutched his stomach, coughing up blood. Blood was splattered across the walls, the ground, and the grass. Jiang stood frozen, adjusting her clothing before rushing to embrace Zhou's arm. Zhou, please stop. The youth withdrew his arm from her grasp, ignoring her pleas, and yanked Liang Zhe's collar, lifting him up and colliding him against the boys in front. They caught Liang Zhe, who was too battered to stand, as a cold, emotionless voice rang out. Are you going to take your young master back, or shall I exact revenge on his behalf? Either way suits me. The boys were so tense they could hardly swallow. They remained silent. The youth raised an eyebrow, uninterested in expending effort, and with a flippant tone, remarked, "Not coming?" As Zhou took a couple of steps forward, they instinctively retreated. He commanded, "Then take out your phones and delete the videos of Jiang from earlier, right in front of me, one by one." He pointed to the boy with the yellow hair and said, "You first." The boy hurriedly fished his phone from his pocket, deleting the video he had just taken of Jiang under the youth's watchful gaze. One after another, they all complied. Subsequently, he turned back to the scene of the scuffle, bent down, and picked up Liang Zhe's phone, which he had knocked from his hand. Bang! It shattered upon impact with the ground. When your young master regains consciousness, tell him that if he ever lays a hand on the wrong person again, I will ensure he vanishes from the capital. Get lost. Chapter 30. Are you going to shower with me? The night streets occasionally saw passers-by. The orange-yellow streetlights burst and scattered their glow upon the boy's clean and handsome face, though his face bore no injuries. The back of his hand was raw and bleeding from a recent altercation. He walked past the girl casually, as if nothing had transpired, and bent down to retrieve his backpack against the wall. His hoodie was soiled, and there were bloodstains on his trousers, which he found distasteful. Jiang's ponytail was somewhat disheveled, her bangs swept by the cold breeze, obscuring her eyes. She brushed them aside and took out a Band-Aid from her backpack, rushing towards the boy under the streetlight. Blood oozed from the wound on the back of his hand, trickling down his long, defined fingers to his clean, pale fingertips. Zhou's expression was grim, cold, and distinctly fierce. Hesitant, she lingered beside him, unsure of how to approach. He seemed oblivious to her presence, retrieving his test papers from the backpack before casually tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Jiang's eyes began to sting. She obediently followed him. With her eyes downcast, she tore open the Band-Aid, gently lifting his wrist with one hand while carefully applying the adhesive over his wound with the other. Zhou quickly snatched his hand away, so swiftly that Jiang barely had time to react. He ripped the Band-Aid off with a chilling remark, "Don't touch me. I find it filthy." Those 7 words left Jiang's mind in a haze, and tears began to well in her eyes. Sniffling, she tore open another Band-Aid and continued her efforts. He yanked it off once more, seemingly impervious to the pain. Yet, Jiang remained focused on his injury. The stark contrast of his fair skin against the vivid red of his blood was blinding. It pained her deeply. The torn skin, exacerbated by his aggressive removal of the Band-Aid, revealed a thin layer of flesh beneath, resulting in increased bleeding. In a fluster, Jiang firmly embraced his arm and pleaded, "Please don't rip it off again." Her lips trembled, her voice quaking with vulnerability and distress. "Let go," he replied, his tone shifting from indifference to a weary resignation. "I want tea." She leaned against his arm, resembling a small ornament clinging to him. "Let go." His voice bore a hint of exasperation, tinged with fatigue. "I refuse." The girl's uniform had torn, though it did not expose much, yet she trembled, uncertain if it was from the cold or something else. Unable to shake her off, he resigned himself to the situation. Thus, the two made their way home in that peculiar posture. This was Jiang's first bold attempt to cling to him so insistently. Upon returning home, Kinkin was waiting at the door, a small bundle bouncing towards Jiang, wagging its tail and pawing at her pant leg. Zhou found the cat bothersome and gently nudged it aside, then turned to the girl, who clung to him like a cat, and warned, "If you don't let go, you'll roll around like it." How fierce he was! Jiang slowly released his hand, lowering her head in silence. Zhou Qiyu returned to his room, tossing the exam paper aside, intending to take a shower. Just as he turned around, Jiang stood at his door with a medicine box in hand. He squinted and asked, "What are you looking at? Are you going to follow me while I bathe? If so, then come along. It matters not to me." Yet, the girl seemed indifferent to his invitation. She pressed her lips together and politely inquired, "May I come in for a moment?" "Absolutely not," he replied bluntly. Zhou Qiyu assumed that a scolding would send her away. Unable to bear the sight of his soiled clothes, he removed his sweatshirt with one hand. But as he turned, he was taken aback to find Jiang had already entered, shutting the door behind her. "Damn," he muttered, momentarily at a loss for words. Still, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You're quite bold, Jiang." In truth, she was terrified, despite her audacity to enter. The moment she saw Zhou Qiyu remove his top, she blushed deeply and averted her gaze. Observing her flustered demeanor, he casually donned a white t-shirt. Jiang opened the medicine box and retrieved some hemostatic medication and gauze. Her movements were gentle, and she hadn't even had the chance to change out of her tattered school uniform before rushing into his room. "Your wound shouldn't come into contact with water. Let me tend to it first, all right?" Zhou Qiyu chuckled lightly. "Why are you so concerned about me? Your boyfriend is in the hospital because of me. Shouldn't you be worried about him instead?" He said this on purpose. "With me, you feel suffocated. With him, aren't you happy?" However, Jiang felt a pang of sorrow at his words. "I'm sorry." "Why are you apologizing to me?" he retorted. "Just leave. Whether I'm injured or not has nothing to do with you. You were hurt because of me. Doesn't that matter?" Zhou Qiyu smirked. "You're overthinking it. You still deserve a beating regardless of your presence." He always found a way to justify himself, aware that she could not win this argument. Jiang tore off a strip of gauze, dipped a cotton swab into some antiseptic, and approached him, disregarding whether he wanted her to or not. "I'll be quick. This medicine might sting a little, so bear with it." She proceeded without hesitation. Zhou Qiyu couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. Feeling helpless, yet maintaining an air of aloofness. The girl was careful with her motions, fearful of causing him pain, occasionally glancing up at him with her round, innocent eyes. "Does it hurt?" she asked gently. At that moment, the rational thoughts of the young man wavered, and he forgot his anger. He looked down at her, her beautiful eyes reflecting her smallness, and replied, "It doesn't hurt." Indeed, it was swift. Jiang soon finished bandaging him, ensuring that he could shower without wetting the wound. Zhou Qiyu gazed at her for a long time, noticing her eyelashes fluttering. "Jiang," he called her name. The girl looked up, her eyes still slightly reddened. "Should you consider breaking up with him?" Jiang was taken aback, her lips pressed together in silence. She pondered. Yet what was her father to do? The young man shielded her from the blinding light before her, willing to bear the weight of the encroaching night. He inquired, "Are you still unwilling to share your thoughts with me? What is it that you truly desire?" Then with a sigh, he added, "Forget it. Just leave. I intend to take a bath." Zhou Qiyu sidestepped her towards the bathroom door, but he paused upon hearing her gently call his name. "Zhou Qiyu." He halted, listening as she spoke. "I am not unclean." After a moment of silence, Zhou Qiyu replied softly, "I know." Chapter 31. Do you believe in miracles? In this world, there are no sudden heroes descending from the heavens, nor are there idle spectators passing by to watch the drama unfold. However, there is a young man who has persistently followed her, yet remains silent about his presence. His concern for her is profound, and he fears for her safety in the hands of Liang Zhe. Although they seem to have exchanged not a single word and have not met in days, he has been shadowing her for an indeterminate time. If she were to casually turn around each night, she would catch a glimpse of the young man standing beneath the tree, feigning to pass by. Jiang no longer conceals her predicament from him. With her head bowed in despair, she confides, "The hospital informed me that my father's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. His condition is quite rare. It is not solely due to the explosion, but also a result of a previous medical experiment that led to a bacterial infection due to improper handling." Zhou Qiyu turns to listen as she recounts her heart-wrenching story. The field of research concerning this illness is limited, and the only surgeon capable of performing the operation is Liang Zhe's aunt. I have no choice but to agree to his terms, she admits. Zhou Qiyu realizes that this matter is related to her father, yet he is taken aback by the severity of her situation. He steps closer and gently wipes away her tears. Is this how we part ways? He asks softly. Jiang nods. How foolish. Even if you consent to be with him, he will take his time to wear you down. He wouldn't easily acquiesce. Jiang sniffs and resumes crying. He finds himself unable to bear her tears, yearning to embrace her, yet hesitant to do so. His clothes are stained with blood. They are too filthy for him to feel comfortable. Please do not cry. After what seems like an eternity, he suddenly poses a question. Do you believe that miracles exist in this world? Jiang presses her lips together, slowly lifting her gaze to meet the fervent eyes of the young man, embracing his unabashed demeanor. As night gave way to dawn, the winds had stilled. Zhou Qiyu assumed that Jiang would rise early and head to school without waiting for him, so he awoke half an hour earlier than usual. Descending the stairs, he was surprised to find her still at the dining table, having breakfast. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, evidence of a night fraught with tears. He felt a pang of sympathy. He was adept at teasing her. Despite being the one to rise early, he playfully remarked, "Oh, so you decided to wait for someone this morning? I thought you would run off on your own again." Jiang took small bites of her food, her thoughts drawn back to him by his languid and teasing tone. She looked up at him in a daze, but said nothing. Liang Zhe had sustained grave injuries and spent 2 full days in a hospital. However, unable to endure the unpleasant smell of disinfectant and the sterile environment, he returned home to recuperate and hired a private doctor for regular checkups. He had previously sought vengeance from his parents, but upon discovering that his assailants were from the Zhou family, they opted for discretion. In a family of equal standing, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially given the significant influence Zhou Qiyu's mother wielded in the capital and beyond. In the Liang family estate, Liang Zhe lay on a spacious bed, feeling a twinge of frustration towards his parents for not avenging him. Your own son was nearly beaten to death by someone else, and, as his parents, can you not be so spineless? Liang's father did not indulge him this time. Did I not tell you to refrain from causing trouble outside? You are of age, and while I can turn a blind eye to your dalliances with women, I will not clean up the mess when you maim someone. Why provoke the Zhou family? Do you even know what Zhou Qiyu's mother does for a living? Liang Zhe gritted his teeth, glaring at his parents. Aren't you connected to the police department? Grandfather is also a provincial official. What do you fear from her? Liang's father, lounging with his leg crossed and smoking, retorted, I simply cannot reason with you. You reckless fool. According to your logic, should I then feel justified in beating Zhou Qiyu to such a state tonight? Liang's father took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, if you could defeat him, would I stop you? It's a disgrace to be my son and end up in this condition. I feel embarrassed saying it out loud. Dad. He glanced at Liang Ying, feeling aggrieved. Aunt, look at what your brother is saying. Liang Ying, who has always been protective of Liang Zhe, was startled by his severe injuries. All right, be careful not to aggravate your wounds. You should retaliate in kind, and your father will not interfere. I will back you up. No, Zhou Qiyu was completely out of control yesterday. Liang Ying turned to her brother. Either call the police or discreetly find someone to teach that boy a lesson and relieve your anger. Liang Zhe's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. Liang's father extinguished his cigarette. If you dare to seek someone to deal with him, do you think the Zhou family won't retaliate against you? Leave this matter to me. I will report it to the police. Liang Zhe shot his father a dissatisfied glance. What good will that do? Knock, knock. A servant knocked on the door. Madam Liang, someone is here to see you. Liang Ying inquired. Who is it? It's the young master of the Zhou family, the grandson of academician Zhou. Upon hearing that Zhou Qiyu had arrived, Liang Zhe could hardly contain himself. What does he want? Tell him to get out of my house. Liang Ying bet Liang Shi, urging him to remain calm. I'll go check. You stay put. Liang Ying descended the stairs and invited the guest into the living room. This was not her first encounter with Zhou Qiyu. The Zhou family and the Liang family had a history, but it was not one of friendship. Rather, they were adversaries, both in business and politics. She had to admit that Zhou Ningli and Mu Xia's son was exceptionally handsome, resembling his mother. Though he was in the Liang household, his presence was not diminished. The exquisite features conveyed an air of aloofness. "Madame Liang, it is a pleasure to see you again," Zhou Qiyu initiated, a smile gracing his lips. Though he appeared polite, that smile held a hint of arrogance. Liang Ying's demeanor suggested she was not to be trifled with, as rumored. She had a fiery temperament and an astute mind. She shared a type with Zhou Qiyu's mother, but lacked the grace and poise of Muxia, her demeanor being rather sharp. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Of course, I sincerely request Madame Liang to assist me with a favor." Liang Ying found it amusing. "You severely injured A's and then came to ask for my assistance. What gave you such confidence that I would help you? Is it not precisely because you are uncertain that you sought me out?" His demeanor suggested one might think he was here for a confrontation. "Surely, Aunt Liang is aware of the investment from the Zhou family in one of the subsidiaries under her medical equipment company, right?" Liang Ying sipped her tea, remarkably composed. "And so, I know you have long wished to terminate the contract. If you could assist me with this matter, I could render that contract void," he stated, his expression unchanging. An overt transaction, yet a veiled threat. Liang Ying set down her teacup and replied, "I have achieved so much. Do you truly believe I would jeopardize my future for such trivial gains?" Zhou Qiyu's face remained impassive, his thin lips pressed together. "However, I might still consider it." She smiled, a smile reminiscent of a venomous serpent, addressing the considerably younger boy before her. "There are few things I care about, and the only one that truly matters is my nephew. He has been grievously harmed by you, and it pains me deeply." Zhou Qiyu fell silent for a moment. A fleeting image of Jiang flashed through his mind, and he said, "I can have him retaliate, but he shall not strike back." Liang Ying laughed, a sound as chilling as a snake's hiss. "No, I want you to kneel before A's and apologize." Chapter 32. Kneeling Liang Zhe was carried downstairs by a servant. Liang Ying remarked, "As long as you are willing to do this, I will agree to let you undergo the surgery." Upon hearing his aunt's words, Liang Zhe immediately felt a surge of confidence. Just days prior, Zhou Qiyu had exerted his ruthless dominance over him, and even now, Liang Zhe's body instinctively trembled at the sight of him. The youth remained seated on the sofa, motionless, and inquired, "May I smoke a cigarette?" Liang Ying, well aware of her nephew's character, understood that the Liang family often derived amusement from the dignity of others, which was precisely why even threats to her interests failed to intimidate her. Liang Zhe sat arrogantly opposite Zhou Qiyu, silent, until Liang Ying interjected, "Go ahead." Zhou Qiyu produced a cigarette and lit it, casually asking, "If I kneel, can you guarantee that the surgery will proceed?" "I stand by my word," the woman affirmed with a nod. Liang Zhe, holding a laptop, smirked with a sense of triumph, turning the screen to face Zhou Qiyu. Displayed before him were the tear-filled eyes of Jiang, captured in a video from that fateful day. Zhou Qiyu's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. "Did you think that because you smashed my phone and deleted the videos from my friends that I would have nothing left? You are quite naive, Zhou Qiyu." He extended his hand, revealing a USB drive hanging from his finger. "As my aunt said, if you kneel and apologize, I want to release this video. Do you dare?" Zhou Qiyu's previously indifferent demeanor began to relax, as if he had become indifferent to everything. "It doesn't matter if I die," he suddenly laughed, exhaling a plume of white smoke before leaning forward to extinguish the still-burning cigarette in the ashtray. He raised his gaze and said, "Is this truly a difficult task?" With that, he stood up, one knee, then the other. He knelt on the carpet before Liang Zhe, his eyes cast down, his lower body bent. Yet his upper body remained erect. Strands of hair fell across his forehead, partially obscuring his eyes. He refused to glance at the triumphant and astonished expressions of Liang Zhe and Liang Ying, who were oblivious to his indifference. They had not anticipated that he would kneel, sacrificing the pride of the Zhou family's illustrious heir for a girl. The Liang family's servants stood at the staircase, incredulous as they beheld the kneeling youth. They all understood that it was the most arrogant and noble prince of the Zhou family who was now humbly pleading. Liang Zhe's expression transformed from shock to delight, unabashedly taking out his phone to record Zhou Qiyu's kneeling form. He erupted into laughter. "Zhou Qiyu, are you truly willing to go this far for Jiang?" The once revered young master of the Zhou family was now kneeling before the Liang family, pleading for forgiveness. How delightful it was to witness this reversal of fortune. Zhou Qiyu's kneeling was not solely to secure Liang Ying's consent for the surgery, but also stemmed from his disbelief in Liang Zhe's character. Yet today, as he allowed Liang Zhe to record the moment, he knew that it no longer mattered whether Liang Zhe would ultimately release the video of him and Jiang. Because of his presence, public opinion will inevitably sway in his favor, and she shall no longer be harmed. Liang Zhe laughed heartily, his laughter unceasing. Ha ha, Annie, I am absolutely delighted. Zhou Qiyu flexed his fingers, finally lifting his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, "Can the surgery be performed?" Liang Ying inhaled deeply, her lips parting slightly. "It can. Then it is imperative that we proceed immediately," he replied, his tone growing colder, akin to wielding a knife at someone's throat. He slowly rose, standing tall, watching Liang Ying gather her belongings to head to the hospital. Liang Zhe, still with his head bowed, reveled in the video he had recorded, feeling a joy he had never experienced in his 18 years. Suddenly, a shadow fell. Zhou Qiyu bent down, resting one hand on the sofa, nearly encroaching upon the boy. A face with exquisite, deep-set features, fresh and cool, was juxtaposed against one that appeared dull and yellowed, with prominent cheekbones. The visual contrast was striking. Zhou Qiyu extended his other hand, placing it before Liang Zhe, whispering, "The USB drive, it belongs to me now." Liang Zhe, with his single eyelid and slightly swollen eyes, remained motionless, staring at the indifferent youth before him. Zhou Qiyu never indulged in idle chatter. He seized a fruit knife from the coffee table, adjusting it in his palm before driving it down with force. The blade pierced through Liang Zhe's clothing, directly puncturing the sofa cover. "Are you going to give it to me? This is my home. Do you dare to touch me?" Liang Zhe's bravado faltered, his earlier demeanor of someone enjoying a moment of submission dissipating. Zhou Qiyu withdrew the knife, tapping it against his face. "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Liang Zhe swallowed hard, remaining still, listening as Zhou Qiyu spoke. "The Zhou family deals in arms. Do you think we are engaged in philanthropy?" He took the USB drive from Liang Zhe's hand, his demeanor cold and resolute, leaning closer as he warned, "If you dare to harm her again, I will indeed break the law on your account." Chapter 33. A Lifetime of Debt. Zhou Qiyu. "What are you doing?" Liang Ying stood on the second floor, witnessing the young man gripping a knife, pressing it against Liang Zhe. Zhou Qiyu raised his gaze and slowly stood up, feigning nonchalance as he tilted his head towards the panicked woman. His cold eyes curved slightly. "Are we leaving, Aunt Liang?" He gently lowered the knife and added, "Failing to follow through on one's words can cost a life." "Madman." Liang Zhe's heart raced, remaining motionless on the sofa. Pain coursed through his body. Any movement brought discomfort. Zhou Qiyu had accompanied Liang Ying to the hospital. After leaving the Liang residence, Liang Zhe was still in shock, anger radiating through his body. Frustrated and unable to restrain his irrational impulses, he swiftly uploaded a video of Zhou Qiyu kneeling to the school forum. Within moments, the post went viral, igniting a firestorm online. The video was shared incessantly, viewed by countless eyes. Some, recognizing Zhou Qiyu, immediately identified him. Comments flooded in below the video. "No way. He is the heartthrob from Jingzhou affiliated high school. I know him too, he is so handsome." A few years ago, he was trending online, but then his popularity was suppressed, and the posts were deleted. "I don't even frequent the internet much, yet I know him. His parents seem impressive. My goodness, is this a movie? Is he the male lead? How could someone look so good even while kneeling?" I'm amazed, covering face, laughing. Meanwhile, Jiang was in class when the video exploded across the school. What on earth is happening? She remained oblivious to the commotion, not checking her phone despite the sudden uproar. It wasn't until she vaguely heard a boy mumble a name that she paused. Zhou Qiyu. Jiang was momentarily stunned, quickly retrieving her phone to access the school forum. She beheld the video. Zhou Qiyu was kneeling, head bowed. At the bottom of the video, Liang Zhe's shoes were also captured. She froze, her complexion paling, brows furrowing tightly, her forehead pulsing twice with intensity. The shares of the video continued to rise. Jiang set down her pen, sprinting past several classrooms to the office, seeking a leave of absence from her homeroom teacher. Meanwhile, outside the hospital room, the young man leaned against the wall, his legs slightly raised, one hand scrolling on his phone. He was responding to messages from Jiang, hardly paying attention to how many had viewed the video. Jiang, what is going on with that video? Zhou, it's true. Jiang frowned, perplexed by the situation. Even he found it hard to accept that his good friend had knelt before someone he could no longer bear to watch. Jiang, I'll pay to have it removed. Zhou, no need, let it be. Jiang. Before their conversation could conclude, a call came in. Jiang. He leaned back against the wall, tilting his head slightly as he answered the phone. Once the call was connected, he remained silent, prompting the girl to inquire. Where are you? Her voice was tinged with urgency, a hint of breathlessness, and a quiver of emotion. He chuckled softly. At the hospital. The other end fell into a stunned silence. He lightheartedly teased, Jiang, are you crying? The silence persisted, neither party speaking nor hanging up, stretching for nearly 10 minutes. Suddenly, a small figure appeared before him. A real, tangible person. Zhou was taken aback, not expecting Jiang to arrive so swiftly. She was on the verge of tears, her eyes red and pitiful, her lips trembling, and her eyelids nearly brimming with unshed tears. The young man curved his lips into a faint smile and feigned nonchalance. Don't cry, or I won't comfort you. Jiang's mind was flooded with the image of him kneeling, unable to forget the boy's humble demeanor, nor his solitary endeavor to plead on her behalf. While Liang Zhe had support, Zhou stood alone. He was surrounded by people, yet still risked everything to protect others. The girl's tears fell like 2 crystalline droplets, landing softly on her shoes. She refrained from asking why, for she understood the significance of Zhou's words that day, his inquiry about believing in miracles. What miracles existed in this world? Merely a relentless young man desperately striving to save her. He had declared he would not comfort her, yet upon witnessing her tears, he instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the ceaseless flow of sorrow. Why cry? I'm not dead, he remarked, yet his words only deepened her weeping. He sighed, conceding, Liang has agreed to perform surgery for your father. The hospital and she are preparing for the procedure, which should take place tomorrow. His hand, hanging at his side, stirred with a hint of hesitation, though it was fleeting. Ultimately, he placed that indecisive hand atop Jiang's head, gently ruffling her hair. This was no longer playful teasing, but rather imbued with tenderness. I need to step out for a while. You stay here at the hospital and keep your uncle company. Upon his hand's descent, he heard her voice, heavy with tears. Zhou, how can I ever repay you? The weight of her debt felt insurmountable. She would rather be the one kneeling than witness Zhou relinquish his dignity to Liang Zhe. The young man's lips parted slightly as he replied, Then let me a debt, a lifelong one, and repay it slowly. Chapter 34. Accompany her on my behalf. Zhou departed from the hospital, his exhaustion palpable. He had neglected his own well-being, indifferent to the swirling rumors surrounding him. He retrieved his phone and dialed Changchun. The call connected swiftly. Hello, who is this? Zhou closed his eyes momentarily, replying, It's me, Zhou. The voice on the other end hesitated, confused. What is wrong? Could you do me a favor? Go on. Please come to the hospital in the city center and keep Jiang company. Upon hearing Jiang's name, Changchun readily agreed without hesitation and hung up, hailing a cab to the hospital. Zhou clutched the USB drive tightly, taking a cab directly to the police station. He felt no need to inspect the contents of the drive. As he arrived, an officer approached him, inquiring, What brings you here? With a calm demeanor, he stated, I wish to file a report. Rape, molestation, bullying, solicitation. As his words hung in the air, a uniformed officer gestured for him to step forward to provide a statement. The USB drive was inserted into a computer, revealing a screen filled with illicit videos. One video of Jiang was particularly harrowing, showing only a glimpse of her being choked, her collar torn. The rest contained damning evidence against Liang Zhe. He felt foolish, unable to comprehend why Zhou was so insistent on acquiring this USB drive. Zhou Qiyu was a man of action. His threats to imprison Liang Zhe were not to be taken lightly. That night, he remained at the police station until dawn, uttering only one line to the officers. If investigations revealed that those who had encountered Liang Zhe were victims, their privacy must be safeguarded. Girls only have one life, he asserted. They have already suffered enough. If the police cannot protect them, their plight will only worsen. As noon approached, the hospital had completed all necessary preparations for the surgery. Jiang had spent the night at her father's bedside, and neither had attended school. One was at the police station, the other in the hospital. Jiang remained oblivious to Zhou Qiyu's intentions, refraining from inquiry, though she seemed hesitant, gazing at the chat window concerning him for an extended period. Silence enveloped the conversation. Soon after, Cheng Chun arrived, accompanied by Shi Shuai and Tan Xing. Wen Xian entered the room clad in a white coat, announcing, "Jiang, we are ready for the surgery." Jiang looked at her father's pallid face and nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Xian, holding a record book, gently told her, "This is your only chance. The odds are slim, so prepare yourself mentally." After a brief silence, Jiang bit her lip and nodded, "I understand." As Jiang was wheeled into the operating room, the door closed and the surgical lights illuminated the space. Jiang sat anxiously outside the operating room, acutely aware of the torment of waiting. She worried for her father while grappling with other concerns. Cheng Chun sat beside her, offering reassurance, "Don't worry, sweetheart. The surgery will go smoothly." The surgical procedure required a craniotomy, and once Liang Ying entered the operating room, she became isolated from any external news. Wen Xian held a genuine respect and sincerity towards Jiang, the former director of the hospital, who had saved numerous lives with his skilled hands. He even utilized his modest earnings to aid the impoverished who lacked the means for treatment. Despite his esteemed position as the director of a prominent hospital, his savings were limited as he strived to provide for his wife and daughter while doing what he could to save others. Concerned about potential misconduct, Wen Xian remained by Jiang Yi's side throughout the medication, treatment, and surgery. Jiang stared vacantly at the operating room sign, her heartbeat quickening unexpectedly, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as though she could scarcely breathe. As her eyelids fluttered, the light above the operating room extinguished. How could it be so swift? Regaining her focus, she glanced at her phone. Only half an hour had passed. The door to the operating room swung open, revealing Wen Xian, clad in surgical attire, emerging slowly. She removed her mask, her eyes and face glistening with tears, her scara veined with crimson. Jiang gazed at her, her mind blank, as if she instinctively understood the reason. She heard Wen Xian utter, "Jiang, I'm sorry." Meanwhile, at the police station, Zhou Qiyu was still engaged in his duties. Liang Zhe's father, the police chief, seethed with rage upon discovering his foolish son had left behind incriminating evidence. Wishing nothing more than to punish him, he attempted to obscure his son's misdeeds, facing the scrutiny of countless eyes, but knew he could neither abuse his power nor deceive without bribing those in the know. Mu Xia, in a rare moment of leisure, stumbled upon the video of Zhou Qiyu kneeling. Normally disinterested in her phone, she had only seen the video because a subordinate had shown it to her. Despite her lack of time to concern herself with her son, the humiliating nature of the video rendered her momentarily incredulous. That very day, she canceled her appointments and flew back to the capital. Zhou Qiyu's phone was unreachable, likely due to his lack of time to answer. In the presence of all the adults at the police station, he remained merely a youth who had just turned 18. Alone, he confronted those wielding authority, yet they found this seemingly aloof and cold boy to be anything but easy to manage. He was closely following the case, and those within the precinct were aware of his identity and formidable background. Due to Liang Zhe's father, the case was delayed. Zhou Qiyu, however, was unperturbed. If they wished to prolong the process, he was willing to wait. In the afternoon, a familiar yet foreign face appeared before Zhou Qiyu. The woman, elegantly dressed with a light touch of makeup, her jet black hair gently curled, emanated an aura that commanded attention. "Director Mu, what brings you here?" A young officer greeted her with a smile. Yet, Mu Xia merely returned a polite, faint smile, her gaze drifting towards Zhou Qiyu, who appeared relaxed and unrestrained, yet weary. Upon seeing his face, she felt as though it had been ages since they last met. Zhou Qiyu remained silent, surprised by her sudden appearance, but did not call out to her. Liang Zhe's father was summoned out. Upon encountering him, Mu Xia gently inquired, "How have the recent cases been for Director Liang?" The other party's gaze wavered, yet he replied with a smile, adhering to the principle of serving the people. "Everything is indeed proceeding smoothly." "That's wonderful," she responded. "I shall return to the capital and take the opportunity to pay a visit." Having spent only a brief time at the police station, the personnel resumed their investigations. Liang Zhe was brought back to the precinct, and no one dared to obfuscate the remaining matters. The video of Zhou Qiyu kneeling was not something Mu Xia insisted on pursuing. However, within 2 days following that incident, the video had vanished from the entire internet, untraceable even by search engines. All accounts associated with malicious slander had been deactivated. Exiting the police station, the sky remained shrouded in gray. Zhou Qiyu stood beside Mu Xia, towering over her. In her presence, he appeared somewhat obedient, almost unfamiliar. Yet, their demeanors bore a striking resemblance, reminiscent of siblings. "Are you not going to discuss that video with me?" the woman asked. Having knelt, "What else is there to say? If you find me embarrassing, should I apologize?" His every utterance felt deliberate and distant. "That is not my intention," she replied, grappling with her words, sensing an unsettling distance between them. "Shall I escort you home?" "No need. Please carry on with your business," he replied in his customary tone. "Thank you for taking the time to check in on me today. There's no need for me to trouble you further." "Qiyu, are you blaming me?" "Not all." Zhou Qiyu smiled. "You are overthinking it. When a person becomes accustomed to something they care about, they may eventually cease to care." As Zhou Qiyu watched Mu Xia get into the car, she rolled down the window to glance back at him as the driver started the engine. For the first time, she felt that indebtedness could breed estrangement. It was the first time she recognized that he had grown up. He no longer required his parents. As darkness began to envelop the sky, Zhou Qiyu remained standing alone at the police station's entrance. There was no moon, no stars, only the streetlights and his solitary figure. His phone vibrated twice in his pocket, and he leisurely retrieved it. The caller was Tan Xing. Upon answering, he was greeted by a cacophony on the other end, seemingly from outside a hospital, as he could hear the wailing of an ambulance. "Qiyu, what's the matter?" Their voices were both subdued and weary. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end spoke. "Jiang's father has passed away." Chapter 35. A desire to embrace her after an indeterminate silence. Zhou Qiyu finally inquired, "Did the surgery fail?" His tone was remarkably subdued, for he could scarcely fathom the overwhelming blow this news would inflict upon Jiang. What was she to do? How would she cope? It felt as though he shared a singular heart with the girl, and a sudden pang of anguish gripped him. The operation had yet to commence. Reports indicated that the procedure had been delayed excessively. Within less than half an hour of its initiation, calamity struck. Cardiac arrest ensued, leading to irreversible brain death. And what of her? He pressed further. Tan Xing understood whom Zhou Qiyu referred to and replied, "She did not weep, yet she is far from well." When Xian took Jiang home, she possessed the keenest insight into the girl's condition, which had worsened significantly since that day. Indeed, not a single tear had fallen from her eyes. It is often said that tears can run dry, especially when one weeps for another during their most profound sorrow. Over the past 2 days, she had consumed not a morsel. When Xian sheltered her within the confines of her home, but the girl spoke not a word, existing like a mere shell, devoid of spirit. Following an examination and consultation with a psychologist, it was preliminarily determined that she was suffering from transient aphasia and symptoms of autism, brought on by prolonged depression compounded by severe trauma. Further stimuli must be avoided. She could not be coerced into conversation, nor could she be excessively disturbed. The recovery process might be protracted or brief, hinging upon the patient's emotional state. The doctor's message was unequivocal. Recovery would prove arduous. On that day, Zhou Qiyu yearned to see Jiang. However, when Xian barred him from entry, informing him that Jiang was currently rejecting all but herself and her psychologist. Thus, he merely caught a distant glimpse of her from afar, beneath the apartment complex. In just 2 days, the girl had lost considerable weight. her pallid complexion evoking heartfelt sympathy. Her once vibrant eyes had dimmed to resemble the depths of night. Following Jiang Yi's departure, a throng of individuals rushed to express their condolences. Their memories of Jiang Yi as the esteemed director obscured by their rapid shift in demeanor following the explosion. Upon learning of the incident, Zhou acted promptly to manage the aftermath. 3 days later, Jiang returned to her ancestral home in Nanjiang, cradling her father's urn. When Xian accompanied her, remaining steadfastly by her side. The Jiang family home in Nanjiang still stood, albeit long uninhabited since Jiang Yi relocated to the capital for work. It resided on a rather dilapidated street, the surroundings far from idyllic, yet it was the very place where her parents had once fallen in love. Every corner bore witness to their shared history, from their admission to the prestigious Jingqing University School of Medicine, to their return to Nanjiang, their marriage, and the birth of their beloved daughter. Wen Xian confiscated Jiang's phone, forbidding her from peering at it. Once all matters were settled, she took leave to remain in Nanjiang alongside the girl. Observing her slowly regain the ability to consume small amounts of food and gradually find solace and sleep under the guidance of a psychologist brought a glimmer of hope. Yet, she had developed a fear of the dark, prompting Wen Xian to stay by her side as she slept, embodying the role of a devoted sister. Once, Jiang had inquired of Wen Xian why she treated her with such kindness. Wen Xian replied that it was because her own parents had once helped her out of adversity with their benevolence. Such gratitude cannot be succinctly expressed in mere words. For over half a month, Jiang had not returned to the capital. Life continued for everyone else. Qingchun grew anxious with the absence of news from Jiang. Liang Zhe found himself imprisoned for his transgressions. Sin Shuran, unable to withstand the sudden onslaught of online harassment, succumbed to depression and withdrew from school. Meanwhile, the other students busied themselves with preparations for the impending college entrance examinations as the semester neared its conclusion. Only Zhou took a different path. He secretly purchased a ticket and flew to Nanjing. He sought out the dilapidated alleyway, clad in a black hoodie and a matching cap, the hood pulled over his head. Standing beneath a long-neglected street lamp, the youth lingered less than 30 meters from the girl's doorstep. He neither advanced nor retreated. The rains in Nanjing were frequent, and the streets, just having been drenched, exuded a damp scent. Rusted iron railings, tangled wires, withered yellow leaves, and a wild cat lurking in the shadows. This was her current abode. The orange glow of the streetlight cast shadows upon the boy as profile, accentuating his prominent nose and defined jawline. He cast his gaze downward until a familiar figure emerged from the mouth of the alley, making her way toward him. It was Jiang. The boy's long lashes fluttered as his eyes absorbed the sight of the girl he had not seen in ages. She wore her hair softly and moved with a slow, melancholic grace. Her delicate, pale face had regained a hint of color. The white canvas shoes crunched upon the damp leaves as she approached her home, poised to push the door open. For reasons unknown, she halted her movements and slowly turned around. At this gesture, the boy instinctively retreated, seeking refuge behind a century-old phoenix tree. The girl wore an expression devoid of emotion, oblivious to Zhou's presence concealed behind the trunk. Her gaze drifted lazily to a small orange cat behind her, evoking painful memories. She thought of Can and the audacious youth. Unbeknownst to her, her emotionless glance brushed past him. Countless times, Zhou had restrained himself, yearning to step forward. Only he understood how deeply he wished to be by her side during her moments of distress. In truth, a twinge of selfishness lingered within him. He longed to embrace her. Chapter 36. Occupying the sole position behind her, Zhou observed her pause for a few moments before pushing the door open and stepping inside. He retrieved his phone, gazing at the chat window that displayed 2 months of silence between them. His long fingers tapped on the screen as he uttered, Jiang, I implore you to keep living well. This marked the first occasion in Zhou's life where he took the initiative to add someone as a contact. He saved Wen Xian's information, who informed him that Jiang would return to school after a few days of observation. Her demeanor had calmed, appearing even more like an emotionless automaton than before. She required solitude, and thus should not be disturbed. On the day Jiang returned to the capital, it was Zhou who went to fetch her. For the first time during this period, they found themselves in such close proximity. The girl's eyes had grown vacant, seemingly incapable of harboring anyone. The innocence and charm of her youth had matured into a stoic rationality. Yet, the price of this growth was exceedingly high. He wished for her to remain forever pure and lovely, rather than be compelled to navigate the thorns of life and transform into a thorny black rose. Zhou opened the car door for Jiang, who quietly settled inside. A considerable distance lay between them. She was reluctant to draw near, while he allowed her the space she sought. She had lost considerable weight, but fortunately, her vitality had improved somewhat during this time. He suddenly perceived that the girl before him was more resilient than anyone else. In truth, upon seeing Zhou again after such a long time, Jiang felt her heart tremble violently in an instant. It was as though, in a dark expanse, she yearned to sprint toward the light, only to find her legs bound by a rope, rendering her powerless. That rope symbolized hatred, while the light represented him. Pain and redemption appeared to be locked in an eternal struggle, fraught with contradiction and restraint. After Liang Zhe was imprisoned, the teachers of the entire senior year seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The school forum finally dared to discuss him openly. Who could possibly have imprisoned the director's son? I truly admire them. The scourge that harmed both classmates and the school's reputation had finally been expelled. Upon returning to school, Jiang faced another major examination, resulting in her rank plummeting from 2nd to 39th in her class. This was an unprecedented position for her. Even her strongest subject, chemistry, in which she typically excelled, saw a significant drop. When the results were released, she exhibited no outward reaction, as if nothing could stir her anymore. She appeared composed, devoid of emotion, since Shuran had taken a leave of absence, leaving her seat vacant except for herself. The teachers and classmates were particularly cautious with their words around her, seldom bothering her without cause and refraining from calling her name. They no longer engaged in playful banter at her expense. Even during breaks, Chun hesitated to ask Jiang to accompany her to the restroom. Patients with social withdrawal and aphasia require a gradual approach to open their hearts, rather than being forced. Only to the extent that the patient is willing to accept can one draw nearer. Therefore, everyone was exceptionally careful. She listened intently to this examination paper, as if nothing had changed, yet everything seemed to have transformed profoundly. In the classroom, seats were rearranged every fortnight, and Zhou seat was now almost aligned with Jiang's. He propped his head up with one hand, enduring the drudgery of a physics lesson. Occasionally, he would tilt his head to glance at the girl seated by the window. She was quiet and earnest, diligently taking notes and calculating. How obedient! Throughout the morning, she remained silent, not engaging with anyone. At noon, as school let out, she, as usual, carried a vocabulary notebook to the cafeteria. Tan Xing, and Shui trailed behind Jiang like devoted messengers. They did not intrude upon her, but silently accompanied her, offering a sense of companionship. Chun cherished her little Jiang, willing to bear half of her burdens as a good friend. Yet now, he could only watch her from a distance, feeling stifled by the inability to speak. With the advent of winter, the school no longer mandated students to wear uniforms. Although they donned their everyday clothes, it did not diminish the effervescence of youth. Chun pretended not to follow Jiang too closely, but her intentions were all too evident. Jiang was aware of their genuine concern for her. How strange it felt, as if her heart were locked away. As when Xian had said, finding the key to unlock it was no simple task. The queue was neither long nor short, and as Jiang positioned herself at the back, she began to lower her head and memorize English vocabulary. Amidst the ordinary crowd, a striking figure emerged, capturing attention effortlessly. The young man navigated through the throng, his skin porcelain-like, leaving a faint trace of a refreshing lemon scent in his wake, an ethereal presence in the winter chill. He was remarkably tall, exuding a wild aura that was hard to overlook. Behind Jiang stood a boy, seemingly not from the senior class. Zhou strolled leisurely to join the line behind him. Today, he abstained from smoking an unusual sight as he casually held a lollipop in his mouth. He was both endearing and aloof, with an undeniable wildness lurking beneath the surface. He appeared nonchalant as he glanced at his phone, the earring in his left ear glimmering brilliantly, much like his own striking persona. There was merely one extraneous boy separating Zhou from Jiang. He seldom ate in the cafeteria, yet today he found himself queuing alone. The boy in front, perhaps out of boredom, leaned forward to peek at Jiang's English vocabulary book. As he inched closer, it became an unwelcome encroachment. Jiang, standing at a modest height of 1.60 meters, felt the boy brush against her back, occasionally brushing against her hair and shoes. She sensed it and quietly shifted forward, distancing herself from the unfamiliar boy behind her. Zhou feigned indifference while observing his phone, but he was acutely aware of the situation. He kicked the thoughtless boy in front of him. The boy, taken aback, turned around, ready to retort. "Who asked this?" The line eyes in to even that long, but upon seeing the towering figure behind him, he hesitated, recognizing the school heartthrob, aware that even if they were not in the same grade, his reputation preceded him. Zhou raised an eyebrow, questioning what. The young man retracted his neck and shook his head with a smile. "No." Zhou fell silent, gripping the back of the boy's collar and tossing him aside. Subsequently, he stepped forward, claiming the sole position behind her, seizing the moment while Jiang was engrossed in her vocabulary study. He casually slipped 2 grape-flavored hard candies into her pocket with his long fingers. Why did he always prepare 2 pieces of candy for her? Because he had always remembered Jiang's tendency towards low blood sugar. For every ounce of bitterness that life bestowed upon her, he endeavored to add 3-fold sweetness. Chapter 37. Jiang, with her tray in hand, sought out a quiet corner to sit. Zhou was seated a few tables away, seemingly lacking appetite as he picked at his food without consuming much. The girl, too, had a small appetite, savoring her meal slowly, taking delicate bites, which extended her stay in the cafeteria. Tan Xing, upon spotting Zhou, approached, drawn by the aroma. "Are you dining here, Bro Chiyu?" Zhou merely cast him a glance, choosing to remain silent. After finishing her meal, Jiang rose to return her tray, and he followed suit. As she approached the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of coconut juice, she found herself struggling to open the door, whether due to her diminished strength or the door's stubborn suction. Just as she considered abandoning her efforts, a strong hand reached over her head to open the fridge for her, though he also took a drink for himself to avoid appearing overly helpful. Jiang paused momentarily before proceeding to pay for her coconut juice. The evening study session concluded at 10 o'clock, and the darkness enveloped the surroundings. With the weekend approaching, Jiang planned to tackle more problems on Friday. She gradually adjusted her focus, simultaneously reducing her medication dosage. Zhou accompanied her in completing 2 sets of comprehensive exercises, remaining until only a handful of students lingered in the classroom. Even the supervising teacher was astonished at such diligence from a prodigious talent. They had always indulged this top student in the sciences, and now their admiration had only grown. Before long, he became not only the target of his peers' aspirations, but also a model of both excellence and hard work. A group of first and second-year students remarked on the forums, "The senior is truly impressive." Zhou nearly chuckled at the notion of being labeled a model student. To stave off boredom during evening study, he had assisted Tan Xing in clearing 2 game levels during the afternoon, leaving the assignments for later. Tan Xing, in a fit of flattery, exclaimed, "Bro Chiyu, weren't you against gaming? How come you're so skilled?" Zhou dismissed the praise, retorting, "You're just too inexperienced." Due to Jiang's aversion to crowds, he refrained from having the driver pick them up after study. Although she remained silent, she unconsciously slowed her pace while tidying her belongings, casting a glance toward Zhou's seat as if to signal her departure. He certainly understood her unspoken message, but maintained a respectful distance, trailing her by about 10 meters. The girl, fearful of the dark, chose the path illuminated by the brightest streetlights. As they passed a bustling street where voices clashed in argument, she flinched, repulsed by the cacophony of negative emotions. Whenever she halted in fear, Zhou would inch closer to offer her a sense of security. At the intersection, they walked in tandem, crossing the road together. The glare of oncoming headlights was blinding, and she squinted, proceeding cautiously. Zhou matched her pace, shielding her from the harsh white light. Upon returning home, Kinkin bounded over on her short little legs to lick Jiang. Zhou observed as she crouched down, cradling the kitten in her embrace, and he noticed the faint curve of a smile at the corners of her lips. She was utterly enamored with that cat, cherishing all things adorable and healing. A girl whose heart, though lacking in happiness, remained kind. She found joy in all that was beautiful. Jiang took Kinkin to her room, playing with her for an extended period. In the emptiness of the room, she could not suppress the palpitations, unease, and solitude that enveloped her. Thus, she decided to descend, settling onto the balcony in the backyard to feel the breeze and listen to the whispers of the wind. The winter of December in Jiang City was indeed quite chilly, yet she relished the sensation of the cold wind kissing her skin, even if it stung. Concerned that the kitten might feel cold, she wrapped it in her warm embrace, leaving only its fluffy little head exposed. Before heading downstairs, she had taken a pill, as was her custom, chewing it into pieces. Even now, the lingering bitterness clung to her mouth. She scratched the kitten's head and slipped her hand into her pocket, where her fingertips encountered a different texture. Upon exploring the depths of her clothing pocket, she discovered 2 grape-flavored hard candies. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she unwrapped one and placed it in her mouth, the sweetness swiftly overpowering the bitter taste. When one dwells in the depths of despair, they often grow accustomed to bitterness. However, those who love you cannot bear to see you suffer. They will guide you towards sweetness and remind you that you are inherently deserving of life's delights. The wind grew stronger, and Jiang closed her eyes, surrendering to the kiss of the tempest and attempting to embrace the freedom it offered. Suddenly, as her thoughts drifted, a large, soft garment fell upon her shoulders. She opened her eyes abruptly, tilting her head slightly to find Zhou standing beside her, a cigarette perched between his fingers. Unlit, his expression cool and indifferent, devoid of any overt concern for her. In essence, he appeared just as he always did, nonchalant and weary. Jiang paused momentarily, unable to articulate a response. Kinkin mewed softly in her arms, a particularly delicate sound that could melt the heart. The wind was fierce here. Should they go inside? Jiang shook her head, pulling the fragrant fabric closer around her. Zhou, now intent on accommodating her wishes, would yield to whatever she said. Thus, when she declined to return indoors, he made no effort to insist. He moved to the opposite side, distancing himself slightly, lighting a cigarette. It was difficult to discern that he was, in fact, keeping her company in the wind. The smoke spiraled away, swallowed by the breeze, leaving Jiang unaware of any lingering scent. Her racing heart gradually settled, acclimating to the sense of security he provided merely by being near. It was a unique sensation, akin to the moment when night and dawn collide, a crack splitting open to reveal a burst of light that illuminated all the lost paths. Thus, she reached out more fervently to grasp that radiance, only to discover that light is not so elusive after all. Indeed, it may rush towards you with reckless abandon. Zhou finished his cigarette, the pale pink of his fingertips lightly tapping on the smoke, as ash scattered into the breeze. He discarded the cigarette but into the trash can and turned, his slender fingers barely grazing the floor-to-ceiling window. Amidst the whisper of the wind, he caught a faint sound. Softly it came, brother. Zhou was taken aback. Even his fingers quivered momentarily. He turned back and walked towards Jiang, still somewhat incredulous that she had spoken. It had been nearly a month. She could finally utter words. The youth lowered his gaze, observing the girl who was tilting her head to look up at him, and encouraged her gently, "Call my name. Just give it a try." Jiang parted her lips, attempting to vocalize. Zhou watched her with anticipation, his brows and eyes inadvertently softening. "Zhou." Her lips moved. "Chiyu." A smile graced Zhou's face as he cupped her cheeks with his warm hands, inquiring, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something?" His touch was warm against her chilly visage, a rare moment of intimacy initiated by him. Jiang blinked and nodded. Zhou chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek with his long fingers, saying, "No nodding, You need to speak. He encouraged her to express herself more. With pursed lips, Jiang softly replied, I'm hungry. The wind continued to blow, yet Zhou stood before her, shielding her from the cold. In that instant, she felt that rather than embracing the icy breeze, it was far more comforting to be enveloped in the warmth of the youth, a key capable of unlocking her heart, one that was, in truth, just within reach. Chapter 38. Afraid to scare her during the weekend, Jiang rose early to dedicate the morning to her studies. Kinkan frolicked around her room, occasionally curling up by her feet. The scene was tranquil. Eventually, the little cat, perhaps feeling peckish, began to nuzzle her for attention. She set down her pen, lifted the kitten, and descended to find it some cat treats. Just then, she encountered Zhou, who appeared to have just returned from a basketball game, dressed rather lightly. Upon noticing Jiang, he casually inquired, feeding the cat? The girl merely nodded in response. Zhou chuckled, amused by her silence. He said nothing further, retreated to his room for a quick shower, and changed into fresh attire. When he descended again, he noticed Jiang gazing intently at the art studio on the south side. As soon as she became aware of his presence, she softly called his name, Zhou. It flowed more smoothly than her utterance the previous night. What is the matter? He asked. Could you take me to see your studio? Zhou raised an eyebrow, surprised by her sudden request. Sure, come on. Jiang bit her lip, taking small steps to follow him into his studio. This studio was her first entry, and she was the second person ever allowed inside. It was somewhat untidy, filled with numerous artworks scattered about, resembling a space for emotional release. Cradling Kinkan, Jiang surveyed the multitude of paintings. Zhou, having studied painting, had created solely abstract pieces. There were images of chained infant, eyeless birds and beasts, and heads that were half human, half ghost. The atmosphere was somber and oppressive. Noticing her lost in thought, Zhou chuckled and asked, Are you scared? Jiang snapped back to reality and shook her head no. Then you're quite bold. Her lack of fear was not due to courage, but rather her peculiar ability to empathize with the emotions conveyed through his artworks. What emotions must one experience to create such pieces? Why paint these? Just random sketches, he replied. I paint whatever comes to mind. She refrained from probing further. Could you teach me? Zhou raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. What do you wish to paint? I want to paint a fish, Jiang declared. Without hesitation, he gestured for her to sit down. Obediently, she settled before the easel. He guided her on how to hold the brush, sketch outlines, and apply colors. The studio contained but one window, through which the sight of a lush, evergreen tree brought a soothing green that momentarily banished the winter's desolation. Zhou held Jiang's hand, guiding her brush across the paper, leaning in close to her side. The girl sensed the refreshing scent of his recent shower, as well as the allure of his breath near her ear, causing her heart to race. At last, the painting was complete. He held her hand to sign in the lower right corner. Kinkan, eager to engage, reached out its tiny paw towards the vividly painted fish. She smiled and gently captured its paw, dabbing it in paint and leaving an impression beside her name. A tiny paw print of a cat adorably presents itself before me. Zhou possesses remarkable artistic talent. That fish appears utterly lifelike. At this moment, he inquires of Jiang, why fish? Because a fish can only survive in water. And now, she resembles that fish. It is only upon encountering him that she glimpses the light of day. As the days have passed, Jiang has become less melancholic. She actively seeks Zhou to teach her painting and piano. She delights in watching the young man's long fingers dance upon the black and white keys. Admiring his handsome yet slightly aloof profile, she enjoys observing his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Yet, she also harbors a fear of solitude in the darkness. Hence she sleeps with a light on each night. Since Jiang Yi's passing, Zhou and Jiang have crossed paths once more. The old gentleman believes she has found closure, granting him some peace of mind. Yet, only Jiang knows whether she has truly found solace. The point of true release for a person does not come from relinquishing hatred, but often arises when faced with death, forcing one to let go. However, She does not wish to live in such a manner. To those with complicated emotions, Jiang appears merely as a simple, malleable rabbit. Yet, a rabbit may harbor a dark bloodline. On New Year's Eve, Zhou takes Jiang for a walk, unwilling for her to remain cooped up at home or school. The time they have spent together in recent days surpasses the moments he cannot recall her name. Yet, they have not pierced the veil of their closer relationship. She has not inquired about his feelings, nor has he disclosed his. It seems that their connection initially stemmed from a mere novelty, living together as ordinary classmates or family. They strolled a considerable distance, conversing little until they reached the entrance of a bustling street. Zhou suddenly halted, adjusting the scarf around her neck, much like an older brother caring for his sister. In the street, they remained oblivious to the approaching Jiang. The young man, having indulged in a bit of alcohol, mistakenly believes he has misidentified his close friend. Zhou and Jiang turn toward him almost in unison, but Zhou reacts a fraction quicker, covering one of the girl's ears with his hand and drawing her into his embrace. Jiang, slightly bewildered, tilts her head to gaze up at the youthful figure so near her. Truly, handsome individuals do not lack in appealing angles. She hears Zhou address Jiang. "Don't come closer. Keep your distance." Jiang, perplexed, responds, "What do you mean? You two haven't even kissed. Am I not allowed to look? I'm afraid you might frighten her." Zhou replies. Jiang retorts, "Chiyu, you're forgetting your friends. How long has it been since we hung out? Can you just be quiet for a moment?" "Fine." Jiang smiles gently, assuring him, "I'm fine now. It's all right." She removes Zhou's hand and addresses Jiang with a warm expression, saying, "I'm sorry." Jiang glances at Zhou and remarks, "See? She says yes, fine." Zhou maintained an impassive expression, choosing not to speak. Yet, his silence stemmed not solely from concern that Jiang might struggle to accept such an abrupt sound. Rather, over the past few days, he had gradually grown accustomed to being the sole focus of her gaze. It was he who found himself unaccustomed, failing to realize that he had begun to feel uneasy at the sudden presence of others in her eyes. On New Year's Eve, the school remained open, and students spent the day immersed in their studies, diligently preparing for the impending final examinations. During the second session of evening self-study, the school broadcast an announcement urging all students to gather on the playground for a fireworks display. The students cheered, casting aside their pens and rushing toward the field. Zhou and Jiang stood at the highest point of the viewing platform as the fireworks ignited and the crowd's attention was drawn to the brilliant display. The young man turned his head to gaze at the girl beside him, captivated by the flickering lights reflecting on her face. She appeared entranced, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her lips. Lost in thought, he suddenly called her name, Jiang. The girl turned to meet his bright, fiery gaze. Blinking in surprise, "Which school do you want to attend?" After a brief moment of silence, she answered without hesitation, "Jingqing." "What about you?" Zhou averted his gaze, resting his hands on the railing of the platform, and replied with a gentle smile, "The same as you." Chapter 39. The absence of empathy prior to this. Xia had already arranged for Zhou to pursue his studies abroad. Initially, he was indifferent to such matters, but circumstances have since changed. Jiang often remarked that Zhou lacked compassion, referring to his former girlfriends, whom he never indulged, regardless of their pouting or jealousy. Little did he know that his friend had forsaken their plans to study abroad for the sake of a girl. Jiang, in contrast, was indeed capable of affection, having charmed more women than those who pursued him. He was quite the dandy, reveling in a wide social circle and a carefree lifestyle. Despite the passage of time, no woman had managed to capture his heart. Recently, after a brief romance of less than a month, he grew weary and ended it, only to escort another girl to a bar on the very same day. Strangely, the girls he parted ways with did not protest or create a scene. They seemed almost tamed by him, embodying the adage, "Love fiercely, part swiftly." After the fireworks display concluded, Cheng Chun, Tan Xing, and Shi Shuai exited the school alongside Zhou and Jiang. Cheng Chun and Tan Xing had been engaged in a game, which led to Tan Xing's mischief and Cheng Chen's annoyance. She initially considered venting to Jiang, but hesitated, fearing she wouldn't want to hear such trivial grievances. Instead, she turned back to Tan Xing, engaging him in a spirited debate. Jin Changyan arrived in a strikingly ostentatious Panamera, having come to deliver a gift to Zhou Qiyu, a custom-made watch from Mu Xia for his birthday, brought back by a friend from abroad. Coincidentally, this friend happened to be Jin Changyan's father. As he retrieved the box and stood upright, his gaze fell upon Cheng Chen, who sported a cascade of curly hair. Though unadorned with makeup, her fair and delicate complexion presented an alluring, yet somewhat innocent, visage reminiscent of a high-fashion model. With her hands clasped, she was embroiled in an argument with the boy beside her, pouting in displeasure as she pointed an accusatory finger at Tan Xing. "Don't look at me, through your nostrils." Tan Xing delighted in provoking her ire, bantering playfully. "What? Do you intend to build a 3-bedroom apartment in my nostrils? Stop staring at them. How disgusting." She retorted, "If you don't want me to see your nostrils, perhaps you should grow taller, or find yourself a husband shorter than you." Cheng Chen. Jin Changyan observed this lively and spirited girl for quite some time. Noting her uniqueness compared to the types he had previously courted, he found her rather intriguing. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed Zhou Qiyu approaching. "Is there something you need?" Jin Changyan inquired, extending the box to Zhou Qiyu. Without even glancing at it, Zhou Qiyu replied, "It's a gift for you. It's from Aunt Mu, my friend." He jested, "If you give it to me, I could surely keep a few more girls." Zhou Qiyu remained silent, uninterested in further banter. He then heard Jin Changyan inquire, "Is it your classmate?" Zhou Qiyu looked back at Cheng Chen. "Have you taken a liking to her?" Jin Changyan chuckled. "No, she is quite beautiful, just asking casually." Zhou Qiyu could discern his thoughts. "Do not cast your gaze upon her." "Why? Aren't you with your sister?" "I fear that a scoundrel like you might harm her dear friend, and I dread the day she and I fall out." Jin Changyan was almost amused. "Wait, do you genuinely care for her? There are plenty of girls of her ilk. Mind your own business." Jin Changyan observed Zhou Qiyu's alluring yet fierce countenance, and he chuckled. "If Aunt Mu and Uncle Zhou cannot rein you in, what makes you think I can? Do you consider me a deity?" In his eyes, Zhou Qiyu had always been somewhat of a rogue, albeit not one to indulge in frivolities. How is it that a few years ago, he could barely recall the name of that girl, Jiang, despite living under the same roof, yet now he seems to be earnest? Jiang stood obediently at a distance, braving the chill, her hands dangling limply at her sides. Foolish girl. Later, Wen Xian sent a message instructing Jiang to return for a follow-up appointment with the psychologist. Zhou Qiyu accompanied her, waiting by the door. Jiang entered and greeted her sister. Wen Xian noticed the girl's complexion had improved significantly, and she had regained some weight, which made her sigh in relief. Initially, she had been quite apprehensive about entrusting Jiang to Zhou Qiyu, for she had little understanding of this young man. Zhou Qiyu, with his striking looks, appeared to be anything but responsible. He seemed like a wealthy, handsome playboy. In hindsight, she had misjudged him entirely. Wen Xian had never anticipated that Jiang would recover so swiftly in Zhou Qiyu's company. After the consultation, Wen Xian leaned against the edge of the table, hands in her pockets, observing the girl. "He treats you rather well." Jiang cast a glance toward the door, where Zhou Qiyu lounged against the wall. Engrossed in his phone, his relaxed demeanor captivating. She did not deny Wen Xian's assertion, yet she replied, "The better he treats me, the more unsettled I feel." "Why?" The woman was puzzled. "Because I fear disappointing him." Zhou Qiyu, his tall frame languidly resting against the wall, legs slightly bent, was replying to Jin Changyan's messages with one hand. "Jin Changyan, do you have that girl's WeChat? Pass it to me. What a nuisance." Zhou Qiyu, "Didn't you say you weren't interested in her?" Jin Changyan, "What's wrong with making a friend?" Zhou Qiyu, "She wouldn't want to befriend someone like you." Jin Changyan, "Impossible. If that were the case, I must get to know her better." At that moment, Jiang emerged. She tugged at Zhou Qiyu's sleeve. "Shall we head back?" Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes." "Then let us depart." As they walked side by side, he suddenly remarked, "I have a buddy who is keen on pursuing Cheng Chen and wishes for her contact information." Jiang paused for a moment and asked, "Jin Changyan, right?" Yes. Let me check with her. Jiang opened WeChat and typed. Chen Chen, Zhou Qiyu is a friend who wants to add you. What do you think? Chen Chen, never apart from her phone, replied instantly. Who? That young master in the Palamara by the school gate just now? Ah. No. No, I don't want to. He is indeed quite handsome, but I cannot relate to such a wealthy young master. I fear that I would be reduced to nothing more than a mere pistol of a rose in his hands. Jiang chuckled upon seeing this message and handed her phone to Zhou Qiyu. He allowed a soft laugh, snapped a picture, and sent it to Jean Changyan. Did you see? They're not even willing to acknowledge your existence. Upon returning home, the two retreated to their respective rooms, not venturing out again. Jiang neatly put away her completed exam paper, washed up, and lay alone on her bed, staring at the ceiling. She dared not turn off the light. A sense of fear lingered within her, one that she could not easily overcome in a short span of time. The moment she closed her eyes, thoughts of her parents flooded her mind, along with memories of her helpless self, once trapped in a corner of the ruins. A wall separated her room from the master bedroom. In Zhou Qiyu's room, the rhythmic beats of a Western rock song filled the air. He had a peculiar habit of solving math problems to the cadence of the drum beats. The noisier it became, the clearer his logical thinking. Though such a penchant was not commonplace. Suddenly, the sky outside brightened, and a snowflake, lost in its direction, collided against the floor-to-ceiling window of his bedroom. His keen perception quickly caught this, prompting him to rise and open the window. As a gust of cold wind swept through, scattering the warmth of the room, he beheld a flurry of snowflakes dancing in the air. Leaning against the window, he took out his phone and messaged Jiang. Are you asleep? It was nearing midnight, and he knew she was still awake, likely hiding her fears and not revealing her tender feelings to anyone. Jiang heard her phone vibrate and sat up to check the message. For reasons unknown, this sudden notification made her acutely aware of Zhou Qiyu's presence, as if he were right beside her. She replied, Not yet. Suddenly, a photo arrived. Zhou Qiyu, look outside, the first snow in Jing City. Jiang paused for a moment, then rushed to the window, truly astonished by the swirling snowflakes outside. Ding! A notification chimed again. Zhou Qiyu, I've heard that making a wish during the first snow will ensure it comes true. Do you believe it? Jiang recognized that Zhou Qiyu was teasing her and decided to play along. Really? Why don't you give it a try? She smiled, wishing for a snowman that would never melt. As the seconds ticked by, time slipped away. At the stroke of midnight, she gazed at the snowflakes they both admired from opposite sides of the wall and dialed his number. The line connected swiftly. Happy New Year, Zhou Qiyu. She heard a gentle laugh on the other end. Happy New Year, Jiang Shaoyang. Chapter 40. What are you looking at? Want a kiss? The city of Beijing was blanketed in a layer of pure white snow overnight. In mid-January, after concluding their final examinations, Jiang's academic performance returned to its previous standing. During the spring festival, Jiang and Zhou Qiyu visited the old family residence for a meal. At the dinner table that day, Jiang inadvertently uttered a remark that displeased Zhou Qiyu. She mentioned that post-college entrance examinations, she would no longer impose upon the Zhou family and intended to move out. This statement caused Zhou Qiyu to ignore her for 2 days. When she inquired about his mood, he dismissively replied that nothing was wrong. When she asked if he was returning home, he merely nodded. How prideful and sensitive he was. Jiang surmised the source of his irritation, but feigned ignorance. Eventually, it seemed as though he had reconciled with himself. After Jiang's departure from her life, her only remaining blood relative was her uncle, who was still incarcerated. It had been a while since she last visited him, and she planned to find an opportunity to do so. Growth always comes at a price. Who wouldn't desire to be a carefree, joyous princess, cherished by their parents? Yet, some events are irreversible, compelling her to make difficult choices. Even when Xian could not discern that she had not truly emerged from the shadows. Rather, she had concealed them. February arrived, and the first day of the second semester coincided with Valentine's Day. After a considerable time apart, Cheng Chun and Tan Xing quickly began to express their disdain for each other upon reuniting. Tan Xing initiated the banter with a teasing remark. Oh, no one to accompany you on Valentine's Day? I can keep you company on a night stroll for free. Cheng Chun sighed. Valentine's Day is a bust. If there were an enemy's day, I'd consider celebrating it with you. Tan Xing chuckled, tossing a rose onto the girl's desk. Found this in the trash. It's yours. Cheng Chun retorted, who needs your pathetic rose? How stingy. You're not even my boyfriend. If you were, 999 roses would be acceptable. Cheng Chun replied with a forced smile. Never mind. A girl like me isn't worthy of such generosity. That evening, many young couples in school uniforms were discreetly holding hands on their way home. Their unadorned appearances and shy demeanor resembled tender sprouts emerging in spring, youthful yet unable to conceal their blossoming affection. The trash bins along Chongqing Road were stuffed with discarded roses. Jiang walked alongside Zhou Qiyu, obediently carrying her backpack, with the little bear charm on her zipper replaced by a small lamb. In contrast, the boy beside her carried his backpack with a carefree demeanor, creating a striking contrast in their personalities. The streets were filled with couples sharing kisses, and there was no avoiding the sight. Though she had witnessed such moments before, she inadvertently glanced and was caught by Zhou Qiyu's observant gaze. He chuckled and asked, what are you looking at? Want to try it? Jiang froze, her face turning crimson. She lowered her head and mumbled, I wasn't thinking about that. He seemed utterly unfazed by the notion of kissing, which was hardly surprising given his history of numerous romantic relationships. Zhou Qiyu cast his gaze down at the girl as rosy cheeks illuminated by the dim light, a smile creeping onto his lips. He couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking with laughter. This girl was truly so easy to tease. Jiang, noticing the intensity of his amusement, lowered her head in mild annoyance. How infuriating, Zhou Qiyu. In early March, Jingzhou Affiliated High School held a 100-day ceremony and oath-taking event before the college entrance examination. On that day, all third-year students, unbound by school uniform regulations, donned their uniforms to attend a lecture by the principal in the grand auditorium. After the lecture, the square beneath the teaching building was adorned for the occasion. Students passed through the gates of excellence and adulthood, each writing their wishes on ribbons. Shi Shuai, after a round of mingling, encountered his English teacher and cheerfully exclaimed, Teacher, you must bless me with a perfect score of 150 in English. The teacher playfully high-fived him, teasing, you rascal. In April, the 31st Arts Festival commenced. Although the seniors were not allowed to participate and could only secretly watch the live stream from their classrooms. After finishing basketball practice, Zhou Qiyu passed by the Han Dance Society's performance area, where a group of daring juniors requested his contact information. It was rather bothersome, but his cool demeanor dissuaded many of the seemingly demure younger girls. May arrived, and with only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, they took their graduation photos. Jiang styled her hair in a high ponytail, looking particularly stunning. As they arranged themselves for the final group shot, Zhou Qiyu assertively switched places with another boy, positioning himself behind the girl. He gently tugged at her ponytail and leaned down to whisper in her ear, do you want to take a photo with me? Upon hearing his melodious voice, Jiang subtly nodded, her gaze drawn to his lips and jawline. She appeared somewhat dazed, fixating on his mouth. Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow, tempted to pinch her cheek. What are you staring at? Do you want to kiss me? Jiang swallowed nervously, shaking off her scattered thoughts. I'm asking you a question. Are you going to take a photo with me? She replied, biting her lip and nodding. After the group photo concluded, Zhou Qiyu whisked her away. Being the focal point in any crowd, his presence inevitably attracted attention. She felt slightly uncomfortable, her eyes instinctively darting around. She then noticed several beautiful girls retouching their makeup, curling their hair, and applying lipstick. Lowering her head, Jiang adjusted her bangs. Such a simple gesture was enough for Zhou Qiyu to discern her thoughts. He adjusted the camera settings and, seizing a moment when the girl was distracted, raised it and pressed the shutter. Hearing the sound, Jiang tilted her head back, flustered. I wasn't ready yet, Zhou Qiyu teased her. Who told you to stand there daydreaming? He leisurely gazed at the photo he had just captured. The girl's face bore no makeup, her hair uncurled. Yet her natural beauty radiated with a luminous glow, her delicate features rivaling those of any other. He caught sight of Jiang pouting, resembling a small cat that had been wronged. He leaned forward, drawing close enough that their noses nearly brushed against one another. Jiang was startled. her mind momentarily blank as she took a step back. Then, she witnessed Zhou curve his lips into a smile, earnestly proclaiming, Jiang, you are truly beautiful. Indeed. Chapter 41. The Joy of Success. Wishing you a wonderful June. The sound of cicadas pierced the spring air, heralding the fervor of summer. The once withered camphor and kapok trees outside the teaching building flourished into dense greenery. The classroom windows were adorned with the beautiful blossoms of jacaranda. In the month leading up to the college entrance examination, Chang dedicated herself to her studies with unparalleled diligence. Even stowing away the small mirror she often used to admire herself during class. On the eve of the examination, the school held a send-off ceremony. The memories of that day were profound. Classmates who had walked side by side for 3 years would forever cherish the sight of their heartfelt wishes released into the sky on balloons at the age of 17. They would never forget the night before the exam, standing on the balcony of the teaching building, tears streaming down their faces as they fervently shouted, "Let's do well on the exam." They could not forget the countless times they secretly watched movies on the multimedia projector when the teacher was absent, nor the mornings spent sneaking breakfast from a drawer. They would always remember the bittersweet pangs of youthful crushes that slipped through their fingers. On the last night of study hall, the homeroom teacher brought a banner inscribed with the word "Smile and prepare for the exam. Victory is within reach." I'll hang it on the back blackboard shortly, and everyone, please sign it with your blessings for yourselves. Lastly, I wish you all success in the exams. Let's do our best, the students shouted in unison. Soon, the students flocked to the banner, eager to sign and leave their well wishes. Jiang, sitting in her seat, glanced back and thought it too crowded. Never mind, she decided. Chang noticed her reluctance and approached, saying, "Sweetheart, shall I sign for you?" Jiang pursed her lips, but before she could respond, Chang had dashed away. Unbeknownst to them, someone had seized a piece of white chalk at the back of the classroom and inscribed the elegant yet beautiful words on the blackboard. "Good luck on the exam. May you achieve success. Wishing you well, Jiang." The 2 days of the college entrance examination passed swiftly. The summer cicadas added to the restless atmosphere. As students outside the examination hall clutched their review materials, their eyes glued to the pages, perhaps a last-minute effort to cram. Zhou was assigned to a different examination venue. Chun and Jiang took their exams at their own school. Before departing, they reminded each other to bring their admission tickets and identification cards, each expressing concern for the other. Standing under the shade of a tree, Jiang earnestly reviewed key poems one last time. Chun felt a wave of anxiety. Unlike Jiang, she lacked confidence. She sensed her blood pressure rising, her legs trembling, and she attempted to reassure herself. No, Chun will definitely succeed. After muttering to herself for a while, worried she might disturb Jiang or bring her negativity, she quickly retreated to a quieter spot to relax. Half an hour before the exam began, candidates entered the examination hall. Jiang packed her review materials into her bag, taking only the necessary supplies for the exam. The homeroom teacher, who was on duty at the school, approached her and encouraged her, saying, "Don't be nervous. I believe in you." Holding her bag, Jiang smiled and nodded, replying, "All right. Come, hand your backpack to the teacher. You can retrieve it once you finish your exam." "Thank you, teacher. Off you go." The rain has been persistent for 2 days during the examination period. Upon completing her final subject, English, Jiang refrained from submitting her paper early, instead choosing to meticulously review it twice. The air conditioning blew directly at her, and upon exiting, she was met with a wave of warm air colliding with her cool skin, creating a moment of discomfort. As she descended the stairs, she heard several jubilant exclamations. "I must tell you, I followed an exam prediction blogger for the English essay, and he was spot on." The culmination of 3 years of high school was marked by this final grand examination. Everyone wore expressions of excitement, except for her, who appeared unfazed, as though she had merely completed a routine test. Those unaware might assume she faltered due to the difficulty of the questions, while those familiar with her recognized her composure. Stemming from her extensive examination experience and confidence, for her, all tests were essentially the same. Only she believed that nothing could stir her emotions anymore. Chun clung to her arm, chattering animatedly. I can finally indulge in spicy hot pot. If I weren't concerned about falling ill, would I endure this? It's excruciating, akin to what those men endure without any release. The words spilled forth. Now that the exams are over, I can finally pursue romance. I must find a tall, handsome man with abs and wealth immediately. As she spoke, she opened a dating app. Jiang remarked, "These prospects are unreliable. You might as well consider those around you. Oh, please. There are barely any suitable candidates nearby. They are either short and handsome or tall and unattractive. Only Zhou stands out as a handsome tall guy. Yet, I'm not fond of his aloof demeanor. Although he dresses well and possesses charm, he appears rather fierce, like a heartbreaker. And I doubt he would appreciate someone as carefree as me, who is almost unladylike. The competition for his attention is fierce, with numerous beautiful girls vying for him." Upon overhearing Chang Chan speak ill of Zhou, she felt a flicker of amusement. She interjected, "Actually, I isn't like that at all. Yin, please don't let him know I said this. I'm terrified, rest assured. I won't say a word." Chang Chun chuckled. "I knew you would side with me." As they arrive at the school entrance, they spotted Zhou, Tan Xing. "Ensure Shui. You two are rather slow," remarked Tan Xing. The group had agreed to gather for a celebration after the exams. Zhou had waited quite a while. He had initially been reluctant to submit his paper early, but this year's English exam had proven rather simple, leaving him utterly bored. After exiting the examination hall, he took a taxi back to school from another institution. Zhou glanced at Jiang, toying with a lighter in his hand, adopting a playful demeanor. "So, how did it go, Teacher Jiang?" Chapter 42. Jiang. "I adore you." Jiang pursed her lips. "It's tolerable. The math problems are rather challenging." They chose a bar. Fortuitously, the very one owned by Jean Changyan. Zhou and Jean Changyan shared numerous mutual friends, all gathered at this establishment for drinks. They called over some acquaintances and engaged in introductions. They played a few rounds of card games. However, Zhou held little interest in such pastimes and only participated occasionally. Jiang and Chang Chan were utterly unfamiliar with these games, unable to integrate into the upper-class circles of young gentlemen. Yet today, they decided to let loose and indulged in some alcohol. By the end of the gathering, no one was sober, save for a couple of individuals with remarkable tolerance. Jiang nestled into a corner of the sofa, gradually shrinking away. Zhou noticed her and slowly approached. Before he could even touch her, she obediently leaned against his shoulder. How carefree she was, oblivious to the possibility of being led astray. Once the gathering concluded, everyone returned home. Those two inebriated to walk were arranged for by Jean Changyan. Jiang felt dazed, only remembering that Zhou had taken her away. In the car, she suddenly regretted consuming so much alcohol, feeling dizzy once more. She sneezed, prompting Zhou to pull her closer, unreservedly, akin to a couple in love. He instructed the driver, "Uncle Lu, could you raise the air conditioning?" "Of course, young master." Jiang half sank into his embrace, offering no resistance. Rather, she found comfort in his scent. Her hands felt slightly cold as they rested on Zhou's waist, separated only by a white t-shirt, which he could feel. "Are you uncomfortable?" he inquired. The girl nodded. "Will you drink again next time?" She nodded once more. "TSK." Zhou pinched her cheek. "You're quite disobedient, aren't you?" Jiang let out a soft, delicate sound. "The car is swaying so much. I feel like I might vomit." Zhou. "Should you dare to be sick on me, you shall face dire consequences," he warned her. Despite his words, his grip remained firm. Once the car halted, Jiang felt unwell. Yet, she was still quite lucid, not entirely unaware of her surroundings. Zhou carried her back to the room, almost disregarding the housekeeper present. Jiang clung to Zhou's neck, realizing that alcohol could indeed embolden one's spirit. Leaning into the crook of his neck, she couldn't help but press her face against him. Her lustrous lips seemed to tease him, brushing against his earlobe with a whisper of breath. Zhou's Adam's apple bobbed as he turned his head away. She was always like this. Alcohol gave her the audacity to act so boldly. After laying her on the bed, he suddenly propped himself on the edge, his gaze, deep and mesmerizing, fixed upon her. Within his eyes, she discerned a hint of restrained desire. Both had indulged in drink, their awareness not entirely acute, yet they knew precisely where they were and what they wished to do. He parted his lips, fixing his gaze on hers. The college entrance examination has concluded. Do you not have anything to share with me? Jiang shifted slightly back, unable to withstand the proximity. Her heartbeat erratic and unrestrained. Brother. Who wants to be your brother? Jiang raised her eyes, for it was intentional. She deliberately addressed him this way. You have nothing to say, but I do. He was not jesting. He had waited until the end of the college entrance examination to voice his feelings. Jiang, I like you. Will you be with me? This was the first time he had confessed his affection for her. Jiang bit her lip, her thoughts disrupted by the heat rising to her cheeks. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Truth be told, she found it impossible to refuse him. How could she? She nodded slightly and replied, yes. In that instant, it seemed as though she glimpsed a flicker in Zhou Qiyu's dark pupils. A captivating allure deepened by a hint of drunkenness, intensifying his desire. He tilted his head, the bridge of his nose gently brushing against hers. He wanted to kiss her, yet Jiang turned her face away. Zhou Qiyu chuckled softly and asked, were you dodging? Do you not want to? Or are you afraid? The girl parted her lips to speak, but before she could utter a word, he grasped the nape of her neck and pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. Jiang was taken aback, her wide eyes gazing at him in astonishment. He had grown weary of teasing her. Had he truly been indifferent to her feelings? The kiss would have been more passionate rather than tender. After all, he genuinely desired more. Are you certain you are not merely drunk and speaking thoughtlessly? She asked earnestly. Zhou Qiyu smiled. Even if I were 100 times drunk, I could never be as intoxicated as you. Do you believe I am sober enough to steal a couple of kisses from you? Jiang immediately faltered, for she knew that Zhou Qiyu was a man of his word. She truly felt apprehensive. She feared that if she accepted this kiss, she might not sleep a wink that night. Zhou Qiyu straightened his posture, one hand cradling half of her face, urging her to look up at him. Jiang found it impossible to articulate the expression in his eyes at that moment, like gazing upon fragile ice, frozen fingers reluctant to let go. He was earnest, as if making a solemn vow, and said, promise me, stay in the capital with me, will you? Chapter 43. Kiss him on the first day after the college entrance examination. Jiang slumbered for an extended period, awakening just shy of noon after a night of revelry. Descending the stairs, she spotted Zhou Qiyu seated on the sofa, a sketchbook in hand. Venturing into the kitchen, she sliced 2 lemons to prepare 2 cups of lemon honey water. She then approached him, placing the honey water on the table before him. He paused his brush, lifting his gaze to her. Awake? She settled beside him, observing the designs in his sketchbook. He was meticulously crafting a necklace, his focus unwavering. Scattered on the table were several discarded drafts, which Jiang picked up for comparison, finding no apparent flaws. Curiously, she inquired, isn't this already complete? Why discard it? The details are amiss. He continued to draw, casually addressing her question. Who are you designing for? She feigned ignorance. Zhou Qiyu smirked, teasing her. Well, it's certainly not for you. Just stubborn, aren't you? Jiang suppressed a smile, cradling the lively Zanzan in her arms. At that moment, their home truly felt like a sanctuary. Zhou Qiyu rarely indulged in such conventional creations. In a studio, amidst the abstract artworks, only one painting, a simple piece he created while holding her hand, stood out. The seemingly aloof youth possessed a tenderness when he focused intently. Suddenly, she spoke up. Zhou Qiyu, I wish to see the sea together with you. Upon her utterance, he promptly booked tickets. The day their plane landed in Haicheng, she, for the first time, took the initiative to grasp Zhou Qiyu's hand. Once entwined, she found it difficult to let go. Unsure of how to navigate the realm of romance, or what would bring him joy, she reflected that perhaps her own happiness would suffice to please him. Zhou Qiyu had arranged their accommodations as well, sparing her from concern. He meticulously orchestrated every detail. Initially, they were to book 2 rooms, yet his reluctance to leave her alone led him to secure a lavish suite instead. He respected her boundaries, understanding that he mustn't frighten her away with foolish antics. As they arrive at the hotel, the sun was nearing its descent. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows faced the coastline, a piercing beam of sunlight streaming through the glass into their room. It was just the two of them. Zhou ruffled her hair, asking, "Are you tired? Would you like to rest?" Jiang shook her head. "No, I want to watch the sunset with you." Sitting on the bed, Zhou stood before her, and she tilted her head back, suddenly reaching out to entwine her fingers with his long, elegant hand, blinking playfully. "Okay?" Zhou found her demeanor irresistibly endearing. He chuckled softly. "With you looking like that, how could I say no?" He clasped her hand firmly, leading her. "Let us go." The beach shimmered under the orange-red glow of the setting sun. At this hour, the tide chasers were few, as Zhou held Jiang's hand, walking towards the sea. The girl adorned in a white dress that revealed her slender legs. She gradually leaned against Zhou's arm, her entire being nearly pressed against his side. "This is my first time seeing the sea," she remarked, tilting her head to gaze at him. Just then, he lowered his head to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked, and she continued, "I've always loved the sea since I was a child, but my parents are both doctors and never had time to take me out to play. Yet, I believe that the places I cherished should be shared with those I hold dear. Since they were too busy, I refrained from complaining. Eventually, they could no longer accompany me to see the sea." Zhou listened in silence as she shared her innermost thoughts. He shifted his body to face her, cradling her face in one hand while gently sweeping away the strands of hair tousled by the sea breeze. Jiang mentioned her parents, yet her expression bore no trace of sadness. Rather, it was laced with a subtle smile. "I don't know how to engage in a love that brings you joy. Could you enlighten me?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Zhou feigned contemplation and asked, "Are you truly eager to know?" The girl nodded obediently, her face alight with anticipation. Zhou wore a mischievous grin, leaning closer to her ear and teasingly whispered, "Just hurry up and grow up." Jiang paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Noticing her bewilderment, Zhou realized she didn't grasp his meaning. How delightfully naive, he thought, appearing particularly roguish. "See, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Jiang's eyes flickered, and she asked, "Did your ex-girlfriend ever initiate a kiss with you?" Boldly, she pressed on. "No, why bring them up?" He replied. "So that means you were the one who initiated?" She inquired further. Zhou, his eyes half closed, instinctively leaned closer, teasingly stating, "Jiang, if you want to kiss me, just say it. You're the only girl I've ever had take the initiative." Before he could finish, Jiang pressed her lips against his, cupping his face in her hands. She lingered for a few seconds, leaving him momentarily stunned. In that instant, his mind went blank, his long lashes fluttering. Since they never made a move, "I'll take the initiative. Will this make you a bit happier?" Zhou was still bent slightly forward, slowly straightening up, lost in the lingering warmth and softness of the moment. Damn, did she just kiss me? A little girl did this? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was absurd that she had the audacity to kiss him. Seeing him silent, Jiang wondered if she had perhaps overstepped, making him uncomfortable or displeased. However, she failed to notice the flush creeping onto his cheeks and the warmth radiating from his ears. Feeling anxious, she gently tugged at Zhou's sleeve and asked, "Are you angry? If you dislike this, I won't do it again. How could you be so endearing?" Zhou, not wanting her to know how a single kiss had rendered him speechless, lowered his head, burying his face in her neck. "I don't dislike it," he murmured. "I like it. In fact, it feels rather delightful." Jiang's ear was pressed against his. Though she could not see it, he felt the connection. She raised her hand, encircling his waist, and softly remarked, "Your ears are so warm." Zhou replied, his voice slightly hoarse and low, lingering in her ear, "It's from the sun, darling." Upon hearing him refer to her as darling, her hands around his waist instinctively tightened. Her cheeks flushed as she sought to steady her breath. The sun was on the verge of setting completely, and just before the last traces of light vanished, he suddenly lifted his head, grasping the nape of Jiang's neck, and tilted his head to kiss her lips. This time, she did not shy away. When tender feelings overflow in one's heart, it becomes impossible to resist the urge to move towards him. The beach was still alive with tourists playing in the water and laughing, while they, at the seaside beneath the descending night, embraced each other, reluctant to let go. Jiang, what's wrong? The girl responded softly. What will I do if I truly can't be without you? Chapter 44. In need of tidying up that evening, they found themselves in their respective beds. Initially, Zhou intended to retreat to another room, yet Jiang expressed her discomfort, revealing her fear of solitude. Thus, he chose to stay and accompany her. To be candid, he was genuinely concerned about her being alone. The hour was late, the main lights of the room turned off, leaving only a solitary floor lamp illuminated. As Jiang harbored a fear of darkness, Zhou sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard, a laptop resting upon his lap. His hair, freshly washed, fell in soft strands, lending him an air of innocence. The glow of the computer screen cast a gentle light upon his features. Jiang lay on her bed, turned on her side, her eyes wide open, observing him. She admired his handsome profile, captivated by the diligent movement of his fingers. She remained silent, watching him for a considerable time. Stirring slightly, she noticed the screen displaying the necklace he had designed, which he was tirelessly refining. Sensing her movement, Zhou turned his face towards her, catching sight of her bright eyes in the dimly lit room, fixed intently upon him. Did I disturb you? He inquired. No, it's just that I can't sleep, she replied, her voice soft and gentle. Zhou chuckled, continuing to work on his computer. Shall I come over and keep you company while you sleep? Jiang pondered for a moment. Do you want to? The young master continued to tease her, though his gaze remained on the necklace, engaging her in conversation. I suppose I might. Then come over, she invited. Zhou was taken aback. Jiang, are you asking for trouble again? If a man were to speak to you in such a manner, you ought to refuse. Do you understand? But you're my boyfriend, she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. Are you of age? His tone shifted, losing its usual casualness. Almost just one more month, she responded, a brief silence enveloping them. Noticing his seriousness, Jiang observed him as he set aside his computer, fixing her with a cool gaze. She smiled, pursed her lips, and said, I was just joking. She knew he was unlike other boys. Yet, sleep eluded her, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Zhou, she called softly. What would you do if someone deceived you? What can one do? Just eliminate them, he replied nonchalantly, though a hint of seriousness lingered beneath his words. Do you know what I despise the most? He asked. Jiang remained silent, her gaze locked with his, which seemed to convey both revelation and warning as he stated, deceit, exploitation, betrayal, abandonment. In the stillness of the room, his words resonated with clarity. Jiang's hand beneath the covers tightened into a fist. What if it was unavoidable? Would you not forgive them? I don't care if they were compelled, he retorted, closing his laptop. Why do you ask? Are you contemplating some treachery behind my back? If you kiss me or flirt with me, you must take responsibility. If you dare to leave, I will be the first to deal with you. Jiang replied. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Indeed, that seems quite casual, he remarked. In recent days, their interactions have grown increasingly intimate. Although Jiang remains easily bashful, she has become noticeably more proactive than before. Shortly after returning to the capital, Xia arranged a meeting with her. Zhou was unaware of this, as he had other matters to attend to that day. Jiang did not anticipate Xia seeking her out, but she could surmise the purpose behind it. The meeting took place at a restaurant, reserved by Xia. Jiang had only met Zhou's family a handful of times, as she had never attended family gatherings or returned to the ancestral home. Upon encountering Xia, she felt a flicker of nervousness and even a sense of pressure, for Xia's presence radiated a remarkable allure and authority. Hello, dear. Xia greeted her in a sweet, gentle voice, her demeanor poised and fitting, exuding the essence of a well-mannered young lady. Xia was not there to challenge her. She had always been quite rational, albeit occasionally to a fault. Please have a seat, she invited. Jiang settled down and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, Is there something you wish to discuss, Aunt Mu? Without preamble, the woman stated, Jiang, are you and Qiyu in a relationship? The girl momentarily froze before responding with composure. Yes, and we are together. Xia sipped from her glass, setting it down with deliberation. You are a sensible and well-behaved child. I should not meddle in your affairs, but you must understand, when the Zhou family first welcomed you, and you were asked to call Chi-Yu brother, you should have realized the implications of such a connection. Jiang was somewhat perplexed by the woman's insinuation and directly asked, "So, do you believe I'm trying to seduce him?" The bluntness of her question caused Muxia to furrow her brow slightly. "That is not my intention. However, I can discern your feelings." Jiang looked up abruptly, catching a glimpse of the keen intelligence and rationality in Muxia's eyes. "He will follow in his father's footsteps, seeking a union," Muxia continued. "The other party is the sole daughter of the Xian family. Are you aware that his grandfather has already arranged this?" What a coincidence, Jiang thought. The Xian family, now the daughter of the hospital's director. She pressed her lips together in silence, her breathing gradually becoming heavier upon hearing that sensitive mention. "Aunt, does Zhou Qi know about this?" she asked softly, her tone remaining gentle enough to disarm any potential anger. "You wish to confine him within a cage while refusing to bear the burden of this choice yourself. If it were all so effortless, you and Uncle Zhou would not have parted ways in the first place," Muxia replied, taking a deep breath. "Chi may not necessarily favor that girl, yet she could certainly assist him in his career." Jiang's hands, resting on her lap, had turned icy. "Aunt, I appreciate your words today. I know you care for Chi-Yu, but regardless of whether we remain together in the future, I believe your concerns are irrelevant to our relationship. He is exceptional, superior to anyone else. He does not require such assistance. You underestimate your son." After all these years, she realized that she hardly knew Zhou Chi-Yu. The girl struggled to contain her emotions, her exterior betraying little turbulence. In contrast, she would prefer that he trust no one at all. Muxia gazed into Jiang's eyes and inquired, "For instance, can you assure that he will remain unharmed?" Chapter 45. Kiss Me Again, Baby. When Jiang returned home, Zhou Chi-Yu was already there. He sat on the sofa in the living room, feeding the cat. Jiang was lost in thought, not even noticing his presence. "Jiang," Zhou Chi-Yu called her name, pulling her back to reality. "What are you thinking about?" She paused for a moment, shook her head, and replied, "Nothing." Zhou Chi-Yu did not inquire about her whereabouts. "If there's nothing, come here." He beckoned her with a curl of his finger. "Come over and give me a couple of kisses." Jiang obediently approached, bending down to get closer to him, allowing him to kiss her. Zhou Chi-Yu raised an eyebrow, gently pulling her neck down and planting a soft kiss on her lips, followed by another. Then he smiled and said, "So obedient, huh?" The corners of the girl's mouth lifted slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Zhou Chi-Yu pulled her into his embrace, and due to the sudden motion, Jiang lost her balance and fell onto his lap, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. He playfully stroked her cheek with his finger and asked, "Did my mom look for you?" It was a casual question, spoken as if in idle conversation. Jiang was momentarily taken aback. The mother and son were both exceptionally perceptive. She didn't hide anything from him, nodding slightly in affirmation. What did she want to talk about? Did she say anything upsetting? Jiang pressed her lips together, gazing into Zhou Chi-Yu's eyes. He always prioritized her feelings. Even when it concerned his mother, he would still stand by her side. This was what security felt like. She hadn't experienced it in a long time before meeting Zhou Chi-Yu. Her eyes felt warm, and she gradually leaned against him, holding him softly while whispering, "Nothing at all. Don't lie to me, Jiang." When she initiated the embrace, he reciprocated, casually resting one hand on her slender waist. He tucked a stray hair behind her ear and remarked, "What could my mom want with you?" "It's merely because she found out we're together." It was not difficult to guess. With his intelligence, how could he not deduce it? Jiang rested her forehead against Zhou Chi-Yu's collarbone, nuzzling into his embrace. "Given our current relationship, it's quite normal for her to worry, especially since I used to call you brother." Zhou Chi-Yu chuckled. "How many times did you actually call me brother?" "That was because you used to ignore me." Jiang lifted her head to argue. "You look so fierce. How could I dare to speak to you? You couldn't even remember my name." Zhou Chi-Yu retorted. "Did I? Are we digging up old grievances now?" He gazed at the girl's indignant expression and couldn't resist pinching her cheek, coaxing her. That's incorrect. Yet, he truly struggled to remember names. Jiang found herself pacified by his coaxing, her annoyance dissipating. In truth, she had little anger to begin with. The moment he playfully teased her, she would blush and follow his lead. She had no stubbornness left. I'm also quite curious. When you first asked me if I wanted to date you, did you actually like me? Zhou leaned back on the sofa, contemplating his feelings at that time. Was it fondness? Perhaps it was. He could not precisely articulate the nature of his feelings as love, yet he was certain that his emotions for her were unlike those he harbored for any other girl. They were distinct, truly special. Initially, he found her adorable, kind-hearted, and occasionally delightfully naive, which compelled him to tease her playfully. Gradually, he grew accustomed to having her intrude upon his solitary world. Her genuine concern felt markedly different from that offered by other girls. He could not fathom why he was willing to forsake his pride to protect her, why he could not bear to see her in sorrow, why he would secretly book a flight to Nanjing, or why he felt compelled to wait until after graduation to ask her if she would entertain the idea of dating again. If it were not for love, such a person as he would never take the initiative in his life. Jiang, with her round, expectant eyes, awaited his response. He smiled and said, perhaps so. As he spoke, he produced an exquisite, expensive box, opening it to reveal a diamond necklace. It was fashioned in the shapes of a fish and a lamb, with a small snowman adorned with a slightly azure diamond nestled between them. It was remarkably unique, elegantly simple, yet strikingly beautiful. The design was entirely his own, reflecting his creativity. Be good, lift your chin, he instructed. Is this for me? She inquired. For my future wife, he teased, not for you. I wouldn't go through the trouble of designing it otherwise. Jiang softly exclaimed, her demeanor becoming particularly gentle. Zhou brushed back her hair and placed a necklace around her neck. Jiang obediently tilted her chin upward. After adorning her, he playfully scratched her chin. Her dazed expression was utterly endearing. Do you like it? He asked. She pressed her lips together and nodded. I like it. And what about me? He probed. Jiang replied. The young master is beginning to employ his tricks on the girl again. I have nothing at all. Is there something you desire? In truth, he had contemplated this moment long ago, but feigned ignorance as he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Kiss me again, darling. Jiang hesitated under his fervent gaze. She bit her lip and leaned in, gently pecking his lips. Zhou closed his eyes at her approach, only to open them again almost immediately. How perfunctory, he remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually extended a hand to pet the small, silly kitten beside Jiang. By the way, why have you been frequenting the hospital these days? Zhou inquired. Jiang paused momentarily before responding. Sister asked me to pick up some medicine. The hospital still retains my father's medical research reports and academic materials from his lifetime. I wish to gather them. Zhou held her hand and said, Their essay dinner gathering at the old residence tonight. My parents are back, and since Shuran will likely be there, if you don't wish to go, you can stay home and wait for me. I will return shortly. Jiang nodded obediently, all right. Upon returning to the old residence during dinner, since Shuran did not even dare to glance at Zhou. However, she had managed to adjust somewhat during her time away from school. After the meal, Zhou summoned Zhou to the study. The conversation revolves around the arrangements for his overseas journey. I heard from your mother that you have no intention of going abroad. Is that correct? The young man sat casually in his chair, responding, I do not plan to go. Zhou always maintained a serious demeanor. And what about your relationship with Jiang? This struck a chord. Zhou raised his gaze, listening intently. I have broken up with her. Zhou chuckled lightly. And then, will you marry the daughter-in-law of your choosing? I cannot sever ties with her, nor can I marry anyone else. Zhou adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, his composed and mature visage now reflecting a hint of discontent. Zhou, do you realize the absurdity of your words? Am I being absurd? He spoke with a flippant tone, glancing down at the floor when I was 5 and kneeling here. Having 2 ribs broken, you said the same to me. The young man smiled with a touch of disdain. If she is not your upbringing, then naturally you would find it absurd. Zhou remained silent, his expression stern. Zhou rose to his feet, delivering a final remark. The kind of person you say I cannot marry, you should marry yourself. Or perhaps you could have another son with your new or old flame to serve your interests. Zhou Qiyu lowered his long eyelashes, observing Zhou Ningli's tightly pressed lips, clearly agitated yet unable to act. Zhou Qiyu felt an urge to laugh, yet spoke with earnestness. In any case, do not expect me to comply with this matter. If you dare to interfere with the girl I cherish, then I shall have no choice but to pursue the woman you favor. Chapter 46. Abandonment. Zhou Qiyu emerged from the study, casually retrieving a cigarette as he walked. Upon lighting it and stepping into the courtyard, Mu Xia called out to him. Qiyu. Hearing her, Zhou Qiyu halted but did not turn around. Mu Xia gazed at the silhouette of the young man and spoke. Jiang is an exceptional girl, yet she truly is not suited for you. Zhou Qiyu gently tapped the cigarette with his fingers, the ash scattering in the breeze as he replied. Whether we are suited or not can only be determined through trial. Mu Xia inhaled softly and inquired. Have you ever considered that she might not wish to continue with you? Have you asked her if she genuinely likes you? Do you truly understand her? I do. Mu Xia furrowed her brow, observing Zhou Qiyu as he slightly tilted his face while smoking. I am more aware than anyone else. I refrain from asking because I do not wish to pressure her. She is quite sensitive. If you all compel her, she may flee, and who will compensate me? Let the deception persist. As long as she does not leave him, anything is permissible. The day before the results were announced, the affiliated school held its graduation ceremony. Coincidentally, it was also Tan Xing's birthday, and after the ceremony, they all gathered at his home for a celebration. Zhou Qiyu exhibited no restraint in his attentive care for Jiang. When she wore a dress, he instinctively draped his jacket over her legs. If she desired something to eat, he would fetch it for her and gently tuck away her bothersome hair. Whenever she seemed bored, he would engage her in playful banter, ensuring her spirits were lifted and the atmosphere remained lively. Cheng Chun sat nearby, engrossed in her phone, seemingly replying to messages. As the gathering drew to a close and everyone prepared to leave, Tan Xing called out to Cheng Chun, who appeared hesitant, unsure of what to convey. Cheng Chun, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Jiang exchanged a silent glance with Zhou Qiyu, who then took the girl's hand and walked out. Cheng Chun stood momentarily stunned. What did you want to say? The boy scratched his head. Oh, if you have something to say, just text me. I'm in a hurry. After finishing her words, she glanced at her phone, seemingly pressed for time. Once she had spoken, she departed, leaving Tan Xing standing alone. His expression hardened, frustrated with himself for not being more direct. Cheng Chun hurried out, and Zhou Qiyu along with Jiang followed shortly after. At the crossroads, the girl noticed Cheng Chun entering a somewhat familiar car. She asked Zhou Qiyu, "Is that Jin Changyan's car?" Zhou Qiyu followed her gaze and confirmed, "Indeed. That rascal, he still couldn't resist flirting with your good friend." The next day, just past noon, Jiang promptly logged onto her computer to check her exam results. The process from entering her examination number to the screen, flashing her score passed without a ripple of emotion. 702. Typically, her mock exam scores had ranged between 640 to 680. This was her first time surpassing 700. Perhaps it was because the college entrance examination proved to be somewhat easier than any of her previous mock tests at the affiliated school. She stared blankly at the score sheet on the computer screen, lost in thought, unsure of what had crossed her mind. Zhou Qiyu stood at the entrance for quite a while, yet she remained oblivious to his presence. "Are you dissatisfied with your results, Teacher Jiang?" Jiang regained her senses and turned her gaze towards the doorway. The young man leaned against the frame, hands clasped, leisurely observing the dazed girl. "A remarkable performance," the girl murmured. "Oh, remarkable?" Zhou Qiyu chuckled, "but I believe that merely reflects your true capabilities. It hardly qualifies as extraordinary." Jiang found herself at a loss for conversation and casually inquired, "What about you?" "Guess," he replied playfully. How arrogant, she thought to herself, certain he had excelled. She ventured a guess. 730 points? "Wrong, my dear," he said. "It's 726. 726? Jiang paused momentarily, then shifted her gaze to the boy's exuberant face. Noticing her bewilderment, he couldn't help but laugh, elongating his tone. "Are you not impressed that your boyfriend scored a number reminiscent of your birthday?" Jiang, her hand resting on the table, found herself unable to smile for reasons unknown. Zhou Qiyu had already stepped inside, leaning on the table as he looked down at her, and said, "Next month, let us apply to Jingqing together, shall we?" Jiang parted her lips to respond, but at that moment, her phone rang. Silently disregarding his words, she answered the call. "Hello, Sister One. Jiang, do you have time today to pick up your senior's documents?" "Yes," she replied. After hanging up, she looked up and said, "I need to go to the hospital to retrieve my father's documents." Zhou Qiyu feigned indifference to her earlier dismissal and replied, "All right, I'll accompany you." Jiang nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wen Xian awaited her at the outpatient department. Upon meeting, Wen Xian handed the folder to the girl. Casting a fleeting glance at the young man beside her, imbued with an inscrutable meaning, she informed Jiang, "You know where the dean's administrative building is, right?" "I do," replied Jiang. After all, it was the place where her father had once worked. How could she possibly not know? Her expression remained neutral, indistinguishable from her usual demeanor. Arriving at the administrative building, she told Zhou Qiyu, "I'll go find him myself. You can wait outside." "You have something to discuss with me," he said. Jiang nodded slightly. Then, clutching the folder, proceeded onward. As she passed by a series of windows, she caught the sound of a man speaking on the phone from within the dean's office. Standing at the door, she turned to glance towards the medical laboratory at the end of the corridor. The heat wave of June was intense, causing the asphalt to shimmer with heat. Zhou Qiyu stood beneath a tree, gazing down at his phone, a cigarette unlit between his fingers. After about half an hour, feeling the duration was excessive, he instinctively glanced towards the administrative building. He opened the WeChat chat with Jiang and sent her a message. "Are you done? Do you need me to come over?" 2 minutes passed without a reply. A plane soared across the azure sky, its noise resonating loudly. Outside the hospital, an announcement repeatedly urged the weather is dry. Please refrain from carelessly discarding cigarette butts, lighters, or other dangerous, flammable, and explosive items. Zhou Qiyu turned off his phone screen, his brow twitching incessantly. His heartbeat fluctuated wildly, possibly due to the oppressive heat. Thud, thud, thud. He rubbed his brow anxiously. Soudain, a deafening explosion érupted. Flames surged from the right side of the first floor, bursting forth like a fiery cloud, accompanied by the sharp shattering of glass. "It's on fire," someone shouted, urging others to call for help. Zhou Qiyu felt a tightening in his chest and ran against the panicked crowd. He dashed into the blazing corridor, where the exit was already engulfed in smoke and flames. Yet that inferno posed no threat to him. Furrowing his brow, he called out the girl's name, Jiang. He reached the dean's office, only to find it empty. Glancing outside, he saw Dean Jiang staggering towards safety, his body marked with burn wounds, enduring the pain as he fled to safety. Zhou Qiyu's heart raced, but his keen intuition seemed to alert him to something. He refrained from venturing further inside, instead taking out his phone, struggling to maintain his composure, and dialed a number from his contacts. Pressing his lips tightly together, his expression was chillingly cold. The other end took about 10 seconds to connect. At that moment, amidst the darkness, both hearts seemed to ease slightly. She was unharmed, and he was uninjured. "Where are you?" came a restrained and pained voice from the receiver. Jiang stood on a bridge spanning the river, the heat of the wind making her feel feverish. Yet, her calmness was disconcerting. "I'm sorry, brother. How did it happen?" he inquired. Jiang took a deep breath and replied softly, "Can you guess how the explosion that injured my father occurred? Can you fathom why there's no explanation? Can you guess why I adore chemistry so much?" Zhou Qiyu shut his eyes, his hands trembling, the redness around his eyes betraying the bloodshot hue within. He called her name once more, Jiang. "I told you, my greatest loathing is for deceit, manipulation, and abandonment. Have you forgotten?" The girl's hand, gripping the phone, trembled too, though her voice lacked the youthful agony of his. She hadn't forgotten. "I'll give you a chance. Come back." There was a brief silence on the other end before she replied, "I can't go back, Zhou Qiyu. Forget me." The boy's heart twisted painfully, tears glistening in his eyes. "I'll ask one last time, where are you?" A faint sound resonated from the phone as it was hurled from the bridge, colliding with the river below, producing a clear splash. She uttered goodbye. Chapter 47. Taking the blame for her, Jiang stood upon the bridge, accompanied by a man, Xie, a professor at the medical school of Jingxin University and the husband of Wen Xian. Jiang was under Wen Xian's care, and both were aware of the circumstances that transpired, having intervened in the matter. "You should not have answered that call," he remarked. The girl gazed at the shimmering waves on the river, remaining silent, neither affirming nor denying, for answering was an undeniable act. The man, in his 30s, shared a similar age and intellect with Wen Xian, his demeanor refined. "Is it because you feared for his safety that his voice brought you solace?" This was the truth. Yet, Jiang did not refute it. With downcast eyes, she murmured, "I am the one at fault. Do not blame yourself. You have done exceedingly well. If one does not indulge in a modicum of selfishness, one may inadvertently bestow happiness upon others while remaining bereft of one's own. To act for oneself is not erroneous," she conceded, "but I have harmed those who ought not to have been harmed." Within a laboratory adjacent to the administrative building of the hospital, flames surged. The fire department arrived, accompanied by the wailing of police sirens. In that moment, Zhou comprehended that all of this was orchestrated by her. It was her final manipulation of him. "Go ahead, Jiang. You're truly remarkable," he thought bitterly. Having deceived him to such an extent, she departed without a word. He found himself in a rather absurd predicament, standing speechless as two officers cuffed his wrists, escorting him to the police station. He was led into an interrogation room. The police officer, straightforward, inquired, "Is this incident related to you?" The youth, clad in a white t-shirt, sat in the dimly lit room, his skin fair and luminous. "Yes, I am responsible," he declared effortlessly, assuming all blame as if it were a trivial matter. The officer frowned. "Are you certain it is you? Am I to be regarded as a fool if I deny it?" "That is a valid point. But Zhou, you are a fool who bears the burden of another's misdeeds." In another interrogation room, a man and a woman sat separated by a wall. "Is this incident connected to you?" Jiang, with an impassive face, obediently shook her head. "It is not me. The surveillance footage shows you entering." "What was your purpose?" The interrogator, astute, deliberately refrained from specifying whether she entered the administrative building or the laboratory. Yet Jiang was aware. She blinked, replying, "Did I alone access the main entrance of the administrative building? Was I the last one? However, did not the camera capture me exiting through the back door?" The previous explosion incident had gone unsolved due to the lack of cameras in the interior, preventing any discovery of flaws. Jiang, feeling guilty, had been careless in his work. He abhorred being monitored. He should have faced the consequences for his actions long ago. Yet the wicked thrived in comfort. Jiang, possessing an excess of kindness, had been ensnared by those with ulterior motives due to his lack of vigilance. For years, it had circulated that the explosion was a result of an experimental error by the Jiang couple. "I ask you again, what was your purpose in entering?" Jiang pressed her lips together and explained, "Vice Dean Wen Xian sought me out. She entrusted me with the research materials of the former dean." Upon finishing her statement, she handed over the folder, saying, "This is it. Officer, I was with Professor Xie from Jingxin when the explosion occurred, and I truly know nothing about it." The girl's eyes were pure and innocent, exuding a sincerity that rendered her devoid of any suspicion, evoking a sense of pity within those who beheld her. A knock echoed through the room. "Su team, could you come here for a moment?" Once the male officer departed, Jiang found herself alone. She wandered into the adjacent room, encountering Zhou's indifferent countenance, momentarily taken aback. "Mule directores sont?" she mused. With a sigh, she recognized that Zhou was familiar with her as well. Approximately 10 minutes passed before the male officer returned, addressing the girl who sat quietly on the interrogation chair. "You're free to go, miss." Jiang pressed her lips together and nodded. "Thank you." After leaving the police station, she ventured to Jing City Prison. Following the application process for a visit, she settled into a waiting area. After about 2 minutes, a guard escorted someone into her view. A familiar yet significantly worn face now stood before her. It was her uncle, Lin Cheng'an. Initially imprisoned for being falsely accused of economic crimes, he had been sentenced to 15 years for intentional injury, resulting in severe harm and negligent injury, leading to death. "Uncle," the girl said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In Lin Cheng'en's eyes, the little girl he once cherished had grown up so much, unable to contain his emotions. He felt tears welling in his eyes. "Yang, are you doing well?" Jiang pressed her lips together, resting her hands on the iron bars separating them, forcing herself to suppress the tumult of emotions. "I'm doing fine." Lin Cheng'en, unable to fathom why her mere presence stirred such compassion within him, despised his inability to remain by her side to protect her. "What about your father? Has his condition improved?" Jiang paused for a moment before candidly responding. "Uncle, my father passed away last December." The man froze, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "What?" "He succumbed to his illness," she uttered softly. "But do not worry, uncle. I will wait for your return." Tears shimmered in the man's eyes. "All right, Yang, once your uncle is out, no one will dare to bully you again." As midnight approached, a flight to Europe began boarding. In the airport lounge, Jiang received a message from Wenxian. She glanced at her newly acquired phone. "Xi Jiang sustained minor injuries. He will survive. Zhou has been detained by the police for 12 days, with a compensation of 35 million to the hospital's administrative building. Do not fret. As long as no one has died, there will be no criminal charges." Reading the messages, Jiang replied, acknowledging the information. This time, Xia Rui had taken her abroad, both to ensure her safety and to facilitate her education. Gazing at the city she had no particular attachment to, she pondered how long it would be before she returned. The only thing she found difficult to part with was the youth she had loved dearly in Jing City. The moments spent with him felt blissful, akin to a fleeting dream destined to fade away. As she stands at this juncture, she is destined to forego the sweetness of joy. Yet, she expresses gratitude for the affection he has bestowed upon her, thanking him for granting her a ticket to experience happiness. She feels unworthy to utter the words "I love you," for such sentiments would be insincere. In her contradictory nature, who would believe that she comprehends the essence of love? If he were to harbor resentment towards her, forgetting her might allow him to release the burden of a life entwined with deceit. Let him hate her, then. A person who took years to remember her name would surely find it easy to move on from their shared past. He will encounter others who are inherently gentle, kind, and remarkable. "I am truly sorry, Zhou, for I have failed you." With her forehead resting against the airplane's window shade, 2 tears fell heavily upon her trousers, as if her heart were plummeting from 10,000 meters, shattering upon impact. It turns out that severing ties is fraught with such agony. The cost of maturity is indeed steep. She contemplated surrendering to despair. Yet she could not bear the thought of her adversaries living in harmony while her own family lay in ruins. What sustains her, apart from the unexpected kindness of strangers, is the heartfelt plea of a youth urging her to persevere. This unrequited love, known only to her, remains cloaked in an endless summer. Chapter 48. Do not mention her name in my presence in less than 12 days. Merely a few. Zhou had already emerged from the detention center. After all, the explosion had indeed caused injuries, regardless of their severity, and being the director, he had to maintain a semblance of decorum, even if his family wielded considerable influence. One could not afford to be excessively reckless. He understood Jiang's intentions. Being confined for merely a few days made it exceedingly difficult for him to locate her thereafter. She had orchestrated this deliberately, ensuring he could not find her, while conveniently allowing him to take the fall. She was confident he would shoulder all the responsibility. If an innocent party did not take the blame, the matter would inevitably trace back to her. Quite clever indeed, and adept at feigning innocence. The driver awaited him at the entrance. Once he entered the car, his expression remained unchanged, a visage of discomfort as though he had been played for a fool. He lit his cigarette, resting his hand on the car window, while the other grasped his phone, dialing a contact for information. The recipient was a friend, a computer expert. The response arrived swiftly. Zhou, feeling a rise of irritation, leaned back against the rear seat, half-lidded eyes fixated on the screen, unable to locate her exact whereabouts. But she did withdraw a sum of money from the bank 6 days prior. He recalled her mentioning that her father and uncle had some funds remaining after compensations. He typed with one hand. Can her whereabouts or flight information be traced? The reply came 5 minutes later. No luck, buddy. If she doesn't want to be found, she certainly has left herself an escape route. What happened? Did you scare the young lady away and now regret it? Zhou flung the phone aside, his gaze drifting toward the window. His fingers, resting on the window, lightly tapped the cigarette, sending ash scattering into the breeze. How ridiculous he felt. Everyone seemed to abandon him at least once. Everyone sought to exploit him. Finding someone genuine was proving to be exceedingly rare. Jiang, you had better pray not to cross my path. Should you dare to reveal yourself, I will not let you escape. That evening, for the first time in a long while, he drank to an embarrassing excess. The empty bottles on the table were nearly all consumed by him alone. At Jin Changyan's bar, it was as if Zhou had gone mad, drinking as though his life depended on it. Jin Changyan, seated beside him, took away 2 unopened bottles, an unusual act for one who typically possessed a robust tolerance for alcohol. That's enough. Drinking this much is reckless, he admonished. Jin Changyan, observing Zhou's handsome face, noticed the youth suddenly slumped heavily against the back of the sofa, as if drained of vitality. His head tilted back, the contours of his jawline strikingly defined, tracing a superior line from his forehead down the bridge of his nose to his lips, and along his fair neck to his Adam's apple. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, silently trailing down his cheeks, pure and luminous. Jin Changyan was genuinely bewildered. He had never witnessed Zhou in such a state. What is wrong with you? What has happened to drive you to drink like this? Zhou remained silent, his head throbbing painfully. During this period, Cheng Chun and Jin Changyan had been entangled in a flirtation. Cheng Chun, a girl who has never experienced love, finds herself outmatched by Jin Changyan, a master of romantic pursuits. However, this time, the young master is investing more effort than he has with previous girls. As Cheng Chun insists that he personally court her, the others had merely thrown themselves at him. Over the past few days, Cheng Chun has sent numerous messages to Jiang, yet she has received no reply. A few days ago, Jiang informed her that she would be unable to use her phone for a while and urged her not to worry. It is mysterious and peculiar, yet at least it reassured her not to fret. Cheng Chun, being quite the chatterbox, cannot bear the silence, so she decides to call. When Jin Changyan answers, he inquires, "What is wrong? Is Zhou beside you?" The girl asks. Jin Changyan glances at the quiet boy beside him, who has his eyes closed and remains silent, and responds with a non-committal sound. Cheng Chun, seated cross-legged on her sofa with a fruit platter on her lap, asks, "Could you please ask him where my Yang has gone? Why can't I reach her?" Jin Changyan straightforwardly relays her question. Cheng Chun asked me to ask you about Jiang. Don't mention that person's name in front of me. Zhou snaps, his irritation palpable. Jin Changyan falls into a contemplative silence. What's wrong with him? Has he suffered a heartbreak? Jin Changyan feels that his mere presence might be a nuisance to Zhou, yet he cannot bear to see his good friend in such a wretched state. It is quite distressing. What could she have done to elicit such hatred? It seems Zhou wishes to reduce her to ashes. Eventually, Jin Changyan steps outside to call Cheng Chun. The bar is somewhat crowded. A cursory glance reveals more wealthy young masters than ruffians. Zhou is not in a private room and lacks the inclination to join one, so he casually finds a seat to drink. His striking appearance draws immediate attention. At a nearby table, 3 girls with flowing hair, exquisitely made-up faces, and alluring dresses observe him with keen interest. It is rare to see an attractive man drinking alone. He is the first of his kind. Despite his wild persona, the absence of female company in the bar makes him a refreshing anomaly. That handsome guy is exceptionally good-looking, more so than the collective charm of my 26 ex-boyfriends, one girl remarks, swirling her drink with a meaningful glance. He seems rather hard to approach, another notes. The girl in the pink dress gazes over, her smile captivating as she is instantly enchanted by Zhou's allure. Having never faced rejection from a man, she is filled with self-assurance. I'll give it a try. Confident and daring, she rises while the other 2 girls remain seated, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The girl in pink retrieves 2 identical drinks and approaches Zhou, attempting to sound coy and delicate as she asks, "Hey, handsome, may I join you for a drink?" Zhou, however, remains unresponsive. He hears her, but does not even open his eyes. Handsome? She repeats, placing her drink down before sitting beside him, her bare thigh purposefully brushing against him. Are you drunk? She asks, noticing his disinterest and placing her hand on his wrist. Zhou suddenly opens his eyes. His voice icy as he commands, let go. I shall not repeat myself. The girl was taken aback by his indifferent demeanor and instinctively withdrew her hand. Was he truly this aloof? She parted her lips, intending to lighten the atmosphere, but before she could utter a word, the young man spoke. I advise you to keep your distance from me. Chapter 49. The heartless seductress. News recently broke of an explosion at the administrative building of the People's Hospital in the capital, resulting in the unfortunate injury of Director Xian Jiang. It was later reported that this explosion also harmed others, including Jiang, who has since been recuperating, providing a plausible explanation for her sudden disappearance from the public eye. After Jing Changyan returned from a phone call with Chang Chun, he found Zhou still seated there. Leaning back against the sofa, he tilted his head slightly, a hand, fair and delicate, shielding his eyes. Did she betray you? Jing Changyan inquired. Zhou's fingers twitched slightly. His voice husky, she never loved me. I can no longer find her. Jing Changyan felt as though the sky had fallen. Was this truly the Zhou he once knew? Yet, after sobering up, he resumed his demeanor as if nothing had transpired. On the day results were released, Tanxing was quite dissatisfied with the score. Feeling that he had underperformed, he believed that attending an ordinary first-tier university would be a waste of his potential. He felt a sense of regret. That night, after much contemplation, he suddenly decided to cast aside his worries. He realized that the feelings he had once been unable to comprehend for Chang Chun had long since transformed into affection. He felt compelled to confess his feelings to her. However, as he endeavored to calm his racing heart and open WeChat, he stumbled upon her public announcement on moments with another man. That man was Jing Changyan. Subsequently, Chang Chen's moments were filled with images of Jing Changyan. He chose to look away, hesitatingly muting her updates. When asked about Tanxing later, it was said he had returned to repeat a year. 3 months later, new students arrived at Jingqing University. Zhou followed the enrollment process, appearing aloof. But wasn't he long before someone secretly photographed him and posted it on the forum? Can we get a glimpse of this handsome guy? Who can understand? He is so good-looking that I nearly walked into a wall while gazing at him. I know him. He attended the affiliated high school and was our year's heartthrob. Wow, looking this good. Can't the forum owner use a better camera? The quality is terrible. You're the one with the outdated camera. Ladies, I found him. He is from the Department of Financial Mathematics in the School of Mathematical Sciences. It seems the backup has more hair than I do, sigh. After completing the paperwork, he walked alone out of the university gates. He was left with only his own company. He drove a Ferrari Purosang, and just as he was about to open the car door, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette around the corner. Squinting, he stared for quite some time until the figure vanished out of sight. Without a coherent thought, he realized he was enchanted, imagining everything resembled that heartless seductress. As the car drove away, a girl clad in a pure white dress, her hair slightly curled, held her phone in hand. She perused numerous threads about him on the Jingqing forum. Each time she encountered his photograph, she paused for an extended moment, noting that he seemed to have lost considerable weight. The girl pressed and held her screen, saving every candid photo of him that others had captured. Upon returning home, Zhou found himself alone, save for the driver and the cleaning lady. Jiang had left abruptly, taking nothing with her. Initially, he preferred solitude, but gradually he became accustomed to the company of another, truly embodying the sentiment of being unable to live without her. He retrieved a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and sat on the sofa, at a loss for what to do. Kinkin crawled over like a tiny caterpillar, snuggling against his shoes, seeking affection. Zhou noticed, glanced down, and gently kicked the cat away. The little feline returned to him, undeterred. Annoyed, Zhou remarked, "What use is it to keep you? Even your mother couldn't remain." After uttering this, he stood up and walked away. Meow, meow, the kitten, seemingly understanding, lowered its head in remorse, feeling wronged. Zhou took a few steps, then turned back. Forget it. He bent down, lifted the kitten by its scruff, and fed it cat treats. If that heartless mother of yours returns and sees you gone, she'll blame me. Jiang was staying with a local family in Germany, a household where Rui had previously lodged during his studies abroad. The hosts, childless yet kind-hearted, welcomed her warmly. Upon moving in, Jiang discovered a young man residing there, a peer in temperament, perhaps 2 or 3 years her senior. Sporting silver-rimmed glasses, he was a refined gentleman in both demeanor and speech. Sierra introduced him, saying, Jiang, this is your senior, Xia Yixuan, who, like you, came to Germany as an exchange student from Jingqing. He is also my nephew. Jiang politely offered a gentle smile, greeting the young man, hello, senior. He nodded, his gaze downcast, responding with a faint smile, hello, junior. You may call me by my name. She pursed her lips and nodded in acknowledgement. Yixuan, please take good care of Jiang. She is younger than you. When you have leisure time, perhaps you could take her out for a stroll or to lift her spirits. Xia Rui advised him. Of course, uncle, Xia Yixuan replied. Having learned about Jiang's struggles with severe depression and her solitude, he maintained a respectful distance, mirroring Xia Rui's gentlemanly nature, ensuring not to intrude excessively. They both attended a renowned university in Germany, spending nearly every day together. Xia Yixuan observed her intelligence and dedication during experiments, yet he noticed her frequent melancholy. Thus, one day, he suggested a visit to a licensed shooting range to divert her attention. Jiang did not decline. She climbed into the back seat of Xia Yixuan's car, maintaining her sense of propriety. He had prearranged the shooting venue and, having considerable experience, did not require further instruction from a professional. After loading the gun, he handed it to Jiang. Slightly bewildered, she wondered why she was to go first. Perceiving her hesitation, he reassured her, I'll teach you. Throughout the process, he refrained from making any physical contact, ensuring that she felt comfortable with his proximity. Give it a try, he encouraged. Jiang lifted the heavy gun, aiming at the distant target, albeit with a lingering sense of fear. The boy behind her noticed her lingering hesitation and encouraged her, saying, consider the target ahead as your enemy or adversary, and then you shall fear nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of deafening gunshots rang out. Indeed, treating it as an adversary rendered her fearless. Jiang fired several rounds, and when she finally ceased, her entire arm was numb from the recoil. Xia Yixuan, concerned that she might not be able to hold the gun any longer, stepped forward to take it from her. How do you feel? Are you more at ease now? His voice was gentle, prompting Jiang to question his familiarity with such thrilling activities. Do you often come here? He jested. Doesn't tea seem like it, right? Indeed, it didn't tea. He elaborated. Whenever I encounter challenges in my experiments or research, I seek a place to unwind. Scientific endeavors can be quite monotonous. I often spend entire days in the lab. Engaging in exhilarating activities tends to spark creativity, which is ultimately beneficial. If you have an interest in skydiving, bungee jumping, or racing, I could accompany you. Jiang paused for a moment, turning her gaze towards the target she had riddled with holes, and said, thank you. Xia Yixuan set the gun down, assuring her, do not overthink it, nor should you feel burdened by my presence. Let us simply regard each other as friends in a state of tranquility. Chapter 50. Reunion less than a month after the explosion at the People's Hospital in Beijing. Xian Jiang had yet to emerge from the shadows of the tragic incident when he received another anonymous parcel. Upon opening the unmarked box, a headless fish sprang forth, releasing a pungent, metallic scent of blood. He discovered a bloody letter. Those who commit heinous acts will inevitably become fish on the chopping board, awaiting their demise. Following this intimidation, he experienced hallucinations and, due to personal reasons, received a notice from his superiors suspending him from duty. Wen Xian temporarily assumed his role as the acting director of the hospital. Upon hearing this news, Jiang felt it was insufficient. She yearned for his incarceration. Meanwhile, Zhou continued to excel at university, despite having a meager cumulative score. He garnered numerous accolades through his research reports. During his college years, he secured multiple gold medals in competitions and innovation contests, attracting the attention of several mentors eager to guide him. However, he remained indifferent to such accolades. He pursued what he loved and disregarded the rest. In his second year, he frequently traveled abroad, delving into various innovative projects. His first award-winning project was aptly named the snowman that would not melt. Many at the university admired him from afar, as he had quickly gained recognition as the campus heartthrob. His exceptional talent, not solely derived from his striking appearance and charisma, rendered him an undeniable prodigy in the eyes of those who envied him. 5 years later, it was once again the season for new students at Jiang University. The entrance of the school was bustling with vehicles that day. The summer sun blazed fiercely, hot enough to melt the adhesive on the plastic track. Zhou had just been summoned by his grandfather to dine at the family estate. Having exited his office, he passed by Jiang, intending to retrieve some previous research materials from his mentor. His company, primarily focused on finance and technology, had operations both internationally and domestically. It had been a year since his graduation, and he had not returned to campus during that time. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, his tall, slender figure exuded a blend of youthful exuberance and newfound maturity. The air conditioning in his car was set low, a preference of his. Just as he was about to open the door, Jiang called him. He answered the call. "Zhou, I'm currently standing right beneath your office in New York," Jiang announced. Zhou raised an eyebrow. "What brings you to the States?" "Chasing after girls," came the reply. "And Chun? We broke up ages ago." Zhou chuckled. "You'll come to regret that." After all, she was the first girl he had ever pursued actively, a memory he could never erase. Jiang found it amusing. He truly did not perceive their breakup as significant. "You're overthinking it, buddy. Have I ever regretted any of my past relationships?" He believed it was impossible for him to wholeheartedly commit to a woman. Relationships came and went as they pleased, and if he grew weary, he simply moved on. "Did she berate you for being a scoundrel?" "Oh, she did, but it was no matter." Jiang waved his hand dismissively. "Truly, one can be quite the rogue." "And you?" "Young Master Zhou, after 5 years, still no romantic entanglements? Are you planning to take vows of celibacy?" Jiang interjected. "Don't tell me you still haven't gotten over that woman." Zhou responded, "You're overthinking it. Her whereabouts are of no concern to me." Laughter erupted from the other end of the line, followed by Zhou's casual inquiry. "Could you introduce me to a couple?" Jiang retorted. "Do you really need me to make introductions? Just step outside. There are plenty to choose from." "Hurry up," he said nonchalantly. "I'm in dire need." "Oh, really?" Jiang paused in surprise. "I told you, a man can't go too long without a woman. Wait a moment. I think I might have a few particularly lovely candidates." As he exited the administrative building, he drew the attention of passers-by, each one unable to resist stealing glances at him. A few hurried souls, still clad in lab coats, rushed towards the music hall, chattering excitedly about some senior sister. "Hurry up, you guys. We're late. Come on, the speaker is my goddess." The music hall was filled to capacity with both new and returning students from the medical school of Jiang University. On the expansive stage stood a woman clad in a white shirt and jeans. Her long hair cascaded down in gentle waves, her slender legs obscured by the podium. Her fair and delicate features remained untouched by any imperfection. All eyes were riveted on the multimedia presentation displayed on stage, showcasing a groundbreaking research paper she had published a year prior, delving deep into a particular virus. As a medical student, she embodied a passion for her field, aspiring to translate that love into the preservation of life, hoping for a bright and promising future for her juniors. As her speech concluded, a resounding applause filled the hall. Jiang stood below, awaiting her finish. "You worked hard," he remarked. Jiang smiled and replied, "I still have to make a trip to the laboratory. I'll accompany you. Once you're done, I'll see you home." She did not decline, feeling genuinely grateful for Jiang's assistance in her research endeavors. "All right," she said, clutching a stack of documents as she walked alongside Jiang out of the music hall. Students passing by assumed they were a couple, and she noticed someone raising a phone to capture their moment. Thus, she deliberately distanced herself from the man beside her. Jiang noticed her movement, but chose to remain silent. A group of students, books in hand, approached, whispering, "Look at the seniors from the medical school. They complement each other so well. And they're both so impressive. The senior sister looks so gentle. She seems to have no temper at all. While the senior brother, is quite refined. The girl swooned, captivated by the charming pair. For the first time, I find two gentle souls utterly delightful. Xie Yixuan cast a glance at Jiang, apprehensive that she might take offense, and said, "I shall wait for you by the entrance." "It's fine," Jiang replied. The road was lined with willow trees, and a brisk breeze rustled through the shade. A student, hurrying to class, accidentally bumped into her. The documents in her hand slipped and scattered across the ground. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." The student apologized, visibly remorseful, as they hurriedly picked up the papers. Jiang gently reassured her, "It's all right, Junior. Please go on to class. I can manage this myself." "Thank you, Senior. I must hurry. Otherwise, the teacher will deduct my participation points," the girl exclaimed before dashing towards the science building. Jiang slowly bent down to gather her materials, with Xie Yixuan assisting her. One sheet had been blown a bit farther away by the wind. She made her way to retrieve it, only to have a fair, slender hand intrude into her line of sight, offering her the last sheet. "Thank you," she said, reaching out to accept it, but that delicate hand lingered, refusing to let go. Jiang paused, looking up to see a familiar face entering her view. "Xie, is it? Have you had your fun and finally decided to return?" Chapter 51, the seemingly obedient figure before her rendered Jiang momentarily paralyzed. She could discern the pronounced veins on the back of the man's hand, mere inches away. His expression remained unchanged, gazing at her with a calm demeanor, yet she could sense the immense effort he exerted to maintain his composure. Both were feigning tranquility, neither willing to concede defeat. Jiang's height had not altered significantly, but today she wore a pair of white, chunky-heeled shoes, allowing her to reach Zhou Qiyu's chin. Xie Yixuan, noticing the palpable tension between them, approached with the intention of alleviating the awkwardness. "Ziyang, do you know each other?" Zhou Qiyu maintained his grip, prompting Jiang to forego the information she had sought. "We are high school classmates," she replied. "What a coincidence to run into each other right after returning home," Xie Yixuan remarked, stepping forward politely. "Hello, I'm a friend of Jiang." "Nobody asked you," Zhou Qiyu replied, his tone coolly detached, yet strikingly casual. Xie Yixuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, perplexed by the demeanor of the man before him. However, he remained unfazed, continuing to exhibit warmth. As they walked along the bustling path, Jiang, wishing to avoid conflict, cast a glance at him and declared, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Zhou Qiyu did not attempt to stop her. He admired his own restraint. After 5 years, encountering the woman who had once abandoned him, he remained surprisingly composed in their conversation. It felt almost like self-deception, as if he could truly believe that her whereabouts were of no concern to him. Yet, upon their encounter, it felt surreal, and he found himself deeply affected. Questions plagued his mind. Had she ever thought of him? Had she ever considered returning to seek him out? Was she in a relationship? Why was that man standing so close to her? His fingers tightened, easily crushing the document in his grasp. Jiang had envisioned numerous scenarios of reuniting with Zhou Qiyu, convinced he must harbor resentment toward her. Yet, upon reflection, he seemed far more composed than she had anticipated. After 5 years, who would remain entangled in such sentiments? Especially over a girl who had been merely a fleeting infatuation at 18? Youth had faded, and those memories had dissipated alongside it. As she made her way to the laboratory, her mind wandered, and Xie Yixuan noticed her distraction. With concern, he inquired, "Are you unhappy to see your high school classmate?" Jiang hesitated, then shook her head. "Not all. To me, he appears somewhat unapproachable, too aloof," he observed. As they continued towards the laboratory, they passed an exhibition wall. It was there that Xie Yixuan noticed Zhou Qiyu's photograph, likely taken when he was 17 or 18. Beneath it were inscribed all the honors he had achieved for Jingxing. First in the national mathematics competition, third in the world. In a place where they had intentionally brushed past each other after their reunion, he read about her accomplishments in medicine. She carefully tucked away the financial publication detailing his achievements into her bag. No one knew. Just as Zhou Qiyu settled into the driver's seat, a call from the Zhou family summoned him back to the ancestral home for dinner. He was utterly exasperated, finding every word spoken by others to be grating. Today, He had no time to return home due to work commitments. His voice remained as frivolous and familiar as ever. Zhou Xian urged, "Can't you spare a moment to come back for a meal? The CF family is visiting today. You must hurry back." "I can't go back," he replied curtly before hanging up. Over the years, the most frequent remark Zhou Xian had made to him was about how he had lost Xiao Jiang. How absurd. It remained unclear who had truly lost him. Upon returning home, Jiang tidied herself up and prepared a simple meal. She rented an apartment in Jing City. It was neither particularly good nor bad, merely adequate for living. The last sum of money she had withdrawn before going abroad had been entirely spent on her education. Engaging in research did not yield substantial income and often required her to subsidize her expenses, yet the costs associated with pursuing a combined undergraduate and doctoral degree were considerable. Presently, she found herself utterly penniless, relying on part-time work to sustain herself. She needed to earn additional funds to support her uncle's release from prison. Her home housed a small room that she converted into her laboratory, filled with legitimate chemical supplies and essential instruments. The only peculiar aspect was the dim lighting within. On the experimental table lay a dissected fish. Her movements with the scalpel were deft. With each incision, she possessed the power to either save or harm a life. Such proficiency was honed over the years. Once she had prepared herself, she donned a fresh outfit and set out for work. Shortly after returning to the country, she had secured 2 high-paying jobs, one as a billiards companion and the other as a waitress in a 5-star restaurant. The billiards hall was reputable, having been thoroughly vetted for cleanliness. She wore a skirt that was modestly revealing. Despite being short, it exposed her long, fair legs. She even donned high heels, though she was still unaccustomed to them. The venue was frequented by affluent individuals seeking leisure after work. Just past 7 in the evening, a group of distinguished men, clad in expensive attire and exuding an extraordinary aura, reserved a private room. One of the young men was a regular, a billiards enthusiast with a keen interest in skilled companions. The hall's manager was acquainted with them, all belonging to the elite social circle. For them, owning a billiards hall was merely a pastime. Jiang had seen him before. His style was unmistakable. In his 20s, his body was adorned with tattoos along his neck, arms, and below his collarbone. He sported a cartilage piercing in his ear, a brow piercing at the tail of his eyebrow, and a string of prayer beads around his wrist, alongside chains of beads she did not recognize. His personality was strikingly unique, reminiscent of Zhou Qiyu, albeit more ostentatiously adorned. Zhou Qiyu, however, possessed a more intrinsic wildness. Seated at the front desk, Jiang engaged in lively conversation with her colleagues, remaining silent as she awaited her tasks. They discussed which young masters were wealthier, more handsome, or appeared to indulge in more extravagant pursuits. She found little interest in such matters. Suddenly, one of the girls gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh my, look at those handsome men. They're so unique. The tallest one is the most striking." Jiang lifted her gaze upon hearing the voice, locking eyes with Zhou Qiyu. In that fleeting moment, they were both momentarily stunned, yet their exterior betrayed not a hint of turmoil. "Old Fu, how'd you like to order that one?" Yao. She plays quite well. However, she is unwell and has taken a leave today." "Huh? That's rather dull." "Zhou Qiyu, why don't you choose someone who catches your fancy?" Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow, glancing over. The surrounding girls were fervently vying for his attention, their gazes almost affixed to him. Yet, he scarcely regarded them. With a casual tilt of his chin, he pointed at Jiang, who wore a white dress, and teasingly remarked, "Let us go with her." The boy beside Zhou Qiyu turned his gaze toward her. Jiang had applied only a touch of makeup. Her skin so delicate it appeared almost untouched. In contrast to the ostentatious attire of the girls nearby, she radiated an air of purity. The boy chuckled, "Not bad. She looks quite sweet." Chapter 52. Have you ever truly cared for me? There were approximately 7 or 8 individuals who entered the private room together. Initially, the young gentleman engaged in a few rounds of play. Jiang, accompanied by 2 other young women, stood nearby observing. Unlike the other girls in the billiard hall who exuded boldness, having worked there for an extended period and learned the art of flattering these affluent young men from Beijing, she was unaccustomed to such behavior. She would only approach when summoned, remaining still otherwise. Most young men favored those who were proactive and spirited, yet they often grew weary of such antics, finding themselves drawn to the pure, gentle, and demure types instead. Zhou sat on the sofa adjacent to the billiard table, holding the cue in his left hand while a cigarette rested between the knuckles of his right, unlit. His gaze did not wander towards Jiang. She, in turn, did not glance in his direction. They appeared as strangers to one another. One of the men, named Ji, took notice of Jiang. She stood silently, not uttering a word. He called out to her, "You there? How well can you play?" Jiang recognized he was addressing her and replied softly, "I can play, but I wouldn't say I'm very skilled." Ji encouraged, "Why not give it a shot?" As she approached the table, the attention of so many onlookers rendered her somewhat uneasy. In her attempt to strike the ball, her hand slipped, resulting in a miss. Ji feigned exasperation. "What level is this? I've never seen someone so inept at merely accompanying. Apologies, I slipped. May I have another go?" Her innocent eyes were so beguiling that it was difficult to refuse her request. The other two young women could not suppress their laughter. "If she can't play, why not teach her?" one of the boys suggested. "I'll teach you," Ji offered, preparing to navigate around the table towards her. Suddenly, a cue obstructed his path, resting atop the table. "What's going on?" Ji inquired, looking at Zhou, who had tossed the unlit cigarette into the trash bin, casually remarking, "I'm just practicing." With that, he rose and approached Jiang, saying nothing. However, his proximity exuded an overwhelming intensity. The moment she caught a whiff of the citrus and bitter lemon scent emanating from him, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She could not ignore the familiarity that washed over her after 5 long years. Standing at the table, she felt him pressing against her back, compelling her down onto the surface. His left hand grasped hers while his right guided her in holding the cue. Jiang bit her lip tightly, feeling the tension radiating from her body, which Zhou could sense. His lips brushed against her ear, his warm breath causing her ears to flush a deep crimson. This sensation was undeniable. She felt a profound fluttering within her heart, directed solely at him. "What are you so nervous about?" he whispered near her ear. Before she could react, he struck the cue ball. The two balls collided with a resounding thud, the impact precise and powerful, resulting in one sinking into the pocket. After executing the shot, he exhibited no lingering attachment and promptly disengaged from her. Leaning against the billiard table, he regarded her with a leisurely gaze, remarking, "With skills like that, how dare you claim to know how to play?" Jiang felt a wave of confusion wash over her, unable to muster the courage to even look at him. However, what irks Zhou the most is her demeanor. She feigns innocence, pretends to be wronged, plays the victim, and acts as if she is utterly indifferent to him. After 5 years, why does she still behave this way? He too pretends to have moved on, feigning indifference as he inquires, "Are you so financially desperate that you resort to working in a pool hall?" Zhou casually wipes the chalk powder and adds, "How much?" "Just accompany me." After uttering those words, he does not wait for her response, instead continuing to engage with his friends. Jiang stands nearby, unsure of how to react. Ji also feels that she is ill-suited for such an environment, too stifling. He tells her, "Why don't you step outside for a moment?" Returning to the front desk, Jiang receives a few words from the boss due to a report made by other girls. She is mocked for being a student from a top university, advised to focus on her studies instead of attempting to attract wealthy young men with her youthful looks. "You are quite pretty and initially played well. Why do you falter once you start working? To be honest, your temperament is not suited for this." Resigned, she chooses not to force herself into a situation that brings her discomfort. "I apologize, boss, for the trouble I caused." "No worries, just take a good rest," he replies. As Jiang exits the pool hall, she glances at the time on her phone. Her heels are a bit high, and she stumbles slightly down the steps, relieved that she does not twist her ankle. Zhou stands behind her, watching as she descends the stairs. Not long after she leaves, he finds himself inexplicably disinterested in continuing the game. Jiang opens a ride-hailing app, intending to book a ride home. She stands by the roadside for only a moment when a car pulls up. As the window rolls down, she sees Zhou's face, cold and detached. "Get in," he commands. Jiang remains still, responding, "No, I'll take a taxi." Zhou grips the steering wheel, and suddenly, something within him snaps. His restraint and patience turn to ash. He can no longer afford to pretend. He exits the car and pulls Jiang inside with force. Within minutes, they arrive at an underground parking lot beneath a building. Ignoring her willingness, he takes her hand and leads her upstairs, moving so swiftly that she struggles to keep pace. Slowed down, the elevator ascends to the 26th floor, revealing a minimally decorated, spacious apartment. He exerts himself, as if the love and resentment he has suppressed for 5 years have fused into a complex and contradictory whirlwind. Jiang winces from his grip, desperately trying to free herself. Zhou, let go, it hurts. He releases her, only to embrace her waist and effortlessly lift her onto the table. Bracing himself against the table's edge, his cold, unruly gaze locks onto hers, revealing the redness in his eyes from the loss of control. Jiang, how much longer will you maintain this aloof facade towards me? Pretending we are strangers? Jiang clutched the edge of the table tightly, her lips pressed together as she spoke to him in a subdued tone. Shouldn't we be quite familiar with each other by now? Zhou chuckled softly. Very well. Let us see just how familiar we can become. With that, he grasped the girl's chin and leaned in to kiss her. The kiss was fierce and urgent, as though he sought to seize all of her essence, a release pent up for 5 long years. He had never kissed her in such a manner before, having always been wary of frightening her, opting instead for gentle pecks. Suddenly, Jiang's mind blanked, her breath quickening, a suffocating sensation enveloping her entire being. Zhou. Zhou lifted her effortlessly, carrying her back to the room and pressing her onto the bed. As she attempted to rise, the sudden sound of a belt being unfastened halted her. In the next moment, the belt tightened around her neck, lifting her slightly. I truly want to end you like this, he murmured, lacking any real force. Yet the girl appeared pitiful, akin to a helpless kitten, tears glistening in her round eyes. She raised her hands to rest on his wrist, her voice trembling. Please don't scare me like this. I'm afraid. Zhou's eyes darkened, a pang of pain striking his heart. And what about you? Haven't you frightened me enough? I'm sorry. What more could she say besides apologies? Jiang offered him not even a single explanation. He removed the belt from around her neck and tossed it aside. Then, as if devoid of any strength, he leaned against her shoulder, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Jiang, I despise you. He resented her for not confiding in him, for deceiving and abandoning him. Tears streamed down Jiang's cheeks, her hands rising and falling, never once encircling Zhou's waist. Before long, she felt a warm dampness in the crook of her neck. Startled, she realized it was Zhou's tears. He was crying. 5 years, Jiang. 5 whole years. Do you even understand how I have endured? I only wish to know, did you ever truly care for me? Chapter 53. Deception. Jiang was taken aback, falling into silence. Both individuals were kneeling on the bed, with Zhou nestled in the crook of her neck. His presence was heavy, his tears mingling in that intimate space. His voice had grown low and hoarse, having shifted from ferocity to the vulnerability of a timid pup. Jiang had never witnessed this side of Zhou, nor had she anticipated such a revelation. Fearful that she might falter, he rested a hand on her lower back, awaiting her response. Yet, after a prolonged silence, she remained unresponsive. Perhaps she would not answer at all. Jiang bit her lip, her soft, glistening mouth moving as if to speak, when Zhou's voice drifted into her ear. Actually, I already know. His tone was faint and subdued, as though he were forcing himself to accept the reality that she held no affection for him. Did you think you concealed it well, believing no one would notice? He lifted his head, rose from the bed, and settled on a sofa a distance away from her. Kneeling on the bed, Jiang felt a chill at her neck, her gaze catching the redness around his eyes. He spoke deliberately. Do you know when I first began to remember you? It was when Shui told me you liked me. Your notebook bore my name. You deliberately had the class representative collect it that day, didn't you? She had intentionally let everyone see it, inciting a commotion, hoping he would take notice, remember her name, and speak to her. Jiang stiffened. the color draining from her face as she pressed her lips together in silence. He knew everything. Zhou chuckled, a self-deprecating sound. Do you understand why I have never asked you whether you loved me? Because I know you do not love me. All those fleeting affections were merely a means to an end. She was a cautious individual. If she truly harbored feelings for him, she would have concealed them with utmost care, not allowing them to be discovered so carelessly. From the very beginning, her approach had been insincere. Yet, she bore the most innocent and harmless visage, while her actions were laced with ulterior motives. Leaning against the sofa, he continued, "When you told me about being harassed in the office, that too was a deception. Regardless of its truth, you were certain I would investigate. If it were true, you could manipulate me to imprison that person. If false, I would find no evidence. Even your compromise with that fool Zhou was partially aimed at getting closer to him to ascertain whether your aunt was colluding with Jiang against your father. Did I miss anything in my deductions? No." Zhou raised his hand, his long, fair fingers casually brushing away the tears at the corners of his eyes. He then rested his fingers on his nose, refusing to look at her. Jiang, you suspect Zhou Ningyao of recklessly conducting that dangerous experiment, leading to your father's infection by the virus. You resent my grandfather for shielding the family and concealing this matter. But what does this have to do with me? Just because I'm also a member of the Zhou family? Jiang's expression had shed its earlier fear and pity. Now, her face bore no expression, a reflection of the emotion that arose from being unmasked, unable to refute the truth. Zhou glanced at her with a smile, remarking, "Is it uncomfortable to be gradually dismantled like this?" Jiang responded, "Since you knew from the very beginning, why did you play along with me? I was merely indulging you, observing your facade of innocence." Now, she ceased her pretense, gazing intently into his eyes. Zhou replied, "I have been waiting for you to confess to me directly." She needed him, not merely to remain silent while exploiting and discarding him. Having lived alone in his childhood, surrounded only by a few close friends, he eventually grew accustomed to her presence, only to realize that he could not reconcile with the notion of letting go when she was lost to him. 5 years ago, what were you thinking when you took the initiative to kiss me? Did you think that loving someone could also be an act? He chuckled, adding, "You made me feel rather inadequate." The only girl he had ever liked did not reciprocate his feelings. Jiang sat at the edge of the bed, putting on her shoes before descending. Zhou rose as well, poured himself a glass of water, and casually took a pill from the drawer. Turning his back to her, he spoke softly, "If you wish to leave, then do so before I change my mind." Once he retracted his consent, she would no longer be able to depart. Jiang inhaled deeply, gazing at his silhouette. "Zhou, you are not inadequate, but we're simply incompatible. You deserve someone who is worthy of your devotion. You know what kind of person I am. Why not seek someone kind-hearted who matches your worth?" You are correct. The fault does not lie with you. Yet the distinctions between the Xian, Zhou, and Liang families are meaningless to me. I am truly grateful for the care you and your grandfather have shown me. Please do not let my past affections from when you were 18 dampen your spirits. Be happy, brother. After her words, the girl departed, teetering in her ill-fitting high heels. Zhou remained at the table, his fingers turning pale and cold around the glass. No one could wound like Jiang could. In truth, he had not fully unveiled her secret in person. Was their reunion a coincidence, or was it a deliberate act on her part? She was aware that he had been thrust into an arranged marriage with Jiang's daughter. Realizing this, he felt utterly foolish, both during her departure and their subsequent encounter. She had made her intentions unmistakably clear. Zhou picked up his phone, stepped onto the balcony, and casually dialed a number. The voice on the other end answered promptly. "Hello, President Zhou." Zhou lowered his gaze to the girl who had just reached the ground floor and instructed, "Drive to my building and ensure she enters safely." Chapter 54. Is it really appropriate to bully a girl? Jiang returned home and illuminated every light in the house. After taking a shower and medication, she lay on her bed when suddenly her phone on the bedside table rang. Tired, she extended a hand from under the covers to answer the call. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang. The voice on the other end shouted, startling her. "Chun." The voice lamented, "Where have you been, darling? Why are you only just back?" Jiang sat up in bed, soothing her. "I'm sorry, Chun. I was studying abroad as an exchange student at Jiang Medical College and just returned yesterday. Noticing Cheng Chen's tearful tone, she inquired, "Why are you crying?" Cheng Chen replied, "I miss you so much." Jiang paused for a moment, then gently suggested, "Send me your address, and I'll come see you, okay?" Cheng Chen burst into tears on the phone. Jiang changed her clothes and took a taxi to Cheng Chen's house, which was a mere 20-minute ride away. Upon arriving and opening the door, she found Cheng Chen's eyes puffy from crying. "What happened?" Jiang asked. Cheng Chen, clad in pajamas, threw herself into Jiang's arms, burying her face in her embrace as she wept. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang suspected it wasn't merely longing for her that caused such sorrow, but rather a heartbreak. Jiang, astute as ever, softly asked, "Did you break up with Jean Changyan?" She recalled that Cheng Chen had confided in her about their relationship before her departure. Cheng Chen took a tissue to wipe her nose, leaving it red and raw. The sight of this pitiful yet endearing girl tugged at Jiang's heartstrings. Cheng Chen, already slender, appeared even more so after the breakup. "That scoundrel. He promised he would be faithful and treat me well. But look at him now," Jiang inquired. "He initiated the breakup?" Cheng Chen lamented. "He found me bothersome, claiming none of his ex-girlfriends were as demanding as I am." Tears streamed down her face, and she choked on her sobs. Such a lively and charming girl. Who wouldn't he adore her? Only a cad would find her irksome. I had resolved to disregard him. Yet she can't let you go, Sobi. Why does he have a right? This was my first love. I despise him. Both the scoundrel and the mistress should perish. Jiang allowed Cheng Chen to vent her frustrations for quite some time, and they shared many stories from the past 5 years. "I'm such a fool for clinging to that scoundrel. It's not your fault. It's his. He has grown accustomed to indulging in a multitude of romances. It's hardly plausible that he could solely revolve around you, the singular red rose." Cheng Chen sighed. "I should have heeded your advice and been more cautious in my dealings with him. If only my finances could match the abundance of scoundrels in this world. I still have to work, grumbling about it while gritting my teeth to carry on. What is the difference between this life and a scene from an adult film? You and Zhou have also parted ways. Haven't you? He didn't accompany you abroad, while that wretched Jean Changyan is still buddies with him. They're all the same, so accustomed to frivolity that they can't remain loyal." Jiang sighed softly, her lips pressed together as she spoke. "Zhou is not that kind of person. The problem lies with me." "Oh, you two are lost in love, darling, and even speak on his behalf?" "It's true. He is genuinely a good person, and I feel I've wronged him." Jiang had stayed at Cheng Chen's house for several days. During that time, Xie Yixuan had a habit of messaging her to offer a ride to school, which she consistently declined, opting instead to take a taxi herself. Daily, she donned a white lab coat, immersing herself in research and report writing in the laboratory under the guidance of her mentor, a professor at Jiang Medical College and also Xie Rui's teacher. Although somewhat strict, she regarded Jiang as her own daughter. After concluding her morning research, she and Xie Yixuan headed to the school cafeteria. He was currently an intern at the Beijing Municipal People's Hospital. Jiang's mentor had a younger son who also joined their research group. After their meal, Jiang felt a slight discomfort in her lower abdomen and realized upon returning home that was the onset of her menstrual period. Just as she changed into comfortable attire, Xie Yixuan sent her another message. "Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion seems off. Is it your period? I recall it was around this time." She replied, "Yes, but it should be fine. Make sure to rest well and avoid cold foods. Let me know if you need anything." Recently, Xie Yixuan had been messaging her more frequently, though she paid little mind to it, as she still had work obligations. At the MH company building, Zhou was reviewing 2 documents in an office where the air conditioning was set uncomfortably low. When a manager entered, he was met with a chill but chose to remain silent. "Mr. Zhou, this is a document from Huayuan Technology for your review." This company, still in its infancy, had a president eager to negotiate a collaboration with MH. From what he gathered, the company's momentum was indeed promising. "Has the meeting been scheduled?" he inquired. "It has been arranged at a restaurant next to the Zhou building." A few hours later, as company affairs were coming to a close, Jean Changyan called. "Annoying," Zhou muttered. "Speak your mind." I heard she yes back. The identity of she was unmistakable. Yes. Just yes. She has no feelings for me. Should I beg her to like me? That's absurd. Jean Changyan laughed. If I were you, I would date a few people just to make her jealous. Now, that is truly ridiculous. Zhou Qiyu dismissed him, uninterested in his idle chatter. The previous inquiry about introducing him to a girl was merely to fend off the unwelcome fiancé his family had thrust upon him. As his Bentley parked in the building's lot, he stepped out and made his way to the negotiation suite. The project seemed promising. If successful, it would benefit both companies. Over an hour passed as Zhou Qiyu attentively listened to the representatives from the opposing side present their products. He consumed little alcohol while they indulged considerably. Unfamiliar with Zhou Qiyu's habits, she found herself inexplicably compelled to serve him drinks. In an effort to placate him, the front desk contemplated sending a young and attractive waitress. Jiang, why don't you go take a look? Knowing nothing of the underlying reasons, Jiang obliged the request of her superior. Having only recently begun her tenure at the restaurant, she received a kind warning from a fellow waitress. Be careful. As she approached the private room and opened the door, she paused momentarily. Zhou Qiyu sat there, his head not lifting in acknowledgement. What a coincidence to encounter him again. Steeling herself, she inquired, "Good evening. Is there anything amiss?" Upon hearing that soft yet familiar voice, Zhou Qiyu finally raised his gaze. Jiang sensed his scrutiny and instinctively averted her eyes, her unease evident. The man seated across from Zhou Qiyu beckoned her closer. "Come here." Jiang took a few steps forward, asking, "What do you need? Do you require a drink companion?" Stunned for a brief moment, she replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, but we do not offer such services here." Unrelenting, the man pressed, "What if I insist on this service?" "Mr. Wang, we have regulations in place." "What regulations? Do you know who I am? And do you know who Zhou is?" Zhou Qiyu remained silent, his gaze cast downward, his expression inscrutable as he idly toyed with his wine glass, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding drama. The private room featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a serene pond and a charming little courtyard outside. The assistant beside Zhou Qiyu recognized Jiang. She was the girl he had taken home a few days prior. The man, displeased with Jiang's demeanor, yet captivated by her beauty, remarked, "I've never encountered such an ungrateful woman. Surely you can pour a drink? You made me quite unhappy. If you don't want your manager to know, drink from this bottle and pour for me and Mr. Zhou as an apology." Jiang pressed her lips together, reluctant to appear so disheveled under his gaze. She stepped forward, seized the bottle, and without hesitation, drank deeply. As she did so, Zhou Qiyu noticed her complexion faltering, her body trembling slightly. "Enough," he interjected, his brow furrowed, his tone icy. "Is this not over?" Jiang halted her actions. "Leave," he commanded, his displeasure palpable. The man beside him chuckled at her discomfort, casually reaching out to touch her waist. Jiang set the bottle down, retreating a few steps. "Don't touch me." At her words, Zhou Qiyu's eyes flashed with a chilling intensity, as if imbued with ice. The man had never encountered a woman who so resolutely rejected his advances, and his frustration mounted. "You wish to quit, don't you?" Jiang fought to suppress the pain in her abdomen and the weakness in her legs. Abruptly leaning on the table, her expression one of distress. "Your request is beyond my capability. Should you have any further opinions, feel free to discuss them with the manager." Jiang, enduring her discomfort, exited the room. The man, intending to stand and hurl a few curses at her, had yet to rise. A melodious voice broke the tension. "Mr. Wang," Zhou Qiyu began, his tone measured and indifferent. "It is rather unseemly to bully a young lady, don't you think?" The man across from him greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the inadequate service at the venue I arranged. I will ensure it is addressed. That girl, just stepping into society, lacks understanding." Zhou Qiyu rose, his tall and slender figure starkly contrasting with the shorter, portly man across the table. "Not at all. I rather enjoyed it," he replied, leaning forward with a hand propped on the table, his voice light and slightly mocking. "Did Mr. Wang happen to touch her earlier?" The man chuckled insidiously, raising his right hand to savor the moment. "Indeed, she has the slenderest waist I've ever felt." Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "With your right hand, you say?" "Yes," the man affirmed. Zhou Qiyu's smile dissipated. Suddenly, a powerful grip seized the man's wrist, forcefully slamming it onto the table. With a resounding crash, a glass bottle shattered against his hand. Ah! The onlookers were momentarily stunned. "And now, can you still feel it?" The man winced in agony. Unable to open his eyes, his hand lacerated with shards of glass, blood pooling on the table. "Have you lost your mind, Zhou Qiyu?" "Yes," Zhou Qiyu replied, pulling out a tissue to wipe his hands. "There's no need to sign this contract. I refuse to collaborate with beasts. Come back to me when you're no longer a beast." Before leaving the private room, he kindly gestured towards the camera in the upper left corner, addressing the man still writhing in pain. "Feel free to call the police." Chapter 55. Have you come to dislike me again? Jiang stood at the front desk as the hotel manager reprimanded her for her inadequate handling of a situation. She had consumed some cold liquor, and her lower abdomen ached severely, rendering her nearly unable to stand, her legs weak and trembling. Mr. Wang was not known for his amiable temperament. If only she had appeased him a little, perhaps there would have been fewer troubles. Now that she had displeased him, could she bear the consequences when he came looking for trouble? Enough of this. Jiang maintained a calm demeanor, feeling slightly dizzy and unwell, yet her mind was blank. Zhou Qiyu approached her from behind. Upon noticing him, the manager greeted him with enthusiasm. "Mr. Zhou, how are you?" Just as Jiang was about to turn around, she was abruptly swept off her feet, words unspoken, and carried away from the lobby. The manager stood frozen in place, still processing what had just transpired. Had he just reprimanded the wrong person? In Zhou Qiyu's steady embrace, Jiang felt utterly drained, lacking even the strength to hold on to him. Once in the car, he seated her on his lap in the back. Her voice was faint as she asked, "Aren't you afraid of what others will say?" Zhou Qiyu regarded her pale face, feeling the urge to scold her, yet finding himself unable to. "I was filmed kneeling in high school and had my name splashed across the news. Do you think I care about idle gossip? How could I pretend not to notice you in such pain?" "Fool!" The assistant, who had just entered the car, overheard the exchange but chose to feign ignorance, tuning out the conversation as he focused intently on driving. The girl's lips quivered, her bright eyes reflecting the once familiar boy who could not bear to see her suffer. She had not intended to cry, but the moment she was near him, feeling his presence, overwhelming feelings of injustice surfaced within her. Jiang's eyes stung, and tears spilled over in an instant. Without a second thought, she buried her face in his chest and wept. She pressed her head into him, seeking comfort as she cried, feeling utterly pitiful. Zhou Qiyu's heart ached at her sorrow. He noticed the dampness on his shirt and teased her gently. "Jiang, don't let your tears and snot get on me." Upon hearing this, her sobs intensified. "I hate you." Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow. "You dislike me again? What have I done this time?" His voice carried a hint of exasperation. The girl, her face buried in him, muffled her response, still choked with sobs. "Why must you always witness my most embarrassing moments?" Zhou Qiyu retorted. "Who told you to seek such wretched jobs? With your foolishness, do you think such situations suit you?" He casually tore off 2 tissues, gently lifting her chin to wipe away her tears. His touch was not particularly gentle, leaving her face streaked with moisture. At that moment, Jiang complied, allowing him to tend to her tears. The alcohol she had consumed, coupled with her existing pain, only intensified her discomfort. "I think I might be sick all over you. You wouldn't dare." Jiang, momentarily dazed, blinked before pouting and continuing to cry. "So fierce. You're terrifying." Zhou Qiyu. As the assistant drove, he listened intently, feeling exasperated with his boss for frightening the young lady, only to have to soothe her afterward, ultimately feeling the pain himself. After 3 years of service to Zhou Qiyu, he had never witnessed any woman by his side, let alone see him comforting a girl for the first time today. He wanted to laugh, but suppressed it, feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhou Qiyu allowed Jiang to lean against him, a gesture that offered her some relief. One hand rested on the back of her head, while the other bore the remnants of glass, shards from an earlier encounter with a certain Wang, concerned that the debris might harm her. His hand barely touched Jiang. mindful of the sharp edges that could injure her. The pale skin was marred with noticeable speckles of blood. How long had it been since they had held each other in such a serene embrace? This sentiment had lingered in his mind for 5 long years, a truly significant duration. Suddenly, he found himself wavering. He was not as magnanimous as he pretended. He could not remain unperturbed after being cast aside, nor could he ignore her presence or tolerate any other man approaching her. A lack of love did not equate to a lack of possession. Jiang, tell me honestly, was the billiards hall and today merely a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? Despite feeling dizzy, Jiang comprehended Zhou Qiyu's inquiry clearly. She did not deny it, but rather nodded calmly, affirming no. The very fact that he posed this question indicated that he had already surmised the truth. Was she still being used? Jiang chose not to respond, only lamenting her pain. Zhou Qiyu, in exasperation, asked, "Where does it hurt?" "My stomach hurts, my waist hurts, my legs hurt." Such a delicate complaint. He lifted his hand to her waist, gently massaging her. "Be gentle." Her soft plea was utterly disarming, causing the assistant, who gripped the steering wheel, to falter momentarily, his heart melting to the point of distraction. Observing Zhou Qiyu's stoic demeanor, he clicked his tongue in mild reproach. "Is the car still drivable?" "Yes, it is," the boss replied. The assistant chuckled. "I could pretend not to hear." Chapter 56. I like you from the parking lot to home. Jiang's feet barely touched the ground. Zhou Qiyu placed her on the sofa, intended to make a phone call for some necessities. Just as he turned to leave, a small hand grasped his. "Zhou Qiyu." He paused, turning back to meet her gaze. Hearing her question, "You don't hate me, even after all this?" Zhou Qiyu replied, "Hate? What can I do about it? Hurt you, and then suffer myself? Do you think I'm as foolish as you are?" Jiang attempted to rise, but he wouldn't let her. Instead, he sat down first, meeting her eyes. "Consider it a debt. It seems you alone are destined to bear it. Listen, Jiang, I am not here to perform acts of kindness. You owe me, and if you are unwilling to follow me, from this day forth, you must." Zhou Qiyu leaned closer, locking eyes with her. "Deception, manipulation, and mockery, I can endure it all. But if you dare to remain silent about your suffering, we shall both perish together." What he truly meant was that he could tolerate her deceit, as long as she did not conceal her self-harm from him. After speaking, he stood and adjusted the air conditioning to a higher setting, aware that this delicate creature could not withstand the temperature. After setting it, he tossed the remote onto the table and casually remarked, "Jiang, I am utterly indifferent to whether you love me or not, love." The word escaped her lips. Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback, pausing for several seconds before laughing. "Are you relying on my affection for you to deceive me again?" "I mean it." Zhou Qiyu, Jiang insisted. "I like you. Jiang, I do not need your coaxing." Jiang realized that he was now anxious, no longer believing her. With red-rimmed eyes and a soft voice, she continued, "But I have never denied my feelings for you. Allowing everyone to know that the person I like is you, I did that intentionally. However, the words written in my notebook are sincere. Do you remember the night of your 18th birthday when you asked if I wanted to date you? I was genuinely happy that day. I hesitated all night because I feared hurting you. I felt I had made a mistake, yet I could not help but like you. You asked whether our meeting at the billiards hall and today was coincidental. I can clearly tell you it was not by chance. I genuinely wanted to see you." She no longer wished to conceal her feelings. It was truly painful. The young master pretended to be aloof and composed, yet his heart raced more than anyone else's. Was it really this exhilarating to be confessed to by the one you adore? He suppressed that proud, wagging tail of his. "Then why did you abandon me 5 years ago?" "Because I couldn't envision my own future. How could I dare to imagine a future with you? I feared that my darkness would taint your light. You should not be affected by my troubles." Zhou Qi furrowed his brow and replied, "So, when Jiang did not die, it was not due to your mistake, but rather your fear of me going to prison, was it?" Jiang pouted, resembling a pitiful creature. She lamented, "I have always been a villain, and I shall remain so. Do you not fear that I will drag you down with me?" Zhou Qiyu fell into a contemplative silence. He had awaited her to utter these words for an interminable time. Gazing out the window, he savored a moment of dark delight before offering a lifeline. "Then come here, Embrace me, kiss me, and I shall forgive you. Such an effortlessly granted condition seemed merely an excuse to hold her close and kiss her, as if to dismiss years of anguish and solitude with a mere stroke of a pen. The girl's eyes sparkled with hope as she rose and rushed into Zhou Qiyu's arms, holding him tightly. He believed her once more. He raised his hand to encircle her waist, leaning down with his chin resting atop her head. The sensation of reclaiming something lost was exhilarating, yet they were also familiar with the taste of bitterness. You are a villain, yet I am not without my flaws. Does that not make us a fitting pair? He gently tousled her hair and remarked, I have forgiven you halfway now, but you have yet to kiss me. Jiang tilted her head back, standing on her tiptoes, her hands cradling his face as she pressed her lips to his. Zhou Qiyu sighed softly. The thrill of being kissed so willingly was incomparable. She lingered for but a fleeting moment before retreating from his lips. Zhou Qiyu squinted playfully, teasing her. Is that it? So inexperienced, so innocent. You have never truly kissed. Have you? Jiang bit her lip, her face flushed with shyness as she lowered her head. I do not know how. Will you teach me? His playful demeanor could no longer be contained, his excitement evident. Zhou Qiyu smirked. And why would you assume that I would know how? Jiang replied. Because you have had many girlfriends. Zhou Qiyu responded with a slight chuckle, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, but my first kiss was with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang stared at him, momentarily stunned by his words. She found him charming, yet before she could fully process her feelings, her lips were captured by his once more. Open your mouth, my dear. I shall show you. Chapter 57. Jealousy. Jiang was left in a daze, disoriented by his kiss, akin to the intoxication of spirits. She remained motionless, obediently tilting her delicate face for him to kiss. He pressed his lips against hers, then trailed kisses along her neck, teasing her earlobe. Her body felt languid as Zhou Qiyu lifted her onto the bed, his hands slipping beneath her shirt, his fingers barely brushing against the clasp of her bra. Just then, she seized his reckless hand, saying, I'm on my period. Zhou Qiyu lifted his head, and Jiang could discern the dazed expression on his face, laden with desire. Upon hearing her words, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Deep down, he was aware, yet in the throes of passion, he had forgotten. He froze momentarily, mumbling an acknowledgement before rising to fetch her necessities, instructing her to take a shower. Dazed, Jiang felt a wave of fatigue wash over her after a bath. The house was devoid of any housekeeper, as they were at another villa. Zhou Qiyu pondered in the kitchen for a while, and then prepared a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar for her. Once she finished drinking, she lay down, appearing quite docile. Despite a lingering discomfort in her abdomen, lying on Zhou Qiyu's bed soon lulled her to sleep. The quilt carried a faint, comforting fragrance of him, instilling a sense of safety. After she drifted into slumber, Zhou Qiyu squatted by the bed, tucking the blanket around her, gazing at her serene sleeping face. He feared that upon waking, she would forget all that had transpired and remain distant from him. He picked up her phone, saving his number in WeChat. Accidentally, he glimpsed a message from Xie Yixuan, completely unintentional. Xie Yixuan, can I pick you up tomorrow? Taking a taxi would be inconvenient for you. Zhou Qiyu narrowed his eyes, his face darkening as he deleted the message. Annoying. Jiang lay on her side, her nightgown's collar slightly loose. Setting down the phone, Zhou Qiyu's gaze softened as he observed her. He noticed the necklace around her neck and paused, leaning in for a closer look, confirming his initial observation. She still wore the necklace he had designed for her, adorned with a small fish and a lamb. In that moment, he yearned to express to her that he had never harbored any hatred towards her. He loved her. He ached for her. If only circumstances were different, he would gladly bear the pain she endured. Zhou Qiyu's features softened, and he lifted his hand, gently brushing his fingertips against her face. Finally, he pressed a tender kiss upon her cheek. The following morning, Zhou Qiyu drove Jiang to school before heading to the office. She had reverted to her quiet demeanor, appearing rather aloof, as if she had forgotten the previous day's affection. Upon reaching the entrance of Jingqing, she finally spoke. I will likely be very busy today and might not respond promptly to messages. Are you giving me a heads up? Zhou Qiyu chuckled. I'm not exactly free myself, you know? Jiang bit her lip, lowering her gaze. Zhou Qiyu tapped the steering wheel, saying, "Go on, and I will pick you up once you're done." "All right," she replied, opening the car door. Just then, Zhou Qiyu called her name once more. Jiang. "Yes," she responded. "Do you remember what happened last night?" She nodded slightly, expressing her bewilderment at the complexities of her thoughts. Dressed in her lab coat, she entered the laboratory, where she was the sole female among her group. Jiang called her mentor's son, a young man named Hang, whose orientation mirrored that of his mother. He typically got along well with Jiang and was quite amiable. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "A pharmaceutical company approached my father a few days ago, expressing interest in our group developing a new medication related to a brain virus. My father reviewed it and deemed the project promising, but he is unsure of its feasibility. He suggested that you and Senior Xie Yixuan take charge. Do you think we should investigate further? Has the senior been informed?" She asked. "Yes, I mentioned it to him. He has gathered some information, but we all agree that a site visit is necessary to determine if we should pursue this collaboration." Jiang held a cover slip in her hand and asserted, "We must definitely visit the site. If it proves suitable, producing a new drug would benefit the public." Hang leisurely recorded the experimental report while chatting. "Indeed, it's precisely because you are an expert in this field that your published paper gained such acclaim." "What about the senior?" She inquired about Xie Yixuan. "He seems to be at the hospital today. Wasn't he preparing to start his new job? When shall we arrange a visit to the pharmaceutical company?" Jiang pondered. Hang suggested, "Why not ask the senior when he is available?" Jiang removed her gloves and took out her phone to message him. "Senior, do you have time this afternoon? Let us visit the pharmaceutical company to observe the internal workings." Xie Yixuan replied, "Why didn't you respond to my message last night?" Jiang scrutinized the chat window and recalled that Zhou Qiyu had borrowed her phone the previous evening. What a jealous soul he was. She decided to play it off. "Sorry, Senior, I might have accidentally deleted our conversation." He was generally good-natured and mild-tempered, yet he found it puzzling when left unanswered. "It's fine. I'm free this afternoon." "Great. I'll head over after class and catch up with Sister as well." Meanwhile, Zhou Qiyu was at the office, contemplating messaging Jiang, but hesitating, fearing he might annoy her. After all, he had to maintain his aloof persona. Around 5 o'clock, Jiang concluded her class and took a taxi to the hospital, where she met with Wenxian. This was her first meeting with Wenxian since returning to the country, although they had kept in touch. Wenxian informed her that Jiang, due to frequent threats affecting his mental state, could no longer serve as the director of the People's Hospital and had been reassigned elsewhere. Jiang displayed little reaction to the news. After all, such a villain's unrest surely stemmed from the harm he had inflicted on others. Wenxian cherished Jiang, treating her like a daughter or a sister. "Your seniors would be exceedingly pleased to learn of your accomplishments." Jiang lowered her gaze, expressing her gratitude. "Sister Wen, thank you for always supporting me. Once, your parents continuously extended their support to me. Without their assistance, I may not have survived to this day." Hence, her gratitude runs deep, harboring resentment towards those who have wronged the Jiang couple. Xie Yixuan has been waiting outside for her. Wenxian inquired of Jiang, "Has Yixuan taken good care of you over these 5 years?" Jiang replied, "Both my senior and Professor Xie have been quite considerate." Wenxian smiled. "He is indeed a wonderful young man. After all these years together, do you not harbor any feelings for him?" Jiang pursed her lips, her expression subdued. "I regard him as an older brother." Wenxian continued to smile. Yet she understood that some matters cannot be forced, thus she refrained from further comment. After a brief conversation, Jiang accompanied Xie Yixuan to the pharmaceutical factory for an inspection and took notes. Approximately 2 hours later, as they concluded, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Xie Yixuan voluntarily offered to escort her home. She glanced at her phone, noting that Zhou Qiyu had inquired half an hour earlier about her expected finish time. Considering his fatigue and the distance involved, she sent a message. "I am out inspecting with my senior. The location is somewhat distant from your company, in the opposite direction. I will take my senior's car home, so you should return and rest early." Zhou Qiyu did not respond. Jiang did not dwell on it. Xie Yixuan brought her to the foot of her apartment building and suddenly said, "Jiang, If it doesn't inconvenience you, may I have a brief conversation with you? I can accompany you to your doorstep. Jiang nodded. He initiated the conversation. You must have had a reasonably happy time in Germany over those 5 years. Jiang replied, It was all right. You are one of the strongest young women I have encountered. Much like my aunt, he remarked, referring to Xian. You resemble her essence. Jiang responded, Everyone must grow. You have simply never witnessed my moments of vulnerability. That indicates I am exceedingly fortunate to have met you at your most radiant, he continued. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xie Yixuan, who was smiling with his eyes sparkling. It was the first time someone had likened her to the sun. Fascinating. Xie Yixuan then said, I feel the need to apologize. For what? I must ask. May I express my feelings for you? If I do not evoke any aversion. Was it truly necessary to apologize for liking someone? Jiang sometimes found it challenging to decline such a gentle and courteous individual. Yet, it was a conversation that needed to happen. Seeing her discomfort, Xie Yixuan reassured her. You can be forthright with me. Do not feel burdened. Jiang's lips moved slightly as she softly uttered, I'm sorry, senior. You are wonderful and exceptional, but I already have someone I like. Xie Yixuan did not display any signs of embarrassment or disappointment. Rather, he smiled gently and asked, Is it Zhou Qiyu? Jiang was taken aback, wondering how he knew. She had never mentioned Zhou Qiyu's name. Xie Yixuan seemed to notice her confusion and explained, Because during that night, 3 years ago when you were feverish and restless, you called out only for Zhou Qiyu's name. Thus, I surmised it must be him. Jiang smiled gently at Xie Yixuan and remarked, You just compare me to the sun, which truly took me by surprise. Before I went abroad, I traversed a lengthy period shrouded in darkness. Yet, I encountered him. He is the true sun who bestowed light upon me. Thereafter, a white flower, once devoid of radiance, no longer appeared fragile. He has witnessed my most vulnerable moments. The youth I met in my formative years was so striking that I realized I could no longer be captivated by anyone else. Xie Yixuan comprehended Jiang's sentiments. After all, an individual's salvation could be a memory cherished for a lifetime. She continued, Even if I never marry in this lifetime, I won't find love again. Xie Yixuan nodded, saying, I am genuinely pleased that you have encountered someone who treats you well. I do not regret expressing my thoughts today, as this is also my first experience. Please do not feel embarrassed, nor owe me an apology. We shall remain friends. Jiang nodded in agreement, conceding that Xie Yixuan was indeed a remarkable man she had encountered. He then stated, I'll see you downstairs. You should head back now. Jiang replied, You should return home and rest as well. Be careful on the road. As she watched Xie Yixuan drive away, she turned toward her apartment building. Upon approaching, she noticed a tall, slender figure loitering at the entrance, exuding an air of nonchalance and wildness, smoking a cigarette. As she drew closer, she confirmed it was Zhou Qiyu. He was no longer clad in a white shirt and dress pants, but instead wore casual attire, standing there like a 17-year-old youth. Jiang approached him, tilting her head with a smile. What brings you here? The young master, devoid of any cheerful demeanor, replied with a hint of arrogance and coolness. I've been watching you with other men for quite some time. Chapter 58. Do we need to settle this? When Zhou Qiyu was displeased, it was particularly evident. She approached him, took his hand, and with a playful blink, asked, Would you like to join me upstairs for a moment? He raised an eyebrow, inquiring what for. Jiang pouted slightly just to sit. Reluctantly, Zhou Qiyu allowed himself to be led away by her. After washing her hands in the kitchen, Jiang poured him a glass of water. Zhou Qiyu, seated on the sofa, pulled her into his embrace. She obediently nestled against him, unable to move much regardless. Perched on his lap, she gazed into his eyes with her large, expressive orbs. What's wrong? Tell me, what did you two discuss? Jiang replied candidly. He said he likes me. Zhou Qiyu was taken aback. Observing his reaction, she couldn't suppress a laugh and went on to explain. I told him that I already have someone I like. The young master remained sullen, lost in thought. For the past 5 years, you've all been together. While I could barely find you. Such good tea, she murmured softly. I didn't ask you to remain single for 5 years, Zhou Qiyu retorted, pinching her cheek playfully. Are you looking for trouble? His grip was firm enough to elicit a slight sting, prompting her to free herself from his grasp with a hint of reproach. "Please don't pinch my face, it hurts." Hearing her protest, Zhou released her, gently tapping her nose with his knuckle. "Such a delicate creature." Jiang rubbed her cheek, her doe-like eyes sparkling as she remarked, "But I truly thought that after 5 years, you might have developed feelings for someone else." She had never imagined he would wait for her. Do you know that once one's heart has been stirred, it becomes exceedingly difficult to be moved by another? Jiang certainly did. She understood it better than anyone. Of course I know that. Otherwise, with someone as wonderful as Xie Yixuan, I would have fallen for him long ago. At this revelation, Zhou nearly lost his temper. "What's so good about him? Tell me." Jiang pretended to ponder. Zhou frowned, quickly shifting his expression. "Jiang, you're actually considering it? Didn't you ask me to speak? Just because I asked doesn't mean you should take it seriously. Can't you flatter me a bit?" Jiang laughed, cupping his face and placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Unyielding, he grasped the nape of her neck, demanding, "Who's better, him or me?" "You are." "And who looks better, him or me?" "You look better." It was akin to appeasing a child. Zhou was like a 3-year-old. Zhou did not stay overnight at Jiang's home. He was concerned about the hassle of back and forth, inquiring if she wanted him to stay. However, they were both quite busy, with numerous matters to attend to. The following day, when Jiang arrived at school, her group assigned her another person to take care of. Being inherently kind-hearted, she thought little of it until she discovered that the individual was ensnared. She was momentarily taken aback. Her instructor informed her that ensnared had graduated abroad and was now interning at a hospital. Jiang recalled that ensnared had not performed well academically. The arrangement to bring her here was due to the fact that the investor from the pharmaceutical company with which their research group was to collaborate happened to be ensnared's father. Zhou. Ensnared was quite taken aback to encounter Jiang in this setting. Observing the girl's reticence, she initiated the conversation. "I didn't expect you to be involved in medicine." Ensnared replied, "My father is a medical professional, so it is only natural for me to follow in his footsteps." "Aren't you also studying medicine?" Jiang chuckled, "Not quite. I pursue medicine to save lives, not to indulge in a life of privilege." "Please, do not elevate yourself so high. I dropped out of high school, and wasn't that largely due to you?" She retorted. "What does that have to do with me?" Ensnared asked. As she recalled the relentless online harassment she had faced during that period, her heart began to race. "If it weren't for you seducing my brother and playing the victim, would the Zhou family have taken you in?" Jiang actually preferred not to engage in such discussions. She had no time for trivial matters. "I sincerely apologize if I have sparked your jealousy." "You." Ensnared was infuriated, yet Jiang remained composed, unfazed by the exchange. She continued, "Isn't your opportunity to study abroad also a matter of connections? Who have you been cozying up to lately? Don't think that just because you're in Jingxing, no one is talking about you. At least my connections have not rendered me entirely incompetent. What about you?" As Jiang adjusted the instruments, she turned to look at her and added, "And that car you saw today? It belongs to your brother." Ensnared responded, "My brother has a fiancée. Are you so eager to play the role of the mistress?" Jiang paused, choosing not to reply. Later that evening, after attending a late class, she walked with several members of the research team. Being the only female and the youngest, she received special care from them. Zhou arrived after a company meeting to pick her up. However, upon reaching the school entrance, he noticed several boys standing beside her, gesturing animatedly as they conversed, seemingly enjoying themselves. One of them even draped an arm over her shoulder. Zhou did not recognize Shi Yuhang. "Hey, Jiang, do you want us to drive you home? It's quite late, and hailing a cab might be inconvenient." Jiang declined. "No need to trouble yourselves. There are still buses running at this hour." "Then do take care," they said as she nodded and walked ahead, attempting to take out her phone. Before she could do so, she spotted Zhou's car. Approaching it, she opened the passenger door, but Zhou did not glance her way. She settled into the seat and fastened her seatbelt. "It's so late. I could have gone back by myself. Is this not a bother for you? I told you I would come and pick you up. You simply didn't check your messages." Jiang lowered her gaze to her hands and replied, I apologize. I was rather busy today. Zhou understood the demands of her medical profession and did not press the matter further. Their journey home was marked by comfortable silence. Once home, Jiang changed her clothes and emerged to ask him, Have you had dinner? Would you like to eat something now? Zhou was on the balcony smoking. He nodded at her, gesturing for her to approach. Jiang, what is it? Zhou gently pulled her closer and affectionately tousled her hair, saying, Could you perhaps maintain a bit of distance from those male classmates of yours? You're too close. Jiang paused momentarily before replying. How am I supposed to maintain that? She removed Zhou's hand and continued, Isn't this a normal distance? We are all part of the same research group. What more do you expect from me? Her voice was soft, devoid of any discernible emotion. Then why didn't you think of me when you changed out of your lab coat? You could chat with them freely. Did you ever consider that I might be attempting to message you? Zhou pressed. Jiang responded, I didn't think about it, nor did I have the time. Zhou laughed, no time? She continued, My studies and work require so much of my time that I cannot constantly reply to your messages. However, you should not interfere with my social interactions. There is no need to complicate matters unnecessarily. Then what is there to discuss about our relationship? He queried. Jiang was taken aback, raising her head to meet his gaze. They locked eyes in silence for a considerable time. Eventually, she averted her gaze and spoke softly. If you do not wish to continue, we could end things. After all, you have a fiancé, and I do not want to be regarded as an unprincipled mistress. There is a significant disparity between you and the partner you envision, but I simply cannot devote all my thoughts to you alone. Having said this, she avoided looking at Zhou's expression and slowly added, I will take a shower now. I still need to review today's experimental report later. You should also return and rest early. Chapter 59, A Kiss, My Baby After Taking a Shower. Jiang discovered that Zhou had already departed. In truth, she realized that she was still harboring emotions from their earlier conversation. He must have been upset as well. It dawned on her that she was utterly inexperienced in the matters of romance. She either played hard to get or failed to adapt. Engaging in a romantic relationship proved to be far more complex than conducting scientific research. The following day, upon arriving at the laboratory, her classmates noticed her rather somber demeanor. Jiang inquired, What is the matter? Are you feeling down? Jiang replied, It's nothing. Your expression suggests otherwise. Why not share it with me? Perhaps we can be of assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang considered his words. Jiang squinted, scrutinizing her. Jiang, something seems off. You haven't fallen in love, have you? Jiang responded. Can you tell? Indeed. You've hidden it quite well, he remarked. Did you two have a quarrel? Jiang, while engaging in her tasks, stated, It wasn't exactly a quarrel, but it feels as though we are both upset over trivial matters. It's evident that you lack experience in romance. Although my boyfriend and I often argue, I cannot apply our dynamics to your situation. However, he continued earnestly, from a male perspective, they enjoy being pampered and indulged by those they cherish. A proactive approach is invariably beneficial, provided the man genuinely loves you. Otherwise, it would be in vain. Jiang felt somewhat bewildered, but silently took note. And what follows? She pondered. Well, men also appreciate when girls act a bit coy. Just pay him a little more attention and refrain from applying your scientific mindset to romance. Jiang responded with an feeling as if she understood, yet remained perplexed. Ultimately, she decided to let it be. In the afternoon, Jiang spent another 2 hours inspecting a pharmaceutical factory alongside Yishuan and Senshuran. Throughout the visit, she exchanged not a single word with Senshuran. All indicators of the factory appeared normal. However, any sign of irregularity rendered them unacceptable. Yishuan reviewed all the tests and remained skeptical about the factory's legitimacy. He advised Jiang to consider the potential collaboration from various angles. Though she and T contemplated it much, she did not seem hasty, nonetheless. She was resolute in her decision. These past few days had been exceedingly busy for her. In addition to her research for her courses, she needed to monitor the development of new drugs. Zhou had not contacted her for 2 days. They had neither seen one another nor exchanged words. The weather in the capital had turned chilly, with the night breeze carrying an undeniable coolness. During his spare moments at work, Zhou visited Jiang bar, which he had returned to recently. Upon his arrival, he found Jiang seated by the pool in the bar's outdoor area. The temperature had already begun to drop, yet a few scantily clad women were daringly splashing about in the pool, seemingly unfazed by the cold. Jiang donned a leather jacket, his ear studs glinting prominently. Exuding an air of nonchalance, he engaged in the affairs of the affluent. "Just say the word, and there are plenty willing to dive into the pool," he remarked. He held several rings in his hand, gazing at the women by the pool, instructing, "Turn around." The women obediently complied. A smirk danced on his lips, no hiding. Whoever gets caught must face the consequences. Just as he was about to commence, the bartender approached and whispered in his ear, "Young Master Jiang, young Master Zhou has arrived." Jiang clicked his tongue, discarding the rings, and joined his friend. Zhou sat alone, his gaze slightly unfocused. Has his alcohol tolerance diminished? Jiang sauntered over and clinked his glass with Zhou's. As he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed something amiss. Zhou's hands were astonishingly warm. Frowning, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Why are your hands so hot?" Zhou remained silent. Jiang set down his glass and reached to touch Zhou's forehead. "Damn it, you have a fever?" Zhou pushed Jin's hand away. Still drinking despite feeling this hot? In truth, Zhou had not consumed much, yet he felt quite dizzy. Jiang sighed, intending to assist him. "I'll take you to the hospital." Zhou kicked him lightly and replied, "I don't need you." Jiang retorted, "If you don't want me, then who do you want?" Zhou tilted his head back, calmly stating, "I want Jiang." Jiang was taken aback. "Love-struck? She treated you that way, yet you still yearn for her?" His perception of their relationship lingered on the episode where Jiang abandoned him to study abroad, rendering Jiang a woman unworthy of Zhou's affection. Taking a sip of his drink, Jiang seized Zhou's phone and dialed Jiang's number. It took 2 attempts before she answered. Upon seeing Zhou's name, she spoke first. "What's wrong?" Jiang succinctly explained. "Zhou has a fever and is at my bar. He specifically requested you. Whether you come or not is up to you. I've merely informed you." Jiang, preparing for class, felt a bit bewildered by this news. She hastily requested a leave from her professor and took a cab over. After approximately 20 minutes, Jiang arrived at the bar. Such places of entertainment were still unfamiliar to her, and she wandered inside, glancing around. Finally, she spotted Zhou slumped over the table, with Jiang seated beside him, surprised that she had truly come. Rising, he noted, "His fever is quite severe. You should take him home." Jiang approached Zhou, gently tapping him and calling his name. "Zhou, wake up." He stirred, and upon seeing her, he froze momentarily before pulling her into his embrace, burying his face in her chest. "Why are you here?" Jiang was taken aback. He felt feverish. She raised her hand, placing the back of it against his forehead to check, confirming the fever. Softly, she urged, "Zhou, you have a fever. Let us go home, shall we?" Jiang led him outside, and he obediently allowed her to guide him. After a visit to the hospital, they measured his temperature, which was a staggering 40 degrees. However, the hospital did not permit injections and only prescribed antipyretics. On the way home, he leaned against the car seat, his brow slightly furrowed. Jiang inquired, "Are you feeling very unwell?" He fell silent, closing his eyes, bending over, and lying sideways on her legs. Jiang looked down at him and gently placed her hand on his soft hair. She brought him to her home, prepared some congee for him, and urged him to take his medicine. In reality, he remained quite lucid, yet he chose to remain in this state of oblivion. Jiang dampened a clean towel and returned shortly. Zhou sat while she stood between his legs. "Lift your head a little. I shall place the cool towel on you," she said softly. Zhou tilted his face upwards, wrapping his arm around her waist to draw her closer, inch by inch. He then nestled against her, burying his face deeply in her embrace, looking utterly aggrieved. Jiang also wrapped her arms gently around his neck. "I thought you no longer wanted me." Upon hearing Zhou's voice, her heart skipped a beat. "Of course not, but you often leave me only to return." He buried his face deeper, adding, "I too feel insecure." "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I don't want apologies. I desire your deeper affection. Jiang's heart melted instantly. Zhou Qiyu's face was particularly warm, a sensation she felt vividly. Without a fiancé, there's nothing anyone can force upon me. Can you trust me? I can handle it. I know I shouldn't exhibit excessive possessiveness towards you, for that would make you unhappy and unfree, but seeing them close to you distresses me. Please don't be angry. I shall try not to bring it up again. Jiang pursed her lips, feeling his coaxing lead her astray. I'm not angry. That day, I failed to consider your feelings. I apologize. From now on, aside from classes and experiments, I promise not to associate with them. All right? Zhou Qiyu lifted his gaze to the girl, only to notice the slight redness around his eyes, looking rather pitiful, as if she had bullied him terribly. She reached out, gently rubbing the corners of his eyes. No longer hiding his feelings, he said to her, "Then kiss me, and we shall consider it reconciled." Jiang blinked. He continued to entice her, "Kiss me, darling." Chapter 60. Weeping and consoling, Jiang cradled Zhou Qiyu's face in her hands, bending slightly and tilting her head as she leaned in to gently press her lips against his. Just before their lips met, Zhou Qiyu turned his head away, playfully admonishing, "Silly girl, kiss my cheek instead, otherwise you might catch something." Taken aback, Jiang appeared somewhat dazed, yet with that exquisitely innocent face, she engaged in a rebellious act. Without uttering a word, she tilted her head, closed her eyes, and pressed her lips against his once more. Such a troublesome girl, he thought, amused by her disobedience. Zhou Qiyu smiled, pulling the girl closer for a brief kiss. While it was pleasurable, he still worried about her catching his illness. He couldn't bear the thought of her suffering. Once he released her, he noticed her eyes glistening like those of a docile kitten. A singular thought clouded his mind. Though it was somewhat wicked, it was a fleeting moment in this lifetime. Jiang seemed to sense the desire flickering in his gaze, and feeling his scrutiny, she grew somewhat bashful. "You should rest well after taking your medicine," she said. Zhou Qiyu leaned back lazily on the sofa. "Jiang, I want to take a shower, but I feel too weak to move." He feigned weakness. The girl, unable to discern his pretense, believed that a boy would never feign vulnerability. Thus, she obediently guided Zhou Qiyu to the bathroom. "Don't take too long, or your cold will worsen," she cautioned. He responded nonchalantly. But just as Jiang turned to leave, he grasped her wrist, preventing her from departing. Jiang turned back, questioning, "What is it?" Zhou Qiyu half closed his eyes, looking down at her as he asked, "Dare you help me wash?" With utmost sincerity, Jiang replied, "I don't dare." Her adorable demeanor elicited laughter from Zhou Qiyu, and he decided not to tease her further, closing the door to take a shower. The fever was quite intense, leaving him feeling somewhat muddled. After finishing his shower, he emerged without a shirt, his hair damp. He wore a clean pair of jeans sent by his assistant. It was the first time Jiang had seen him bare from the waist up. His shoulders were broad, his waist narrow, and the definition of his muscles was apparent, a testament to his training. His skin was fair, with droplets of water still clinging to his abdomen. Moreover, numerous tattoos adorned his body, most of which she had never seen before. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were scars, tattoos that could not conceal the marks of his past. Without a moment's hesitation, she worried he might catch a chill and quickly fetched a blanket to drape over him. "Sit down. I'll dry your hair," she instructed. He complied, patiently waiting as she dried his hair. As she blew his hair dry, her movements were gentle and tender. He had grown accustomed to wrapping his arms around her waist whenever she positioned herself between his legs, cherishing her warmth and presence. In those moments, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he would gladly give his life just to maintain this bliss. "Zhou Qiyu," she called softly as the sound of the hairdryer ceased. In the few minutes spent drying his hair, she pondered deeply. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask, "How did you get so many scars?" She was aware that Zhou Qiyu was formidable in fights. Almost no one could inflict such injuries upon him. He chuckled. "Concerned about me, are you?" Yet, Jiang felt no inclination to smile. She found no humor in his experiences. Zhou Qiyu noticed the earnestness in the girl's eyes, and, truth be told, he did not particularly desire this kind of attention from her. Thus, he adopted a light-hearted tone and demeanor, saying, The scars from my childhood were inflicted by my father. Jiang pressed her lips together, her fingertips resting gently on the scar on his chest, and softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" Zhou took her hand, jokingly responding, "Not really. I've got a strong constitution." He spoke as if it were the most casual of conversations. "Is it fine? If it were, why would you cover it with tattoos?" Wei noticed her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. He cradled her face earnestly, assuring her, "It truly doesn't hurt. It's all in the past." Jiang embraced him, in the moments when he could not see her face. He knew she was surely weeping once more. Zhou gently pulled her away, tenderly wiping her tears, only to find her crying again, in need of comforting. "Do you not realize how your tears can be utterly devastating?" He rarely spoke of his past. In public, he always presented himself as the proud scion of a prominent family. Everyone envied him, aspiring to be like him. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that he had spent his formative years amidst his parents' incessant bickering. Throughout his childhood, he had scarcely witnessed his parents sharing a meal at the same table. He was the product of a political and business union, devoid of warmth or the necessity for companionship. His parents were cold-hearted and selfish, yet they craved the embrace of others. As he had previously mentioned, he had seen his father bring mistresses home and his mother alight from the cars of other men. The pain struck him suddenly, leaving him bewildered as to what he had done to deserve it. It was only later, as he sat alone in his art studio creating abstract, dark paintings, that he realized his fault was merely existing in this world. Growing up, he gradually became accustomed to solitude, seeking solace in fleeting relationships that offered a semblance of warmth to affirm his existence. Yet, he failed to recognize that what he sought was not love, but a misguided rebellion against his own desolation. It was not until Jiang squeezed her way into the ruins of his heart that he discovered the possibility of mending what had been broken for 18 years. She had moved in with him during her first year of high school, but it wasn't until his final year that he remembered her name. He had believed he did not need genuine emotions, until he unwittingly found himself moved by feelings he could only later identify as love. A love that compelled him to constantly think of her and long to see her. A love that drove him to pursue her actively, to cast aside his pride, and to kneel before those he despised for her sake. A love that would lead him to take the blame for her, enduring imprisonment, all while striving to survive until she returned. He despised abandonment, yet wished for her happiness. Jiang was acutely aware of the debts she owed Zhou. From a moment she resolved to actively enter his life, it signified an unbreakable entanglement for their lifetimes. She loathed Zhou for hurting her father and resented Zhou's deliberate concealment. She ought to have despised everyone, yet at this insurmountable hurdle, she had betrayed the most innocent person in her life. Unable to stifle her own light, she chose instead to stand alongside it. She needed to repay her dues, to make amends. She declared, "Zhou, from now on, I will be by your side. You will have me." Zhou pinched her cheek, teasing this time, "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Chapter 61. Jiang, what kind of charm are you employing? Zhou had not yet fully recovered from his fever, and his head throbbed increasingly. The medication had induced a sense of drowsiness within him. Jiang remained by his side, waiting for him to drift into slumber. Gently, she lifted a corner of the blanket and nestled beside him. Unbeknownst to him, he was in a restless sleep. In the early hours of the morning, perhaps due to the fever subsiding, he seemed to have broken into a light sweat. His brows furrowed deeply as he murmured a name in a haze. Jiang. Jiang, in a light slumber, stirred upon hearing him call her name repeatedly, his grip on her hand tightening with urgency. She understood that he must be trapped in a nightmare. She remained silent until his grasp grew increasingly fierce, to the point where it began to hurt. "Don't leave me. Don't go." Jiang gritted her teeth, refraining from voicing her discomfort, even as it became nearly unbearable to keep her eyes closed. Medical wisdom advises against waking someone who is dreaming or sleepwalking, as it can prove detrimental to cardiovascular health. Hence, she bore the pain in silence. Suddenly, his grip slackened. She opened her eyes to meet Zhou's gaze, which had just fluttered open. His breath was still uneven, and upon seeing Jiang beside him, he was momentarily bewildered, nearly convinced it was still a dream. Yang. Jiang's hand trembled as she softly acknowledged him with a hum. Zhou Qiyu, taken aback, immediately released her hand and frowned. Did I hurt you? He felt a wave of guilt wash over him, murmuring apologies. Jiang gradually snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around his waist. It's all right. Feeling suddenly enveloped by her small form, Zhou Qiyu found himself at a loss but instinctively held her tighter. He sensed his fever had broken and clarity returned. Yet, he couldn't help but think that falling ill had its merits. She had become remarkably clingy, and he relished it. Are you truly unafraid of catching my illness, Jiang? He spoke slowly, playfully capturing her small hand and gently rubbing it. Does it hurt? The girl shook her head against his chest. I just dreamed of you. I know, he replied softly. The tighter he held her, the more he feared losing her, and the greater his strength became. Zhou Qiyu, I am always here. I will not leave. The following morning, Zhou Qiyu had completely recovered from his fever. After showering, he accompanied Jiang to school before heading to the office. Jiang had initially contemplated requesting a half-day off from her mentor, feeling reassured only after confirming that Zhou Qiyu's fever had subsided. In good spirits, Zhou Qiyu reflected on how, despite having endured sickness alone in the past, the feeling of being cherished by another transcended all else. Jiang had conducted extensive research on the pharmaceutical company. Initially, Xiaishuan could not comprehend her insistence on collaborating with a project team that potentially harbored risks. Over the past few days, she had made a decision. She intended to undertake the project alone. However, this led to her mentor reprimanding her for making unilateral decisions. Jiang offered no rebuttal, resolutely determined to follow her path. When Xian has begun acclimating her to the hospital environment, and she is remarkably intelligent and capable, handling numerous tasks with ease. One day, she found herself in Wen Xian's office. Wen Xian handed her a document detailing Jiang's charitable activities over the years. He has supported several impoverished schools and organized numerous free health checkups for students. Jiang picked up the materials and examined them closely. When Xian continued, the issue likely lies here. Jiang looked up the health checkups. Indeed, in recent years, many students with hidden ailments were identified through these free examinations, predominantly due to their low immunity and hereditary conditions. However, the number of ailing students who could be saved was limited, with some even disappearing under the guise of being sent to nursing homes. Wen Xian pointed to a photo in the document. Have you considered that this might be a means to mask wrongdoing under the pretense of charity? A chill ran down Jiang's spine as she stared in shock, hardly able to fathom such a hypothesis. Could someone truly exploit the naivety and ignorance of humanity to inflict harm for financial gain? If that were the case, Jiang would be even more despicable. When Xian asserted, he deserves to be condemned. He should have faced justice long ago, but we currently lack evidence. And he's been reassigned. After a moment of silence, Jiang retrieved a document she had brought and handed it to Wen Xian. This is a recent collaborative project I am involved in, a pharmaceutical factory invested in by Zhou Ningyao. This factory is also problematic, failing to meet several standards. During my 5 years abroad, I uncovered some information regarding him and my father in a foreign laboratory. The virus afflicting my father is indeed a mutated strain he has researched. I suspect there are ulterior motives behind his actions. If it were merely envy of my father's achievements, it wouldn't warrant the development of a new virus. Therefore, I conjecture he may have other motives, such as collaborating with individuals abroad, and this partnership poses widespread harm. When Xian replied, these individuals are terrifying. You must exercise caution. Given Zhou Ningyao's temperament, he is capable of silencing anyone. I understand, and I will be careful. Upon exiting the hospital, Jiang received a WeChat message from Chun. Darling, can you come keep me company? Location, Jiang replied. What's wrong? Chun responded, I need you to accompany me on a blind date. Jiang was taken aback. Huh? Chun continued, it's just to placate my mother. She insists on arranging dates for me, and I'm at my wit's end. Wait for me. I'll take a taxi over. Chun replied, okay, baby he. After responding to Chun, she opened her chat with Zhou Qiyu. He had sent several voice messages she had yet to reply to. Without much thought, she casually clicked to listen. Jiang, your daughter misses you. Won't come back. She typed in response, what daughter? He almost instantaneously replied, that wretched cat of yours. Jiang. All right. However, since her return, she indeed had not visited Kinkan in the villa. However, Chun has just invited me out. Zhou, upon seeing this message, couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang, what are you being so coy about? He remarked, finding her adorable. Zhou added, do let me know once you're done. He then mimicked her by sending a message that read, how pitiful. Jiang smiled at her phone screen, replying, got it. She took a taxi to her destination, a restaurant, where Chun was waiting at the entrance. Oh, darling, you finally made it. I was so embarrassed. Jiang inquired, has your blind date arrived? He came early and is waiting inside. Chun replied, let us head in then. They found their seats, and the man was seated comfortably. Dressed in a shirt and suit, he exuded a sense of maturity and stability, more akin to a seasoned professional than a mere worker. However, he appeared somewhat older, seemingly a decade their senior. Good day, sir. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Jiang greeted. Upon hearing her voice, the man looked up. Noticing the hint of confusion in his eyes, Chun clarified, this is my close friend who has accompanied me. The man smiled, I see. Nice to meet you both. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun, a manager at a publicly listed company, 36 years old. I own a car and a house. Enjoy exercising. And due to my busy work life, I have little time for romance. Hence I seek serendipitous connection through this introduction. Chun also smiled. I'm Chun, 23 years old, a recent graduate with no car, no house, and no job. Essentially, I am devoid of anything but my education and looks. The restaurant was predominantly constructed of glass, allowing visibility from both inside and out. Jiang had invited Zhou for a go at racing, and they had just exited a CAF. Their daily attire was strikingly similar, both exuding a wild and untamed charm. However, Jiang's tattoos were quite prominent, inked across his collarbone, giving him a rather audacious appearance. Zhou, with his cool demeanor, stood out effortlessly. As they strolled down the street, they attracted many curious glances. Zhou held an iced Americano in his left hand while typing a message to Jiang with his right, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Jiang, casually glancing through the restaurant's glass, noticed the trio engaged in a blind date. Spotting Chun, who was meticulously dressed for her meeting, he recalled that he hadn't seen her in quite a while. So quickly moving on to another man. Huh? Impressive, he scoffed softly, diverting his gaze as Zhou continued to type away on his phone. What are you up to? Jiang asked. Just pursuing romance, Zhou replied. Jiang laughed. Would you like to see where your girlfriend is? At the sound of his voice, Zhou looked up and casually followed Jiang's gaze. He immediately spotted Jiang sitting across from man. The man appeared rather indifferent as he regarded the girl, who was smiling at her older companion. Jiang is in for it, he thought. Chapter 62. Why the Sudden Jealousy? Jiang sat there, blissfully unaware, maintaining a polite smile. The man engaged in conversation with Chun, who was merely fulfilling a task imposed by her mother, while the man appeared to be earnest. He uttered a statement that left both Jiang and Chun astounded. He said, Miss Chun, I believe we're not quite compatible. Chun let out a sigh of relief. Yes, I think so too. However, the man abruptly interjected, I have a great fondness for Miss Chang's best friend. Chun. What? Jiang opened her mouth in disbelief. Sir, are you mistaken? Miss Jiang, I find you much more appealing. Compared to Miss Chang's aggressive demeanor and appearance, I prefer your gentle looks and character. Jiang met the man's expectant gaze and replied, Mr. Chun, I already have a boyfriend. That does not mean you cannot consider me. You are not yet married. Jiang, I'm afraid I will not consider it. The man remained undeterred, convinced that his attributes surpassed those of many others. Miss Jiang, most young men today possess rather immature ideas. They are not pursuing marriage with you. Moreover, individuals like me, who are financially secure, are becoming increasingly rare. Jiang and Chun exchanged glances, both taken aback by his audacity. Chun could no longer contain herself. Mr. Chun, Not all men are inferior to you. My boyfriend is younger, more attractive, and more accomplished than you. This is a fact. You may appreciate her gentle nature, but she does not reciprocate your feelings. Is that clear? Let us end this here, as both parties agree on our incompatibility. With that, Chun grasped Jiang's hand and departed. As they stepped outside the restaurant, the sun was rather blinding. Chun's hair, dyed a chestnut brown, was accentuated in the sunlight, and her voluminous curls paired with a fitted dress rendered her particularly mature and radiant, resembling a doll. She reflected on the earlier conversation, unable to resist commenting, "I can't believe that man. Does he think he is a king just because he has some money?" Jiang pursed her lips, listening to her friend. At his age, how can he still be so arrogant? Chun, seemingly disillusioned with love, responded to Jiang's inquiry. Chun, are you truly not planning to date again? Date? I fear I might encounter another scoundrel. The only exception would be Zhou, a once-in-a-millennium loyal man in the entertainment circle, who at least harbored genuine feelings for you, unlike that scoundrel Jiang. Wow, are you really cursing me in broad daylight? A flippant voice suddenly called from behind them. They turned to find Jiang and Zhou standing there. Both men were notably fair-skinned, glowing under the sunlight. Chun thought she might be mistaken. Jiang approached, raising an eyebrow. It's been a while since we last met, and you're still so adept at cursing? What's the matter? Are you in such a hurry to find a man after our breakup? I had no idea you were so desperate for male attention. What's it to you? Chun shot back, not giving him a pleasant response. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. At the outset of their relationship, he boasted about his charm, yet after their separation, he became more insufferable than anyone else. She must have been blind to have been captivated by such a stark contrast. Jiang. Zhou called to her from a short distance away, his voice languid. Come here. The girl, with her round eyes wide open, hesitated, still holding onto Chun's wrist, reluctant to abandon her friend. However, Chun urged her, "Go ahead, darling. I'll head home on my own shortly." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang nodded. She approached Zhou with small steps, and as soon as she reached him, he embraced her, cradling the back of her head. They can sort out their issues themselves. What are you lingering here for? His tone was gentle as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Jiang tilted her head back, expressing her concern. I'm worried that Jiang might upset Chun. Zhou chuckled, pinching her soft cheek. Xiaoyang, you're still fretting over others? Jiang swatted his hand away, pouting. She's my dear friend. Of course, I care. Zhou narrowed his eyes, adopting a teasing demeanor. Then, as your boyfriend, why don't you show the same concern for me? Jiang replied. How could I not care about you? Yet you still went out on a blind date and smiled at that older man. What were you smiling about? Jiang retorted. Zhou, why are you being jealous again? Zhou shifted his hold on her, guiding her into the car. Well, I simply enjoy feeling a bit possessive over my girlfriend. Chapter 63. Chun wished to avert her gaze from Jiang, and as she turned to leave, her phone chimed. She retrieved it to find her mother calling. Hello, Mom, she answered. How's it going? Is he impressive? Chen replied nonchalantly. Do you like him? If you do, perhaps you could get to know him better. With a hint of impatience, she added, All right, I understand. Her mother urged, Seize the opportunity. If he meets your standards, don't hesitate to explore further. After hanging up, she noticed Changyan trailing closely behind, his demeanor exuding an unwavering arrogance. Chun, you shouldn't be so defiant in front of me. If you had softened your stance during our 2 breakups, perhaps I wouldn't have left for abroad, he remarked. Chun's expression darkened as she turned to him, seriousness etched on her face. Changyan, who do you think you are? Do not speak to me with that lofty attitude. If you prefer submissive women, go seek one out. Do not presume that your status can command everyone to be your sycophant. Leave me be. He had never encountered a woman who could evoke both joy and anger within him until Chun. She was indeed the first to elicit his pursuit. He believed the issue lay not with him, but with her lack of appreciation. Why couldn't she be like other women, yielding and playful? Yet, he failed to realize a crucial truth. Since their breakup, he had not sought another woman. As Zhou had suggested, he would eventually regret this. For those capable of stirring his initiative, be it person or possession, would remain etched in his memory for life. Zhou brought Jiang back to his villa. As soon as he opened the door, the cat, Can, rolled toward him like a ball. However, instead of greeting Jiang, it scampered to Zhou's feet, playfully scratching at his shoes. Jiang could only watch with longing. Returning here after 5 years felt distinctly different. Observing the girl's forlorn expression, Zhou bent down, grasped the kitten by the scruff, and tossed it into her arms. Can had grown chubby and matured, having been raised solely by Zhou. Thus it was quite affectionate toward him. Jiang cradled the cat cautiously, though it timidly nestled into her embrace. Zhou teased, after 5 years away. Your daughter doesn't even recognize you anymore. Despite the strangeness, Jiang was undeniably endearing. It didn't take long for Can to warm up to her. After an evening bath, Jiang returned to her room, which remained untouched. Aside from regular cleaning by a maid during her absence, everything retained the essence of her previous residence. Residing in familiar surroundings indeed felt different. Clad in a camisole, she lay on the bed after drying her hair. Zhou, rather than occupying the master bedroom, insisted on sharing her single bed, leaving little space for his tall frame. Zhou lay quietly beside her without embracing her. Jiang, lying on her side, gazed at him with wide eyes, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. She prodded Zhou, asking, "Can't you return to your room?" Zhou opened his eyes, coldly responding, "What's wrong? Do you find me distasteful? Do you not wish to sleep beside me?" Fearing he might be angered, Jiang's tone softened further. "That's not what I meant. I'm just concerned that you might be uncomfortable on the small bed." Upon hearing this, the young master appeared pleased. He reached out, wrapping his arm around the girl's waist, pulling her into his embrace, and kissed her forehead, saying, "It's all right, darling, you can." Jiang remained speechless. Zhou kissed her forehead, then couldn't resist kissing her cheek and lips. Jiang obediently allowed him to do so, though she was uncertain how to reciprocate, her demeanor appearing quite docile. After a moment of affectionate kisses, he inquired, "Have you recently participated in a project?" Jiang looked up, her eyes sparkling like pure stars. How did you know?" "Guess," he teased her. When she fell silent, he continued, "Why must you be involved in that pharmaceutical project? Is it because Zhou Ningyao is investing in it?" Jiang paused, reluctant to worry Zhou, yet she nodded. Tentatively, she lifted her gaze to meet his. Zhou absent-mindedly played with her hair, twirling it around his finger. He said, "Do you realize he is quite dangerous?" Jiang lowered her long lashes, whispering, "I know." Zhou asked, "Are you investigating him?" To which Jiang replied, "Yes." Suddenly gripping his hand, she confessed, "I suspect he has significant issues. He might be engaging in activities that could warrant a death sentence." She noticed Zhou showed no surprise. After all, he was her uncle. "Why aren't you reacting?" she questioned. "What reaction?" he asked lightly. "I am at odds with your uncle." Zhou chuckled. "What does he have to do with me?" He then twirled the strands of hair that fell by her cheek and added, "From now on, I will escort you to and from your classes. If I am ever unable to, call my assistant or driver. Understood?" Jiang nodded, understood. She was well aware of Zhou Ningyao's unsavory character. She feared he might take action against him. Zhou heard her almost inaudible response and glanced down at the small figure nestled in his arms. Her eyes had already closed. Asleep? He ceased to move or make a sound, watching the serene expression of the girl as her features relaxed. His gaze softened gradually. She lay on her side, the light from a floor lamp casting a gentle glow on her round face, making her appear exceptionally adorable. After a while, Zhou suddenly pinched her nose, causing Jiang to instinctively swat at him, her nose blocked and emitting a few adorable whimpers. He gently shook her awake. "Darling, don't sleep just yet." Jiang felt a bit dazed. Rubbing her eyes, she spoke softly, "What's wrong?" Zhou whispered in her ear, "It's still early." In her haze, Jiang's mind was blank, consumed solely with the thought that a gentle kiss would surely appease him. Thus, she leaned in and delicately pressed her lips against the corner of Zhou's mouth several times. She didn't even open her eyes, playfully mimicking a kitten's tender licks. She wanted to sweetly whine, "But I'm so sleepy." It was rare for her to behave so coquettishly with him. Zhou Qiyu found it quite delightful. She had taken the initiative to kiss him, which he adored. "Aren't you dressed, darling?" Jiang was instantly jolted awake. She pushed against him with both hands, becoming much more alert. "Zhou Qiyu, what are you doing?" Zhou Qiyu, ever the mischievous one, wore a devilish grin as he replied in a teasing tone, "Of course, it's you, darling." Chapter 64. Will it ever stop? A myriad of thoughts suddenly surged into Jiang's mind. She often appeared dazed when she was not engaged in serious matters, which made others want to tease her. Zhou Qiyu was not genuinely seeking her consent, yet she pondered the matter earnestly. Her eyes took on a slightly glistening quality, which softened Zhou Qiyu's heart. She softly inquired, "Do you really want it?" Zhou Qiyu placed a gentle kiss on her, his tone laced with playful mockery as he replied, "Did you not sense it? Did you not realize how much I adore you?" Jiang remained non-committal, prompting him to retreat, disguising his feelings. He feigned vulnerability, burying his face in her fragrant neck, their ears brushing against each other, portraying an exaggeratedly dejected demeanor. In truth, it was all an act. Jiang, easily swayed by emotions, resembled an innocent little rabbit, oblivious to the lurking wolf. "If you do not wish for it, then so be it. Although it pains me tremendously, I can endure it. I cannot impose upon you what you do not desire, can I?" Zhou Qiyu was taken aback by her words. Jiang fidgeted with her hands. Aware of the medical knowledge she possessed, even if not a urologist, she understood that men could not simply endure such matters. She was not unwilling, just apprehensive and shy. Biting her lip, she replied, "It's not that I cannot, but you must not take advantage of me." In a place where she could not see, Zhou Qiyu stifled a laugh, continuing his charade, "Is it truly all right, darling? Yet I sense your reluctance." The girl, entirely unaware of the trap she had fallen into, naively sought to appease him, fearing his displeasure. "There is no reluctance. I enjoy being with you." Zhou Qiyu smiled, dropping the pretense. He grasped Jiang's chin and kissed her. She was already somewhat dazed, her mind swirling as she succumbed to his kiss. Suddenly feeling lighter, she opened her eyes to find Zhou Qiyu gazing at her, saying, "Darling." Jiang was momentarily taken aback as he urged, "Kiss me." She complied obediently, tilting her face to plant a kiss on the small mole just below his jawline. It was a tiny blemish, yet she remembered its exact location with clarity. Zhou Qiyu's gaze softened considerably as he professed, "Jiang, I truly love you." "Really, I love you dearly." Jiang pressed her lips together, her eyes drifting to his scars as she replied, "I love you too. In fact, my feelings for you predate your own by many years, but you remain oblivious." The moonlight outside cast a dim glow upon the windowsill. Their journey together had not been easy. Although Zhou Qiyu had contemplated this matter himself, he recognized that such love was hard-won. Jiang, resembling an irate kitten, began to cry, instinctively scratching at him in a fit of frustration. Though her slap lacked force, Zhou Qiyu's face turned slightly as he captured her wrist, asking, "Would you like to strike me again?" Jiang pouted, protesting, "I don't want to slap." Yet before long, she could no longer resist and yanked off the earring from Zhou Qiyu's left ear. A sharp hiss escaped him. Zhou Qiyu raised his hand to touch his earlobe, and soon blood began to seep out, a sensation Jiang also perceived. She suddenly froze, a wave of guilt washing over her. How could she have struck him? He was bleeding. Gently, she reached out to touch his earlobe, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Does it hurt?" She nearly forgot that she was the one being bullied in this situation. What a foolish girl she was. Zhou Qiyu's playful demeanor returned. He truly would not hold it against her. However, with blood drawn, it would be a shame to waste it. He remarked, "I don't blame you, darling. But if you end up crying later, don't come to me for comfort." Chapter 65. The innocent Jiang resembled a delicate lamb. Her faint voice floated through the air. "Are you all right, Zhou Qiyu?" "Yes, my dear," he replied. Jiang paused for a moment. "You're lying? Then say you love me again." Quickly, grinding her teeth in reluctant submission, she murmured, "I love you. You must declare that you love me the most." "I love you the most." Zhou Qiyu inquired, "Then do you want me?" Jiang hesitated. "I do. Call me brother. Let me hear it." She fell silent once more. Zhou Qiyu insisted. Will you call out or not? Brother. Very well, my dear. You are truly obedient. Zhou Qiyu lowered his head and kissed her gently, coaxing her. Just this once more. I won't deceive you, my baby. When Jiang awoke, she found herself nestled in his bed, clad only in his oversized white t-shirt. The air conditioning in the room was pleasantly cool for her, though certainly not to Zhou Qiyu's liking, as she knew he preferred a frigid atmosphere. She extended her hand to glance at her phone. It was already noon. She couldn't recall what time she had finally fallen asleep the previous night. Zhou Qiyu had risen and was not beside her. After the housekeeper prepared lunch, he had intended to call her upstairs, only to discover she was already awake. Jiang was reluctant to rise. She felt utterly exhausted, revealing only her round little head. Zhou Qiyu approached, sitting at the edge of the bed, and gently tugged at the blanket. Yet, the girl resisted, choosing to oppose him. Zhou Qiyu chuckled at her adorable defiance, leaning on one arm and asking, "Where are you hiding from?" "Deceiver," came her muffled voice from beneath the covers. Zhou Qiyu laughed, his shoulders shaking with mirth, and pulled the blanket down, unveiling her forlorn little face. She was utterly charming and somewhat pitiful. Yet, he felt no remorse for his actions. Feigning innocence, he teased, "How have I deceived you again? You always say okay," with a smile still gracing his lips. He mused over how endearing his girl was. "Am I truly that despicable? And you really are quite difficult to please." Jiang pouted, finding his words rather shameless. Zhou Qiyu relished this moment, reflecting that, truthfully, it was his first experience. He felt rather adept and proud of himself, relieved that he had not embarrassed himself. A sigh escaped him, recalling how his ears had flushed red the previous night. Though he appeared composed, he had felt quite nervous, for despite his outward confidence, he was still a man of inexperience. Gently, his fingertips grazed her cheek as he began to soothe her. "Don't be upset, my dear. Next time, if you say you don't want me, I will stop, all right?" Jiang retorted. "I said it many times last night, 100 times, and you didn't listen to me. Next time, I will certainly heed your words." Jiang's heart was tender. She dared not reminisce, feeling an overwhelming shyness. Yet, aware of his teasing, she found herself speaking without realizing the weight of her words. Zhou Qiyu couldn't help but chuckle, questioning whether she felt well cared for. Startled, Jiang abruptly sat up and covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Don't speak like that. It's so annoying." "Zhou Qiyu, it's utterly irritating." "All right, I won't say it anymore," he replied, kissing her hand gently. Despite his many declarations the previous night, which had pleased her, she was simply bashful, unable to withstand his playful banter upon waking. "Come here. Let me carry you to freshen up." Zhou Qiyu extended his hand, and her irritation dissipated as she willingly nestled into his embrace. Dressed only in his white t-shirt, Jiang felt her legs weak beneath her. After their morning routine, they sat at the dining table to share a meal. She had changed into comfortable loungewear, her soft hair cascading casually behind her, adorned with a small lamb hairpin. Her demeanor, while eating, was obedient, though strands of hair fell persistently into her face. Zhou Qiyu served her food and gently tucked her hair behind her ear, attending to her with meticulous care while she focused solely on enjoying her meal. Once she finished, Zhou Qiyu led her to the basement, where he unveiled a transparent glass container etched with her name, inside of which rested a snowman, a genuine snowman, approximately a foot tall. Jiang paused, momentarily speechless. Observing her expression, Zhou Qiyu playfully teased, "Have you forgotten, or are you simply too moved?" "I'm surprised," she replied, astonished that he had remembered a wish she had casually expressed so many years ago. 5 years prior, on the day of the first snowfall, he had told her that wishes made on such a day would come true. She had expressed her fondness for snow, but lamented the barren landscape that followed its melting, whimsically wishing for a snowman that would never melt. That one fleeting remark, which she herself had almost forgotten, had compelled him to dedicate 3 years to its creation, culminating precisely 5 years later. Zhou Qiyu smiled, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and playfully pinching her cheek. "I applied for a patent, but it won't be released to the public, for its owner is solely you." "My dear, do you know what I thought when I first heard you say that?" Jiang tilted her head back to gaze at him, blinking as she asked, "What were you thinking?" Lowering his head, he placed a tender kiss atop her hair, confessing, "I wondered, if I truly granted you this wish, could you promise never to leave me?" Chapter 66. Be Your Lover. Jiang had not attended school for the past few days, having taken leave to prepare for her pharmaceutical project. The following day, she awoke and insisted that Zhou accompany her to the supermarket. Zhou, having canceled his day's schedule, remained by her side. After all, he had recently been intimate with her, and it was unbecoming of him to abandon her afterward. During such moments, it was imperative for him to stay close, assuring her of his sincerity and that he was not merely a man seeking fleeting pleasures. She was inherently sensitive and harbored a fear of abandonment, much like him. Thus, he endeavored to provide her with a sense of security, demonstrating the depth of his affection, genuine love, devoid of superficiality. A man who, after intimacy, behaves indifferently is neither a gentleman nor a decent human being. As they wandered through the supermarket, Jiang selected a few of her favorite snacks. Her hair cascaded down with gentle waves, and she wore a fitted yet elegantly simple top paired with light, slightly flared jeans. Zhou had chosen her attire based on his aesthetic preferences, yet harmonized beautifully with her innate softness. One hand casually rested on the shopping cart while the other held his phone, reviewing work-related documents. Wherever she went, he followed, steadfast in his presence whenever she needed him. He maintained a relaxed yet dignified demeanor, simultaneously managing work while occasionally glancing at the girl beside him, who was meticulously selecting her treats. Occasionally, Jiang would lift an item and inquire if he wanted it, but more often than not, she was lost in her own world. Once she had gathered enough, she took his arm and led him toward the checkout. Zhou then asked, "Are you done?" Jiang nodded affirmatively. He pushed the cart outside, casually tossing 2 boxes into it as he approached the register. Jiang observed his effortless act, akin to someone grabbing a couple of pieces of gum. She pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze in silence, even mentally tallying how many he had used the previous night, an impossible count. After paying, Zhou turned to find her lost in thought, which he found endearing. He playfully tapped her head, saying, "Let us go, silly." Jiang snapped back to reality. Her face suddenly flushed. Obediently, she followed him. Zhou held her hand with one and carried her purchases with the other. As she settled into the passenger seat, she informed Zhou, "I want to stop by the hospital later." "What's the matter?" he inquired. "I need to see Sister Wen about something." He did not press further, deftly steering the car onto the road. He also handed her a small cake and a packet of gummy bears, reminiscent of a brother sweetening his younger sister with treats. Jiang, with her head bowed, nibbled delicately like a little hamster. As they neared the hospital, she finally spoke. "My uncle will be released from prison tomorrow." Zhou paused, then replied, "I will accompany you." Jiang, still looking down, her voice softening, said, "My uncle is not a bad person. He is very kind to me. He is the only family I have left in this world." Zhou fell silent for a few moments before taking her hand in his, declaring, "I shall be your lover, as well as your kin." Upon arriving at the hospital, just before exiting the vehicle, Zhou gently pulled Jiang's head towards him and planted a kiss upon her lips, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Sweet to the point of being overwhelming, my dear." Jiang gazed at him with her innocent, pure eyes, filled with a longing to tease him. "Go on. I shall await you in the car," she replied with a nod before making her way alone to Wenxian's office. Since Wenxian had ascended to the position of deputy director at the hospital, she often found herself entangled in administrative affairs. Yet, this very role allowed her to delve deeper into uncovering the transgressions committed by Jiang during his tenure. As Jiang sat across from her, Wenxian's gaze immediately fell upon the 2 distinctly visible red marks on the delicate side of the girl's neck. Jiang seemed oblivious to them, and Wenxian chose to remain silent, fully aware that such marks were common among young couples these days. With a faint smile, she averted her gaze. Jiang was diligently reviewing information regarding Jiang's sponsorship of free health checkups for students. Wenxian's demeanor was gentle, her eyes radiating warmth. Every time she looked at Jiang, it was as though she were gazing upon her own daughter. Though she had been married to Xie for many years without bearing children, she had taken care of Jiang for a long time, regarding her as the daughter of her benefactor and her own child. She wished for her happiness. Initially, she had intended to bring Jiang and Xie Yixuan together, fully cognizant of the latter's character, which she deemed commendable. Among his peers, Xie Yixuan stood out as exceptionally refined, a true gentleman, gentle and respectful. However, the matter of fate ultimately lay in the hands of those involved. Therefore, as long as Jiang found happiness, it mattered not who the person was. Yet, she had her suspicions. The young man who had taken the blame and willingly faced imprisonment at the tender age of 18 was indeed the answer she sought. Jiang was engrossed in the documents, her brow gradually furrowing in concentration. Wen Xian took a sip of tea and remarked, "That old fox, Jiang, is particularly wary of cameras and adept at destroying evidence. To uncover his crimes, we shall require more time." Jiang examined the images within the documents and asserted, "A man as cruel as he shall inevitably face retribution. I shall ensure he pays the price, no matter the cost." Later that evening, after a refreshing shower, Jiang remained in her room, perusing information on her computer. With October's arrival, the air had turned somewhat chilly. She meticulously organized her work plan before retiring to bed. Zhou was also engaged in work, burning the midnight oil alongside her. As they slept, Zhou held Jiang close. In the early hours, she drifted into a dream, neither particularly pleasant nor distressing, and awoke naturally. Feeling the shift in her emotions, she contemplated rising to take a pill. To avoid disturbing Zhou, she moved with utmost care, gently tugging the blanket to cover him snugly. Approaching her desk, she opened the drawer to retrieve her medication, only to stumble upon a bottle identical to her own, yet not belonging to her. Beneath the bottle lay a medical diagnosis report. Zhou, male, 19 years old. Severe depression symptoms. Jiang stood frozen, her hands trembling in shock. How could this be? How could this happen? She stood frozen in place for a long while, her mind ultimately a blank slate. Carefully setting aside the diagnosis, she picked up a nearby film camera. She recalled that this camera held the cherished photographs taken on the day she and Zhou captured their graduation memories. He had stealthily snapped those moments while she was oblivious. With the camera in hand, she walked to the balcony, opened it, and, as anticipated, beheld the image of her youthful self, clad in her school uniform, shyly lowering her head as she adjusted her hair. He, in contrast, radiated a carefree exuberance, brimming with youthful spirit. A faint smile graced her lips as she continued to peruse the images. However, upon encountering the second photograph, her smile gradually faded. It was the same picture as the previous one, yet this had been altered with a date and a caption. Each word pierced her heart like the tip of a blade. 5/27. She said she wasn't ready, but I understood her thoughts. I found her utterly beautiful. Another click revealed a photograph of her crouched on the ground, backpack in tow, playfully engaging with a kitten. 10/26. She encountered a cat and exclaimed how much she adored it. 11/05. On her 18th birthday, I asked her if she wanted to enter a relationship. She hesitated, and I feared she harbored no feelings for me. 11/14. I gifted her a cat, and her laughter that day was so radiant. I couldn't fathom why, but it brought me joy. One more click. Another photograph appeared, capturing her silhouette as she stood despondently before the iron gate of her family's home in Nanjing. 12/18. It was the first time I saw her after she returned to Nanjing for half a month. I missed her dearly. Chapter 67. 67 photographs. I never anticipated that one day I would kneel for a girl. Today, she wept because of me. He stealthily captured an image of her wiping away her tears. She painted a charming picture in my studio and even asked me to teach her how to play the piano. On the first snowfall of the year, she took the initiative to call me. On Valentine's Day, I encountered couples sharing kisses, and in that moment, I yearned to kiss her too. However, I refrained, for she was timid, and I feared I might startle her. During the 100-day oath ceremony at our school, she gazed at the balloons in the sky while I watched her. Her high ponytail framed her delicate profile. Ever since her father's passing, her genuine smiles had become scarce. I recognized her facade and dreaded the thought of losing her. On the night after the college entrance examination, I once again asked if she would be my girlfriend, and she consented. We shared our first kiss, and to my surprise, my ears flushed from her affection. There are no photographs from June 22nd, for on that day, she abandoned me once more. No further records followed. Jiang held the camera, bewildered, until she viewed the last photograph of herself. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her breathing grew heavy as her fingertips pressed firmly against the camera screen. She never imagined someone would secretly document her life, transforming each significant moment into a poignant film. She never envisioned that someone would intricately capture the emotional shifts wrought by her presence. Nor did she anticipate that this person would be Zhou. Her eyes were red, tears brimming and swirling within them. Her heart ached sporadically in its erratic rhythm, making it difficult for her to breathe. She closed her eyes, and suddenly a warm, sturdy embrace enveloped her from behind. Startled, she opened her eyes to find 2 trails of tears marking her cheeks. She recognized that familiar sensation. "Can't sleep?" he inquired. In truth, he had awakened the moment she rose, aware that she had taken the camera. Jiang lowered her head, reluctant for Zhou to witness her tears. Yet, it was futile. She could not contain herself. She turned in his arms, burying her entire being within his embrace, muffled sounds escaping her lips. "Why didn't you tell me?" Zhou understood the question she posed. He held her tighter, resting his chin upon her soft hair, offering comfort and gentle reassurances, letting her know that he was, in fact, okay. He smiled and remarked, "Didn't you also keep from me that you were taking medication for depression?" Jiang closed her eyes, her head resting against Zhou's chest. "This is different," she replied. Her struggles stemmed from familial issues, while his affliction arose from her. "How could they be the same?" Zhou responded, "It's really not a big deal. I have a strong constitution, and I've stopped taking that medication. You are my antidote." With her by his side and the presence of medication, what more could he need? He always spoke in such a light-hearted tone, deliberately trying to alleviate the worries of those he cared for. Yet, beneath this facade of ease lay the heavy burden of his solitude, the anguish he endured through countless dark days. Despite having grown up in an environment devoid of security, one could even say he lacked love. He had always lived alone. Aside from his most trusted friend, Jiang, no one had ever inspired a sense of trust in him. It was Jiang who made him feel that loving someone might not be so arduous. Yet the profound disappointment of being cast aside after repeatedly placing his trust in her was a shock not easily borne by anyone. Zhou could empathize with her quest for vengeance that led her abroad in pursuit of the truth. And he could even accept her misplaced anger directed at him, due to Zhou's protection. However, the one thing he could not endure was the shattering of hope he had been granted. Thus, throughout these 5 years, he existed through the 67 frames captured in his camera. Yet that was far from sufficient. He yearned to touch her, to embrace her, to kiss her, to convey to her that he was, in fact, not faring well at all. He had known from the very beginning that her approach was driven by ulterior motives, ever since that notebook and the moment she had called him brother. It was evident that nothing about their connection was straightforward. Before unveiling these truths, he had persistently guided her to confess all to him, hoping she would reveal that she too needed him. Yet, she chose to tread her path alone. However, rather than harboring hatred for the pain she inflicted upon him, he wished to impart a singular message, to live on and move forward. "If you could harbor even a modicum of hatred towards me, perhaps I would not feel such an overwhelming sense of indebtedness." Zhou gently wiped away her tears and smiled, saying, "How could I hate you? What can I do?" The volcano of affection that had accumulated had buried any trace of resentment. Jiang, rather than feeling guilt, he longed for her to harbor a deeper fondness for him, so that his presence could serve as a remedy. If he could not even achieve that, it would be quite a failure. Jiang clung tightly to his waist, whispering, "Zhou, you are more effective than any medication. No psychological expert could rival the redemption found in the encounter at 17. Beneath the moonlight, they shared a kiss. Jiang confided that during her 5 years in Germany, she had diligently studied and sought to uncover the truth behind Zhou Ningyao's experimental mishap that led to her father's infection. The small explosion in the hospital had been a deliberate mimicry of a bombing from a decade prior, the culmination of years of preparation. She had learned numerous chemical experiments under her homeroom teacher and secretly purchased experimental supplies. At the moment of her father's passing, the thought of murder had even crossed her mind, a notion that shocked her. Yet, when it came time to exploit Zhou, she faltered. She could not bear the thought of him bearing the burden of murder for her sake, knowing he would undoubtedly take the blame to absolve her. Still, he was willing to face imprisonment for her. One hesitated, while the other dared to confront everything. Thus, to love someone is to retreat at times, yet also to summon courage. Zhou gently patted her head and inquired, "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" She nodded, affirming her intention to sleep. With a hint of playfulness, she coquettishly urged, "Carry me to bed." Chapter 68. Money is yours. You are mine. The following day, after rising and enjoying breakfast, Jiang settled onto the sofa to play with her cat. She cradled Can, nuzzling her face against it and showering it with kisses. Just then, Zhou descended the stairs and beheld the affectionate scene before him. A pang of jealousy struck him. Why had she never shown him such affection? Why was she so tender with that cat? Useless creature, wretched feline. His expression turned somewhat frosty, silently conveying that if Jiang did not come over to console him, he might just sulk. However, Jiang, absorbed in her antics with the cat, paid him no heed. Impatient, Zhou asked, "Are we going or not?" Jiang placed Can down to frolic independently and replied, "We are." Today, they were to welcome Lin Chang'an back from prison. She excused herself to wash her hands, taking the opportunity to sanitize them as well. Upon returning, she instinctively took hold of Zhou's wrist. "Just finished petting a cat, and now you want to hold my hand?" he said, his face a mask of disdain, though he did not withdraw his hand. Jiang waved her hand before him, inviting him to inspect. "I've washed my hands." Zhou cast a glance at her, continuing, "What is so special about kissing a cat? Isn't it a bit unclean, kissing a mouth full of fur?" Although Jiang failed to discern his jealousy, she obediently explained, Can is clean. She doesn't shed fur anymore." Zhou teased her, "Then don't use that cat-kissed mouth to kiss me." The girl lowered her head, lapsing into silence once more. As the car pulled up to the prison gates, Jiang suddenly informed Zhou, "I found a place for my uncle. He just got out of prison and might need some time to adjust. I plan to stay with him for a while." Zhou had no objections, he understood. However, he inquired, "Will I be able to see you often? What if I miss you?" Jiang bit her lip. "Perhaps not. After my uncle's release, I'll need to support 2 people and my research grant won't suffice, so I might have to find a job." Zhou raised an eyebrow. He effortlessly pulled the girl from the passenger seat into his embrace, and she found herself seated on his lap. He gently brushed her cheek with his fingertip, a hint of exasperation in his smile. "Jiang, do you think of me as some useless fool?" Jiang gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. He smiled, feeling the urge to tease her once more. "Why don't you come work at my company as my secretary? I'll offer you a salary of $1 million a month." Jiang paused, whispering, "But I'm a medical student. That doesn't align with a secretary's profession." "That is all right. It's quite simple." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled before continuing, "You just need to sit in my office, and whenever I feel like kissing you, you can come over and let me steal a few kisses." Jiang, "A couple of kisses for $1 million salary?" Zhou, "Does that tempt you?" Jiang, "I'm indifferent to money, but I find you somewhat enticing." Oh, this girl had the audacity to whisper sweet nothings to him? He felt a surge of delight, pinching her cheek as he teased, "Try to reel me in, are you?" The girl pursed her lips and shook her head. "I can't take everything from you. I regard you as my boyfriend, not an atom." Zhou leaned in and kissed her gently, saying, "Our Yang truly understands." He handed her a black card, adding, "But your boyfriend is more than willing to spend on you. The more you ask of me, the happier I become." He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "The money is yours. You are mine." "How ticklish," Jiang remarked, scratching her earlobe. They alighted from the vehicle just as the prison gates swung open, and the guard escorted Lin Chang'an out. From a distance, he spotted Jiang waiting for him, accompanied by a young man he did not recognize. Upon seeing him, Jiang hurried over, calling uncle. This was Zhou Qiyu's first encounter with Lin Chengyan. Despite appearing relatively youthful, years spent in prison had left him somewhat worn. Upon seeing Jiang, Lin Chengyan instinctively reached out to hold her hand as he once did, but hesitated, feeling unclean after his release. Jiang thought nothing of her uncle's perceived dirtiness. She approached him with the same affectionate demeanor she had as a child. Grasping his arm, "Shall we go home, uncle?" Lin Chengyan nodded, "All right." He noticed Zhou Qiyu, whom he did not know, and was about to inquire when Zhou Qiyu spoke up, "Uncle, I am Yang's boyfriend." He was quite courteous, exuding an air of decorum in the presence of elders. Though he feigned innocence, he was clearly a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Chengyan recognized that Zhou Qiyu was not an ordinary person, despite his politeness and education. His demeanor and attire suggested otherwise. Having once been a shareholder in a publicly listed company, Lin Chengyan was well acquainted with such individuals, either affluent heirs or successful entrepreneurs. Zhou Qiyu was quite handsome, not the type lacking female attention, but rather one who seemed to attract romantic entanglements. Uncertain of his reliability, Lin Chengyan resolved to protect his innocent Yang from being deceived. He nodded and followed Jiang into the car. Jiang chose not to sit in the passenger seat, but instead joined Lin Chengyan in the back. Zhou Qiyu assumed the role of the driver, a first for this young master. Jiang, it seemed, consistently placed him second in her affections, favoring her family. They engaged in lively conversation, while he felt like an outsider. They returned to Jiang's newly rented abode, which she had prepared in advance. While Lin Chengyan took a shower and changed, she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, with Zhou Qiyu following her. He stood beside her, observing her intently as she skillfully chopped vegetables. "I haven't mentioned to my uncle that you are my boyfriend," Jiang casually remarked. Zhou Qiyu shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I didn't ask. If you don't want to give me a title, can't I strive for it myself?" "Such a heartbreaker," he teased. Jiang retorted, "I never said I wouldn't give you a title." She continued washing the vegetables. Zhou Qiyu stepped closer, extending his hand to assist, but Jiang pushed it away, saying, "I can manage on my own. Go wait for me outside. It won't take long." Zhou Qiyu stood beside her, gently tilting her chin with a long finger, lowering his head to bestow a soft kiss upon her glistening lips. He then obediently exited, reclining on the sofa as he watched her leisurely begin to prepare dinner. Lin Chengyan emerged from a shower, and Jiang had also managed to whip up a few simple dishes. After a modest meal, Lin Chengyan suddenly expressed his desire to speak privately with Jiang. Zhou Qiyu instinctively withdrew, concerned that he might feel like an outsider due to her uncle's attitudes. Jiang said to him, "Could you please wait for me here?" His expression remained stoic as he casually nodded, then proceeded to clear the table and entered the kitchen. Jiang's gaze remained fixated on Zhou Qiyu's retreating figure, her eyes almost affixed to him. She was acutely aware of Zhou Qiyu's own insecurities and feared he might overthink the situation. Observing her demeanor, Lin Chengyan finally spoke, "Yang, is he a member of the Zhou family?" Chapter 69. A call to husband. Jiang regained her composure and nodded at Lin Chengyan, inquiring how her uncle knew. Lin Chengyan replied, "I am acquainted with her mother. She bears a striking resemblance to her, much like Mu Xia. Given his family background, he likely cannot make decisions regarding his marriage independently. Can he truly ensure your happiness?" Jiang's fingers curled slightly as she responded. "He possesses quite a distinct character and dislikes having decisions made for him. I trust him. I cannot predict how things will unfold in the future, but I am certain he can bring me happiness. Uncle, his kindness towards me is comparable to yours and my parents." Lin Chengyan sighed. Yang, I hope for your happiness. If he genuinely cares for you, I do not wish to interfere, but I must inform you that the Zhou family is entangled in numerous complexities. From my perspective, I would not consent to your union with him, particularly considering the intricate relationship between him and his father, as well as the ties between his grandfather and her father. It is all too convoluted. Jiang countered, but these mistakes are not his doing. Lin Chengyan replied, "I merely wish to awaken your awareness, to prevent you from being easily deceived by such men." Jiang affirmed, "I understand, uncle, but the one who is truly oblivious is him. If I were the one lacking awareness, he would not have suffered so much because of me. Meanwhile, Zhou finished washing the dishes, descended the stairs, and stepped outside for a cigarette, remaining in his car. After approximately half an hour, he surmised that Jiang intended to stay there. So he picked up his phone to send her a message announcing his departure. However, just as he retrieved his phone, someone tapped on the car window. He lowered the window, and Jiang's face appeared, reflecting in his striking eyes. He was somewhat surprised. "Why did you come down?" Jiang smiled, resting her small hand on the window, replying, "My uncle asked me to come down and keep you company." Zhou raised an eyebrow, asking, "What did your uncle say to you?" The girl laughed. "I won't tell you." "All right, you're quite bold, Jiang. I don't require your company." In truth, he needed her more than he could admit, though he feigned indifference. "Oh," Jiang continued playfully, "I told my uncle I would accompany you back. If you can manage alone, then since you don't need me, I suppose I shall stay with my uncle." Upon saying this, she turned to leave. With a click, the car door unlocked. "Jiang, did I not say to leave if you are not needed?" The proud yet stubborn boy, who could conceal his true feelings, was no different from a princess throwing a tantrum. Jiang knew he couldn't maintain his facade for long, so she returned to open the passenger door. Intending to soothe him, she took hold of one of his hands and tilted her head, saying, "You are quite sensitive, Zhou, so difficult to appease." She knew she was teasing him, provoking him deliberately. Zhou drove the car back to the villa, inadvertently bringing her home. Jiang had already taken 3 days off from school. The project could not be delayed any further, and it was time for her to return. That evening, she took a bath and sat down at her desk to work on her computer. Sanzan lay at her feet, his fluffy head resting on her little lamb slippers. She was especially diligent when attending to her tasks. Zhou emerged from the bathroom and sat beside her, observing her movements. He gently patted her and said, "Jiang." She paused, turned her head to ask, "What's the matter?" "Blow-dry my hair for me." Jiang, with her amiable disposition, blinked and replied, "Can't you do it yourself? I still want to revise my information." "No," he insisted, his gaze fixed upon her. Relenting, she rose to fetch the hairdryer for him. Standing while he sat, his head leaned comfortably against her. The young master certainly knew how to indulge himself, relishing the closeness. Zhou had a thick mane of hair, and its delightful texture was something Jiang cherished touching. Once his hair was dried, Zhou casually ran his fingers through it and then pulled her into his embrace. Jiang was momentarily taken aback as his face drew near, gently grazing her ear, reminiscent of a clingy puppy. "Baby," Jiang softly hummed. Have you thought about it?" Jiang. She could feel his heartbeat, uncertain if he was once again hiding his tail. Regardless, each time he acted this way, she found herself unable to resist. Shaking her head, she managed to avoid falling into his trap, her voice still gentle. "Zhou, I can't stay up late tonight." Seeing that she was no longer susceptible to temptation, the young master ceased his pretense, effortlessly lifting her small frame. "It's only 8 o'clock. I guarantee you'll be asleep before midnight." Jiang. She settled onto the bed, behaving quite well. Zhou casually inquired, "My dear, what score did you get in mathematics on your college entrance exam?" Jiang clasped her small hands in front of her chest, adorably. Responding, she said 132. "Why?" Zhou chuckled, brushing his cheek against hers and whispering something in her ear. Jiang did not comprehend. "Huh." He was mischievous, truly very, very mischievous. Zhou had his own thoughts while engaging in such antics. Despite her obedience, he continued to tease her. She felt an overwhelming urge to pinch him. If she did so too forcefully, guilt and tenderness would follow. Suddenly, he buried his face in the crook of her neck. Jiang sensed a warmth and inquired, "What's wrong, Zhou?" "It's nothing," he replied, though the truth was he had simply cried. "You've exceeded your time, Zhou. You owe me an apology." The girl's brows furrowed, her expression one of deep grievance. Zhou took a moment to compose himself, holding her close and kissing her softly as he said, "I'm sorry, baby, but it's still early? It's not even 1 o'clock. I need to take a shower. You must carry me." Zhou laughed, his voice low and sultry, carrying a hint of coaxing. Why are you so troublesome? You need my help for this and that? He was merely jesting. Undoubtedly, he would manage all matters afterwards. He simply intended to tease her. Jiang's delicate expression grew more aggrieved as she closed her eyes and fell silent. Zhou curved his lips into a smile, leaned in to kiss her again, and said, "Call me husband, and I shall assist you." "Yang, let me hear you say it." Jiang remained motionless, burying her rosy little face. Zhou gently patted her waist, playfully asking, "Not going to call out, my dear? Then I suppose you'll have to take another day off tomorrow." Jiang felt quite timid, her voice emerging as faint as an ant's. Husband. Chapter 70. Playful flower. Zhou heard the soft and sweet word husband. The sound made him feel as if his tail could wag with joy. It was simply delightful, yet he maintained an air of aloofness and composure. "Babe," Jiang blinked her eyes, questioning him. He leaned closer, playing with her hair, and murmured, "I really want to marry you." Jiang was taken aback for a moment. Pulling her hair from his fingers, she replied softly, "But I'm still in school." "I know," he said. "That's why I merely expressed a desire, rather than whisking you away to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Otherwise, would she be able to escape?" Jiang. Zhou wished to embrace her once more, to tease her further. "Babe." Jiang, feeling flustered, pushed him slightly and said, "You were just two." Zhou chuckled. "Two what?" She fell silent again. A timid soul. In truth, he understood what Jiang wanted to say. He couldn't help but laugh, for he shared the same sentiment. He was indeed handsome, exceptional, and quite capable, especially skilled at caring for his girlfriend. Not wishing to waste time, he comforted the languid girl, saying, "I'll take a shower first. It won't take long, then I'll take you out for a wash, all right?" Jiang nodded. He rose and left. Jiang remained sprawled on the bed, a thin blanket draped over her, revealing a delicate and fair little leg. Zhou played coyly, yet he was still quite bold. She was rather shy, easily flustered, and he was adept at seduction, coaxing her until she succumbed, and if that failed, he would take charge. Ultimately, he always found a way to achieve what he desired. Jiang lay with her eyes closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang, vibrating. She opened her eyes and reached for the phone. It was Zhou's device. The caller was an unknown contact, and she had no idea who it could be. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, she called out weakly, "Zhou." He did not hear. "Zhou." A voice responded from the bathroom. "Huh? What is up, dear? Someone is calling you." He didn't inquire who it was, trusting her entirely. "Just answer it. Or hang up if you prefer." She hesitated, but decided to answer it. Sliding to accept the call, a woman's voice came through, tinged with a hint of tears, which Jiang could detect. "Brother Chiyu, are you asleep? My car was rear-ended, and I've called several times without an answer. Could you come help me? It's quite late, and I'm a bit scared." Jiang held the phone to her ear, quietly listening to the woman on the other end. The one who addressed Zhou in such a way could only be either Chen Shuran or the young lady from the Xian family seeking a marriage alliance. She remained silent, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. Hearing no response on the line, the woman asked again, "Brother Chiyu, are you there?" Jiang's eyelashes fluttered, and she replied, "Your brother Chiyu is here." The caller on the other end fell momentarily silent, taken aback by her sweet voice. Then she continued, "Sister-in-law is here too." At that moment, Zhou emerged from the shower just in time. He casually brushed his hair and walked to the bedside, lifting Jiang into his arms as if to indulge the delicate princess in her bath. Jiang raised her hand and naturally wrapped it around Zhou's neck. She felt a tinge of displeasure, yet it seemed to be manageable. He wrapped her in a blanket and carried her to the bathroom without inquiring about the phone call that had just come in. However, she took the initiative to speak up, asking, "Aren't you going to ask who called you just now?" "Who?" he asked nonchalantly. Jiang was set down in the bathtub, standing. "It was your fiancé, Miss Xin. Why does it feel a bit sour?" Zhou paused momentarily, raising his eyes to inquire, "What did she want? What did she say? She asked you to pick her up?" "She was rear-ended." Zhou raised an eyebrow, asking, "And then?" "Then I said I would let you know. Do you want to go?" He chuckled, saying, "Am I insane? After being with my girlfriend, I should go after another woman?" Jiang If you're feeling jealous, then indulge yourself. I find it quite amusing. But if you push me away, I won't let you off easily. Jiang pouted. Am I crazy for pushing my boyfriend onto someone else? Zhou secretly reveled in this, smirking as his long, fair fingers reached down to test the water temperature for her. I have no chaotic fiancé. The only girl I wish to marry is you. As he spoke, he naturally intended to pull the blanket off Jiang. She grasped it tightly, fearing an accidental spark, as she wore nothing beneath. I'll wash myself. You should go get some rest. Watching her suddenly become so coy, he leisurely remarked, What are you pretending for? Haven't I seen every inch of you? Wasn't it you who asked me to wash you? Jiang pressed her lips together. I want to soak for a while myself. Zhou did not argue with her, allowing her to do as she pleased. After he left, Jiang soaked alone in the bathtub. She felt utterly exhausted. The thought of Zhou's persistent insistence for another round after each encounter irritated her. She wanted to strangle him. The next day, Zhou dropped Jiang off at school before driving to the company himself. Having spent the last few days together, they had given the driver a break. Jiang did not go to the lab, but headed to her supervisor's office in the comprehensive building. The professor was inside, smoking while reviewing medical research materials. Upon her knocking and entering, he instinctively extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. What brings you here? Jiang's words were concise and direct. Professor, I intend to temporarily withdraw from the research group. The man had not anticipated such a decision from her and was taken aback. Why would you want to withdraw? Are you aware that you are a student of Jiang, and a significant portion of the responsibilities in this research group falls upon you? I understand, but I have already accomplished the most challenging experiment. The remaining tasks can be efficiently handled by the other group members. The man sat upright, fingers interlaced, acutely aware of Jiang's character. She was not an irresponsible individual and possessed her own convictions. Have you truly considered this? He inquired. Just then, a soft knock echoed. Both Jiang and her mentor turned towards the door. They beheld Xie Yixuan standing there with a document in hand, who courteously inquired, I apologize for the interruption. Am I intruding? Not at all. Please come in, they replied. Xie Yixuan handed the hospital document to the mentor, who accepted it without further inquiry and nodded at Jiang, saying, I understand. You may step out for now. With her lips pressed together, Jiang exited the office. Moments later, Xie Yixuan caught up to her, calling out her name from behind, Jiang. She turned to see him approaching her side. I heard the professor mention you're considering withdrawing from the group? He asked. Jiang nodded, affirming, yes. Are you planning to leave the group to participate in the pharmaceutical project? The girl hesitated, realizing he had accurately guessed her intentions. I mentioned that the factory might have some standards that are not met. Why are you so determined to participate? He continued. Is it your wish to dissociate yourself from us and shoulder the risks and responsibilities alone? Taking a deep breath, Jiang replied, That is not the case. Xie Yixuan gazed at her downcast eyes and remarked, After 5 years of knowing you, how could I not understand your character? She retorted, Senior, you overestimate my altruism. Xie Yixuan remained silent, his lips pursed. Just then, Jiang's phone rang. It was Zhou. Upon answering, she heard his soft laughter. Did you miss me? He teased. Casting a glance at Xie Yixuan, she responded, It's only been an hour since we parted. Zhou, weary of teasing her, had called to discuss something important. Tanxing is organizing a gathering, a sort of reunion. Would you like to join? I can pick you up tonight. Chapter 71. Confession, are we doing it tonight? I might not have the time. Just as Zhou was about to speak, the voice of Xie Yixuan reached his ears first. He had been sitting leisurely in the office, but at the sound of a male voice, he straightened his posture, abandoning his relaxed demeanor. Damn, who is this wild man again? Xie Yixuan said, I'll take my leave since you called. I won't disturb you. If you encounter any issues with the project, feel free to let me know. Jiang glanced at him and nodded. All right, I will. Only after seeing Xie Yixuan had departed did she turn back to continue her call, but there was utter silence on the other end. She inquired, Zhou, why have you stopped speaking? Jiang, are you with that man again? The girl chuckled, playfully teasing him like a patient wolf guarding its territory. Yes, a senior. We just happened to run into each other. It wasn't intentional. Zhou Qiyu, while perusing documents, retorted, "If you dare to deceive me, I'll add 2 more boxes next time." Jiang replied, "She wouldn't back down either. If you dare do that, I'll break up with you." Zhou Qiyu exclaimed, "Break up? What the hell?" He could no longer sit still. "Try saying those 2 words again in front of me. I'll make you regret it." Jiang anticipated his reaction. Smirking as she placated him, "I was just joking." She pouted, adding, "But don't bully me either." "Bully you? When have I bullied you? You've been bullying me all along, not listening to me." Her tone was filled with grievance. Zhou Qiyu couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, Jiang." She found herself outmatched. Never mind. They returned to the topic at hand. Zhou Qiyu asked, "You just said you don't have time?" Jiang pondered for a moment. It felt inappropriate not to meet after all these years, especially since Changchun had also messaged her. "I suppose I should go." "All right, I'll pick you up when you finish." At 3 in the afternoon, Jiang concluded her work and stepped out of the hospital. After leaving the research group at Jingxing Medical College, she had gone to the hospital. When Xian had been working alongside her, she was exceptionally bright and possessed considerable medical skills. Sometimes, she reflected on how Jiang truly lived up to being the daughter of esteemed seniors. During her years as an exchange student in Germany, she had focused on rare diseases. Had Jiang's brain cells not been compromised by a viral infection back then, perhaps she would have been the one to perform surgery on her father upon her return. Yet fate had conspired to delay her. Few could achieve success in this field, and even fewer patients with special ailments were saved. Jiang concluded her work without informing Zhou Qiyu. She returned home alone, her emotions complex and inexplicable. Despite being on medication, her emotional instability persisted. She had no desire to speak, to see anyone, only wanting to remain in her dim laboratory, dissecting the few living fish she had. Her mentor regarded her as his own daughter, yet he understood that, regardless of the circumstances, he could never truly be her father. It is impossible to compensate for the void she has felt within since childhood. This explains her ongoing struggle with medication, unable to regain control. The depth of her affliction is profound. No one can persuade her to embrace kindness any longer. When Zhou Qiyu sent her a message, she ignored it, and his phone call went unanswered as her device remained silent, buried in her bag. After emerging from the laboratory, she meticulously washed and sanitized her hands before stepping into the living room to check her phone. Upon seeing Zhou Qiyu's message, she promptly replied. At 7 o'clock, Zhou Qiyu arrived to escort her to the gathering. The venue was buzzing with a considerable number of classmates, particularly those known for their vivacity. As Jiang entered, someone inquired about her role as the chemistry class representative, mentioning the injury that had led her abroad a few years prior. She did not deny it, simply stating, "It was a minor injury. Primarily, I went as an exchange student to study at Jingxing." "Oh, I see. By the way, does everyone have a partner? I noticed several relationships announced on social media." Chun settled beside Jiang, leaning in closer. Another voice chimed in. "I even saw that one person had a son, and they just graduated. Speaking of which, Xing, did you repeat a year?" A boy who had remained mostly silent lifted his head to respond. "Yes, I underperformed." "And what did you end up studying?" "Tan nonchalantly, Hinsi." Upon hearing they attended the same university, Chun brightened. "Xing, you go to the same school as me? How come I've never seen you?" She found it peculiar that someone so lively in high school had become somewhat reserved. Feigning ease, Xing chuckled. "Well, with your poor eyesight, it's no wonder you didn't notice me." In truth, he had seen her many times. "Why didn't you mention it?" "I've been quite bored at Jingshi." "Didn't he feel like it?" Xing replied. Few attendees were aware of the relationship between Zhou Qiyu and Jiang. The two spoke little, only exchanging a sentence or two when questioned. Zhou Qiyu was attentive to Jiang, concerned about her comfort, ensuring she was warm, hydrated, and engaged. Throughout the gathering, they reminisced about life after high school, some expressing nostalgia for their school days. "Now that I've graduated, I wish I could go back. University cafeteria food was dreadful. I still prefer the chicken leg rice. Roasted duck rice, braised pork with eggplant, and minced meat rice noodles from the second cafeteria on the 3rd floor of the affiliated school." Laughter erupted. You might as well recite the entire cafeteria menu. As the evening progressed, everyone indulged in a fair amount of alcohol. Zhou received a sudden call from his assistant regarding work matters, prompting Jiang to accompany him as they departed early. As the gathering began to wind down, Chun idly played on her phone before leisurely packing her bag, preparing to leave. Upon stepping to the entrance, she was surprised to find Xing standing before her. In truth, he had not changed much over the past 5 years. Chun, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you heading home?" He replied, "Do you have some time? Shall we take a walk together?" Anyway, with nothing to lose, Chun agreed. The two walked side by side along a bustling and vibrant street. She donned a black knitted cardigan, which felt rather chilly in the late October air of the capital. The man beside her hesitated, contemplating whether to remove his coat for her, yet he remained still, much like the unspoken words he had harbored in his heart for 5 years. "Have you been in a relationship these past few years?" he inquired. "I have, but it ended," she replied. "What was the reason for the breakup?" He pressed. "Scoundrels lead to separations. There need not be a myriad of reasons." Chun responded casually, then jested, "What about you? Weren't you the self-proclaimed sunny high school boy?" She laughed. "You can't possibly tell me you've never been in love, Xing." He chuckled lightly, yet with sincerity. "Actually, I haven't tea." Just as Chun was about to tease him, he unexpectedly continued from their previous conversation. "If you're still single, why not consider me?" Chun was taken aback. "What are you joking about? This is no jest. I am serious." Chun. He called her name. "I have liked you since the 2nd year of high school." He finally uttered those words. "If you think I'm worth it, let us give it a try." Chapter 72. "Speak, my dear." Chun halted, momentarily bewildered. "Are you joking?" she asked, incredulous. "Don't tease me like you did in high school. I'm nearly 24, and I don't engage in such childish banter. I assure you, it is not a jest." His heart raced slightly, and he struggled to suppress the faint blush on his earlobes, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance. "If you think it's not feasible, then let it be. Consider it a mere whim of mine." The smile that had graced Chun's lips gradually faded as she comprehended the sincerity behind his words. Biting her lip, she inquired, "Xing, we've developed a camaraderie. You profess feelings for me?" Xing replied, "That is merely your perception. I have never regarded you as just a friend. Are you truly all right? Have you perhaps had too much to drink?" she questioned, concern etching her features. He inhaled deeply, surprised that she still believed he was jesting. He turned her to face him and reiterated earnestly, "Let me state this once more. I like you. When you sneak a glance at yourself in the mirror during class, I find myself looking at the reflection of you. When you doze off in lectures, I capture candid photographs. I find it endearing. When you are bullied, my heart aches, and I would gladly stand up for you. Each day, when you share countless words with me, laughing heartily, it brings me joy. Yet, when you announce your relationship with another man, I feel despondent for an entire day. Do these feelings not qualify as love? If not, then consider this. You enjoy betting with me, and I deliberately lose each time just to bring you breakfast, fetch you hot water, and assist you with your homework. I'm sorry." A voice, neither loud nor soft, abruptly interrupted his confession. Xing parted his lips, then slowly closed them, listening to her response. "Perhaps I understand your seriousness now. However, I must apologize. I do not share those sentiments towards you." Chun gazed into Xing's eyes and continued, "Your character is quite pleasant, yet I feel we are not suited for one another. While I genuinely enjoyed our playful banter in high school, I might not be the person you envision me to be. Please do not be disheartened. I believe we can still remain friends." Xing managed a brief, somewhat forced smile, the effort evident. What was there to be sad about? It was merely a rejection. Life would go on. Will you truly not feel sorrow? In truth, he would. Yet, he had finally expressed sentiments he had long harbored, whether it was regrettable or not. What did it matter? To harbor unspoken affection was inherently melancholic. If he still lacked the courage to voice it today, that would indeed be a true regret. Her rejection was not merely a refusal, but rather a period marking the end of his unrequited love. At last, the exuberant summer of youth had come to a close. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly stated, "Then let it be as such. I wish you enduring happiness. Should that fortunate individual beside you dare to mistreat you, I shall ensure he faces the consequences." Chun suddenly felt an urge to laugh. though she could not fathom the reason behind it. Her eyes unexpectedly shimmered with tears, akin to a banquet on the verge of conclusion. Smiling, she asked, "What if you cannot defeat him?" He chuckled softly, as if transported back to the audacious confidence of his 17-year-old self. "Cannot defeat him? I could embed him into the cement." Unable to contain her laughter, Chang Chen replied, "Then I shall take my leave. Go on, I shall watch you depart." Chang Chen warned, "Do not dare to cry in secret." Tan Xing retorted, "You are overthinking. I am not so inclined to weep for you." Yet, under the amber glow of the streetlights, he found himself alone. A bright spark flickered past, crashing onto the dust-laden ground. Jiang had been flitting between the hospital and the pharmaceutical factory these past few days. She diligently followed Wen Xian, absorbing knowledge and garnering experience. At times, she returned to her rented room, while other times, she visited Lin Cheng and to keep him company. Naturally, Zhou Qiyu felt neglected and was displeased. Despite his own busy schedule, he would carve out moments to be with her. Little did he know, she was utterly disinterested in his presence. Heartless, he murmured. After finishing his paperwork that day, he drove to the hospital to pick up Jiang, stopping beneath her apartment for an extended period without anyone disembarking. "Zhou Qiyu, I wish to go home. Then profess your affection for me. Say it, darling." Jiang found herself unable to utter the words. "Ungrateful," he remarked. "You've been ignoring me for days, yet here I am, still thinking of you. What about you?" Jiang remained silent until her phone rang. Straining to reach it, Zhou Qiyu handed it to her, initially reluctant to answer. She glanced at the caller ID. "Chang Chen. Yang, will you answer?" Jiang hesitated. Zhou Qiyu grinned and tapped to connect the call. On the other end, a voice inquired, "Hello? Is this Ms. Jiang?" She took the phone, replying, "Yes. May I ask what the matter is?" Your friend is here, intoxicated. I noticed you were her top contact. Could you come and collect her? We are located at 103 West City Road." "All right." Jiang felt a surge of annoyance, but maintained a gentle tone, resembling a docile child devoid of temper. "Let us go fetch Chang Chen." The young master kissed her lightly and said, "I shall heed your wishes, my dear." Chapter 73. Who is needed? Jiang nudged Zhou Qiyu, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yet she would not truly express her anger towards him. "All right, Zhou Qiyu," she sighed, a touch of exasperation in her tone. Zhou Qiyu, ever obedient, settled himself, took a tissue to dab at his face, and then proceeded to adjust her attire. Jiang, softened by his demeanor, allowed him to assist her without protest. Pressing her lips together, she spoke softly, "I need to check on Ching Chun. She's alone outside, and it's dangerous for her when she's drunk." Zhou Qiyu responded with a simple indicating his willingness to accompany her. After tidying her clothing, he raised his gaze to silently meet her eyes, his intentions unmistakable. Jiang paused, resembling an innocent little rabbit, pondering, "What's wrong?" Zhou Qiyu wore a faint smile, lifting his hand to gently caress her chin, his fingertips grazing her skin. Yang, give me a kiss first." Jiang cupped his face and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. "Is that sufficient?" Zhou Qiyu turned his face away with a grin, exuding a blend of affection and mischief. Ruffling her hair, he remarked, "That was rather perfunctory." In the raucous bar, Chang Chen was slumped over a high table, her slender frame contrasted by her fair skin, with a curvaceous figure and a narrow waist. Without makeup, her face radiated purity, but once adorned, she exuded a vibrant allure. Her personality was lively and cheerful, devoid of any internal conflict. She had simply wished to enjoy a drink, not anticipating her own limitations as a lightweight. Succumbing after just one glass. Dressed in a skirt paired with black stockings, she prioritized elegance over warmth. As she began to feel lightheaded, a stranger slid into the seat beside her and attempted to strike up a conversation. She lacked the energy to engage, her mind clouded by alcohol. "Beautiful lady, shall we exchange WeChat?" "No, please don't bother me," she retorted, her spirit unyielding. "How much would it take?" At this, Chang Chen lifted her gaze to scrutinize the man beside her. Just a glance, yet his eyes sparkled with intrigue. It dawned on him that her beauty surpassed her physique. "What can you offer?" Chang Chen furrowed her brow, questioning, "So much confidence? With a downward glance, she inspected his inadequacies, retorting with that tiny thing. How dare you be so shameless? You wouldn't even qualify to be a duck, let alone anything else. I wouldn't even consider acting as your intermediary. The man's expression shifted slightly, though he was not overtly angry. You certainly have a way with words. Dressed like that, even if I hadn't approached you, another man would have. You might as well come with me. Something must have happened for you to be in this state. He tentatively reached out, attempting to rest his hand on her thigh. We are all adults here. There's nothing that a night's rest couldn't remedy. Could I give it a try? I believe I am quite capable in that regard. Chang Chun remained silent, taking a deep breath as the man's hand encircled her waist. Let go. When he realized his attempts at seduction had failed, he became frustrated, exclaiming, What are you pretending for? Your appearance is nothing but an invitation. Chang Chun, visibly agitated, felt her chest rise and fall with anger. Acting on impulse, she seized the drink on the table and splashed it onto his face. Get lost. The man was taken aback as he wiped the liquor from his face and raised his hand to strike. Suddenly, a strong hand restrained his descending arm and flung it away. The man gazed at the figure before him, clad in black, with slick back hair and piercings adorning his brow and ears. His expression was icy, even frighteningly fierce. Changchen opened her eyes to see a familiar silhouette. It was Jiang Changyan. The man opposite him recognized him as the young master of the Jiang family, a third-generation official, and was momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang Changyan leisurely lit a cigarette, arching an eyebrow as he asked, Have you decided whether to leave? The man's gaze faltered, and he exited the bar. However, just as he stepped outside, he was cornered by several burly men who proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Back inside the bar, Jiang Changyan turned to observe the inebriated woman, who was barely coherent. Yet he chose not to approach her. She stood, and he remained still. Going back, Jiang Changyan inquired, but Chang Chun ignored him, treating him as a mere stranger. She grabbed her bag and stumbled towards the exit. Yet, her balance faltered, and her knee collided painfully with the table leg. Jiang Changyan extinguished his cigarette and, shaking his head in resignation, walked over to envelop her in his arms. What are you doing? She protested. I don't need you, she retorted defiantly. Then who do you need? He challenged. Does submitting to me truly feel like a defeat? What is with your stubbornness? Is it all for pride? Cheng Chen's heart raced with anger. Standing tall, she tilted her head back to meet his gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why should I submit to you? Who is truly at fault here? Now that we've broken up, what do you want from me? Do you think I'm easy to manipulate? Or did you realize after all this time that I'm the easiest to deceive? Jiang Changyan, how low can you stoop? His expression remained dark and cold, devoid of fury. He still failed to reflect on his actions. Cheng Chun was nearing the edge of losing control. Submitting to you would only bolster your sense of superiority. So you can hurt me again? Well, have I ever wronged you? You claim I'm always throwing tantrums and never appeasing you. Yet, when you were at the bar with another woman, did you ever consider how I might feel? When you confided in your friends that I was merely a fleeting amusement, did you think about my heartache? By what right do you act this way, Jiang Changyan? This is how you treat me in my first relationship? She unleashed her pent-up emotions in one breath. Jiang Changyan fell silent for a moment, tightening his hold on her, despite her struggles to distance herself. She had been profoundly wounded, the first time and the most unforgettable. The car arrived at the bar's entrance. Jiang hurried inside, while Zhou Qiyu ambled leisurely behind her. His gait relaxed yet regal. Jiang searched the bar frantically, but found no trace of Chang Chun. After inquiring at the front desk, she learned that Chang Chun had already left. Concerned for her safety, she urged Zhou Qiyu to drive to Chang Chun's building. Entering alone, she recalled the door code Chang Chun had shared with her. After several unsuccessful attempts at ringing the bell, her anxiety escalated, prompting her to input the code. As the door swung open, she stepped inside, calling out, Chun, are you there? She advanced a few paces, but suddenly her footsteps halted, and she froze in place. From the master bedroom came the faintest of sounds. Jiang's complexion shifted dramatically. She swallowed hard, fully aware of the implications of the sound she had just heard. Chapter 74. Addiction. Jiang stepped out, closing the door behind her. Zhou Qiyu sat in the car, his long, fair hand resting casually on the window. A cigarette was pinched between his slender fingers, while his left hand held a phone. Through the glass, one could glimpse his handsome profile, his brow slightly furrowed as he focused on the screen. His right index finger occasionally tapped the ash from the cigarette, a reflection of his habitual nonchalance. As Jiang opened the passenger door and took a seat, Zhou turned his face towards her, inquiring, "So soon? Did you see him?" Jiang nodded, mentioning that Jin Changyan was also present. "What was he doing there?" Zhou asked, noticing her somewhat sullen expression. Turning to him, she questioned, "What kind of person is Jin Changyan, really?" He paused, taken aback. "What's wrong?" Jiang replied, "I know I shouldn't interfere in others' relationships, but I don't want Chun to get hurt. She is such a wonderful girl, and I dread the thought of her becoming like a vibrant rose, only to be left with its petals stripped away." Zhou observed her troubled demeanor, feeling a flicker of concern for her, worried that his good friend might have wronged her close friend, thus losing her trust. "That simply wouldn't do," he earnestly explained. "Let me put it this way. Jin Changyan has indeed been quite the charmer in the past. Having never faced adversity, he has always been the center of attention. So he doesn't really care about the authenticity of feelings, as long as he enjoys himself." Jiang turned to look at him as he continued. "Having grown up alongside him, I've never seen him pursue a girl, but Chun is different. You might call it novelty, but it's more a matter of lust. Over time, this novelty seems to have morphed into a habit, and habits can become addictions, hard to shake off. However, those from high society often misunderstand what true love really is." Zhou set his phone aside and reached for her hand, believing that matters of the heart are unpredictable and should be left for the two of them to navigate. Even if Jin Changyan doesn't interfere with Chun, do you think she can just let go? He pondered aloud, acknowledging the intricacies of emotions. Falling for someone is a difficult thing to relinquish. Jiang lowered her gaze, her tone subdued. "If he isn't sincere, I truly hope he refrains from disrupting Chang's life any further." Zhou tightened his grip on her hand, offering a semblance of comfort. "Don't worry. Based on what I know of him, he is bound to falter this time." In an apartment above, the lights dimmed as Chun embraced the tattooed neck of the man beside her. Her voice, though inherently cool, was slightly slurred from the alcohol, lending her an air of vulnerability. Jin Changyan complied with her, turning off the lights, fully aware that such acts hardly required visual confirmation. "Are you really sure you want to do this with me?" he asked, gazing into her eyes. Chun retorted, "If you're going to babble on, I can just as easily walk away. There are plenty of men pursuing me. You're not my only option." This remark seemed to strike a nerve within him. As he tightened his grip on her chin, his touch more forceful than before. A flicker of irritation danced within his eyes, a fire igniting, yet he refrained from retorting. In essence, he remained silent, accustomed to waiting for women to console him, the young master. During their quarrels, his tongue wielded formidable sharpness. Why then did it falter now? Chun instinctively recoiled, her head swirling, somewhat disoriented, oblivious to the fact that she had edged to the bedside. Suddenly, her hands were empty. She nearly tumbled off the bed. Jin Changyan caught her around the waist, preventing her fall, yet he did not pull her up. Instead, he allowed her upper body to dangle precariously at the edge, leaving her uncomfortable and fearful. Her fate hung entirely in Jin Changyan's hands. Should he relinquish his grip, she would plummet headfirst onto the floor. An inkling of fear gripped her, yet she stubbornly refused to yield. "Jin Changyan, you are despicable." The man tilted his head, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am quite despicable." "Scoundrel." She hurled insistent insults, voicing whatever came to mind. Jin Changyan remained unfazed, planting a kiss on her lips, conceding, "Yes, I am a scoundrel. You have wronged me." Her voice grew increasingly feeble, a cacophony of noise mingled with pain and heartache. The man soothed her, repeatedly uttering apologies. It was his first time apologizing to anyone, his first instance of yielding to a woman's emotions. Chun was in distress, her cries escalating, tears cascading down her cheeks due to gravity's pull. She lifted a hand, yearning to grasp something, but her half-leaning posture rendered her too distant to reach anything. Only one hand remained to flail helplessly. Her sobs grew heavier, transforming from a fierce confrontation to a pitiful display of vulnerability. Was this not his intention? He sought to elicit her pleas. Cheng Chun cried out, her voice softening, "Jin Changyan, please lift me up. I feel so unwell." Jin Changyan remained unmoved, stating, "Beg me." Cheng Chun, through her tears, implored, "I beseech you." Hearing what he wished to hear, he finally enveloped the weeping girl in his arms. He longed to witness her tears, to see her in a state of helplessness, so different from her usual demeanor. Yet, upon seeing her genuinely cry, an inexplicable ache welled within him, urging him to hold her tighter. He felt as if he had lost his sanity. He had never experienced such complex emotions towards any woman before. Once in his embrace, Cheng Chun still trembled, having been genuinely frightened moments before. Yet, nestled in the man's arms, she began to forget her fears, murmuring, "I utterly detest you." Jin Changyan did not cease his teasing, threatening her. "Care to say that again?" She refrained from responding, instead raising her hand to slap him, only to be intercepted. "Attempting to strike me?" Cheng Chun leaned against his shoulder. Tilting her head to bite his ear, she bit down with such force that blood flowed, clearly intent on causing him pain. Jin Changyan grasped the nape of her neck, pulling her back, observing the blood on her already flushed lips. An unexpected thrill coursed through him, though he concealed it entirely. "Do you wish to sever my ear? Inflict pain upon me?" Cheng Chun retorted, "If you can make me hurt, why can't I do the same to you?" Jin Changyan let out a light chuckle and said, "All right, then perhaps you need not call out anymore." Chapter 75. Technical fees. Cheng Chun had only fallen asleep at 4 in the morning. Upon awakening, the man beside her remained in slumber. She tended to her responsibilities when necessary, yet he truly bullied her when the mood struck. Jin Changyan and Zhou Qiu, though close friends, shared similar temperaments, styles, and even an air of sophistication. However, Jin Changyan was wont to charm young ladies when he was sober, only to leave them in tears once intoxicated. In contrast, Zhou Qiu maintained an aloof demeanor towards everyone until he was under the influence, at which point he would behave like a devoted dog to his girlfriend. As Cheng Chun shook off the remnants of sleep, she rose from bed and rummaged through the wardrobe for a clean outfit. She tugged at the blanket, revealing the well-defined torso of the man. Jin Changyan opened his eyes and beheld Cheng Chun standing by the bedside, her expression notably frosty. She picked up the clothes he had discarded the previous night and tossed them onto him, bluntly stating, "Put on your clothes and leave." Jin Changyan sat up leisurely, raising an eyebrow. "Where to? Is it merely a matter of using and discarding? What else do you want? Technical fees?" She turned away, reluctant to spare him another glance. Embodying the essence of a heartless lover who vanished after a night of passion, a stark contrast to her previous eagerness. Cheng Chen's skin was porcelain white, and she looked lovely even without makeup. Last night, it was Jin Changyan who had removed her makeup, leaving her looking like a weeping cat. Leaning against the headboard, he took delight in admiring the red marks he had deliberately left on her fair skin. "You cannot afford my technical fees," he remarked with a hint of arrogance. Truly audacious, she thought. Using your body as payment would suffice. After all, you are superior to other women. Upon hearing his words, Cheng Chun chose to disregard him. Her heart numb, she proceeded to freshen up, changing into an appropriate outfit before grabbing her phone and bag and exiting the apartment, leaving Jin Changyan alone within her home. Cheng Chun had recently secured a position as an English teacher at a prestigious high school, though prior to that, she had been teaching at an elementary school. She had a fondness for children, and with her qualifications, many opportunities awaited her. These days, Jiang had been spending her time at a pharmaceutical factory, accompanied by intern Shuran, who was reluctant to follow her and equally disinclined to engage in conversation. Jiang appeared innocent and harmless, but beneath her seemingly meek exterior lay a fierce determination capable of contemplating darker deeds. She was quiet, composed, and possessed a formidable core, aside from her loved ones. She rarely displayed softness. Once she became fixated on a goal, she would pursue it relentlessly, never yielding to any person or circumstance. One day, she received a notification instructing her to inspect a special laboratory. However, she chose not to attend. Upon returning home, Lin Qingyan had already prepared dinner. They shared a meal together, after which she confided in him about her plans. "Uncle, I have recently been searching for evidence of Zhou Ningyao's criminal activities." Dressed in black, Lin Qingyan bore a cold demeanor, though he appeared gentler in Jiang's presence. Having once navigated the complexities of the professional world, he understood the importance of shrewdness, making his aloofness rather commonplace. In his youth, he embarked on an entrepreneurial journey that was relatively smooth, inevitably leading him to a period of arrogance and instability, which ultimately rendered him vulnerable to the deceit of his rivals. Now, Jiang finds herself alone in the world, and Lin Qingyan harbors considerable concern for her well-being. Zhou Ningyao possesses a far more ruthless nature than he appears, and Lin fears he may set his sights on her. Jiang is somewhat aware of this, but reassures herself that, for the time being, it would not happen. However, this man will not take the bait without a lure. If he cannot be swayed, how could he not target her daughter? Upon hearing the girl's words, Lin Qingyan is not overtly shocked, yet his eyes are filled with compassion. The young Jiang he remembers was carefree, cherished by her family. Now, she contemplates matters that take him by surprise. Noticing Lin Qingyan's gaze, Jiang pauses her movements with the chopsticks. When he inquires, "Yang, what do you intend to do?" "Your uncle stands unconditionally by your side." She feels a surge of determination. During her busy moments, Jiang spends more time with Wen Xian than with Zhou Qiyu. Over the course of 5 years, Wen Xian has gathered substantial evidence that could lead to Xian Yang's disgrace. Now, only the final step remains: to crush the truth. There was once an individual who held considerable evidence of Xian Yang's illegal activities. According to Wen Xian, this was a doctor who had attended to him when he first assumed the role of director at the People's Hospital. A young man, he was a doctor in the organ transplantation department. Not long into his career, he fell ill and resigned, later rumored to have attempted suicide on 2 occasions, having spiraled into madness. When Jiang hears this account, she feels perplexed. Wen Xian speculates that the doctor was likely threatened, and that threat came from Xian Yang's team. This revelation clarifies everything. After concluding her medical research, Jiang visits a rehabilitation center, seeking out the now somewhat incoherent doctor. He exhibits a reluctance to meet strangers and hesitates to see her. After much pleading, Jiang, leveraging Wen Xian's connections in the medical field and her status as the only daughter of Jiang, Yi, and Lin Yang, secures a meeting with the doctor's wife. She assures the woman that, as a fellow doctor, she will not provoke him. Sitting on a bench, she waits patiently until the man is brought out in a wheelchair by his caregiver. Clad in a patient gown, his complexion pale and his gaze vacant, he fidgets with a Rubik's Cube, seemingly lost in his own world. He neither makes eye contact nor speaks, occasionally smiling or grimacing, resembling a patient with neurological issues. Jiang stands politely and addresses the man's wife. "May I speak with your husband alone? I assure you, I will not cause any disturbance." The woman, gentle in demeanor, smiles softly and replies, "I worry he might inadvertently harm you. His actions are unintentional." "That is quite all right. Your husband appears very gentle." Jiang reassures. The woman then kneels, taking the man's hand, and speaks to him with great tenderness. "Could you converse with this young lady? She is the daughter of Director Jiang. I will come in to keep you company shortly. All right?" The man neither nods nor shakes his head, seemingly lost in contemplation of her words. Jiang gently curved her lips and said to him, "I apologize for the trouble." "It's nothing," the woman replied before exiting the room. Jiang sat before the man, gazing into his clear eyes as he concentrated on manipulating a Rubik's Cube. Dr. Chun. It had been quite some time since anyone had referred to him as a doctor. Upon hearing those 2 words, he appeared calm, yet his fingers momentarily faltered. Jiang noticed this subtlety. She remained silent for a long while, attentively observing his movements. Having spent 5 years abroad studying under a psychologist, she was adept at recognizing certain behaviors. She poured him a glass of water and, in a measured tone, inquired, "Dr. Chun, your nervous system is actually perfectly fine. Isn't it?" Chapter 76. Dr. Zhang's affection. The man's hand suddenly paused, then resumed its manipulation of the Rubik's Cube. Jiang had nearly concluded that he was merely feigning madness. "You need not fear me. I'm also a victim," she asserted. "You are deliberately acting this way to mislead, aren't you?" The man remained silent, his fingers deftly turning the cube. Suddenly, with a satisfying click, he solved the entire puzzle. He lifted his gaze, and the expression in his eyes had transformed from the moment Jiang first encountered him. Leaning against the wheelchair, he gazed out at a beam of sunlight streaming through the window and inquired, "What do you desire?" Jiang followed his gaze to the sliver of light and softly uttered, "I wish for Xinjiang to pay the price." "You are aware of my father, correct?" As a prominent figure in the medical field, he would surely know. He had become a vegetative state due to an explosion, and my mother was injured as a result. Upon learning of my father's brain death, she suffered immense trauma and tragically passed away. The explosion was caused by improper operation of laboratory equipment, involving numerous chemical reactions. However, the lack of surveillance cameras obliterated the evidence, allowing Xinjiang to evade justice for many years. She continued, "You two have been altered because of him, haven't you? You possess evidence that could ruin him, do you not?" As she drew closer in her entreaty, the man ceased to deny it. Yet, he was not inclined to risk aiding Jiang. "I recently visited several schools and gathered substantial leads. Xinjiang conducted free health checkups at numerous primary and secondary schools. Is he attempting to cloak his criminal activities under the guise of charity? For instance, is he involved in illicit human tissue dealings? You are a physician in the transplant department and have worked alongside him for a time, making you acutely aware of his nature and the reasons behind his coercive tactics. He aims to drive people to their demise and then eradicate the evidence. You need not disclose this to me. I will not testify on your behalf," he suddenly stated, leaving Jiang in silence for a prolonged moment. "But this is not solely for me. It is also for you and for the innocents who have suffered. Dr. Chun, I implore you to provide me with the evidence, please. I truly need it." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The man furrowed his brow, his gaze lowering slightly, revealing a bitter expression. "And what of me? What am I to do? What will happen to my family? Are we to cease existing?" Jiang pressed her lips together. "If you continue to shrink back, you will remain shrouded in shadows. Why not unite our efforts to imprison him? Can you guarantee that he will be incarcerated? Dr. Chun, trust me." She turned her gaze toward the window and declared, "As long as the light endures, we shall not perish." Jiang returned home quite late, to her rented room in the neighborhood. As she stepped through the door, she heard the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. She did not suspect a thief, for Zhou was aware of her home's access code. The sound of water ceased shortly before the bathroom door swung open, revealing Zhou with his upper body bare, towel in hand, drying his hair as he emerged. His gaze immediately fell upon Jiang, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her computer. He raised an eyebrow, sauntered over, and settled beside her on the sofa, tossing the towel onto her lap with a playful tone, instructing her to dry his hair. Startled for a moment, Jiang paused her work, picked up the towel, and knelt gracefully on the sofa to tenderly dry Zhou's hair. She was obedient, accommodating his every request. Before long, he took her hand and pressed a kiss upon her lips. "Did you miss me?" he inquired. Jiang nodded. "Such a good girl," he remarked. "My birthday is approaching again." Zhou gazed at her, gently massaging her hand as he inquired politely, "Would you like a hug?" She shook her head in response. Amused yet slightly exasperated, he declared, "Then I shan't ask again." Without hesitation, he pulled her close, seating her upon his lap, still bare-chested. Jiang rested her head against him, relishing the boundless sense of security he provided. After a long day, seeing the man she loved made everything feel effortlessly lighter. Zhou mused, "All these years, I have yet to celebrate your birthday." As he toyed with her hair, he continued, "If you had tea left back then, our children would be quite grown by now." Jiang fell silent, closing her eyes, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat as she posed a question. "Knowing it's a trap, if given the chance to leap once more, would you still jump?" "Of course," he replied with ease. "But I truly wish to avoid the agony of losing you again. It left me with scars that are difficult to bear." "You're being foolish, Jiang," he said. If you wish for my trust, you needn't harm yourself. Just standing there, I would unconditionally trust you. She extended her arms, inviting him for an embrace. Even if he anticipated a metaphorical dagger poised behind her, he would still approach her, for he could not bear to see her in distress. Confident that the blade would never truly pierce him, Jiang breathed softly, yet Zhou Qiu's words always ensnared her attention. "Zhou Qiu," she called, "what is it that you find most intolerable about my actions?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Harming yourself." Jiang chuckled, teasing, "What if I were to cheat? How would you respond?" "If you dare to betray me, I shall eliminate both you and that man, and then depart with you," he declared. With a sweet smile gracing her lips, she nestled comfortably in Zhou Qiu's embrace, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. "I'm a bit tired, Zhou Qiu. Would you lull me to sleep?" His thoughts were far from how to soothe her into slumber. Instead, he contemplated how to persuade her to stay awake with him. "Darling, how long has it been since we last?" he began. Jiang appeared momentarily taken aback. "Only 3 days. Is it really that long?" she questioned, lifting her head to chastise him for being blissfully unaware. "Do you not understand that excessive indulgence can be detrimental?" She pouted playfully, asserting, "I am a doctor. You must heed my advice." Zhou Qiu chuckled, remarking that while Dr. Jiang's words may hold truth, he is not a specialist in urology. When it comes to matters beneath the sheets, he believes he retains authority. Should Dr. Jiang indulge me a little? Chapter 77. Will you not support me? As November brought a noticeable chill to the capital, Chun sat in her heated office, shedding her fluffy coat as she prepared her lessons. With only a week left before she departed from this school for a new position, she felt the weight of her responsibilities. "Xiao Chun, you'll be on duty at the school gate after classes. Remember to clock in," the director casually remarked as he passed by her. Chun looked up and responded, "Of course, director." In her role within the educational sector, maintaining a respectable image was paramount. Thus, she had straightened her naturally voluminous brown curls. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, she gathered her belongings and made her way down the stairs from the comprehensive building. The students adored her, often affectionately referring to her as beautiful sister due to her striking appearance. Upon reaching the school gate, she began messaging Jiang, who was notoriously busy and often replied sporadically. Chun found herself burdened with a plethora of trivial matters to discuss with her friend. Feeling neglected, she sent a teasing message. Yang, if you keep ignoring me, I might just cause a scene." She had received a notice from her superiors, instructing her to represent the school alongside the vice principal at a gala, purportedly a grand event organized by the investors of the institution. As a mere subordinate, she accepted the task without much contemplation. As she stood at the gate, students gradually streamed out, their backpacks in tow. She watched over the little ones, ensuring their safety as parents arrived to collect them. In the midst of this, her phone vibrated, indicating a response from Jiang. Just as she began typing a reply, the hem of her clothing was tugged gently. "Teacher Chung," came a soft voice from below. Looking down, she saw a sweet girl from her class. "What is it, dear?" Chun asked kindly. "Can you not leave? We will miss you so much," the little girl said earnestly. Chun affectionately ruffled the child's hair, patiently explaining, "Sweetheart, the teacher is not just a teacher at school. I too will miss you all, but I have things I wish to pursue." Her tenderness was reserved solely for the children, as her affection for them was genuine. The little girl, with her innocent gaze, looked up and asked, "Can you want anything you like?" Chun paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" The girl pulled out a 10 yuan bill from her pocket and pointed to a handsome young man not far away. "I want that handsome brother. My mother says that to have things you like, you must buy them. Can I buy that brother?" Chun was at a loss for words. How could a first grader pose such a question? Following the direction of the girl's finger, she spotted Jin Changyan standing at the gate, not too far away. Before she could explain that money couldn't buy everything, the girl took her hand and led her to Jin Changyan. "Teacher, I want this brother," she declared confidently. Jin Changyan's gaze was fixed on Chun, a hint of playful mockery evident in his expression. He smiled as he spoke to the little girl. "Little sister, your brother has already been taken by an older sister." "Why?" The girl's mother nearly lost sight of her child. Upon finding her, she overheard her daughter uttering such words. Blushing, She pulled her child away, apologizing. I'm sorry, teacher Jiang. Jia is just a child. It's my fault for not teaching her properly. I've troubled you. Chung Chun smiled politely and replied, It's quite all right. After the girl was led away by her mother, she didn't spare the man another glance, nor did he make any effort to engage her in conversation. In the following days, classmates occasionally mentioned him to her, remarking that he had generously provided many items for the students. She grew increasingly annoyed by it. During his time at the company, Zhou Xinyu called him several times. It was not until the third call that he finally answered. You rascal, come home for dinner tonight, he said, flipping through documents with one hand while casually holding his phone with the other. I can't. I'm busy, Zhou Qiyu replied coolly. The old man was somewhat irked, having failed to coax him multiple times. No matter how busy you are, push your work aside and come home for a meal. The Xian family is waiting for you. Don't be so inconsiderate. Inconsiderate, huh? What absurd titles they bestow upon him. Then let it be inconsiderate, he thought, his tone remaining indifferent. Understood. Just wait, he added. After concluding a meeting, he went to pick up Jiang. She had just changed out of her lab coat, now dressed in simple, everyday attire. As they sat in the back of the car, she noticed that the driver was not heading to either of their homes. Where are we going? Aren't we going home? She asked. Zhou Qiyu took her hand and said, We're returning to the old residence, darling. Jiang was taken aback, wondering why they were suddenly going back. Did Grandpa call for us? Will Uncle and Aunt be there? They don't know about our relationship, do they? Aren't we supposed to be attending a banquet today? A few days prior, Zhou Qiyu had informed her of a collaboration between his company and the Jiang family, which involved a grand soiree, and he had invited her to accompany him as his partner. Jiang's round eyes fixed on him, and he pulled her into his embrace, gently brushing his fingertips against her cheek. Of course, I need you to help me maintain appearances at the old residence, sweetheart. If you don't give me a title, who wouldn't take a second glance at me? You won't feel jealous, will you? The girl blinked, seemingly having guessed the situation, as Zhou Qiyu had mentioned it before. Did Grandpa ask you to meet your fiancé, ES family? He nodded, his voice slightly subdued. Aren't you going to support me, darling? Jiang pursed her lips, pondering. How can I support you? To them, I would just be the third party. Zhou Qiyu countered. What do their opinions matter? A third party is someone who depends on me without my acknowledgement. In truth, Jiang was no longer fearful of such opinions and judgments. In fact, during her senior year, when she fell victim to online harassment, she had, to some extent, tacitly accepted Censuran's actions. In comparison to the myriad of wounds and afflictions she has endured, the verbal assaults have ceased to evoke any significant emotion within her. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Zhou Qiyu still held Jiang's hand. The young master has returned, announced the housekeeper as she caught sight of them. Everyone in the living room turned their gaze towards the entrance. When they beheld the intertwined fingers of Zhou Qiyu and Jiang, the expressions of nearly all present froze in an instant. Jiang spotted Xian Jinyang. He had aged considerably, and his appearance was still quite repulsive. His daughter sat at the dining table, staring blankly at her. It had been a long time since Jiang had seen her. She appeared quite beautiful, evidently well taken care of. Gee, what are you doing? Zhou Xian inquired, putting down his chopsticks with a stern expression. Zhou Qiyu raised an eyebrow, half lifting Jiang's hand and shaking it. I brought my girlfriend to dine with you. Is that not apparent? He approached her and initially intended to take a seat, only to find that only one spot was vacant. Thus, he allowed Jiang to sit while he stood behind her, one hand resting on the back of her chair. Did you not ask me to return for a meal? If I don't come back, you will be displeased. Yet now that I have returned, you still seem displeased? Jiang pressed her lips together and, looking at Zhou Xian, politely greeted him, Grandfather, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Qiyu's thin lips curved into a smile as he added, Not long ago, you were still concerned about little Jiang, weren't you? I brought her back today to see you. Are you not pleased? Zhou Xian could hardly muster any joy. He was practically seething with indignation. Zhou Ningli interjected, Do you even know what this meal is intended for? Zhou Qiyu waved his hand dismissively, replying quite candidly, I have no idea. The Xian family, witnessing this scene, felt as though they had been insulted. They were unwilling to linger any longer, but still maintained their decorum, stating, Professor Zhou. It seems there has been a misunderstanding today. We shall not intrude upon your family matters. Zhou Xian appeared somewhat resigned, his visage devoid of any superfluous expression. Although the Xian family held a respectable status, they still lagged behind the Zhou family considerably. The essence of a marriage alliance lies in mutual benefit. As such, there will always be an opportunity for utility. Before departing, Xian Jiang's daughter, Xian Jiu, lingered, reluctant to leave. Jiang inadvertently cast a glance at her, harboring no ulterior motives. Yet, Xian Jiu seemed to perceive both innocence and ambition in Jiang's pure eyes. Jiang lowered her head, uttering not a word. The girl must have been pondering whether she was the woman who had taken a call that fateful night. When had they become involved? As the Xian family vacated the ancestral home, there truly was little left to say, to alleviate the potential boredom of the girl. Zhou took her hand and addressed the remaining company. There is a company gala tonight. I shall not be staying. Wait, Zhou Xian called out to him. What is the nature of your relationship? Zhou chuckled. Looking down, it is exactly as it appears. Zhou Xian retorted. Do you realize you still call little Yang your sister? Zhou replied. Of course. Who dictated that a non-blood sister cannot also be a girlfriend? He chuckled and continued. On the day you suggested she stay with me, how could I have not anticipated that we would end up together? Chapter 78. Beautiful baby Zhou. Are you aware of what you're doing? Zhou Ningli also spoke, maintaining his poised and indifferent posture. Zhou replied. I am more acutely aware of my actions than anyone else. As I have stated before, I have no interest in inheriting your company. The benefits you seek are beyond my capability to provide, if you truly desire such advantages. Perhaps you should consider having another son to serve as your tool in the professional realm. Zhou has never been a person devoid of manners or cultivation. Yet how many before him have genuinely respected him? How many have truly taught him? His love for Jiang is a constant in his life. After all, the first person to teach him the essence of love was the 17-year-old Jiang. Zhou Xian sighed and turned to Jiang, asking Lil Yang, do you share this sentiment? She nodded and said, Grandfather, I wish to be with Qiyu, even in my absence. I do not wish for his marriage to be dictated by anyone else. That would be profoundly unfair to him. I apologize, Grandfather, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Xian had more to say, but Zhou interjected, there is no need for Grandfather to use Yang as a bargaining chip. Her nature is gentle, but she is not weak. Though it appears as if she is supporting him, it has always been he who protects her. After leaving the Zhou family estate, Zhou took Jiang to a boutique to try on dresses. Although she was not tall, donning high heels brought her height to 168 centimeter. She tried on several haute couture pieces, all of which Zhou had chosen for her. She was obedient and patient, aware of the unspoken concerns reflected in her beloved's eyes. In the realm of family conflicts, acceptance is a rare commodity, despite his apparent indifference. She understood that he was not as carefree as he portrayed. Wounds can heal, yet scars remain. Just like the few tattoos that concealed his scars. He could never forget them, especially when glimpsed during a shower. Jiang tried on numerous dresses, each time emerging from the fitting room with a sweet smile, twirling in front of him and asking, do you think it looks good? He, of course, nodded in affirmation. Jiang was indeed his beautiful baby. Ultimately, they decided on a short, white dress adorned with diamonds, reminiscent of a princess gown. Her legs were fair, slender, and straight, while a grand bow accentuated her delicate waist. The makeup artist styled her hair elegantly, adorning her head with a diamond chain that suited her perfectly. She truly resembled a princess, and Zhou was utterly enchanted, yearning to embrace her and shower her with affection. However, he felt the dress revealed too much leg. With so many people at the soiree, he was reluctant to let others gaze upon her, men and women alike. Yet, seeing how much Jiang adored the dress, he chose to remain silent, indulging her whims. The driver transported them to the venue of the soiree, a lavish hotel. The ground floor featured an expansive courtyard. She linked her arm with Zhou as they entered. The crowd was indeed substantial, and she felt somewhat out of place. The attendees comprised the elite of their circle, young gentlemen and industry leaders. The event was hosted by the Jiang family. Jiang Changyan was reluctantly summoned back home to inherit the family business, preferring the allure of running a bar instead. While engaging in conversation over drinks with several executives, he noticed Zhou Qiyu's arrival and raised his glass in a casual greeting. Zhou Qiyu approached with Jiang, prompting the executives to scrutinize the young woman and inquire, "Zhou, is this your companion for the day?" His expression remained neutral as he replied, "She is my wife." Laughter ensued among the group, surprised to learn of Zhou's marriage to such an exceptional and responsible woman. Jiang Changyan poured a glass of wine for Zhou Qiyu and another for Jiang, saying, "This wine is not too strong. Feel free to refrain from drinking if it does not suit your taste." Jiang nodded in agreement. How obedient she was. This thought led him to recall Chang Chun, that spirited girl, who was neither gentle nor considerate, and certainly not understanding. Noticing Jiang Changyan's gaze on Zhou Qiyu's demeanor shifted. "What are you looking at?" he asked. "Rest assured, I'm not observing you," Jiang Changyan replied, merely lost in thought. Just as he regained his focus and lifted his eyes, a familiar figure intruded upon his vision, Chang Chun. He was aware of her presence at the gathering, having invited her due to his support of the school she attended. However, she had not arrived with the school's vice principal. Instead, she was linked arm in arm with a man of similar age. "Yang," Cheng Chun called out as she approached. Jiang turned to see Cheng Chun adorned in a striking black mermaid gown. "I'm surprised to see you here," she exclaimed. Cheng Chun responded, "Yes. I intended to inform you, but I've been rather busy these past few days and completely forgot." As she finished her cheerful remark, her gaze fell upon Jiang Changyan, her smile gradually fading as she turned away, adopting a frosty demeanor. Jiang Changyan drained his glass in one gulp, feigning indifference. Casually, he remarked, "So, Teacher Cheng has opted not to be my companion and has instead sought out another man?" The young man Cheng Chun was what appeared handsome yet timid, clearly out of his element in such a grand setting. Cheng Chen's response was devoid of emotion as she stated, "I have a boyfriend. Why would I want to be Mr. Jin's companion?" Chapter 79. Possessiveness. Upon hearing the term boyfriend, Jiang Changyan's expression flickered with emotion. Yet, he dismissed it as merely a trivial matter, for Cheng Chun had a knack for inciting irritation. She undoubtedly intended to provoke him. Unbeknownst to him, his concern for her was steadily growing. Cheng Chun was adorned like a regal black swan, while Jiang resembled a delicate princess, each embodying distinctly different styles. Cheng Chun displayed little inclination to engage with Jiang Changyan, treating him as nothing more than a man with whom she had shared a bed, yet hardly knew. Noticing Zhou Qiyu's presence, she decided against lingering too long with Jiang. "Yang, I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb you. I'm off to explore other places with my boyfriend." Jiang nodded, watching as Cheng Chun affectionately linked arms with the young man beside her. Jiang Changyan's gaze seemed permanently affixed to her form. After Cheng Chun departed, the young man turned to Jiang and inquired, "Do you know that person?" "My ex-boyfriend," she replied candidly, "but rest assured, I have no dealings with him now." As the cocktail party approached, the number of attendees grew steadily. Jiang donned a pair of 8-centimeter platform heels, an elevation she had never before attempted. She treaded carefully, clutching Zhou Qiyu's hand tightly. He, too, was wary of her potential misstep, ensuring he held her hand even while standing still. He had intended to accompany her to change into more comfortable shoes, but Jiang deemed it too troublesome and insisted it was unnecessary. She could walk, albeit with a slight awkwardness. Standing beside Zhou Qiyu, she attracted numerous glances. Despite the knowledge of her being his girlfriend, people still looked her way. A wave of discontent washed over her at the sight of Zhou Qiyu being scrutinized by other beautiful women. She found it exceedingly unpleasant. Among those approaching were daughters of business magnates, who posed intricate questions that Jiang struggled to comprehend. She momentarily drifted into thought. Yet Zhou Qiyu hardly engaged with the other women, maintaining his grip on her hand to alleviate her worries and provide her with a sense of security. Still, her mind raced with uncertainties. From his vantage point, he observed the girl with her head bowed, seemingly lost in reverie. Adorable. He concocted an excuse to lead her away to a quieter spot to sit. "What's troubling you?" Do you dislike this place? Zhou Qiyu asked. Jiang shook her head. Not at all. Is that truly the case, or merely a fade? He pressed. It's genuinely true, she assured him. Jiang sat quietly, exuding a gentle and obedient demeanor. Zhou Qiyu smiled faintly before fetching her a petite dessert. Upon his return, he found Jiang tilting her head back, engaged in conversation with a young man, laughing lightly. The man, appearing to be in his 20s and attired in a sharp suit, was also attending the soiree. Zhou Qiyu approached, and the man greeted him. Zhou Qiyu merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant hum, showing little desire for further conversation, before presenting the pastry to Jiang. I shall not interrupt Mr. Zhou and Miss Jiang any longer, the man said before departing. Jiang then lowered her head, delicately picking at her dessert with a fork. Zhou Qiyu grew increasingly agitated, perplexed by his own emotions. He simply could not bear to witness the girl he cherished smiling at another. Even the sight of a cat he cared for being teased by someone else would irk him. Observing her eat with such earnestness only intensified his desire to see her weep. He grasped her chin, compelling her to tilt her head upwards to meet his gaze. Jiang remained oblivious to Zhou Qiyu's sudden discontent. Blinking, she inquired, Zhou Qiyu, why are you pinching my face again? Zhou Qiyu's tone was notably frosty as he retorted. What did you say to him that has you smiling so joyfully? Do enlighten me. Jiang swatted his hand away, rubbing her cheek as she replied. He claimed to be your friend, mentioning that his cousin is at Jingxing Medical College and is my classmate. Zhou Qiyu let out a light laugh. You believe whatever he says? Foolish, naive fool. He added, he is adversarial towards me. What kind of friend is that? Jiang pouted, but I had no way of knowing. After the soiree concluded, Zhou Qiyu escorted Jiang out of the establishment, encountering numerous acquaintances along the way. Jiang's gaze remained fixed ahead, which Zhou Qiyu interpreted as her eyeing other men. His expression remained inscrutable, exuding an air of indifference as he held her hand, leading her to the car. He walked briskly, his long legs making it challenging for Jiang, especially in her high heels, to keep pace. He opened the car door and unceremoniously placed her in the back seat. Jiang's voluminous skirt occupied a significant portion of the seat. As she attempted to adjust herself to create more space for Zhou Qiyu, before she could even move, she found herself turned in his direction, landing directly in his embrace. Sitting up in his arms, she gazed at him with wide eyes, asking if something was amiss. Zhou Qiyu remained silent, yet his calm demeanor was unsettling. He raised a hand to gently pinch her earlobe, his long fingers gliding down her cheek to her chin. Jiang instinctively grasped his hand, biting her lip as she urged, Zhou Qiyu, could you please speak? Zhou Qiyu tightened his grip around her neck, questioning, what should I say? Jiang swallowed hard, her gaze dropping as she murmured, you seem so distant. I dislike this side of you. Are you upset or angry? Zhou Qiyu replied, I am not angry. Yet I certainly cannot feel joy. Jiang fell silent for a moment. She refrained from resisting him, knowing that acquiescing to his whims was the best way to placate him during his discontent. Yet, she felt she had done nothing wrong. It was his possessiveness that stirred his discontent so easily. Clenching her teeth to suppress any sound, her breathing grew heavier as she obediently leaned against his shoulder, still shy in his presence. Her cheeks flushed as she gently nudged him. Zhou Qiyu. She would tenderly call his name whenever she felt lost in confusion. Zhou Qiyu turned her wrists behind her back, leaning close to her ear to ask, do they truly look that good? Jiang shook her head, deeming it unappealing. Then why do you keep watching? He teased. He pressed a gentle kiss on the girl's neck and added, if you dare to flirt with other men, I will make you regret it. Jiang felt a wave of grievance wash over her as she looked up at him, a wooden tea. Whenever she attempted to retreat, he would firmly grip her waist, preventing her escape. Then, kiss me, Zhou Qiyu instructed. But I can't move my hands. He chuckled. Kissing me doesn't require the use of your hands, my delicate darling. Yet, he was indeed concerned that if the embrace lingered too long, the belt might constrict her wrist painfully. Thus, he released her. Jiang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her vulnerable demeanor eliciting sympathy. Nevertheless, She obediently cradled his face and pecked his lips. Zhou held her nape and reciprocated the kiss. So obedient. Adorably so. This kiss resembled the conclusion of a once painful youth, allowing them to finally embrace without restraint. They spoke words of profound love. Love so intense that the mere glance of another girl in his direction would evoke her discontent. Love so fierce that if he caught her looking at another man, he would be driven to madness. Zhou released her, then raised his captivating gaze to meet hers. "Darling, is that all right?"